When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. Everybody safe? Everybody good? Women, children,
The Supreme Court poised to reshape the presidential election. Arguments begin today to decide if Colorado can kick Donald Trump off the ballot. Our team in D.C. joins us live to explain what's at stake. A Palestinian community in Texas are calling a weekend stabbing a hate crime and want the charges to match. Why they believe a scarf led to the violent attack. Toying with danger, an alarming trend that might have cost a young student her vision. Why her family says the school is to blame. The tide is rolling to ESPN, how Nick Saban is keeping college football in his sights after leaving Alabama. And sometimes you just need your mom. And now companies are letting college kids hire second mothers to fill the void. It's Thursday, February 8th. Early Today starts right now. Glad you're with me. I'm Frances Rivera. Just hours from now, the Supreme Court will begin hearing arguments in the historic case. The justices have been asked to decide if Donald Trump can be excluded from Colorado's primary. The decision could have major consequences as more states consider banning the Republican frontrunner from their ballots. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Good morning, Bree. How did we get to this point?
Good morning, Francis. So the Colorado Supreme Court ruled that Donald Trump could not be on the ballot, and they cited a section of the 14th Amendment. It says that if, as a sworn officer of the U.S. government, you engage in insurrection, you cannot hold federal office again. The justices will need to decide if the events of January 6 were an insurrection, and if so, did Trump participate? If the court rules against Trump, this does not mean he is immediately disqualified from running. That decision goes to each state. Now, Colorado and Maine have signaled that they would remove him, while others have said they would not. This, of course, is not the only legal battle that Trump is facing. Any day now, we are expecting a verdict in the New York civil fraud trial. And on Wednesday, a federal judge rejected Trump's motion for a mistrial in the E. Jean Carroll civil defamation case. A jury last month found that Trump must pay her more than $83 million. And in Georgia, Trump's attorneys are once again going after Fulton County DA Fani Willis. They argue she should be disqualified and Trump's election interference charges should be dismissed. They say she made extrajudicial public comments in a speech last month when she suggested that allegations against her officer were racially motivated. NBC has reached out to the DA's office for comment. And in the new filing, Trump's lawyers are trying to get the criminal charges dismissed in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. They say they plan to file multiple motions to try to get those charges tossed out. So certainly a lot of legal battles to keep up with, Francis.
All right, Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you. Now to an NBC News exclusive. The Biden administration is considering new executive action to deter illegal migration across the southern border. That's according to 2 U.S. officials who say the plans are still being drafted and are not expected to take place anytime soon. Republicans officially killed the Senate's bipartisan national security package Wednesday. The Senate is now trying to pass a stripped-down version of the bill that takes out the border policy changes and leaves the foreign aid to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said there will be a vote on this package today. Republicans are asking for the opportunity to add amendments to it. A procedural vote did pass last night, 58-41, but for final passage, the bill would need 60 votes. A U.S. drone strike has killed a militia commander in Baghdad. It was part of the Biden administration's retaliation for an attack in Jordan that killed 3 American soldiers. CENTCOM says the target was directly responsible for attacks on American forces in the Middle East. Our Keir Simmons is in Iraq.
A vehicle in flames in the Iraqi capital. A U.S. strike so targeted, cars close by appear undamaged, others driving past. But in the aftermath, fury erupting. A crowd chanting no to America, no to Israel. Among those killed, Abu Bakr al-Saadi, a commander in Kataib Hezbollah, the group says, the Iranian-backed militia accused of the killing of 3 American service members in a drone attack on Tower 22, a remote desert base in Jordan, 10 days ago. CENTCOM saying in a statement, U.S. forces conducted a unilateral strike in Iraq in response to the attacks on U.S. service members, killing a Kataib Hezbollah commander responsible for directly planning and participating in attacks on U.S. forces in the region. In addition to the deadly drone strike, Iranian-backed militias have launched over 160 attacks on American targets since October and have kept on attacking American bases in Syria, even after Friday's wave of American retaliatory strikes. President Biden, who's been under pressure to launch a more forceful response, was pressed about it earlier this week.
Are the airstrikes working? Yes.
Iraq's military immediately branding the strike a violation of Iraqi sovereignty, with tensions between Iran and the U.S. escalating. A U.S. official tells NBC News that Iraq was notified shortly after the strike, but that President Biden gave the order early last week. We're told the strike was carried out as soon as an opportunity presented itself.
Keir, thank you. 5 U.S. Marines are missing after their helicopter crashed in California. The Marines say the crew departed from Creech Air Force Base near Las Vegas Tuesday night, heading to Marine Corps Air Station Miramar in San Diego County. The search for survivors is a race against the clock because of severe weather in the remote area where the aircraft went down. A Texas community is calling for hate crime charges to be filed after a Palestinian-American father was stabbed over the weekend. The attack happened right after a pro-Palestinian rally outside the state capitol. NBC's Zincle Esamoah has the details.
This hate that's going around needs to stop.
A Texas community outraged after 23-year-old Palestinian-American Zachariah Doar was stabbed outside the University of Texas Austin Sunday night following a demonstration calling for a ceasefire in Gaza.
His friends called me saying, "Uncle, you need to come back." I said, "What happened?" He goes, "Somebody stabbed your son."
Austin police arresting 36-year-old Burt James Baker, now charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
File hate crime charges.
But there are mounting calls for him to be charged with a hate crime.
The attacker targeted the men because they had a kufiya, like the one I have, and a sign that read "Free Palestine" on their car.
Doar's father, Nizar, says his son was in a car with 3 friends when Baker allegedly approached that car at a stop sign, pulled out a keffiyeh scarf on the door handle, and tried to force open the door.
My son sitting in the passenger side, he get dragged out of his feet to the ground.
According to Nizar, his son and his friends tried to de-escalate the situation, but alleged Baker ran at one of them with a knife when Zachariah stepped in.
My son charged and tried to protect his friend, tried to take the knife away. In the scuffle, he gets stabbed.
We reached out to Baker's attorney. He has no comment at this time. In a statement, the Austin Police Department says it believes the incident is, quote, bias motivated, and says its hate crime committee determined the case meets the definition of a hate crime. The Travis County District Attorney's Office will now decide if hate crime charges will be filed. Zachariah, a father to a 5-month-old, is now recovering at home from a broken rib and a stab wound that narrowly missed his heart, according to his father.
He want to be around his son, you know.
Nizar's hopes going far beyond justice for his son, hoping for an end to the violence at home that he believes is fueled by the Israel-Hamas war.
It's hunting us back here in our homeland. This is taking an effect on everybody around us right now.
Our thanks to Zincle for that report. An investigation is underway after a train derailed in upstate New York yesterday. 10 cars in a 94-car train went off the tracks. 2 of the cars went into a nearby river. The train was not carrying hazardous materials, and there are no reports of injuries. The train belongs to Norfolk Southern, the same company behind the toxic train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, a year ago. Much of the country getting an early taste of spring this week. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking the winter warm-up on the way. It's so great to have that sun out and staying out, Angie.
It sure is. Good morning, Francis. It feels like spring across a big chunk of the country. We've got plenty of record highs that we could potentially see today. Look at Minneapolis. The temperature we're expecting 54. The record for this state, 50 degrees. We've got Des Moines, Kansas City, Peoria, all close to those record-breaking temperatures and running way above normal for this time of year. Saginaw out to Williamsport, all of those locations could potentially see a record, but we're going to see warmth across this region for not just today, but even into tomorrow. Here's a look at what you're expecting in Detroit, 58 degrees, another potential record. Chicago could tie. Indianapolis will be close to it. Either way, it's going to be a couple of mild days ahead, even as we get into the weekend. 66 on Saturday in Washington, D.C. We drop down to those low 50s, back to more normal temperatures by Monday, but we'll be into the 70s in Raleigh in February. These temperatures, of course, not what we usually see for this time of year, but we are going to see them last at least for the next couple of days. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 73 degrees today in Houston, into the low 70s from Dallas to San Angelo. A little chillier in El Paso with a high of just 58 degrees. Plenty of sunshine and a couple of clouds around for Denver as you head to 50, 59 in Omaha, and a few snow showers expected across the upper Midwest. And that's a look at your forecast, Francis. Back to you.
Thank you, Angie. A happy update to a story we told you about yesterday. It appears the pod of killer whales trapped in an ice drift off Japan's main island have safely escaped. The 13 orcas were seen stuck in that tiny gap of ice Tuesday morning, sparking some concerns. Experts believe they were able to free themselves from the ice as gaps grew wider. Coming up, where the tide is rolling next for Alabama's legendary coach. And we're back in a minute with a viral challenge that might have cost a student their eye. Parents sounding the alarm you need to hear next.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
A California high school student is at risk of losing her vision because of an alarming trend involving these little water beads. It's called the Orbeez Challenge, and kids are loading the tiny beads into toy guns and then shooting them at each other. Now lawmakers are stepping in with calls to ban the products. NBC's Maura Barrett explains.
A high school student in California fearing she could lose vision in one eye forever after getting shot by a water bead loaded into a toy gun. The student, who wishes to remain anonymous, says she was sitting in her car in the school parking lot when she was hit, part of the so-called Assassin's Game, an unsanctioned competition among seniors that involves students using toy guns to shoot at other students.
I'm just sitting there like, oh my, like kind of like in shock, like I'm like worried, like if my eye is bleeding, like if there's something seriously wrong with my eye, like.
Some of her classmates used spring-loaded plastic guns like these, loaded with water beads.
It's crazy how they grew so fast.
The toys exploding in popularity during the pandemic as the Orbeez challenge took over TikTok.
TikTok made me buy it.
Though it's not clear if Orbeez, a brand name of water beads, were used in this incident.
I'm just distraught, like it hurt.
The lawyer for the student's family says doctors diagnosed the student with blunt force trauma and say it's unclear if she'll ever regain vision in her right eye. The student's family placing blame on the school district.
We know that the school district had noticed that students were using these guns on campus. They had noticed even that this was happening during this school year.
These concerns echoed by lawmakers and safety experts looking to ban the colorful water beads that can be used as ammo. But it's not just their use in guns. The beads, which grow in size when put in water, can be dangerous for small children who can easily swallow them.
I know people are going to say to me, do you have to prohibit these completely? Aren't there some that are safe? The answer is no. There are none that are safe. We have to ban them. In a single small package, you can have 25, 50, or even 75,000 of these tiny beads. And it just takes one to cause harm to a child.
Now, several major retailers like Amazon, Walmart, and Target have prohibited the sale of water beads marketed to children, according to the Consumer Federation of America. But similarly branded guns for the beads are still available online. Back in California, the injured student frustrated that her life has been altered over a game.
It kind of discouraged me to go to school a little bit because, you know, you go there for your education and then you come home with one less eye.
Our thanks to Maura for that report. Still to come, find out when Tiger Woods will return to the links and a Huskies legend, nearly 4 decades in the making. A college hoops icon coaches his way into the record books.
And his good friend Tony Bozzella will congratulate.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, part of our continued reporting. Is it all safe? Everybody good? Women, children.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just fit too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, part of our continued reporting. Is it all safe? Everybody good? Women, children.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
And there's a great connection.
So the final, there's Kathy. The final 3 seconds will tick away, and his good friend Tony Bozzella will congratulate Gino Auriemma on career win number 1,200. All of them.
And with that, the college basketball record books keep getting rewritten this season with the UConn women's win over Seton Hall on Wednesday. Coach Gino Auriemma logged his 1,200th career victory. Auriemma, who has won 11 national championships in his nearly 4 decades with the Huskies, became the fastest coach in D1 history to reach that milestone. So he trails only Duke's Mike Krzyzewski and Stanford's Tara Vanderveer as the all-time winningest coach in college basketball, too. So he's got a leg up when it comes to Coach K and Vanderveer, is that he reached this milestone at one program. And we're talking about 1,200 to 160 during 39 years.
And he really changed the atmosphere there. A lot of fans coming. It used to be just a couple dozen, now so many. So good for him. Congrats to him. And for Nick Saban, retirement might feature a lot less relaxation and a lot more of this.
Coach, I don't know if Miss Terry's watching.
Nothing but class.
Yeah, that's it. What? No. That's it.
ESPN announced Wednesday that the legendary Alabama coach will join the network as an analyst on College Game Day, as well as for other football events. Saban announced his retirement from coaching last month after a prestigious career, including 7 national title wins. He has frequently joined the Saturday morning staple as a guest, so no surprise there. I think it's a good fit, kind of ease into retirement instead of just the full stop on football. We all knew he wasn't going to do that.
And then when he's there, he's got to give us the perspective that only he can.
Exactly.
So it's going to be great to hear from him, too. From one GOAT's retirement to another's resurgent, Tiger Woods on Wednesday confirmed that he'll be making his 2024 PGA debut at next week's Genesis Invitational in Southern California. While Woods played at 2 events in December, this will be his first professional appearance since last year's Genesis Invitational. Woods had ankle surgery last spring, shortly after he withdrew for the Masters, so Tiger will be looking for his first win at Riviera in 15 attempts. So we'll be watching closely when he gets out there, and also watching to his clothing line, because remember he had that breakup with Nike, so he'll be debuting that. We'll see who he'll be wearing.
I mean, you can't keep Tiger down. That's one person that he's got incredible work ethic.
We've seen it again and again. Okay, coming up at early today, Queen Bee is the new buzz in the world of hair care, and how a man is striking out with a Guinness Book of World Records over his matchstick model.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? I get took for all this damage to
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back with what you need to know early today. After teasing the line back in May, Beyonce finally announced the launch of her new hair care line, Sacred. She posted on Instagram writing, "The journey begins February 20th. Snoop Dogg and Master P are suing Post Foods and Walmart, accusing the companies of intentionally leaving their Snoop cereal off of shelves and hiding it in stock rooms to sabotage sales. In a statement to NBC Los Angeles, Post said in part that it's equally disappointed that consumer demand did not meet expectations. Walmart told NBC News that it will respond once served with the complaint. A man spent 8 years building the tallest ever matchstick replica of the Eiffel Tower, standing at more than 23 feet tall. But the Guinness Book of World Records said since the more than 700,000 matchsticks used were not commercially available, he was disqualified. They say they're looking into the verdict.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get to it for all this damage to
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Back and forth quickly.
Go ahead. This is it.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
What is going to happen now?
Back and forth quickly.
Go ahead. This is it.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
College kids who might be missing some of the comforts of home now have an option to fill that void. New companies are popping up and offering so-called a second mom. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro tells us more about the unique service that's growing in popularity on college campuses around the country.
Mindy Horowitz is a mom of 3.
Oh, that's perfect.
Okay.
That's perfect.
I can't wait to see you. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, stay dry. Okay, bye, honey.
But when she swings by this Missouri college campus, Hi, here. she's not there to check on her own kids. I have your passport.
Okay, thank you. Much needed.
I know. You have a big trip planned. Horowitz, founder of Mindy Knows, acts as a sort of parent substitute to college students away from home at Washington University in St. Louis.
We have families from Minneapolis and from Florida and from California.
Do you feel like a second parent or a second mom to these kids?
I always say I'm like a really, really nice, distant aunt.
Her membership-based service launched in 2019 and ranges from $49 for a monthly package to $450 for a full year. She takes care of the things a mom would do.
If you could give me two packs of two? Yeah, that would be great.
From grabbing cupcakes to surprise a birthday girl.
Happy birthday! Thanks for the flowers! Don't thank me, thank your mama.
You're so cute.
I love it. Thank you.
Birthday. And I have some cupcakes for you.
Or dropping off a wellness package.
Here, I'm going to leave this for you. Your mom sent you some hot soup.
What is that, chicken noodle soup?
It's matzo ball soup.
Matzo ball soup?
Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
One student away for several weeks just needed someone to occasionally start up her car.
Okay, we're good.
Other similar services are out there. Concierge Services for Students serves the Boston area, while Daisy Bug Delivery has a stronghold at the University of Tampa. And Horowitz is expanding, hiring more Mindys at schools like Northwestern, Penn State, and Iowa.
I know what it's like when your kid is far away and you just can't figure something out, and you have someone there that can help reduce the stress. It's a feeling of gratitude.
For this Georgia mom, gratitude came at a moment of crisis when her son Jonathan got sick.
Mindy was able to refer him to a doctor that was very close by. I just knew that he was going to be in really good hands.
We send our kids off to college when they're 18 years old, and it's not a hard stop to parenting. We're still their parents. We still love them, and we still want to help them when they need it.
Mindy and her students know it means parents can have peace of mind.
Having someone like Mindy that they trust and that they love, it's really helpful.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
What a great idea. It's kind of like a mama TaskRabbit for those students. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Thursday. History on the steps of the Supreme Court this morning. We're live in D.C. as justices weigh whether Donald Trump committed insurrection and whether his name can remain on the ballot. The U.S. takes out a top militant commander in Iraq, a precision drone strike killing an Iranian-backed militia leader, blamed for a deadly attack on American forces. A live report on the U.S. retaliation as tensions mount across the region. With a bipartisan border plan dead in the Senate, will President Biden take matters into his own hands? An NBC News exclusive report on why the White House may soon take executive action. Prince William breaks his silence, the Prince of Wales, speaking out for the first time about his father's cancer diagnosis. And just in time for Valentine's Day, big hopes for the little blue pill, how Viagra might help fend off Alzheimer's for men. It's Thursday, February 8th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. Glad you're with me. I'm Frances Rivera. Just hours from now, the Supreme Court will begin hearing arguments in an historic case. The justices have been asked to decide if Donald Trump can be excluded from Colorado's primary. The decision could have consequences, major ones, as more states consider banning the Republican frontrunner from their ballots. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Hi, Bree. Good morning. How did we get to this point?
Good morning, Francis. So this Colorado Supreme Court ruled that Donald Trump could not be on the ballot, and they cited a section of the 14th Amendment. It says that if, as a sworn officer of the U.S. government, you engage in insurrection, you cannot hold federal office again. The justices will need to decide if the events of January 6 were an insurrection, and if so, did Trump participate? If the court rules against Trump, this does not mean he is immediately disqualified from running. That decision goes to each state. Colorado and Maine have signaled that they would remove him, while others have said they would not. This, of course, is not the only legal battle Donald Trump is facing. Any day now, we are expecting a verdict in the New York civil fraud trial. And on Wednesday, a federal judge rejected Trump's motion for a mistrial in the E. Jean Carroll civil defamation case. A jury last month found that Trump must pay her more than $83 million. In Georgia, Trump's attorneys are once again going after Fulton County DA Fani Willis. They argue she should be disqualified and Trump's election interference charges should be dismissed. They say she made extrajudicial public comments in a speech last month when she suggested that allegations against her officer were racially motivated. NBC has reached out to the DA's office for comment. And in a new filing, Trump's lawyers are trying to get the criminal charges dismissed in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. They say they plan to file multiple motions to try to get those charges tossed out. Francis?
Bree, thank you. Now to an NBC News exclusive. The Biden administration is considering new executive action to deter illegal migration across the southern border. That's according to two U.S. officials who say the plans are still being drafted and are not expected to take place anytime soon. Republicans officially killed the Senate's bipartisan national security package Wednesday. The Senate is now trying to pass a stripped-down version of the bill that takes out the border policy changes and leaves the foreign aid to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said there will be a vote on this package today. Republicans are asking for the opportunity to add amendments to it. A procedural vote did pass last night 58-41, but for final passage, the bill would need 60 votes. 5 U.S. Marines are missing after their helicopter crashed in California. The Marines say the crew departed from Creech Air Force Base near Las Vegas Tuesday night, heading to Marine Corps Air Station Miramar in San Diego County. The search for survivors is a race against the clock because of severe weather in the remote area where the aircraft went down. A U.S. drone strike has killed a militia commander in Baghdad. It was part of the Biden administration's retaliation for an attack in Jordan that killed 3 American soldiers. CENTCOM says the target was directly responsible for attacks on American forces in the Middle East. For the latest, let's go live to Josh Letterman. Good morning, Josh. What do we know about this commander who was killed?
Hey, good morning, Francis. Well, according to the U.S., Abu Bakr al-Saidi was a senior official in Kataib Hezbollah, which is one of the Iran-backed militias operating in Iraq and Syria. And it is the group, according to the U.S., that was responsible for the killing by a drone of those 3 U.S. troops in Jordan last month. The U.S. says that planning for a potential attack to take out Abu Bakr al-Saidi began just as soon as those 3 troops were killed, and that once there was an opportunity to actually carry out that attack, the U.S. jumped at it. They killed him in a drone strike, really in the heart of Baghdad, in a residential area on a busy street, and that is prompting protests this morning from Iraq's armed services, which says that this was a clear-cut assassination. They say that this was a clear violation of their sovereignty and of international law. And Iraq's military is also saying that this is going to push the Iraqi government even closer to wanting to end the operations of the U.S. coalition that is operating in Iraq. In other words, to kick the U.S. out. But the U.S. government, for its part, says, look, Iraq bears some responsibility for the fact that its territory is being used by these groups to carry out deadly attacks against U.S. troops within the region, Francis.
Okay. Thank you so much, Josh Letterman, for us. Josh, thanks. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has rejected the Palestinian counteroffer to an American hostage release proposal. Hamas envisions a phased withdrawal during which all Israeli captives will be released. Crucially, the plan would leave Hamas in place in the Gaza Strip. Raf Sanchez has the story.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken insisting there's still a path to a deal to free Israeli hostages after Israel's prime minister rejected a new list of demands from Hamas.
Clearly, there are things that Hamas sent back that are absolute non-starters. But at the same time, we see in what was sent back space to continue to pursue an agreement.
Hamas was responding to an American-backed proposal, saying it will free all its hostages in exchange for a 4.5-month ceasefire, leading to an end to the war, the release of thousands of Palestinian prisoners, and a total withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu calling the Hamas proposal delusional. Giving in to Hamas's bizarre demands not only won't bring the release of hostages, it will just invite another massacre, he said. In Gaza, Israeli strikes hitting the city of Rafah. Mohammed stares at his hands, shaking uncontrollably. In Han Yunis, we followed Israeli troops deep underground into what they say was a tunnel for top Hamas leaders.
This is years of building.
And then a disturbing discovery.
The Israeli military says this was a cage where at least 3 Israeli hostages were held. You can see there is a slot for what they say was delivering food, and here a lock from the outside.
Somewhere in these tunnels, more hostages waiting desperately for a deal.
Our thanks to Raf for that report. At least 6 people are still unaccounted for, including children, after a shootout that injured 2 officers at a home near Philadelphia. Police say they were responding to reports of an 11-year-old shot, and a suspect inside immediately started shooting at officers. Amid the chaos, a fire broke out at the house as more authorities arrived on scene. Investigators are still combing through the debris for victims, and both of the injured officers are expected to survive. Abortion rights groups are fighting to get protections added to Florida's Constitution. Florida's Supreme Court heard arguments Wednesday about whether a proposed amendment can be added to the November ballot. The state is asking the court to keep the measure off the ballot because lawyers say it uses words like viability, which can have different meanings. The court is supposed to decide if the language accurately describes what the amendment will do. California racing to clean up after a deadly storm with more wet weather on the way. At least 9 people have been killed in the statewide storms. In Los Angeles, hundreds of mudslides have been reported. Some of the hills are just barely holding on, but the West Coast is not out of the woods just yet. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman is here tracking the snow falling out west. Good morning, Angie. What are we expecting?
Good morning, Francis. We've got some additional snowfall across parts of the Rockies through the day today, but we've also got a little bit of rain still working through portions of Southern California. That's going to start to wrap up here as the day goes on, but the snow will continue. Either way, we've still got those really saturated grounds from all of that rain over the past couple of days. So 19 million people from LA to San Diego still included in that flood watch that will go through this morning. We've also got the winter alerts up across much of the west. Those mountain ranges going to pick up some additional snowfall. But notice we've also got some snow that we're expecting across parts of the northern plains today, and not to mention some showers that will work across parts of the Great Lakes. By tomorrow, we start to see the Tennessee Valley and parts of the Carolinas deal with some shower activity, and then we really ramp up that rain as we get into your Saturday. Your Saturday plans may include needing the umbrella as you're heading out across parts of the southeast. We'll get some beneficial rain, but by the time this is all said and done through Sunday, we could pick up about 1 inch to 2 inches with isolated amounts higher than that. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 73 degrees today in Houston and dealing with some showers and thunderstorms. We've got mid-60s on tap for Memphis with plenty of clouds overhead. 66 degrees today in Kansas City with some partly cloudy skies. Des Moines will hit 63. Cheyenne ends up into the low 40s. And that's a look at your forecast. Francis, back to you.
Thank you, Angie. During a speech at a gala dinner in London, Prince William addressed the public amid the cancer diagnosis of his father, King Charles III, and the hospitalization of his wife, Princess Kate.
I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you also for the kind messages of support for Catherine and for my father, especially in recent days. It means a great deal to us all.
Buckingham Palace revealed the King's diagnosis on Monday. Early today is Back in a Minute with why expecting mothers might want to ditch plastic containers. And more Americans are reaching for liquor before beer for another year. The booze that has the booze industry in high spirits.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Do you need to win your home state in order to stay in this race? Is it do or die? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back with a consumer alert. A new NYU study shows the chemicals in those plastic containers, like the ones used for food and everyday products like lotion, may be linked to thousands of preterm births each year. Researchers examined data on 5,000 mothers to look at the daily exposure to synthetic chemicals, which make plastics more durable. The study recommends that parents try to avoid packaged goods and to consider using stainless steel for glass for food storage. Coca-Cola wants to spice up your life with its new flavor, but the real question might be, what do you do to mix with that, or what can you put in it? More Americans are turning to spirits over beer and wine more than ever before. CNBC's Karen Cho joins us with those details. Hi, Karen.
Francis, good morning to you. Yes, Americans downed more spirits than beer and wine again last year. In terms of the top spirits, vodka, high-end tequila, mezcal, American whiskey, and ready-to-drink cocktails, very high on the drinks list. Inflation, high interest rates still caught up with alcohol spending. We saw very slim revenue growth in the spirits market of just 0.2%. That said, there was still more froth than beer, and sales of spirits well and truly lapped that of wine sales. As for the top-selling drink, my money was on high-end tequila, but in fact it was something that was a little bit easier to digest than the digestive. It was vodka. Now, pre-mixed drinks, we're seeing huge popularity there. Coca-Cola jumped in recent years in a tie-up with Jack Daniels, but Coca-Cola also potentially reviving the soda wars. It is tickling consumer taste buds with a new spiced soda, Coca-Cola Spiced, the first permanent soda released in 3 years, hot on the heels of Pepsi launching Starry last year. So what does it taste like? Apparently a burst of refreshing notes of raspberry and spiced flavors. Francis, it's not spicy, it's bold.
I like it. I like that there's zero sugar, so definitely we'll give it a shot. Maybe with a shot, too. Karen, thank you. Still to come, the surprise sequel announcement from Disney. And imagine the superstar who sings Enchanted side by side with the movie Enchanted. Disney Plus gets a never-before-seen version of a record-breaking concert film right after this.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting.
It is safe. Everybody good?
Women, children.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It looks terrifying as Lupita Nyong'o faces an alien invasion like no other in the first trailer for A Quiet Place Day One. The Oscar-winning actress stars in the prequel to the blockbuster horror franchise alongside Djimon Hounsou and also Stranger Things' Joseph Quinn. The film hits theaters on June 28th, and if you can't get enough of that and you see it coming this summer, Quiet Place 3 is already rolling in the works for release next year.
People love it, so give them what they want, right?
Yeah, especially they can't get enough.
Yeah, they won't be mad about that. And now to the reveal that has Disney asking fans, what can we say except you're welcome? The House of Mouse made the surprise announcement Wednesday that 2016's Moana would be getting a sequel this Thanksgiving. The project was originally being developed as a Disney Plus series before moving to theaters. Little is known about the Polynesian-themed follow-up, including whether stars Dwayne Johnson and Auli Carvalho will reprise their roles. Johnson will, however, appear in the previously announced live-action version of Moana set for release next June. I hope they're both in it. I have a feeling she won't be, but come on, The Rock has got to, he has to,
He's
right?
so much part of it, and also the music of the original, you know, that was done by Lin-Manuel Miranda. This time, the music was backed by a pair of young women who blew up on TikTok, too, Barlow and Bear. So a lot to live up to when it comes to Lin-Manuel Miranda, but I'm sure they're going to kill it when it comes to these songs, too.
I believe it.
All right, killing this song. You know, kids, streaming is fun. Yeah, Disney also revealed on Tuesday that Taylor Swift, the Eras Tour, will be available to stream on Disney Plus on March 15th. This version will feature 5 songs cut from the film's record-breaking theatrical run, including Cardigan, the signature song off of 2020's Folklore. The blockbuster concert film has been available to rent and buy on other streamers since December, and also features songs not included in the original release, like you're going to get The Archer, Long Live. I love that everything with Taylor, everything that you come across, she kind of gives you something extra, right? She shows up at the Grammys, she announces a new album. You go to a concert, you get a surprise song. You watch the movie on streaming, she gives you 5 extra songs, too.
You know who else likes that she does that? The Swifties. Yeah. They are going to be thrilled about this. Anything that Taylor gives them, they're happy about.
We'll take it. Up next, Madame Tussauds gets to work. And all aboard the Love Boat, the classic show is inviting you to hit the high seas.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Do you need to win your home state in order to stay in this race? Is it do or die? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
A quick look at some other headlines this morning. The new study found Viagra may lower the risk of Alzheimer's. Researchers compared rates of Alzheimer's disease among men who had been prescribed drugs to those not using it. And they found that the group on Viagra have an 18% lower risk. A new cruise inspired by the iconic 70s sitcom The Love Boat is set to hit the open seas by this summer. You got some of these original cast members there who will be joining the voyage as well. It sets sail from New York on August 31st. Tracy Chapman's performance at the 66th Annual Grammy Awards ended up taking her 1988 song Fast Car back to the top of the charts. It hit #1 on iTunes less than 24 hours later after that performance, where a lot of people were just brought to tears and even had chills listening to it. Madame Tussauds in London is slaying the house down with a new wax figure of drag icon RuPaul. Look at the figure, wearing a custom-made gown by Rouge Design Zaldi. It's part of the museum's upcoming fashion runway attraction. Early today, we'll be right back after the break.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. Think we're all safe? Everybody good? Women, children,
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Dozens of giants in the art world are together in one place, and it's all thanks to superstar couple Alicia Keys and her husband, Swiss Beats. They are inviting the public to see their collection for the first time. Hoda Kotb has the story.
Grammy Award-winning singer Alicia Keys and her husband Kasim Dean, better known as music producer Swizz Beatz, are unveiling something big.
We've been collecting for the past 20 years.
For the first time, more than 100 works from the couple's private art collection, called the Dean Collection, are on display at the Brooklyn Museum. The exhibition, titled Giants, features works of nearly 40 Black artists from all over the world.
I'm just imagining little kids walking through here. Can you picture it?
On these walls in these
in this
museums.
beautiful way.
Yeah, it's very rare you see artists of color displaying 30-foot works. So when people walk into the show, we want them to feel like we can be as giant as we want to be.
It's meant to also remind you that you belong in these spaces. We deserve to be on all the walls of all the giant spaces.
Themes range from the modern-day protest to celebrations, like this painting from Derek Adams.
We never really see photos of people of color in pools. It was just like pretty cool.
How beautiful is that? Just
having
chilling.
a ball.
Giants features emerging artists and trailblazers, including photographer Gordon Parks.
You realize we couldn't do this without all the people that came before us.
We collect from our heart. All of the artists that's living, that's in the show, are actual friends.
One artist the Deans count as a close friend is Kehinde Wiley, known for his iconic 2018 portrait of President Barack Obama.
What we do as artists is we zoom in on the everyday, the things that we take for granted, and we say this too is graceful.
Now, the couple hopes to make a lasting impact.
When you're a little kid and you have all these dreams in your head, you don't even know what's even possible. And so to see it happen, you know it can happen for anybody.
Hoda Kotb, NBC News, Brooklyn, New York.
Coming up on the Today Show, meet the designer behind Taylor Swift's custom Chiefs jacket that took the internet by storm. And here's Craig Melvin with what else is up today.
And this morning on the third hour of Today, help for job seekers in our Consumer Confidential, the top skills that companies are looking for right now. Plus, the legendary Gloria Gaynor live in Studio 1A, and Allie Love sharing some simple ways to show love to yourself. That's all this morning on the third hour of Today.
And for now, thank you for being with us for Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Thursday. See you tomorrow.
Developing right now on Morning News Now, a battle for the ballot. This morning, a high-stakes case going before the Supreme Court as former President Donald Trump fights to keep his name on the primary ballot in Colorado. We're going to break down the claim that he's ineligible for office and what it all means for the Republican frontrunner in the race for the White House. Also this morning, gridlock from Capitol Hill to the southern border as Republicans try once again to come together on a separate foreign aid bill.
What would you say to Americans concerned that Congress isn't able to do basic functions?
Well, it's just simply not true. We're governing here. Sometimes it's messy.
Plus, an NBC News exclusive, President Biden considering executive action to try and end the border crisis. We have team coverage. Also, new developments out of the Middle East. American retaliation efforts still underway for an attack that killed 3 U.S. soldiers. Now, U.S. forces claim to have killed a leader of an Iran-backed militia. We are going to bring you the latest. And a big price for the big game. That's right, this year's Super Bowl shaping up to be one of the most expensive ever. I'm going to take you to Las Vegas, where football fans are doing some super splurging. Or you can just watch at home, where it's basically free, except for what you pay for nachos. Good morning. Good to have you with us on this Thursday. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. We're going to begin in Washington, where former President Trump's efforts to remain on the 2024 ballot could now be in the hands of the Supreme Court. The justices are set to hear arguments today in Mr. Trump's appeal of a Colorado Supreme Court ruling that said he was ineligible to run for the White House. This stems from the former president's alleged meddling in the 2020 election and the events that led to the January 6th attack on the Capitol. The Colorado court pointed to Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which bars people who engaged in insurrection from holding any public office. The Trump legal team argues that amendment cannot be used to keep him off the ballot. For more on this case that could have huge implications for the 2024 election, we're joined by NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos and NBC News justice and intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian. Good morning to both of you. Ken, let's begin with you. Give us a lay of the land on what's going to take place at the Supreme Court today, and who are the justices expected to hear from?
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, this is arguably the most politically fraught and significant case the Supreme Court has heard since it decided the 2000 election in Bush v. Gore. Background here, there was a 5-day trial in Colorado in November, after which a judge ruled that former President Donald Trump did engage in insurrection. And that's important because there's a fact record here. That judge ruled that Trump could remain on the ballot, but the Colorado Supreme Court ultimately decided that he could not. And Mr. Trump's lawyers say in a brief that that's one of 30 states where efforts are underway to try to keep him off the ballot. In some cases, judges, though, have already ruled that he should remain on the ballot. So we have a classic split in the circuits, the classic example of where the Supreme Court normally has to weigh in and tell us what the law is here. And so the justices today are going to hear from lawyers for some individual plaintiffs, including a 91-year-old Colorado Republican, former member of the legislature, who is leading this effort to keep Mr. Trump off the ballot. They'll also hear for attorneys for the Colorado Secretary of State, and they'll hear from Mr. Trump's attorneys. And again, the stakes could not be higher here. The constitutional issues are momentous. This is a Civil War era provision that was aimed mainly at Confederates, but has been used against other people subsequently, though rarely. And obviously the implications either way are huge, Joe.
Yeah, Danny, let's bring you in here. So Colorado Secretary of State says states can, quote, rightfully disqualify oath-breaking insurrectionists under that Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, something many of us probably didn't pay much attention to in school, and now we're learning a lot about. Explain to us what the challenges are with interpreting this particular clause.
The Colorado court, the Supreme Court, concluded that Donald Trump, number one, engaged in insurrection, a finding that was made by the district court, the lower court. And it also concluded, contrary to the court before it, that yes, Donald Trump was an officer within the meaning of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. So he's covered by that part of the Constitution. But there are many more issues beyond that that the Supreme Court will be looking at. For example, one of Justice Kavanaugh's favorite refrains is who decides? And that is a really critical question here. Who decides that Donald Trump is an insurrectionist? Is it the Colorado State Court, or is it the Colorado Secretary of State? Is it something else? Is it Congress that makes that decision? Who decides is a very relevant question in this case. And related to that is, do the courts themselves, if they don't decide, did they have any power to hear this in the first place? So the two primary issues before the Colorado courts were, was there an insurrection that this person engaged in? And is he an officer within the meaning of Section 3? Those are the primary issues. But again, there are many others attendant to it.
Ken, I want to look at a recent poll. We've got a YouGov UMass Amherst poll that shows when it comes to the issue of removing the former president from the ballot, Americans are fairly evenly split on where they stand. Democrats obviously much more likely to support removal. Most Republicans are against it. But no matter how you feel, you want a quick answer here because so much is at stake. So how soon could we expect a ruling from the Supreme Court here?
That's the multi-million-dollar question, Joe. Most people think that the Supreme Court will feel compelled to act quickly here before the March 5th Super Tuesday primary, for example. But there's so many different options here. The Supreme Court has off-ramps where they don't even decide this case, or they can sort of punt on the main issue and decide, for example, that there's no self-executing statute for this 14th Amendment provision, so therefore it doesn't apply. So this could go in a lot of different directions, but you're absolutely right. What most Americans want is a quick decision.
And Danny, at least for now, Trump is still on the ballot in Colorado for Super Tuesday. Real quickly, though, here, if the court rules against him, the Supreme Court, what are the implications of that?
It really depends on how the Supreme Court rules against him. As Ken said, there are a lot of different off-ramps. By the way, Ken raised yet another issue that comes up, which is, does the amendment itself have the power? Is it self-executing, or did Congress have to enact a separate statute? A good example is prohibition. Prohibition was a constitutional amendment, but prohibition didn't prohibit anything until Congress had to enact a separate statute, the Volstead Act. So that's just yet another, Ken brilliantly brought up yet another issue that they are going to be looking at in the Supreme Court. There are just so many here.
Ken and Danny bringing up lots of brilliant points this morning to set us up ahead of this big hearing today. Thank you both. Appreciate it. Now to the breakdown in Congress over the border security bill. After Senate Republicans blocked the bipartisan immigration deal that was negotiated by one of their own, they're expected to meet this morning to goal garnering enough votes to pass a supplemental aid bill. On Wednesday, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer forced a vote on the package, which includes funding to Israel and Ukraine and none for the southern border. Schumer argues the bill's passage is critical. More, we're joined by NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Serkin. Julie, let's start with those funding bills for Ukraine and Israel. As we just mentioned, Republicans are supposed to meet this morning to try and figure out a plan forward. Where do things stand?
They're completely all over the place, Joe. In fact, I was outside of a 2-hour private closed-door lunch meeting between Senate Republicans. For context, they never last that long. And it was described as heated by multiple sources because they couldn't agree on a path forward. Even the Republican whip, the vote counter in the Senate, John Thune, who never curses, never steps out of line, got a little bit frustrated in the meeting, calling out Republicans using expletives I won't repeat here, for the fact that, listen, guys, we're going to have to vote for this no matter what. Ukraine needs the funding. Israel needs the funding. The border package was already nixed. We got to just get on the floor and do it. So last night, Majority Leader Schumer closed out the floor and said he's going to give time for Republicans to figure their things out so they can return this afternoon and potentially take this up and see if they can get to those 60 votes to pass it. So that meeting this morning is going to be very key.
Here's one reason why things are getting a little complicated. We had a year of turmoil for House Republicans in 2023. Now Speaker Johnson already being threatened. He could be ousted by at least one notable congresswoman if he cuts any deal on Ukraine funding. How real is this threat to his speakership?
This was always the threat, right? And this is something that happened under ousted Speaker Kevin McCarthy, where only one member can call up that vote to vacate the speaker. You're talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Of course, she despises sending more aid to Ukraine. So she's used this threat continuously, but I don't think it's as real for Johnson yet as it was for McCarthy. And that's because Johnson is still trying to figure his members out and play his cards right. For example, I had sources who told me that if that Ukraine and Israel package does come over from the Senate, Johnson let McConnell and Rick Scott know, who is, of course, a McConnell foe who doesn't support aid to Ukraine, that he is likely going to break this up into individual bills, which will give him some cover with his members. Only question is, will that pass in the Senate? That's an open question. And then when it comes over to the House, what happens with Democrats who want to support that package too? And where does that package all go? Does it get attached to the funding bills in March? It's really all a hot mess right now, Joe. I've never seen anything like it. And certainly McConnell is having a hard time in the Senate as well, controlling his members.
We need a flow chart, I think, to try and figure out all the different possibilities here. Let's talk about that now vanquished bipartisan border bill. Republican support for the bill evaporated almost as soon as the deal was announced. So what are we hearing from Republicans this morning about the border?
Well, that's a really good question because, of course, Republicans originally wanted that issue tied with any aid to Ukraine. Now they're saying they should be considered separately. It really feels like the goalpost is moving every single day, and Republicans aren't on the same page about how to move forward here, which is making this challenging. I did have a chance to talk to Senator Lankford yesterday, who was the Republican negotiator on this bipartisan border bill, and I asked him point blank, if this Ukraine and Israel package moves through, clearly the border is dead. Is there any chance of getting border security done this year? Here's what he said. Putting this clean bill without the border security provisions on the floor later today, there's a chance it could pass. Does that mean Republicans' chances to secure the border this year are over?
It would be. At that point, I can't imagine anyone would take it up. Obviously, I've gone through this the last 4 months negotiating all the process. Everybody's kind of seen the media assaults that have happened on me in the past several weeks on it.
And you were censured.
Yeah, and so I would expect any other Republican's going to say, hey, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go through that, especially in this year.
So, of course, the former president, Donald Trump, has made this an election issue. Republicans want to keep it as one. The question is, will Democrats be able to capitalize on this? We'll see.
All right, Julie Serkin, lots to cover this morning. Thank you so much. Now, with that bipartisan border bill officially done, NBC News has learned the Biden administration is considering taking executive action to try and deter illegal migration across the southern border. That's according to 2 U.S. officials. For more, we're joined by NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Julia, the Biden administration has already taken a number of unilateral actions to try and stem the flow of migrants. What kind of measures is the White House now considering here?
Well, first thing we have to say is anything they're considering will pale in comparison to what this border bill would have accomplished because they won't have the funding to carry it out. Right now, we're still waiting for details. This is something in the early phases, but they're exploring their options. One thing they could do is expand on a program they already have for families where the head of the household is on an ankle monitor. They have to check in regularly, and they're put on a path for expedited removal. That means that they don't qualify to be here. They could be deported more quickly. That's something they're already doing in a number of cities. They could expand that. They could expand that beyond that group of families. That's one thing that they could be looking at right now. We're not getting into the details because they're all still being fleshed out. But in short, even if you do have a program that would deter migration when people are coming across the southern border, if you raise the bar on asylum, if you try to deport more people living in the interior, all of that requires manpower. It requires people to process the immigrants, decide whether or not they can stay. It requires agents to actually go out and do the arresting. It requires planes to fly people back. And they're running short on cash and manpower, Joe.
So, Julia, I mean, the president has not been shy about his frustrations with congressional Republicans. What's the White House saying now about this new plan some officials are calling Plan B, which is basically Ukraine funding without border security?
Yeah, we had a statement from the White House last night when we were putting out this reporting where, they basically say that anything short of what they are asking Congress to do will not suffice. And I think that's to go ahead and lay out a marker that they aren't expecting a silver bullet here. What they want was this bill. But now that it's done, we're hearing that they are obviously looking at other options. What we were told by sources is they absolutely cannot sit by and do nothing, but they don't want to be graded against the accomplishments that bill would have provided. In other words, if they roll something out and the numbers remain high at the southern border and you continue to see cities like New York, Chicago, and Denver be overwhelmed, they don't want someone to come along and say, well, I guess what they did didn't work.
So, Julia, it seems unlikely we're going to see any movement on the border from Congress before the elections this November. What's the possible timeline here for this decision on possible executive actions?
So it depends on exactly what route they go. Right now, we know that it's still in a discussion and drafting phase. So first they have to get through that. If they do something like a regulation they have to publish in the Federal Register, that could be months. They would have to get public comment, but oftentimes those will carry more weight. But an executive action could be something where the president simply puts out a memo instructing ICE to do something in a certain way. It could even be a memo that would come from Secretary Mayorkas at Homeland Security himself. So it depends on what path they take. They could try to do something more immediate, but really anything a president does on immigration can be unwound by future administrations. And we've seen that time and time again.
All right, Julia Ainsley, thank you so much. The U.S. military has carried out another strike in the Middle East. American forces are continuing to retaliate against Iran-aligned militias after 3 U.S. soldiers were killed in a drone attack nearly 2 weeks ago. U.S. Central Command says in a drone strike in Baghdad, it killed a senior commander of the group, Kataib Hezbollah. He was in a vehicle along with 2 others, and all 3 were killed. NBC's chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us from Washington. Peter, walk us through what we know about this U.S. strike and this senior leader who was killed.
Yeah, Joe, this is significant. It is the first precision strike by the United States against a high-value target inside of Baghdad, Iraq. As you noted in the setup to this conversation, this individual is believed by the U.S. to be one of the senior commanders of, as you note, Kataib Hezbollah, which is not the Hezbollah group you know in Lebanon, but it is an Iranian-backed militia group that the U.S. says is responsible for many of those attacks on U.S. targets across the Middle East in the course of the last several months. Dating back to October at the start of the Israel-Hamas war, there have been more than 166 strikes on U.S. targets, including forces across that region, including one just a couple of weeks ago that killed 3 American service members. And the U.S. has been more forceful in its response here. The strike was dramatic. It incinerated a vehicle that this commander was inside, as well as 2 other individuals. At the time, it didn't appear that any other cars in the area were impacted by it. You can see some of the pictures there. Iran was, of course, not notified of it. Iraq also wasn't notified of it. And one of the leaders of the armed services there, a spokesperson, has expressed real concerns about the way the U.S. is conducting this retaliation, saying, among other things, quote, that it threatens civil peace violates Iraqi sovereignty and risks the lives of our people. He added that it pushes the Iraqi government to end the mission of this U.S.-led coalition, which has become a factor of instability for Iraq and threatens to drag Iraq into the circle of conflict. Again, that is the condemnation from the Iraqi leadership right now to the U.S. strikes there. For his part, President Biden has said this is part of what will be a continuing effort to target those responsible for attacking American forces in the region, Joe.
Yeah, so Peter, I guess that's the question. Are more strikes planned? Do we have an idea how long this campaign could last?
Well, we can't say for sure how long it's going to last, but it's clear it's going to be more than days. We're now already in at least the second week here of these American strikes, and there really is sort of a dual effort that we are witnessing here, Joe. Right on the one hand, you have the American forces across that region trying to target those who are believed to be responsible for those attacks on installations that house U.S. forces across the region, specifically in places like Iraq and Syria. And then on the other hand, as we've been reporting over the course of the last several weeks, there is an effort by this administration to crack down on the Iranian-backed Houthi militants, Houthi rebels who are from Yemen, who have been targeting commercial ships, including American commercial ships, in the Red Sea right now. The concern there is the impact that could have on commercial shipping. It could create some real supply chain disruptions. So the U.S. is juggling not just what's going on between Israel and Hamas right now, but also what's going on throughout the wider region, while the president, Joe, has made very clear that he is doing everything in his power, he says, to avoid this from escalating into a wider war, something he says he does not want to see happen.
All right, Peter, good to see you this morning. Thanks for joining us. Let's talk more about that. Secretary of State Antony Blinken wrapped up his visit to the Middle East yesterday without a ceasefire. He was unable to push forward negotiations that would have secured the release of hostages from Gaza. Yesterday, Blinken sat down with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to discuss a range of topics, including aid to Gaza and the ceasefire proposal introduced by Hamas. That counter proposal included a pathway to return displaced Gazans to their homes and a 3-year plan to rebuild Gaza, which leaves Hamas in charge of the enclave. Dashing any hopes for a deal anytime soon, Netanyahu called the plan delusional during a press briefing yesterday. But Blinken says there is still room for negotiations moving forward.
While there are some clear non-starters in Hamas's response, we do think it creates space for agreement to be reached. And we will work at that relentlessly until we get there.
NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from Tel Aviv with the latest on these negotiations. Matt, good morning. So walk us through Blinken's meeting with both Palestinian and Israeli leaders yesterday. And what are you hearing from Hamas leaders about this deal?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds as though Blinken had meetings where he discussed all of this, especially these hostage negotiations, but it's looking like he's leaving and he's going home empty-handed. This was the big win for this trip, and according to Israeli leaders, this was the reason why he came, in order to secure this deal that, if you remember, was hashed out with American help. The head of the CIA, actually, who was in Paris a week and a half ago, meeting with his counterparts from the Middle East, trying to get to a deal that now Hamas has rejected and Israel has rejected. So this is not really going to go very well. It could take weeks or months for another negotiated deal. But the people of Gaza and the hostages don't really have that kind of time. When I spoke with a Hamas official yesterday, he said that he wasn't really expecting that the Israelis were going to accede to the deal that they presented as their counteroffer. He thinks the Israeli objective in the Gaza Strip is to displace all of the Palestinian people there and to take it over. And he said this is according to what he's heard, what we've all heard from right-wing cabinet ministers. But Benjamin Netanyahu himself has denied that that is the objective. But you can see the depth of the enmity and bad blood between these both sides. It just makes negotiations really difficult to move forward.
So, Matt, yesterday, I mean, we actually heard from a group of former hostages who were released from Gaza. They held a news conference following Netanyahu's briefing. What are they saying, and how is the prime minister's dismissal of Hamas's counter proposal just being received in Israel right now?
Yeah, well, the prime minister is on the sharp edge of these hostages' families and the former hostages' anger. They blame the prime minister personally for continuing the war. And I got to tell you, for some context here, in terms of the politics, it increasingly looks like, and a lot of Israelis and a lot of Israeli leaders feel, that the two goals of this war are in complete, object to each other. They're totally opposites. They're working at odds. One objective is to destroy Hamas. One objective is to free the hostages. A lot of folks here believe they just don't they can't accomplish both. And so that's why these hostages, former hostages and family members of hostages, they held this tearful meeting where they said time is running out. If these hostages aren't freed, if the war doesn't stop and Hamas's demands aren't met, then there might not be any hostages left alive to save. And indeed, we heard that just a couple of days ago from the New York Times. They broke the story from the Israelis saying that they believe that about a fifth of the hostages are believed to have died ever since October 7th. Some of them from the wounds they incurred on October 7th, others from Israeli attacks. And it's important to note here that the Israeli incursion into the Gaza Strip has killed more than 27,000 Palestinians. It has only freed one hostage. All of the hostages that have been freed have been done through negotiations like the ones that are failing right now.
All right, Matt Bradley in Tel Aviv. Matt, thank you so much. On the West Coast, millions of Americans still under flood watches. Let's get a check on your morning news now weather with meteorologist Angie Lastman. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. We're starting to see some of those expire across portions of California, and we've got most of that rain working out, and we'll see some drier conditions for folks cleaning up there. We've got some rain that we're tracking across parts of the upper Midwest and some snow out west on those mountain ranges there. Let's start with the winter alerts out west. We've got the winter storm warnings and the winter weather advisories in effect for a good chunk of the country. As this system starts to work its way east, we'll pick up some additional snow across parts of the Rockies, and not to mention the northern plains as well. We'll see some of that rain working through the day today, and then we really start to ramp up our rain chances as we get into the weekend. Here's a look at tomorrow. It's mainly the rain that we're focusing from the Tennessee Valley out towards the Carolinas. We'll see some quieter conditions take shape across the Midwest as that snow tapers off, but then we start to see our rain chances ramping up once again as we get into Saturday. Here's a look at the southeast. This is the spot that we're going to watch for some of that impactful rain, not to mention beneficial, but of course this may impact some of those Saturday plans that you have across this region. It'll stick with us for at least your Saturday and move through by Sunday. Here's a look at the snowfall forecast as we get through at least the end of the work week. We could pick up another 6 to 8 inches in some of those higher elevations with some of those higher amounts. So ski resorts happy about that, but travel will still be difficult on those mountain roads. As far as the rainfall is concerned, you know, 1 inch to 2 inches up to 3 inches across a good section of the southeast here from Friday through Sunday. This is your weekend kind of bullseye for the rain. So we'll watch for some localized flooding concerns, and then we turn our attention to this system moving from the southeast into the northeast. It's going to gain a little bit of strength as it moves across parts of the lower Mississippi, so we will start to see some of these stronger storms developing as we get into Sunday for places like Texas, Louisiana, right along that Gulf Coast. We'll watch for that to impact your Sunday, and then notice as we get into Monday, the storm lifts a little farther to the north. It'll encounter some cooler air, so we will see places like the interior northeast and parts of New England picking up some additional snowfall. Right now, too hard to tell exactly what those accumulations will look like, but we could see some light to moderate snow. At least that's what it looks like right now. Otherwise, plenty of rain in the picture for folks along the I-95 corridor. It'll mostly be a rain event, and especially as we get back into our next work week. But the good news is by Tuesday, all of that's out of the picture. But you know what happens with that, Joe? That cooler wind comes in behind it, and all the warm temperatures we're expecting in that region over the next couple of days, it'll be replaced with some chillier conditions.
Spring will be over, is what you're saying.
Yeah, the taste of spring that we're getting.
That's a good way to put it. All right. Thanks, Angie. Appreciate it. Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, sticker shock in Sin City. Football fans flocking to Vegas ahead of Super Bowl Sunday. But watching the big game comes with a big price tag. We're going to add up the costs. Up first, developing news. Several people are missing following a house fire and a shooting that injured 2 police officers in Pennsylvania. We'll be right back.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We are following a developing story this morning out of Pennsylvania. At least 6 people, including kids, are missing after a house fire and shooting that injured 2 police officers. It happened yesterday in East Lansdowne, just outside of Philadelphia. Police were responding to a report of an 11-year-old girl being shot. When they arrived on the scene, a gunman inside a home opened fire, shooting both officers. The home caught fire a short time later while the gunman was inside. Investigators say at least 6 to 8 people living in that home are currently unaccounted for. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from East Lansdowne with the latest. So, George, do police have any idea where these people are, and how do they investigate this crime scene after that massive fire?
Yeah, good morning, Joe. First things first, that raging inferno now under control. Those firefighters unable to knock it down yesterday afternoon because there were those concerns about an active shooter. Now, this morning, officials are actually gearing up to go inside the home to begin that search for the shooter or shooters and those unaccounted family members.
Our fears are maybe multiple people inside that home who have died. We don't know yet whether or not we can confirm or deny that until we get inside and methodically go through the debris that house is now.
Yeah, Joe, and we're also expecting a further update from officials this morning. Once those investigators are actually able to get inside the home, we actually got a pretty good glimpse of it from the other side. It is a complete shell of what it was, and you can imagine other people around this raging fire are also now displaced. Now, those 2 officers that were shot, we're told they're veterans of the force, and they are expected to make a full recovery. Meanwhile, people here in this community, of course, shocked. They are waiting for answers, especially when you know that there might be some children that are still unaccounted for. Officials hoping to provide us an update and provide further details on what could be a very grim discovery here this morning, Joe.
Yeah, George, I mean, I understand the entire block was evacuated yesterday. Have people been able to return to their homes? And what else are you hearing from those who live in the neighborhood about all this?
Yeah, Joe, there are still some road closures in the area, but people that live here in the immediate area are able to return home. And we're starting to see people sort of trickle in here to begin looking at some of the damage, some of the debris here. And of course, they are concerned, many of them not really providing a whole lot of insight into who may have lived there. We are hearing anecdotally that it seems that a lot of people were living at this home. So we are digging through that as part of this investigation. And again, investigators hoping to provide a bit more context because, again, at this point, they're saying that whoever the shooter or shooters may have been, looks like they retreated inside of the home during that massive, massive fire that burned here for hours. And as you mentioned, folks here were displaced for a few hours. So many of them eager for answers, Joe.
All right, George, we know you'll stay on this. Thank you so much. Now to that desperate search in the mountains east of San Diego after a missing Marine helicopter was found, but not its crew. Officials say 5 Marines were on board when it vanished from radar. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has the latest.
The urgent search for 5 missing Marines, their helicopter disappearing in a remote area of San Diego County during a routine training flight.
Our crews are out in this rugged terrain. It's slippery, it's muddy out, we have snow.
Military officials confirming the missing helo was located this morning. Now, a rescue effort for the 5 on board. All were assigned to the 3rd Marine Aircraft Wing. They were flying a CH-53E Super Stallion helicopter like this one. In a statement, the Marines say the crew departed from Creech Air Force Base near Las Vegas Tuesday night, heading to Marine Corps Air Station Miramar in San Diego County. Super Stallion is primarily used for transporting heavy equipment. It was last detected around 11:30 p.m. Tuesday, according to CAL FIRE, 50 miles east of its destination. Once the aircraft was reported overdue, search and rescue teams were dispatched.
They had to go on foot to search the area of the coordinates of the last known location of that helicopter.
Conditions near the crash were a mix of rain and heavy snow. It's unclear if the severe weather was a factor in the crash.
Our thanks to Dana Griffin for that report. Officials say this remains a search and rescue mission. We do know that this same type of helicopter was involved in a crash just over 5 years ago during another training mission in California. In that case, 4 Marines were killed. Coming up, a historic Hawaii neighborhood reduced to rubble. An NBC News investigation 6 months after the devastating Maui fires on the area now known as Ground Zero for the tragedy when we return. Plus, hospitals overcrowded and overwhelmed, but a new program could offer some relief in the emergency room. We're going to explain next on Morning News Now.
Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission.
What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Welcome back. It has been 6 months since devastating wildfires tore through the Maui town of Lahaina. Now, an NBC News investigation into what went wrong reveals at least 43 of the fire's 100 victims lived in one small neighborhood, trapped with no way out. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson reports.
You look and, you see that house on fire, that house on fire.
Above the ruined remnants of Lahaina, Anthony Steele remembers those awful August flames.
This was gridlock, this Lahaina Road.
And for so many, the narrow escape.
You need to go, bro. Yeah, go, go, go.
The lifelong Maui resident lost 3 family-owned properties, his job, and the only place he's ever called home on August 8th. Steele says he's lucky he has his life. Many of his closest neighbors died that day, including his tenant and close family friend, Bernie Portabes.
Do you remember the last thing he said to me? I'll drive you wherever we gotta go. He just told me that he's gonna stay a bit longer. It's very hard. Something I gotta live with,
An NBC News investigation discovered Portabes and at least 42 others who died in the Maui wildfires all lived in the same small neighborhood within Lahaina, a neighborhood of narrow streets and tight turns.
You couldn't get a fire truck through my neighborhood, not on those sharp turns with everybody parking all horribly,
Satellite photos taken after the smoke cleared revealed a deadly bottleneck after a downed tree blocked one of the few ways out.
We just can't get out. There's no way out.
Yes. Okay, they're working on the fire. All I can tell you is to get out of that area.
The area, called Kahua Camp, was the remnant of once temporary housing built for workers growing sugarcane.
The home's average size originally were only like 500 square feet.
Crystal Smythe grew up in Kahua Camp and says as families grew, so did the homes, and the neighborhood got more congested.
It was already a one-lane road. They started parking on the streets because the homes were adding second stories. Some were adding cottages in the back. So it became more and more dangerous that way.
NBC News spoke to more than 30 people, including current and former residents of Cahuilla Camp, to understand why it came to account for so many of the fire's fatalities. For years, residents say they complained about access issues, cars and boats blocking the streets, some fearing they may one day face the unthinkable.
We're trapped right now. We're trapped.
Then they did. Maui County officials declined to comment on the neighborhood's long-running congestion and access problems, though a spokesperson for the police department confirmed a dispatcher notified officers of a downed tree in the area, but said officers were busy elsewhere and it was not addressed.
What does this kind of loss do to a community like this? It's definitely wounded. You are never, ever going to be the same. Lahaina will never be the same. I know that for a fact.
He does hope it can be safer one day when he rebuilds.
We just want to go home. We can't go home, though.
Our thanks to Steve Patterson for that report. Now to an ongoing issue facing hospitals across the country. It's called boarding. So what does that mean? Well, boarding happens when patients go to the emergency room and are held there for hours, in some cases waiting up to 24 hours before they're seen. But now a new program may offer a better solution that starts at home. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson explains.
A new heart gave Marissa Long new life 8 years ago and plenty of experience in the ER, but stays in hospital hallways for 48 and then 72 hours for rejection issues last winter were frightening.
I'm immunocompromised, so I could catch something in there and make things worse.
Disturbing for the 30-year-old and her dad, Michael.
We go in thinking that we're moving to a room or some level of standard of care for a transplant patient in trouble, and literally we get stuck in the ER.
It's not just in Los Angeles where they live. In a recent national survey, 97% of emergency room doctors reported waiting times of more than 24 hours for a hospital bed. Now a potential solution, hospital at home programs.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, ma'am?
I'm doing well, Manny.
Like this one run by Atrium Health in North Carolina.
Let me listen to your lungs here really quick. Sit up for me. Again. Excellent.
Typically, 80-year-old Florence Sparks would be hospitalized for congestive heart failure, but instead, she's at home.
I'm getting better care here.
How is it better?
Well, I think they're more attentive. They're not rushed to see another patient. They give you their undivided attention like Manny just did.
Manny Mills, a community paramedic, visits twice a day. Sparks sees a doctor over a provided iPad once a day.
I think I'm going up on the LASIK.
Oh, the LASIK, okay.
Going to twice a day on it.
And a nurse twice. They can also provide ready-made meals. Care that's more comfortable for patients and more informative for caregivers, says Mills.
You really get a 360 view of a patient's life.
Absolutely. We get to see their environment. We get to see what they eat, what they drink.
And that enables you to deliver better care?
1,000%. Mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and of course, medically.
In the garage where hospital at home paramedics load up, Colleen Hole, who heads the program, says it's treating as many as 60 people a day at home, reducing costs up to 25% and resulting in fewer readmissions for some 150 diagnoses.
We've got cancer, post-op surgical, women's health.
Is this the future of healthcare?
Absolutely is. We will always need hospitals. This provides, I believe, ultimately at a lower cost, a place for patients to heal in their own space.
Achieving better outcomes, she says.
I'm going to come see you this afternoon, okay?
Look forward to it.
For everyone involved. Ann Thompson, NBC News, Charlotte.
Coming up, Super Bowl splurge. Football fans forced to pay big bucks for the big game. When we come back, we're going to take you to Las Vegas, where some visitors are complaining about the high roller costs. This is Morning News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. Let's get to some financial headlines. It looks like Disney is investing some big money in the future of its streaming service. CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and other money news. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. You know, ahead of Disney's earnings yesterday, we thought it was all going to be about that ESPN deal with Fox and Warner. Well, there was so much more. Fortnite, football, and of course, Taylor Swift, because she's involved in everything. Disney is laying out a vision to boost its fortunes, pushing further into American pop culture, which includes a deal to invest $1.5 billion in Epic Games, which is the maker of Fortnite, expanding the licensing of characters from Disney franchises like Marvel, Star Wars, Pixar, and Avatar. Disney's also going to stream an exclusive cut of Taylor Swift's Eras Tour concert movie on Disney Plus starting on March 15th. And former Alabama football coach Nick Saban will join ESPN as an analyst on College Game Day and the NFL Draft. A lot going on there. Meantime, Disney Plus wants to stay friends with Percy Jackson. The streaming service is renewing Percy Jackson and the Olympians for a second season. Disney announcing the pickup during its quarterly earnings call. There was a lot to talk about yesterday. The first season of that show had a solid start when it debuted in late December, with Disney Plus reporting more than 13 million views worldwide over the first week of the first episode. It was the biggest launch for a Disney Plus series not associated with Marvel or Star Wars. In other news, need a little help finding Cupid's arrow this Valentine's Day? Open Table has recommendations on the most romantic restaurants around the country, releasing its annual Top 100 list. It analyzes customer reviews and other metrics, including the number of times a restaurant is tagged as romantic. California apparently has the most places on the list with 12, followed by Florida with 7. About 70% of diners say they plan to shell out more on Valentine's Day meals this year than they did last year. But I think anytime you go out these days, you spend more. It's just a higher cost.
It is
now.
a given. I wonder, like, when people say romantic, is it just like candlelight? Is that basically what does it, or if there's some other factors involved there?
I think sometimes like a view. I think of some restaurants I've been to in California where you just have an amazing view of the ocean, and you know, it's just lovely to sit there and gaze into one another's eyes, but then also look at that view.
There you go. Yeah, of course, there's the company too. That plays an important role. All right, Bertha, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Excitement is building for Super Bowl 58, where the 49ers will take on the Chiefs Sunday in Las Vegas. Fans are already flocking to Sin City to take in all the action, but it's not going to be cheap. This is shaping up to be one of the most expensive and lavish Super Bowls in history. Our Kaylee Hartung joins us now from Las Vegas with more on all the opulent details. Kaylee, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. All week I've been here telling you that the party was already rolling in Las Vegas, but just like Usher, I have a confession. I need to recalibrate for you. I am going to say at Monday, this city was at a 4, now it's at an 8, and with the opening of the Super Bowl experience right here, it's becoming even more clear that by Sunday, this place is going to be off the charts.
Let's go Niners! Super Bowl excitement is surging in Sin City. Football fans from all over the country getting in on the action at the Super Bowl experience as they test their skills and run some drills.
Do you have a touchdown dance for me? Oh, look at her go!
All week, the clash between the 49ers and the Chiefs has lit up Vegas. Now, with just 3 days until kickoff, ticket sales are spiking. The price for a single-seat at Allegiant Stadium averaging nearly $9,000.
Are you going to the game?
We can't afford it.
Neither can I.
And no one does luxury like Las Vegas.
Welcome to one of our luxury suites.
There they are, ladies. This is the seat I would like to have.
This is how high rollers will watch Super Bowl 58 in style. 146 private suites, some going for more than $1 million. That hefty price tag even giving fan favorite Mama Kelsey some sticker shock when she joined the Today team.
I have a feeling I'm not in the box. I have a feeling I'm in the stands.
For those who can score a box seat, you'll have prime views of the action, unlimited drinks, and a menu fit for a Super Bowl champion.
What can ticket holders get here that you can't get anywhere else?
So you're getting lobster, you're getting steak, you're getting sushi. It's just over the top.
Because that's what Vegas does best.
Of course.
But even those who won't be one of the lucky 60,000 inside Allegiant Stadium on game day are getting ready for it. Swifties gearing up for themed Super Bowl parties and prop bets inspired by the pop star. The sports betting website BetOnline has 89 Swift-related wagers, including how many seconds will Swift be shown on TV, and will boyfriend Travis Kelce propose post-game? A question the tight ends skillfully dodged on Wednesday.
Who's getting a ring first, the Niners or Taylor?
I'm hoping I get this ring on Sunday, I know that.
In all, a record $23 billion in gambling wagers is expected this year. And fans are going all in.
What do you think the final score of this game is going to be?
Chiefs 50 and 49ers 0.
That is a true fan right there. Now, keeping with this theme of everything in Las Vegas being more extravagant, Joe, brace yourself. Usher has revealed that his halftime show is going to be 2 minutes longer than previous shows. And he's confirmed there will be special guests. We don't know who yet, but get ready for it. He's also gotten some advice from past performers, including Katy Perry. So yes, 15 minutes of hits and some surprises, Joe.
Oh my gosh, that's always one of the best parts of the halftime shows. Who is going to show up? Looking forward to that. Kaylee, thank you, appreciate it. Coming up, from the Grammy stage to a Brooklyn museum, singer Alicia Keys is sharing her love for art by putting her private collection on display. We're going to show you the new exhibit after the break. You're watching Morning News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Do you need to win your home state in order to stay in this race? Is it do or die? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. You might know Lil Jon from his hit song Turn Down for What? Well, now the rapper is turning it down for something unexpected. Meditation. Yeah, the king of crunk, known for his party jams, is releasing a new guided meditation album. He says the new project is a result of his recent focus on fitness and wellness. This comes just after another rapper, Andre 3000, released an album of ambient instrumental music last year. Lil Jon's 10-track album, Total Meditation, is set to drop a week from Friday. Do you know what other singer loves meditation? Alicia Keys, and she has a lot to celebrate these days. On Sunday night, she won her 16th Grammy. Now she's launching another major project here in New York with her husband, music producer Swizz Beatz. They've been collecting hundreds of pieces of art together for years. Now they're letting the public in on their collection. Today, anchor Hoda Kotb sat down with them at the Brooklyn Museum.
Grammy Award-winning singer Alicia Keys and her husband, Kasim Dean, better known as music producer Swizz Beatz, are unveiling something big.
You've never seen anything like this, period.
Something giant.
When you walk in the room,
what happens?
I don't know. Either just the culmination of like the vision of the Dean collection and being able to see all of the beautiful works.
For the first time, more than 100 works from the couple's private art collection called the Dean Collection are on display at the Brooklyn Museum.
This is a portion of our collection that we've been collecting for the past 20 years.
The exhibition, titled Giants, features works of nearly 40 Black artists from all over the world, much of it not only colossal in size, but also in meaning.
It's very rare you see artists of color displaying 30-foot work. So when people walk into the show, we want them to feel, you know, like we can be as giant as we want to be.
It's meant to also remind you that you belong in these spaces. You belong here. We deserve to be on all the walls of all the giant spaces. And that, I think, is maybe what just hit me in the gut just now.
There's something about this collection that is special and different. It's more than what you would see when you go to a museum and see beautiful art.
I think, one, we collect from our heart. You know, it's not transactional for us. All of the artists that's living, that's in the show, are actual friends. They come to our house, some stay at our house.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I like that. So they're friends. They're not just an artist who you admired from afar.
That's right.
I like that.
It's more of a welcome to the family.
One of those artists the Deans count as a close friend is Kehinde Wiley. In 2018, with his iconic portrait of President Barack Obama, Wiley became the first African-American artist to paint an official U.S. presidential portrait for the Smithsonian. You've been to the White House. You've been all over the world. Tell me what this meant, being asked to commission these pieces for Alicia Keys and Swizz.
You know, this was a much more personal experience. Swizz and Alicia are friends, and they believe in art deeply. Well, what they're doing is they're normalizing a love affair with art.
The Deans are also spotlighting emerging artists like Qualisha Wood.
This piece, Genesis, is a jacquard weaving.
Just a few years ago, Wood got a life-changing phone call. So you were in Cheesecake Factory.
Yes.
You heard that Swizz Beatz liked your art.
I screamed.
So you screamed.
I think it just felt like the I arrived moment, you know?
At the heart of the Deans collection is the couple's shared passion for collecting, supporting, and building community among artists, especially artists of color. This just looks like fun.
I know.
Can we just have fun over here?
I'm not gonna lie, we missed this. This one was in the house.
And it's something they hope to pass on to their two boys, Egypt and Genesis. I was just thinking, most kids on the wall have like either posters or pictures of themselves. You're like, no, we're gonna put up art for our kids to admire. What were you hoping to teach your children through putting art on the walls?
I don't think our kids know who's on the wall. Right? You know, because it's not a forced thing. You know, like, them seeing this show, they're gonna naturally wanna dig deeper.
Now, with some of their most treasured pieces on display, the couple hopes to make a lasting impact on the art world for their own kids and for future generations to come. Look what you've created, what you've built, what you've done. We get one ride around the sun. That's it.
I agree with that.
And look how you're spending yours.
Wow.
This is something.
When you're a little kid and you have all these dreams in your head, you don't even know what's even possible. And hopefully this being a way for all of us to discover what's possible, that we can build and create at the largest scales is a reminder, because there's times in your life where you don't feel that's possible. And so to see it happen you know it can happen for anybody.
Our thanks to Hoda for that report. Giants, art from the Dean collection of Swizz Beatz and Alicia Keys, is open to the public starting Saturday at the Brooklyn Museum. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but stay with us. The news continues right now. Good Thursday morning. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, Supreme Court showdown. This morning, former President Trump's efforts to get his name back in White House contention in Colorado, it heads to the Supreme Court. The landmark legal back and forth over Mr. Trump and January 6th that could shake up November's election. In the Middle East, America's retaliatory strikes against Iran-backed militants continues. The top commander linked to attacks on U.S. troops is killed in a drone strike in Baghdad. It comes as Secretary of State Antony Blinken pushes forward with ceasefire talks, meeting with both Israel's prime minister and the Palestinian president. We're on the ground with the latest as Hamas proposes its own post-war plans. Also this hour, we're digging into a landmark new study on being transgender in the U.S., how the overwhelming majority of trans Americans say they feel after transitioning. Plus, it was a communication craze that revolutionized the way we talk to each other. But now in 2024, it seems as though the humble old-school landline is singing its swan song, but some die-hard dial-tone nostalgics aren't ready to drop the call just yet. Good to have you with us. We begin this hour with a landmark case making its way to the Supreme Court today. The justices will hear arguments about a Colorado ruling that excludes former President Trump from the state's March primary ballot, citing the 14th Amendment, a decision Trump has now appealed to the High Court. The Colorado Supreme Court said his role in the January 6th insurrection makes him ineligible to hold office. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has a preview of today's hearing.
Good morning. For a long time, this case was viewed as something of a legal long shot, really just an academic exercise, all until the Colorado decision changed everything. And now that the High Court has agreed to hear this case, the ultimate decision is far from certain. This morning, a legal case that could rock the race for the White House, now in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. Former President Donald Trump hoping to reverse an unprecedented decision. Colorado going where no state had gone before, disqualifying the Republican frontrunner from the primary ballot this year, all because of his actions in the last election.
We fight like hell.
In a 4-3 decision, the Colorado Supreme Court finding Mr. Trump ineligible to run for president under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which disqualifies any officer of the United States who takes an oath to support the Constitution and then engages in insurrection from holding public office again. Krista Kafer is a conservative columnist who voted for Mr. Trump in 2020, but now one of the 6 voters serving as plaintiffs in Colorado.
For someone who might look at this and say, Krista, why don't I just let the voters decide? What do you say to that?
Former President Trump didn't want to let the voters decide, right? He tried to disenfranchise 80 million Americans that had voted for Biden.
Mr. Trump's lawyers argue the 14th Amendment's disqualification clause shouldn't apply to him at all, predicting, quote, chaos and bedlam if the High Court doesn't rule in his favor.
I really believe they're going to leave the people to vote.
Colorado and Maine, outliers among the majority of states that rejected or dodged the wave of lawsuits to kick Mr. Trump off the ballot in recent months. A new poll finding Americans divided on the issue, with 41% supporting the efforts to disqualify the former president, 36% opposed to it. While on paper this case is just about Colorado, the ultimate end result from the U.S. Supreme Court likely to apply to all 50 states. Back to you.
All right, Laura, thank you so much. For more on today's hearing, we're joined by NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Senadella. Good to have you with us. So a couple arguments we're dissecting here. Let's start with this insurrection clause, which says basically it applies to people who served as, quote, officers of the United States. Trump's lawyers are arguing that doesn't even include the president. Talk about the arguments here.
Yes, so that is a very specific textual argument. And in that clause, it labels certain other offices, and then it says, and any other office, and it doesn't explicitly include the presidency. So we have Trump's team here saying if the founding fathers, when they made this amendment, wanted to, it's not the founding fathers, sorry, this happened around Civil War, if those people wanted to include this, the presidency, they would have explicitly labeled it. And the fact that it doesn't include it means that he should be qualified to run for president. Then on the other side, though, we have Colorado saying, obviously, any public office includes the presidency.
The other question here is whether Trump even engaged in an insurrection, and that's going to be one of the arguments here, whether he did or didn't, right?
Yes, exactly. So that, I think, is going to be the heart of it. We have these Colorado justices who decided quite obviously he engaged in insurrection, and they outlined the steps he took, and they believe it qualifies. But then we have Trump's team saying that in spite of all of these legal troubles that he is embroiled in, not one prosecutor has dared to charge him with insurrection, which means that it's a high bar to clear. So how dare the Supreme Court then kick him off the ballot without anybody, any jury of his peers, determining that he had committed insurrection?
So there are a lot of possibilities here for the Supreme Court. Lay out what they could choose to do here.
Yes, so I actually think big picture, though, they're going to look at voter disenfranchisement, which is what Trump's team is going to hammer down. And then on the other side, states' right. If Colorado should have the right to do this themselves, if the Supreme Court cannot definitively say that the Constitution is being violated here. So the options are it goes back to the states, and each state can decide themselves whether or not he's going to be kicked off the ballot. Or the Supreme Court says under no circumstance may President Trump be kicked off the ballot. Or then, of course, they can always have wiggle room and say, maybe not now, maybe it's about holding office, running for office. So it remains to be seen.
All right, lots of possibilities. Quite the year we're having here. Angela Sinadella, thanks for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. This morning, Iraq is condemning the United States, saying America violated its sovereignty. This after the U.S. carried out a drone strike in Baghdad yesterday. The U.S. military says that it killed a senior commander of the Iran-aligned group that it blames for the drone attack that killed 3 U.S. soldiers in Jordan more than a week ago. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from northern Iraq with the latest. Keir, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. This is the first precision strike against a high-value target here in Iraq since those U.S. service members were killed. A U.S. government official telling NBC News that Iraq was only informed of the strike after it had happened. It comes as the U.S., frankly, battles to try to reach a diplomatic solution to the war between Hamas and Israel. This morning, new details emerging of a deadly U.S. strike inside Baghdad. A precision drone incinerating a vehicle, killing 3. An assassination so targeted, cars close by appear undamaged. Among those killed, Abu Bakr al-Saadi, one of the leaders of an Iranian-backed militia accused of a drone attack on a U.S. base that left 3 servicemen and women dead. President Biden ordering the strike early last week, a U.S. official telling NBC News. Last night, the official says the opportunity presented itself. U.S. Central Command saying in a statement, U.S. forces conducted a unilateral strike in Iraq in response to the attacks on U.S. service members. But in the aftermath, a furious crowd chanting no to America, no to Israel. While the militia targeted last night, vowing revenge and promising more missile attacks. Kurdistan's prime minister in Iraq, a U.S. partner who helped fight ISIS, says there are still threats in the region and America must not walk away.
We have always been in the forefront of fighting terrorism. As friends, as allies, that we need to be capable enough.
You need American support for that?
We do need American support for that.
The ongoing war in Gaza escalating tensions in the region with no signs of a ceasefire. A Hamas proposal that included the release of large numbers of Palestinian prisoners, firmly rejected by Israel's prime minister, even with U.S. Secretary of State Blinken in the country.
While there are some clear non-starters in Hamas's response, we do think it creates space for agreement to be reached.
And Joe, those numbers from Gaza and Israel now, 27,708 dead in Gaza, according to the health ministry in Gaza, which Gaza, of course, is ruled by Hamas. More than 1,200 dead in Israel, 136 hostages in Gaza still, including as many as 6 U.S. citizens, Joe. Just heartbreaking.
Definitely. All right, Keir Simmons, thank you so much. Let's continue this conversation with the former editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post, Avi Meir. More on what's next in the more. Avi, thanks for joining us. So Netanyahu says there is no end to this war without a victory for Israel, went so far as to call this counter-proposal introduced by Hamas delusional. Secretary Blinken seems to find some parts of it workable. So despite Netanyahu's comments, is there a feeling that something can still be negotiated here?
Well, Joe, I think there are many Israelis, the majority even, who want there to be some kind of a hostage deal in order to bring those 136 Israelis home. There seems to be a significant difference of opinion on what would be an acceptable deal. But there actually is an agreement between Israel and the United States that there are elements of Hamas's proposal that are simply unacceptable. We understand that those negotiations are going to continue today in Cairo with the goal of reaching some kind of an agreement. But we understand that one of the particular sticking points in Hamas's proposal is the release of 500 terrorists with what we call blood on their hands. That is, people who were convicted of actively murdering Israelis. That is something that is igniting a great deal of controversy in Israel and something the prime minister himself has said that he will not allow. We'll have to see what the days in ahead store. Yeah.
So is Netanyahu running the risk of losing some degree of support from the U.S. and from other nations in the region trying to broker some sort of deal? What's his capital right now?
Look, right now, again, he's under tremendous pressure domestically to bring about the release of those hostages. There were 2 press conferences last night that got a lot of attention, his and the secretaries, but there was a third one as well. 5 of the former hostages, these women who were released by Hamas as part of one of the previous deals, spoke about the imperative of reaching an agreement as soon as possible in order to bring those hostages home. So there's a great deal, a groundswell, I would say, of support in Israel for such a deal. And he finds himself pushing back against it in order to ensure that the IDF is able to complete its mission of decimating Hamas's capability of ever carrying out a massacre like October 7th ever again. I think ultimately there will be an agreement. I don't know how long it'll take. We understand these negotiations are ongoing. We'll see what the coming days hold.
You mentioned this groundswell. We've been talking about that news conference with the former hostages. Is there a feeling that Netanyahu is impacted or listening to that groundswell right now?
I think he certainly is. I mean, the fact that he was compelled to speak about this publicly, the fact that he held up one of those iconic dog tags that many Israelis have been wearing in solidarity with the hostages and their families is an indication that he is hearing the support of so many Israelis for some kind of a hostage deal. I don't think that we'll be able to go much longer without such a deal being effectuated. Ultimately, however, much of the ball really is in Hamas's court. We have to understand these are, again, terrorists who've been convicted of heinous crimes. If they insist on their release, that will be a significant impediment for any kind of potential deal.
All right, Avi Meir, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate your time. Turn now to Pennsylvania, where officials say at least 6 people, including children, are unaccounted for after a house fire and shooting near Philadelphia that injured 2 police officers. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from East Lansdowne, Pennsylvania, with more on this. George, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Authorities able to knock down the fire. Keep in mind they were unable to do so for several hours after there was some concerns. There may have been an active shooter inside. You might be able to see behind me that authorities now here on the ground beginning to mobilize to go inside of that home to find the shooter or shooters and those unaccounted family members. This morning, at least 6 people missing and 2 police officers shot after a tragic scene in a Philadelphia suburb.
There was an 11-year-old shot inside.
Authorities say 2 officers were responding to a 911 call around 4 p.m. reporting an 11-year-old girl was shot at this house. A gunman inside then opened fire on officers.
Shots are coming from inside the house. 2 officers shot.
Shortly before, the house caught on fire, leaving at least 6 members of the family inside unaccounted for.
And then all of a sudden, I heard 6 or 7 gunshots. Caught down on the ground, I ran and took off.
2 officers were struck and were dragged out of danger, sustaining non-life-threatening injuries.
Second officer is out. Second officer is out.
During the chaotic exchange of gunfire, a fire erupted inside the home. Officials say firefighters were unable to put out the blaze because of the active shooter situation.
The police officers and the fire department who were out there were still shots coming out at the beginning of this fire scene.
Authorities say they are unable to identify the shooter or the missing residents, but say they include children.
We are aware that there are at least 6 to 8 people who are unaccounted for from that family. It is our terrible fear that they may be inside that house when it was burned. We are hopeful that that is not true.
The investigation and search for survivors continuing. And Joe, officials are expected to provide us with another update this morning once the investigators are actually able to safely get inside of that home. And those 2 officers that were wounded, we're told they were veterans of the force and are fortunately expected to make full recoveries. Joe?
That at least is good to hear, George. Thank you so much. Now for a check on our morning News Now weather. Unseasonably warm conditions continue for much of the country. Angie Lastman joins us now with the forecast. Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Spring has sprung, kind of. We've got temperatures that at least feel like it, running 10 to 30 degrees above normal for most of the country, really. We've got temperatures, potential records on deck here as we get into the afternoon hours. Saginaw, Michigan coming in at 58 for the afternoon high, blowing past a record of 55 degrees probably this afternoon. We've got Minneapolis set to break a record. Temperatures in Des Moines expected to head to the low 60s. That would break a record. And Kansas City close to it. And that's going to be kind of the story across this region, not just today, but into tomorrow, too. A look at your forecast afternoon highs for tomorrow in Toledo, 62 degrees. We've got Indianapolis set to head to 63 degrees. And even as far east as Harrisburg, we're going to be into the upper 50s. These temperatures, of course, not where we should be for this time of year, but we're going to stick around that kind of same range here for at least the next couple of days. Looking ahead to the weekend in Washington, D.C., 65 degrees on Saturday. That is the day that you're going to want to be outdoors. It'll feel really nice, more like April than February. We do drop back into those low 60s by the time Sunday rolls around, and then we kind of moderate out to where we should be by the time we get back into our next work week. And we could potentially be talking about some rain and some snow across this region by early next week. We've got 30s on tap for Sunday in Cleveland, but notice where we are on Saturday, into the mid-50s. So a bit of a temperature roller coaster ride from anywhere from Nashville to Raleigh and up through Boston over the next couple of days and into our weekend. The big picture look today, it looks like we could see some rain, some snow across portions of the upper Midwest. We've got that mountain snow happening out west. Finally, we're starting to see a little bit of a break when it comes to the rain impacting folks in Southern California. But otherwise, if you're in the southeast today, even in the middle of the country, things are quiet. You're going to see some dry skies. You'll see plenty of sunshine across that region as well. Looking ahead to your Friday, we'll keep the record heat going, as I mentioned. The showers, though, will start to peek into portions of the southeast. And this is just a taste of what's to come by the time Saturday rolls around. No surprise out west. We're still going to be dealing with that snow for your Friday as we wrap up our work week. But check out Saturday. We still have the snow happening. And as I mentioned, skiers delight. It'll be great across the Rockies. Some fresh snow for folks there. We finally see some sunshine across parts of Southern California. That's going to be really important for folks getting that cleanup underway. But it's the rain, the showers, the thunderstorms that are all on tap here for the southeast for your Saturday plans. The umbrella will be needed. We'll see some of these isolated showers, too, stretching up into portions of the interior northeast. And we keep it that way, really, as we wrap up Sunday across that region. Severe storms possible even as this system kind of gains a little bit of strength and starts to lift to the north by the time we get into our next work week. The snow will still be happening across parts of the middle of the country, specifically the southern plains and central plains, and we keep it quiet even through the weekend out west. Here's what's going on right now. We've got some of that snow that I mentioned and some of the rain across the upper Midwest. A few of those showers have finally started to taper off out into California, but we're still dealing with a little rain in the southwest and that snow across those western mountain regions. Here's some of the winter alerts that we still have in effect at this hour, and here's how that system plays out. We're going to start to see it move a little farther to the east. It takes that rain into the Midwest and into the southeast over the next couple of days. There's some of it that I mentioned that will be impactful for any Saturday plans that you may have across the lower Mississippi Valley. By the way, we need the rain there, so can't complain too much about that. Just adjust those plans as needed. You notice the snowfall forecast, anywhere from another 4 inches to 8 inches possible. We'll, of course, see some higher amounts in those higher elevations. And then when it comes to the rainfall, from Friday to Sunday, a good batch of rain working into the southeast. They need it, like I said. So from Texas all the way into the Carolinas, we could see anywhere from 1 inch to 3 inches of rain rain. It'll be a little bit of a soaker for you to finish out your weekend. And of course, the Super Bowl, any Super Bowl plans you may have on Sunday, that could be impacted by that. As we get through Sunday and into Monday, that's when the system starts to lift to the north, and it'll encounter a little bit of cooler air on the backside of it, and that means that we could see the potential for some light to moderate snow happening across portions of New England. It'll be more of a rain event for folks anywhere along the I-95 corridor. Closer to the coast, I think, is where we'll see that better chance for the rain versus the snow. But of course, people are not going to give up winter just yet.
How exciting! Snow someplace?
Yeah, you know, I don't know if it'll be a whole lot, but the interior Northeast could get a good batch.
Hopefully they enjoy that. All right, Angie, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We've got much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the latest from Capitol Hill on that now stalled border bill that's now got lawmakers searching for answers after some Republicans tanked a bipartisan package. Plus, some breaking news this morning. Those 5 Marines who were reported missing after their helicopter crashed in Southern California are now confirmed dead. We've got the latest on that in a live report up next.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. Senate Republicans have now officially blocked that bipartisan bill that was supposed to beef up security at the southern border. The shocking reversal put an end to 4 months of negotiations across the aisle. Now Democrats are pushing forward with a supplemental package that would include aid to Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan. With the Senate set to go on a 2-week recess, it's safe to say the Capitol is in a bit of disarray right now. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with the latest on all that. Ryan, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. I think disarray is the correct word, and there is a long to-do list on Capitol Hill, and Congress really isn't making much progress. The dysfunction is a byproduct of Republicans unwilling to bend on key issues. It led to the breakdown in negotiations around the border, and right now, there is no end in sight. The chaos on Capitol Hill is showing no signs of slowing down.
We've struggled. People know.
Less than 24 hours after Republicans effectively killed a bipartisan deal to address the border crisis and provide aid to Ukraine and Israel, the Senate's attempt at a new push to provide the aid without the controversial border provisions is stalled, leaving Congress searching for answers as to what could break the impasse.
You think House Republicans are as interested in bipartisanship at this point?
Well, what they're going to have to do is show their ability to govern, right?
Republicans were under massive outside pressure, including from former President Trump to kill the border deal. Lead negotiator and staunch conservative James Lankford speaking out yesterday.
I had a popular commentator that told me flat out, if you try to move a bill that solves the border crisis during this presidential year, I will do whatever I can to destroy you. Because I do not want you to solve this during the presidential election.
Some in the GOP saying now is the time to focus.
And no, we're not going to just pass the buck and say that, oh, any president could walk in and secure the border. I saw former President Trump make that allegation earlier today. Well, with all due respect, that didn't happen in 2017, 18, 19, and 20.
House Republicans remain entrenched in their all-or-nothing position.
Most of my voters would love to see this place shut down because they don't think it works for them.
The Speaker promising things will get better.
We're governing here. Sometimes it's messy.
As the crisis in places like Eagle Pass, Texas, continues.
I'm hoping that the federal government will cut a deal and completely stop this madness.
But for now, there's no path toward providing assistance. And the hope of Capitol Hill being the source of relief is dwindling. Now, the Senate does plan to take another crack at moving that foreign aid package without the border provisions forward this morning. But even if it passes the Senate, there are no guarantees in the House, where Speaker Johnson has already warned he may not be willing to even bring the package to the floor for a vote. Joe.
All right, Ryan, thank you so much. Now to new developments this morning out of California. Military officials have just confirmed that 5 missing Marines were killed in a helicopter crash outside of San Diego. The helicopter went missing Tuesday night during a routine training flight. It was found in a remote area covered in snow, making it hard to access. Joining us now is NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin. Dana, good morning. I know this is a breaking situation. Just tell us what we're learning right now about this crash.
Yeah, Joe, just obviously the worst news that has just come out. The military, the Marines here, confirming via email that all 5 members of that CH-53 helicopter have been found dead. They have not said when they found them. We know that they found that aircraft yesterday morning, and we were told that they had been searching all night. In this email, there's a statement from Major General Michael Borgschult, the commanding general of the Marine Air Station Wing here in Miramar. He says these pilots and crew members were serving a calling greater than self, and we're proud to do so. We will forever be grateful for their call to duty and selfless service. To the families of our fallen Marines, we send our deepest condolences and commit to ensuring your support and care during this incredibly difficult time. So obviously a lot of questions. What went wrong? That will likely be the focus, the investigation. But right now, the military is trying to inform next of kin, and their policy is to wait at least 24 hours until all family members, or at least a member next to kin, has been notified for all 5 deceased members. So just very tragic news hitting us this morning. Joe?
Certainly, Dana. This was, of course, a bit of a mystery for the past day when we heard that this helicopter first went missing. Take us back in time into what happened and anything we're learning, perhaps, about how it crashed or what that investigation will hold.
Yeah, so this helicopter left Creech Air Force Base in Nevada, north of Las Vegas, heading here to San Diego, where all 5 members are based. Sometime after 11:30, the helicopter disappeared from radar, and that's when the crew started searching. They got the coordinates. They couldn't see anything just because it was dark. There was still that winter weather that was rolling through, so it made the search difficult. They started searching at first light, and around 9 o'clock, yesterday morning, they found that airplane. They had not confirmed whether they found the Marines, but as we've learned, they have found them, and unfortunately, they are deceased. It's unclear what caused this crash, but they will likely look into weather as a potential factor because there was rain, wind, and snow in the area during that time. Joe?
Of course, the weather is something you've been covering and we've been covering for the last several days there on the West Coast. All right, Dana Griffin, thank you so much. Yeah. Let's get to some international headlines now. Polls are now closed in Pakistan after a controversial and violent election day that also shut down mobile internet service across the country. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Lederman joins us with that and other world news. Josh, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. That internet shutdown came a day after 2 bombs ripped through southwestern Pakistan, killing at least 30 people at campaign offices. Pakistan's Interior Ministry saying today that with the terror threat so high, they had to take security measures to maintain law and order on election day. But voting rights groups are calling it censorship, especially given that Pakistan's military is accused of trying to meddle in this election. Now, let's go to Haiti, where protests against Prime Minister Ariel Henry have turned deadly. A law enforcement union says a shootout erupted in Haiti's capital, with police killing 5 armed environmental protection agents who also work for the government. Now, this is not the first clash between police and environmental officers, some of whom have joined protesters who are demanding that the Prime Minister step down. And finally to France, where one man's hopes of setting a new Guinness World Record for the tallest Eiffel Tower replica made of matchsticks has just gone up in flames. It took Richard Plaud 8 years, more than 700,000 matchsticks, and 50 pounds of glue to build the 23.5-foot tall model. But the Guinness Book of World Records disqualified his entry because he didn't use commercially available matchsticks. The good news for him is Guinness says it is now reviewing that decision.
All right.
Joe?
Read the fine print, I guess, if you're going to endeavor such a project. All right, Josh, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, we've got a major new study on transgender Americans. After the break, how a majority of those surveyed say they feel after transitioning. But first, Prince William making his first public comments about his father, King Charles' cancer diagnosis. Those stories and much more coming up next.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. Prince William is speaking publicly for the first time since his father, King Charles' cancer diagnosis and his wife, Princess Kate's recent medical procedure. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has the latest from London.
It is a rainy day here at Buckingham Palace, but Kensington Palace tells NBC News that Prince William is really doing that balancing act between supporting his wife, Kate, the Princess of Wales, of course, as she continues to recover, and their 3 kids, but also these stepped-up royal duties. We saw him last night decked out for a big event right here in London, and by his side, Tom Cruise. Take a look.
For the first time since his father's cancer diagnosis, Prince William is back to work and addressing his family's health scares.
Really appreciate everyone's kind messages. Thank you.
I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you also for the kind messages of support for Catherine and for my father, especially in recent days.
Kensington Palace saying that Kate, the Princess of Wales, is still recuperating at home while William balances his return to public duties, attending a gala for London's air ambulance charity, even cracking a joke.
The past few weeks have had a rather medical focus, so I thought I'd come to an air ambulance function to get away from it all.
The event bringing in the stars, including Tom Cruise, a longtime supporter and sometimes pilot.
And Tom, if you wouldn't mind not borrowing either of the new helicopters for the next Mission Impossible, it would be appreciated.
Williams started out the day performing investitures at Windsor Castle, as brother Harry was spotted back at Heathrow Airport 24 hours after racing to his father's side.
The relationship between Charles and Harry is on the mend. Although the meeting was short, it was on medical grounds that meeting was short.
And King Charles still out in the countryside today, speaking with Prime Minister Rishi Sunak on the phone yesterday, and plans to continue his state duties, including his weekly audience with Sunak, at least for now.
Now, we're pretty used to seeing the Prince of Wales and the Princess of Wales, of course, when she's feeling better at these star-studded, glamorous events. We will start to see the Prince of Wales, though, pick up more of these day-to-day mundane events that his father does later today. Queen Camilla, who's also, of course, doing that balancing act between supporting her husband and a full program of royal duties. We will see her tonight at an event just outside of London. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Molly, thank you so much. A new survey is taking a closer look at the quality of life of transgender people living in the U.S. The National Center for Transgender Equality, one of the country's largest trans rights organizations, just released its 2022 U.S. Transgender Survey. It's the largest survey of trans people in U.S. history. More than 90,000 people found that trans people are still experiencing workplace and medical discrimination. Despite all this, the majority of those who were polled still report an improvement in life satisfaction after transitioning. NBC Out reporter Joe Yerkeba joins us now with a closer look at the survey. Joe, good to have you with us. So first of all, let's just look at the big picture. What are the main takeaways here?
Good morning, Joe. So yeah, one of the key data points found that out of these about 90,000 trans adults, the overwhelming majority of them, about 94% total, were at least a little or a lot more satisfied with life after transition. And those rates were similarly high if they received hormone treatment or gender-affirming surgery. At least 98% of trans adults said they were a little or a lot more satisfied after hormone treatment, and 97% said they were a little or a lot more satisfied after surgery. So those are really, really high rates.
So this comes with the Human Rights Campaign saying already more than 130 bills targeting transgender rights have been introduced and filed in states around the country. Talk about the impact these bills, not just this year, but in the last few years, how they're impacting the community.
Right. Well, what we've been hearing for the last few years is that it's getting people to consider moving out of their states, and a lot of them have already left. And that's what this data shows. It found that 45% of trans respondents, nearly half, have considered moving due to bills targeting trans people, and 5%, or about 4,600 people, have actually moved to another state.
The survey also touches on something that's really important here, what the trans community is experiencing at home with their families, because ultimately that probably has the biggest impact on just how they are feeling. What was the overall response, especially when it comes to trans youth? Are they feeling accepted and supported by their families?
Well, the survey found that what's happening in state houses might not actually reflect what's happening to trans people at home, because the majority of trans adults reported that their families were supportive at 67%, and 22% said they were neither supportive nor unsupportive, and just 12 said their families were unsupportive. 16 and 17-year-olds, trans youth, were a little lower. 44% said their families were supportive, and it's unclear exactly why that rate is lower. It could be because of the rhetoric we're hearing in legislatures across the country, or it could just be that their families have had less time to kind of sit with the fact that they've come out.
So the information from this survey about how people are feeling, whether they're feeling supported, it can actually be useful in the discussions we're seeing play out in state houses when it comes to transgender rights and advocacy. Talk about how that information can be useful in these discussions.
Right. So the executive director of the National Center for Transgender Equality said during a press conference that he hopes this data, with the large sample size, will be helpful to combat some of the misinformation we're hearing coming out of state legislatures. And that's specifically this persistent idea that trans people are really likely to regret their transition. And this data shows pretty overwhelmingly that that just isn't true.
All right, Joe Yerkeba, good to have you with us. Thanks for joining us today. After her Northern California hometown was devastated by wildfires, a 75-year-old grandmother decided she wanted to serve the community that meant everything to her. So she joined the ranks of her local volunteer fire department. NBC's Kathy Park has that story.
Out of the ashes of the 2018 Camp Fire, one of the deadliest and most destructive natural disasters in California's history, emerged the newest volunteer firefighter. 75-year-old Mary Jarsky.
Sometimes people will say something like, oh, I'm old. And I'm like, well, yeah, that's going to happen to all of us. But that doesn't mean that we have to quit doing the things that we enjoy doing, or, quit being challenged.
According to the Butte County Fire Department, anyone over the age of 18 who wants to help their community can join its volunteer firefighter squad. And Jarsky fit the bill. But she knew the training wasn't going to be easy.
I keep thinking, man, if I'd started when I was 30, I'd be so, just excuse the expression, badass. I mean, I'm still pretty badass at 75, but really, I wish I'd done it sooner. Every day I'd show up and say, I'm just going to try. And at the end of the day, I feel pretty proud of myself, actually.
She was one of 19 cadets in the program, some of them nearly 6 decades her junior, all of them training for more than 200 hours.
How demanding is the training program?
It's fairly physical. They have to drag charged hose lines, wear heavy packs. We have our self-contained breathing apparatus that they have to wear. We do a live fire training.
But Jarsky is no stranger to pressure, spending 30 years on the front lines caring for others as a registered nurse. And she's hoping all that experience can be put to use in her new role.
It takes time, I think, to develop and to be able to look at someone and assess them and kind of know what to do. And that's where I feel pretty confident.
Jarsky plans to volunteer at the fire station in her hometown of Concow after graduating from the program this weekend. And this grandmother is set to make history as the oldest cadet ever to complete the academy.
I want people to see me out there and think to themselves, hey, maybe I could do that too, because it's a great opportunity to, to serve your community, and we need it. It doesn't bother me that I'm 75. I'm happy to be here.
Proof that it's never too late to start something new. Kathy Park, NBC News.
All right, coming up, hanging up after the break, the shaky future of the humble and nostalgic landline. The old school purists who aren't quite ready to drop that call just yet. I've got that story next on Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Back now with some financial headlines. And OpenAI is now hiring for a child safety team. CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and other money news. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Yeah, OpenAI has formed a new team to study ways to prevent its tools like ChatGPT from being misused or abused by kids. In a new job listing on its current career page, OpenAI has revealed the existence of a child safety team. It's working with platform policy, legal, and investigation groups to try to manage processes, incidents, and reviews related to underage users. Kids and teens are increasingly turning to AI tools for help, not just with schoolwork, but actually with personal problems. A recent poll found 29% of kids report having used ChatGPT to deal with anxiety or mental health issues. Apple, meantime, has made an AI image tool that lets you make edits by describing them in text prompts without the need for knowledge of how to use photo editing software. The tool can crop, resize, flip, and add filters to images. And users just have to type out what they want in order to change the picture. Apple, which has not been a big player in generative AI technology so far, has made this new tool available to download on GitHub. And Beyonce has officially announced her long-awaited hair care line, Sacred. It's spelled C-E-C-R-E-D, but pronounced Sacred. The superstar posting a clip to Instagram this week in collaboration with the brand's new account. The video appears to feature a young Beyonce inside her mom's hair salon in Houston. The brand launches on February 20th, and reports say the business will sell items such as cosmetic preparations for hair care, hair growth stimulants, styling tools, cosmetic bags, cases, and sleep masks. It's amazing how these performers are creating these brands. Rihanna's Fenty, according to Forbes, is valued now at about $2.8 billion, and her cosmetics lines has more than $500 million in annual sales. So these are incredible businesswomen, along with being amazing artists.
No kidding, Bertha. Quick question for you. Do you still have an old school landline, Bertha?
I do, although, you know, it's not a landline anymore. It's not the old twisted pairs we used to call it. It's now VoIP. But I remember that when there was a blackout like 20 years ago here in New York, I had a landline, and I was one of the few people who could actually make calls, because if your phone wasn't charged, or your phone lost a charge, or even your wireless phone, doesn't necessarily work.
Exactly. So. All right. Well, then this next story might be for you, Bertha. We have some bad news for lovers of the old school landline phone service before the VoIP. About a quarter of adults in the U.S. still have that traditional landline. That number, though, is likely going to drop as phone companies look to phase out the old school service. But some landline users just aren't ready to say goodbye to the old tech just yet.
Like the curly Q cord immortalized in Sleepless in Seattle, the landline connects us to the past.
Oh my God, she's so annoying. Who's this? Gretchen?
The drama of Mean Girls.
You like scary movies?
Uh-huh.
Horror of Scream.
I'm looking for a Mrs. O problem, first name B.
Come on, guys, do I have a B.O. problem here?
And the humor of a prank call by Bart Simpson. Even today, it's hard to hang up.
And this is for when the power goes out.
With the landline becoming a punchline on social media.
Guess what I'm calling you from? A rotisserie phone.
We actually still have a landline phone here in this house.
Jay Zagorski is an associate professor at Boston University's Questrom School of Business and is part of the 26% of American adults who still have a landline. He just can't always rely on his cell.
I do a fair number of interviews, and the internet isn't always working. You don't always get good sound quality.
But he knows landlines are fading away. As recently as last week, phone service providers have made moves to stop servicing traditional landlines. It comes as they replace the copper wires used for those landlines with faster technologies like fiber optic and wireless. But that worries those who feel the old school landline is a lifeline. More reliable if the power goes out during a storm or hurricane.
Can you hear me now?
More trusted than spotty cell phone service in rural areas.
So there's going to be some problems, especially in rural areas, if landline phones completely disappear.
Experts say landlines will eventually totally transition to wireless and fiber technology, something Van Agens already uses.
What is that?
That is a rotary phone. It was pretty inexpensive to get, and it's more of like a novelty.
We spoke with Robert Frieden, a telecommunications professor at Penn State. He says in the big cities, the top 100 urban markets, we could see traditional landline service end in the next 2 to 3 years, with other smaller places taking longer. Coming up, Beatlemania at 60. After the break, a look back at the decade since the Fab Four first touchdown right here in New York, and the social movement that almost never was. Stay with us.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the mail delivery.
All right, it just made it too.
Superstar Taylor Swift is in Japan this week for the international leg of her Eras Tour. There are a lot of questions about whether she'll make it to Las Vegas in time this weekend to watch her boyfriend Travis Kelce compete in the Super Bowl. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has the latest on Taylor Mania.
Well, few topics can get people talking quite like Taylor Swift. The singer is kicking off her Asia tour with 4 sold-out shows in Tokyo, but all the buzz is about what comes after. Can music's biggest star make it to football's biggest game in time? Now, Swift has not publicly confirmed she will even attend the Super Bowl to cheer on her boyfriend, Travis Kelce, as the Kansas City Chiefs take on the San Francisco 49ers for the championship. The burning question, is it even possible to make it from Tokyo to Las Vegas before kickoff if the last concert is on Saturday night? Now, the internet has been on fire with flight trackers and time zone calculators. Even Japan's embassy in Washington has been trying to assure Swifties that it will all be okay. They issued a tongue-in-cheek statement saying they should, quote, shake it off and be, quote, fearless. Meanwhile, fans in Tokyo are caught up in Taylor Mania. There are long lines for merchandise, fans wearing glitter, tassels, sharing homemade bracelets, all the hallmarks of the Eras Tour that blazed across the U.S. last year. Every show in Asia for the next month is sold out. There are no dates planned for here in China. Taylor Swift, of course, fresh off making music history with her 4th Album of the Year win at the Grammys. As for the Super Bowl, time is on Taylor and Travis's side. Japan is one of the first countries west of the international dateline, so there is a full 17 hours ahead of Vegas. So it's more than feasible for Taylor Swift to land there before dawn on game day, though private jet parking these days is apparently tricky.
All right, Janice, thank you so much. From Taylor mania to Beatle mania, this week marks 60 years since the Beatles famously touched down at JFK Airport and sparked all that mania with their performance on The Ed Sullivan Show. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith looks back on a piece of pop history.
60 years ago, it was a dark time in American history. President Kennedy had been assassinated just the prior November. Yet in February of 1964, it was as if suddenly the sun was shining. The Beatles were in town.
Some thousands of fans and even hundreds of press were there at the newly renamed John F. Kennedy Airport. Emotions ran high. Some fans seemed, let's be honest, delirious.
I was there. That was wild. The kids were really on top of a roof of a hangar, and they were all over the place on the tarmac, too.
Bruce Morrow, WABC radio disc jockey, Cousin Brucey, was witness.
When they landed at JFK, we had a press conference, so to speak.
The press had an attitude, adversarial, snarky.
Does all that hair help you sing?
Definitely, yeah.
The Beatles were cheeky and charming.
How many are bald that you have to wear those wigs?
All of us.
I'm bald. You're bald?
Oh, we're all bald, yeah.
Their talents honed in the caverns and taverns of hometown Liverpool, the band had become a sensation in Britain and Europe. News reported here at NBC.
One reason for the Beatles' popularity may be that it's almost impossible to hear them.
But as their songs first landed in the U.S., crickets.
Very honestly, we used to have music meetings. And at these music meetings, we turned these records down.
Say what?
We didn't like it at all. It didn't hit home. And I wish I could say I was the genius that understood. But you know something, honestly? I voted no.
Back then, the average American teen listened to the radio at least 3 hours a day. And late in 1963, when the Beatles finally got airplay, their songs shot up the charts.
And all those DJs, they were like my personal friends because their voices were in my ears all the livelong day.
Jamie Bernstein was 11. Her dad was the conductor of the New York Philharmonic.
And I remember hearing I Want to Hold Your Hand on the radio for the first time. I remember it.
Played by Cousin Brucey.
I get a call that afternoon from the record company, and they said they're sending up an armed guard with a promotion man that night to give me a new record by the Beatles. Well, I didn't have to tell you. All heck broke loose. I played it 8 times that night.
Even before setting foot in the United States, the Beatles were well on their way to conquering America.
Did you have a crush on any of them?
So, in the very, very beginning, I had a crush on George. He was so pretty. And then pretty soon thereafter, I switched to John Lennon and stayed permanently with John Lennon for the rest of time. He was my favorite Beatle.
Beatlemania, for adults, a confounding frenzy. For kids, a welcome contagion, especially after the Beatles' explosive performance on The Ed Sullivan Show.
Oh, yeah, tell you something.
For an audience of more than 70 million.
So by then we were all in a tizzy. The Beatles are coming, the Beatles are coming. And then they went on The Ed Sullivan Show, and that was that.
And as some say, the 60s began. Back to you.
All right, love it, Harry. Thank you so much. That'll do it for this hour of Morning News Now. News continues right now. Developing right now on Morning News Now, a battle for the ballot. This morning, a high-stakes case going before the Supreme Court as former President Donald Trump fights to keep his name on the primary ballot in Colorado. We're going to break down the claim that he's ineligible for office and what it all means for the Republican frontrunner and the race for the White House. Also this morning, gridlock from Capitol Hill to the southern border as Republicans try once again to come together on a separate foreign aid bill.
What would you say to Americans concerned that Congress isn't able to do basic functions?
Well, it's just simply not true. We're governing here. Sometimes it's messy.
Plus, an NBC News exclusive, President Biden considering executive action to try and end the border crisis. We have team coverage. Also, new developments out of the Middle East. American retaliation efforts still underway for an attack that killed 3 U.S. soldiers. Now, U.S. forces claim to have killed a leader of an Iran-backed militia. We're going to bring you the latest. And a big price for the big game. That's right, this year's Super Bowl shaping up to be one of the most expensive ever. We're going to take you to Las Vegas, where football fans are doing some super splurging. Or you can just watch at home, where it's basically free, except for what you pay for nachos. Good morning. Good to have you with us on this Thursday. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. We're going to begin in Washington, where former President Trump's efforts to remain on the 2024 ballot could now be in the hands of the Supreme Court. The justices are set to hear arguments today in Mr. Trump's appeal of a Colorado Supreme Court ruling that said he was ineligible to run for the White House. This stems from the former president's alleged meddling in the 2020 election and the events that led to the January 6th attack on the Capitol. The Colorado court pointed to Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which bars people who engaged in insurrection from holding any public office. The Trump legal team argues that amendment cannot be used to keep him off the ballot. For more on this case that could have huge implications for the 2024 election, we're joined by NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos and NBC News justice and intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian. Good morning to both of you. Ken, let's begin with you. Give us a lay of the land on what's going to take place at the Supreme Court today, and who are the justices expected to hear from?
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, this is arguably the most politically fraught and significant case the Supreme Court has heard since it decided the 2000 election in Bush v. Gore. Background here, there was a 5-day trial in Colorado in November, after which a judge ruled that former President Donald Trump did engage in insurrection. And that's important because there's a fact record here. That judge ruled that Trump could remain on the ballot, but the Colorado Supreme Court ultimately decided that he could not. And Mr. Trump's lawyers say in a brief that that's one of 30 states where efforts are underway to try to keep him off the ballot. In some cases, judges, though, have already ruled that he should remain on the ballot. So we have a classic split in the circuits, the classic example of where the Supreme Court normally has to weigh in and tell us what the law is here. And so the justices today are going to hear from lawyers for some individual plaintiffs, including a 91-year-old Colorado Republican former member of the legislature who is leading this effort to keep Mr. Trump off the ballot. They'll also hear from attorneys for the Colorado Secretary of State, and they'll hear from Mr. Trump's attorneys. And again, the stakes could not be higher here. The constitutional issues are momentous. This is a Civil War era provision that was aimed mainly at Confederates, but has been used against other people subsequently, though rarely. And obviously the implications either way are huge, Joe.
Yeah, Danny, let's bring you in here. So Colorado Secretary of State says states can, quote, rightfully disqualify oath-breaking insurrectionists under that Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, something many of us probably didn't pay much attention to in school, and now we're learning a lot about. Explain to us what the challenges are with interpreting this particular clause.
The Colorado court, the Supreme Court, concluded that Donald Trump, number one, engaged in insurrection, a finding that was made by the district court, the lower court. And it also concluded, contrary to the court before it, that, yes, Donald Trump was an officer within the meaning of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. So he's covered by that part of the Constitution. But there are many more issues beyond that that the Supreme Court will be looking at. For example, one of Justice Kavanaugh's favorite refrains is who decides? And that is a really critical question here. Who decides that Donald Trump is an insurrectionist? Is it the Colorado State Court, or is it the Colorado Secretary of State? Is it something else? Is it Congress that makes that decision? Who decides is a very relevant question in this case. And related to that is, do the courts themselves, if they don't decide, did they have any power to hear this in the first place? So the two primary issues before the Colorado courts were, was there an insurrection that this person engaged in? And is he an officer within the meaning of Section 3? Those are the primary issues. But again, there are many others attendant to it.
Ken, I want to look at a recent poll. We've got a YouGov UMass Amherst poll that shows when it comes to the issue of removing the former president from the ballot, Americans are fairly evenly split on where they stand. Democrats obviously much more likely to support removal. Most Republicans are against it. But no matter how you feel, you want a quick answer here because so much is at stake. So how soon could we expect a ruling from the Supreme Court here?
That's the multi-million-dollar question, Joe. Most people think that the Supreme Court will feel compelled to act quickly here before the March 5th Super Tuesday primary, for example. But there's so many different options here. The Supreme Court has off-ramps where they don't even decide this case, or they can sort of punt on the main issue and decide, for example, that there's no self-executing statute for this 14th Amendment provision, so therefore it doesn't apply. So this could go in a lot of different directions, but you're absolutely right. What most Americans want is a quick decision.
And Danny, at least for now, Trump is still on the ballot in Colorado for Super Tuesday. Real quickly, though, here, if the court rules against him, the Supreme Court, what are the implications of that?
It really depends on how the Supreme Court rules against him. As Ken said, there are a lot of different off-ramps. By the way, Ken raised yet another issue that comes up, which is, does the amendment itself have the power? Is it self-executing, or did Congress have to enact a separate statute? A good example is prohibition. Prohibition was a constitutional amendment, but prohibition didn't prohibit anything until Congress had to enact a separate statute, the Volstead Act. So that's just yet another, Ken brilliantly brought up yet another issue that they are going to be looking at in the Supreme Court. There are just so many here.
Ken and Danny bringing up lots of brilliant points this morning to set us up ahead of this big hearing today. Thank you both. Appreciate it. Now to the breakdown in Congress over the border security bill. After Senate Republicans blocked the bipartisan immigration deal that was negotiated by one of their own, they're expected to meet this morning to goal garnering enough votes to pass a supplemental aid bill. On Wednesday, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer forced a vote on the package, which includes funding to Israel and Ukraine and none for the southern border. Schumer argues the bill's passage is critical. More, we're joined by NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Serkin. Julie, let's start with those funding bills for Ukraine and Israel. As we just mentioned, Republicans are supposed to meet this morning to try and figure out a plan forward. Where do things stand?
They're completely all over the place, Joe. In fact, I was outside of a 2-hour private closed-door lunch meeting between Senate Republicans. For context, they never last that long. And it was described as heated by multiple sources because they couldn't agree on a path forward. Even the Republican whip, the vote counter in the Senate, John Thune, who never curses, never steps out of line, got a little bit frustrated in the meeting, calling out Republicans using expletives I won't repeat here, for the fact that, listen, guys, we're going to have to vote for this no matter what. Ukraine needs the funding. Israel needs the funding. The border package was already nixed. We got to just get on the floor and do it. So last night, Majority Leader Schumer closed out the floor and said he's going to give time for Republicans to figure their things out so they can return this afternoon and potentially take this up and see if they can get to those 60 votes to pass it. So that meeting this morning is going to be very key.
Here's one reason why things are getting a little complicated. We had a year of turmoil for House Republicans in 2023. Now Speaker Johnson already being threatened. He could be ousted by at least one notable congresswoman if he cuts any deal on Ukraine funding. How real is this threat to his speakership?
This was always the threat, right? And this is something that happened under ousted Speaker Kevin McCarthy, where only one member can call up that vote to vacate the speaker. You're talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Of course, she despises sending more aid to Ukraine. So she's used this threat continuously, but I don't think it's as real for Johnson yet as it was for McCarthy. And that's because Johnson is still trying to figure his members out and play his cards right. For example, I had sources who told me that if that Ukraine and Israel package does come over from the Senate, Johnson let McConnell and Rick Scott know, who was, of course, a McConnell foe who doesn't support aid to Ukraine, that he is likely going to break this up into individual bills, which will give him some cover with his members. Only question is, will that pass in the Senate? That's an open question. And then when it comes over to the House, what happens with Democrats who want to support that package too? And where does that package all go? Does it get attached to the funding bills in March? It's really all a hot mess right now, Joe. I've never seen anything like it. And certainly McConnell is having a hard time in the Senate as well, controlling his members.
We need a flow chart, I think, to try and figure out all the different possibilities here. Let's talk about that now vanquished bipartisan border bill. Republican support for the bill evaporated almost as soon as the deal was announced. So what are we hearing from Republicans this morning about the border?
Well, that's a really good question because, of course, Republicans originally wanted that issue tied with any aid to Ukraine. Now they're saying they should be considered separately. It really feels like the goalpost is moving every single day, and Republicans aren't on the same page about how to move forward here, which is making this challenging. I did have a chance to talk to Senator Langford yesterday, who was the Republican negotiator on this bipartisan border bill, and I asked him point blank, if this Ukraine and Israel package moves through, clearly the border is dead. Is there any chance of getting border security done this year? Here's what he said.
Putting this clean bill without the border security provisions on the floor later today, there's a chance it could pass. Does that mean Republicans' chances to secure the border this year are over?
It would be. At that point, I can't imagine anyone would take it up. Obviously, I've gone through this the last 4 months negotiating all the process. Everybody's kind of seen the media assaults that have happened on me in the past several weeks on it.
And you were censured.
Yeah, yeah. And so I would expect any other Republicans going to say, hey, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go through that, especially in this year.
So, of course, the former president, Donald Trump, has made this an election issue. Republicans want to keep it as one. The question is, will Democrats be able to capitalize on this? We'll see.
All right, Julie Sirkin, lots to cover this morning. Thank you so much. Now, with that bipartisan border bill officially done, NBC News has learned the Biden administration is considering taking executive action to try and deter illegal migration across the southern border. That's according to 2 U.S. officials. For more, we're joined by NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Julia, the Biden administration has already taken a number of unilateral actions to try and stem the flow of migrants. What kind of measures is the White House now considering here?
Well, first thing we have to say is anything they're considering will pale in comparison to what this border bill would have accomplished because they won't have the funding to carry it out. Right now, we're still waiting for details. This is something in the early phases, but they're exploring their options. One thing they could do is expand on a program they already have for families where the head of the household is on an ankle monitor. They have to check in regularly, and they're put on a path for expedited removal. That means that they don't qualify to be here. They could be deported more quickly. That's something they're already doing in a number of cities. They could expand that. They could expand that beyond that group of families. That's one thing that they could be looking at right now. We're not getting into the details because they're all still being fleshed out. But in short, even if you do have a program that would deter migration when people are coming across the southern border, if you raise the bar on asylum, if you try to deport more people living in the interior, all of that requires manpower. It requires people to process the immigrants, decide whether or not they can stay. It requires agents to actually go out and do the arresting. It requires planes to fly people back. And they're running short on cash and manpower, Joe.
So, Julia, I mean, the president has not been shy about his frustrations with congressional Republicans. What's the White House saying now about this new plan some officials are calling Plan B, which is basically Ukraine funding without border security?
Yeah, we had a statement from the White House last night when we were putting out this reporting where, they basically say that anything short of what they are asking Congress to do will not suffice. And I think that's to go ahead and lay out a marker that they aren't expecting a silver bullet here. What they want was this bill. But now that it's done, we're hearing that they are obviously looking at other options. What we were told by sources is they absolutely cannot sit by and do nothing, but they don't want to be graded against the accomplishments that bill would have provided. In other words, if they roll something out and the numbers remain high at the southern border and you continue to see cities like New York, Chicago, and Denver be overwhelmed, they don't want someone to come along and say, well, I guess what they did didn't work.
So, Julia, it seems unlikely we're going to see any movement on the border from Congress before the elections this November. What's the possible timeline here for this decision on possible executive actions?
So it depends on exactly what route they go. Right now, we know that it's still in a discussion and drafting phase. So first they have to get through that. If they do something like a regulation they have to publish in the Federal Register, that could be months. They would have to get public comment, but oftentimes those will carry more weight. But an executive action could be something where the president simply puts out a memo instructing ICE to do something in a certain way. It could even be a memo that would come from Secretary Mayorkas at Homeland Security himself. So it depends on what path they take. They could try to do something more immediate, but really anything a president does on immigration can be unwound by future administrations. And we've seen that time and time again.
All right, Julia Ainsley, thank you so much. The U.S. military has carried out another strike in the Middle East. American forces are continuing to retaliate against Iran-aligned militias after 3 U.S. soldiers were killed in a drone attack nearly 2 weeks ago. U.S. Central Command says in a drone strike in Baghdad, it killed a senior commander of the group, Kataib Hezbollah. He was in a vehicle along with 2 others, and all 3 were killed. NBC's chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us from Washington. Peter, walk us through what we know about this U.S. strike and this senior leader who was killed.
Yeah, Joe, this is significant. It is the first precision strike by the United States against a high-value target inside of Baghdad, Iraq. As you noted in the setup to this conversation, this individual is believed by the U.S. to be one of the senior commanders of, as you note, Kataib Hezbollah, which is not the Hezbollah group you know in Lebanon, but it is an Iranian-backed militia group that the U.S. says is responsible for many of those attacks on U.S. targets across the Middle East in the course of the last several months. Dating back to October at the start of the Israel-Hamas war, there have been more than 166 strikes on U.S. targets, including forces across that region, including one just a couple of weeks ago that killed 3 American service members. And the U.S. has been more forceful in its response here. The strike was dramatic. It incinerated a vehicle that this commander was inside, as well as 2 other individuals. At the time, it didn't appear that any other cars in the area were impacted by it. You can see some of the pictures there. Iran was, of course, not notified of it. Iraq also wasn't notified of it. And one of the leaders of the armed services there, a spokesperson, has expressed real concerns about the way the U.S. is conducting this retaliation, saying, among other things, quote, that it threatens civil peace, violates Iraqi sovereignty, and risks the lives of our people. He added that it pushes the Iraqi government to end the mission of this U.S.-led coalition, which has become a factor of instability for Iraq and threatens to drag Iraq into the circle of conflict. Again, that is the condemnation from the Iraqi leadership right now to the U.S. strikes there. For his part, President Biden has said this is part of what will be a continuing effort to target those responsible for attacking American forces in the region, Joe.
Yeah, so Peter, I guess that's the question. Are more strikes planned? Do we have an idea how long this campaign could last?
Well, we can't say for sure how long it's going to last, but it's clear it's going to be more than days. We're now already in at least the second week here of these American strikes, and there really is sort of a dual effort that we are witnessing here, Joe. Right on the one hand, you have the American forces across that region trying to target those who are believed to be responsible for those attacks on installations that house U.S. forces across the region, specifically in places like Iraq and Syria. And then on the other hand, as we've been reporting over the course of the last several weeks, there is an effort by this administration to crack down on the Iranian-backed Houthi militants, Houthi rebels who are from Yemen, who have been targeting commercial ships, including American commercial ships, in the Red Sea right now. The concern there is the impact that could have on commercial shipping. It could create some real supply chain disruptions. So the U.S. is juggling not just what's going on between Israel and Hamas right now, but also what's going on throughout the wider region, while the president, Joe, has made very clear that he is doing everything in his power, he says, to avoid this from escalating into a wider war, something he says he does not want to see happen.
All right. Peter, good to see you this morning. Thanks for joining us. Let's talk more about that. Secretary of State Antony Blinken wrapped up his visit to the Middle East yesterday without a ceasefire. He was unable to push forward negotiations that would have secured the release of hostages from Gaza. Yesterday, Blinken sat down with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to discuss a range of topics, including aid to Gaza and the ceasefire proposal introduced by Hamas. That counter proposal included a pathway to return displaced Gazans to their homes and a 3-year plan to rebuild Gaza, which leaves Hamas in charge of the enclave. Dashing any hopes for a deal anytime soon, Netanyahu called the plan delusional during a press briefing yesterday. But Blinken says there is still room for negotiations moving forward.
While there are some clear non-starters in Hamas's response, we do think it creates space for agreement to be reached. And we will work at that relentlessly until we get there.
NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from Tel Aviv with the latest on these negotiations. Matt, good morning. So walk us through Blinken's meeting with both Palestinian and Israeli leaders yesterday. And what are you hearing from Hamas leaders about this deal?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds as though Blinken had meetings where he discussed all of this, especially these hostage negotiations, but it's looking like he's leaving and he's going home empty-handed. This was the big win for this trip, and according to Israeli leaders, this was the reason why he came, in order to secure this deal that, if you remember, was hashed out with American help the head of the CIA, actually, who was in Paris a week and a half ago, meeting with his counterparts from the Middle East, trying to get to a deal that now Hamas has rejected and Israel has rejected. So this is not really going to go very well. It could take weeks or months for another negotiated deal. But the people of Gaza and the hostages don't really have that kind of time. When I spoke with a Hamas official yesterday, he said that he wasn't really expecting that the Israelis were going to accede to the deal that they presented as their counteroffer. He thinks the Israeli objective in the Gaza Strip is to displace all of the Palestinian people there and to take it over. And he said this is according to what he's heard, what we've all heard from right-wing cabinet ministers. But Benjamin Netanyahu himself has denied that that is the objective. But you can see the depth of the enmity and bad blood between these both sides. It just makes negotiations really difficult to move forward.
So, Matt, yesterday, I mean, we actually heard from a group of former hostages who were released from Gaza. They held a news conference following Netanyahu's briefing. What are they saying, and how is the prime minister's dismissal of Hamas's counter proposal just being received in Israel right now?
Yeah, well, the prime minister is on the sharp edge of these hostages' families and the former hostages' anger. They blame the prime minister personally for continuing the war. And I got to tell you, for some context here, in terms of the politics, it increasingly looks like, and a lot of Israelis and a lot of Israeli leaders feel, that the two goals of this war are in complete, object to each other. They're totally opposites. They're working at odds. One objective is to destroy Hamas. One objective is to free the hostages. A lot of folks here believe they can't accomplish both. And so that's why these hostages, the former hostages and family members of hostages, they held this tearful meeting where they said time is running out. If these hostages aren't freed, if the war doesn't stop and Hamas's demands aren't met, then there might not be any hostages left alive to save. And indeed, we heard that just a couple of days ago from the New York Times. They broke the story from the Israelis saying that they believe that about a fifth of the hostages are believed to have died ever since October 7th. Some of them from the wounds they incurred on October 7th, others from Israeli attacks. And it's important to note here that the Israeli incursion into the Gaza Strip has killed more than 27,000 Palestinians. It has only freed one hostage. All of the hostages that have been freed have been done through negotiations like the ones that are failing right now.
All right, Matt Bradley in Tel Aviv. Matt, thank you so much. On the West Coast, millions of Americans still under flood watches. Let's get a check on your morning news now weather with meteorologist Angie Lastman. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. We're starting to see some of those expire across portions of California, and we've got most of that rain working out, and we'll see some drier conditions for folks cleaning up there. We've got some rain that we're tracking across parts of the upper Midwest and some snow out west on those mountain ranges there. Let's start with the winter alerts out west. We've got the winter storm warnings and the winter weather advisories in effect for a good chunk of the country. As this system starts to work its way east, we'll pick up some additional snow across parts of the Rockies, and not to mention the northern plains as well. We'll see some of that rain working through the day today, and then we really start to ramp up our rain chances as we get into the weekend. Here's a look at tomorrow. It's mainly the rain that we're focusing from the Tennessee Valley out towards the Carolinas. We'll see some quieter conditions take shape across the Midwest as that snow tapers off, but then we start to see our rain chances ramping up once again as we get into Saturday. Here's a look at the southeast. This is the spot that we're going to watch for some of that impactful rain, not to mention beneficial, but of course this may impact some of those Saturday plans that you have across this region. It'll stick with us for at least your Saturday and move through by Sunday. Here's a look at the snowfall forecast as we get through at least the end of the work week. We could pick up another 6 to 8 inches in some of those higher elevations with some of those higher amounts. So ski resorts happy about that, but travel will still be difficult on those mountain roads. As far as the rainfall is concerned, you know, 1 inch to 2 inches up to 3 inches across a good section of the southeast here from Friday through Sunday. This is your weekend kind of bullseye for the rain. So we'll watch for some localized flooding concerns, and then we turn our attention to this system moving from the southeast into the northeast. It's going to gain a little bit of strength as it moves across parts of the lower Mississippi, so we will start to see some of these stronger storms developing as we get into Sunday for places like Texas, Louisiana, right along that Gulf Coast. We'll watch for that to impact your Sunday, and then notice as we get into Monday, the storm lifts a little farther to the north. It'll encounter some cooler air, so we will see places like the interior northeast and parts of New England picking picking up some additional snowfall right now. Too hard to tell exactly what those accumulations will look like, but we could see some light to moderate snow. At least that's what it looks like right now. Otherwise, plenty of rain in the picture for folks along the I-95 corridor. It'll mostly be a rain event, and especially as we get back into our next work week. But the good news is by Tuesday, all of that's out of the picture. But you know what happens with that, Joe? That cooler wind comes in behind it, and all the warm temperatures we're expecting in that region over the next couple of days, it'll be replaced with some chillier conditions.
Spring will be over, is what you're saying.
Yeah, the taste of spring that we're getting.
That's a good way to put it. All right. Thanks, Angie. Appreciate it. Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, sticker shock in Sin City. Football fans flocking to Vegas ahead of Super Bowl Sunday. But watching the big game comes with a big price tag. We're going to add up the costs. Up first, developing news. Several people are missing following a house fire and a shooting that injured 2 police officers in Pennsylvania. We'll be right back.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Do you need to win your home state in order to stay in this race? Is it do or die? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. We are following a developing story this morning out of Pennsylvania. At least 6 people, including kids, are missing after a house fire and shooting that injured 2 police officers. It happened yesterday in East Lansdowne, just outside of Philadelphia. Police were responding to a report of an 11-year-old girl being shot. When they arrived on the scene, a gunman inside a home opened fire, shooting both officers. The home caught fire a short time later while the gunman was inside. Investigators say at least 6 to 8 people living in that home are currently unaccounted for. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from East Lansdowne with the latest. So, George, do police have any idea where these people are, and how do they investigate this crime scene after that massive fire?
Yeah, good morning, Joe. First things first, that raging inferno now under control. Those firefighters unable to knock it down yesterday afternoon because there were those concerns about an active shooter. Now, this morning, officials are actually gearing up to go inside the home to begin that search for the shooter or shooters and those unaccounted family members.
Our fears are maybe multiple people inside that home who have died. We don't know yet whether or not we can confirm or deny that until we get inside and methodically go through the debris that house is now.
Yeah, Joe, and we're also expecting a further update from officials this morning. Once those investigators are actually able to get inside the home, we actually got a pretty good glimpse of it from the other side. It is a complete shell of what it was, and you can imagine other people around this raging fire are also now displaced. Now, those two officers that were shot, we're told they're veterans of the force, and they are expected to make a full recovery. Meanwhile, people here in this community, of course, shocked. They are waiting for answers, especially when you know that there might be some children that are still unaccounted for. Officials hoping to provide us an update and provide further details on what could be a very grim discovery here this morning, Joe.
Yeah, George, I mean, I understand the entire block was evacuated yesterday. Have people been able to return to their homes? And what else are you hearing from those who live in the neighborhood about all this?
Yeah, Joe, there are still some road closures in the area, but people that live here in the immediate area are able to return home. And we're starting to see people sort of trickle in here to begin looking at some of the damage, some of the debris here. And of course, they are concerned, many of them not really providing a whole lot of insight into who may have lived there. We are hearing anecdotally that it seems that a lot of people were living at this home. So we are digging through that as part of this investigation. And again, investigators hoping to provide a bit more context because, again, at this point, they're saying that whoever the shooter or shooters may have been, looks like they retreated inside of the home during that massive fire that burned here for hours. And as you mentioned, folks here were displaced for a few hours. So many of them eager for answers, Joe.
All right, George, we know you'll stay on this. Thank you so much. Coming up, a historic Hawaii neighborhood reduced to rubble. An NBC News investigation 6 months after the devastating Maui fires on the area now known as Ground Zero for the tragedy when we return. Plus, hospitals overcrowded and overwhelmed, but a new program could offer some relief in the emergency room. We're going to explain next on Morning News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man who never chooses.
All right, it just me too.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My
I
commitment to
apologize
Hallie
for the many
Jackson now
questions.
will never be questioned. Welcome back. It has been 6 months since devastating wildfires tore through the Maui town of Lahaina. Now, an NBC News investigation into what went wrong reveals at least 43 of the fire's 100 victims lived in one small neighborhood, trapped with no way out. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson reports.
You look and, you see that house on fire, that house on fire.
Above the ruined remnants of Lahaina, Anthony Steele remembers those awful August flames.
This was gridlock, this Lahaina Road.
And for so many, the narrow escape.
You need to go, bro.
Yeah, go, go, go.
The lifelong Maui resident lost 3 family-owned properties, his job, and the only place he's ever called home on August 8th. Steele says he's lucky he has his life. Many of his closest neighbors died that day, including his tenant and close family friend, Bernie Portabes.
Do you remember the last thing he said to me? I'll drive you wherever we gotta go. He just told me that he's gonna stay a bit longer. It's very hard. Something I gotta live with,
An NBC News investigation discovered Portabes and at least 42 others who died in the Maui wildfires all lived in the same small neighborhood within Lahaina, a neighborhood of narrow streets and tight turns.
You couldn't get a fire truck through my neighborhood, not on those sharp turns with everybody parking all horribly,
Satellite photos taken after the smoke cleared revealed a deadly bottleneck after a downed tree blocked one of the few ways out.
We just can't get out. There's no way out.
Yes. Okay, they're working on the fire. All I can tell you is to get out of that area.
The area, called Kahua Camp, was the remnant of once temporary housing built for workers growing sugarcane.
The home's average size originally were only like 500 square feet.
Crystal Smythe grew up in Kahua Camp and says as families grew, so did the homes, and the neighborhood got more congested.
It was already a one-lane road. They started parking on the streets because the homes are adding second stories. Some were adding cottages in the back. So it became more and more dangerous that way.
NBC News spoke to more than 30 people, including current and former residents of Kahua Camp, to understand why it came to account for so many of the fire's fatalities. For years, residents say they complained about access issues, cars and boats blocking the streets, some fearing they may one day face the unthinkable.
We're trapped right now. We're trapped.
Then they did. Maui County officials declined to comment on the neighborhood's long-running congestion and access problems, though a spokesperson for the police department confirmed a dispatcher notified officers of a downed tree in the area, but said officers were busy elsewhere and it was not addressed.
What is this kind of loss do to a community like this? It's definitely wounded. You are never, ever going to be the same. Lahaina will never be the same. I know that for a fact.
He does hope it can be safer one day when he rebuilds.
We just want to go home. We can't go home, though.
Our thanks to Steve Patterson for that report. Now to an ongoing issue facing hospitals across the country. It's called boarding. So what does that mean? Well, boarding happens when patients go to the emergency room and are held there for hours, in some cases waiting up to 24 hours before they're seen. But now a new program may offer a better solution that starts at home. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson explains.
A new heart gave Marissa Long new life 8 years ago and plenty of experience in the ER, but stays in hospital hallways for 48 and then 72 hours for rejection issues last winter were frightening.
I'm immunocompromised, so I could catch something in there and make things worse.
Disturbing for the 30-year-old and her dad, Michael.
We go in thinking that we're moving to a room or some level of standard of care for a transplant patient in trouble, and literally we get stuck in the ER.
It's not just in Los Angeles where they live. In a recent national survey, 97% of emergency room doctors reported waiting times of more than 24 hours for a hospital bed. Now a potential solution, hospital at home programs.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, ma'am?
I'm doing well, Manny.
Like this one run by Atrium Health in North Carolina.
Let me listen to your lungs here really quick. Sit up for me. Again. Excellent.
Typically, 80-year-old Florence Sparks would be hospitalized for congestive heart failure, but instead, she's at home.
I'm getting better care here.
How is it better?
Well, I think they're more attentive. They're not rushed to see another patient. They give you their undivided attention like Manny just did.
Manny Mills, a community paramedic, visits twice a day. Sparks sees a doctor over a provided iPad once a day.
I think I'm going up on the LASIK.
The LASIK, okay.
Going to twice a day on it.
And a nurse twice. They can also provide ready-made meals. Care that's more comfortable for patients and more informative for caregivers, says Mills.
You really get a 360 view of a patient's life.
Absolutely. We get to see their environment. We get to see what they eat, what they drink.
And that enables you to deliver better care?
1,000%. Mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and of course, medically.
In the garage where Hospital at Home paramedics load up, Colleen Hole, who heads the program, says it's treating as many as 60 people a day at home, reducing costs up to 25% and resulting in fewer readmissions for some 150 diagnoses.
We've got cancer, post-op surgical, women's health.
Is this the future of healthcare?
Absolutely is. We will always need hospitals. This provides, I believe, ultimately at a lower cost, a place for patients to heal in their own space.
Achieving better outcomes, she says.
I'm going to come see you this afternoon, okay?
Look forward to it.
For everyone involved. Ann Thompson, NBC News, Charlotte.
Coming up, Super Bowl splurge. Football fans forced to pay big bucks for the big game. When we come back, we're going to take you to Las Vegas, where some visitors are complaining about the high roller costs. This is Morning News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just me too.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? I get took for all this damage to
Welcome back. Let's get to some financial headlines. It looks like Disney is investing some big money in the future of its streaming service. CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and other money news. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. You know, ahead of Disney's earnings yesterday, we thought it was all going to be about that ESPN deal with Fox and Warner. Well, there was so much more. Fortnite, football, and of course, Taylor Swift, because she's involved in everything. Disney is laying out a vision to boost its fortunes, pushing further into American pop culture, which includes a deal to invest $1.5 billion in Epic Games, which is the maker of Fortnite, expanding the licensing of characters from Disney franchises like Marvel, Star Wars, Pixar, and Avatar. Disney's also going to stream an exclusive cut of Taylor Swift's Eras Tour concert movie on Disney Plus starting on March 15th. And former Alabama football coach Nick Saban will join ESPN as an analyst on College Game Day and the NFL Draft. A lot going on there. Meantime, Disney Plus wants to stay friends with Percy Jackson. The streaming service is renewing Percy Jackson and the Olympians for a second season. Disney announcing the pickup during its quarterly earnings call. There's a lot to talk about yesterday. The first season of that show had a solid start when it debuted in late December, with Disney Plus reporting more than 13 million views worldwide over the first week of the first episode. It was the biggest launch for a Disney Plus series not associated with Marvel or Star Wars. In other news, need a little help finding Cupid's arrow this Valentine's Day? Open Table has recommendations on the most romantic restaurants around the country, releasing its annual Top 100 list. It analyzes customer reviews and other metrics, including the number of times a restaurant is tagged as romantic. California apparently has the most places on the list with 12, followed by Florida with 7. About 70% of diners say they plan to shell out more on Valentine's Day meals this year than they did last year. But I think anytime you go out these days, you spend more. It's just a higher cost.
It is
now.
a given. I wonder, like, when people say romantic, is it just like candlelight? Is that basically what does it, or if there's some other factors involved there?
I think sometimes like a view. I think of some restaurants I've been to in California where you just have an amazing view of the ocean, and you know, it's just lovely to sit there and gaze into one another's eyes, but then also look at that view.
There you go. Yeah, of course there's the company too. That plays an important role. All right, Bertha, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Excitement is building for Super Bowl 58, where the 49ers will take on the Chiefs Sunday in Las Vegas. Fans are already flocking to Sin City to take in all the action, but it's not going to be cheap. This is shaping up to be one of the most expensive and lavish Super Bowls in history. Our Kaylee Hartung joins us now from Las Vegas with more on all the opulent details. Kaylee, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. All week I've been here telling you that the party was already rolling in Las Vegas, but just like Usher, I have a confession. I need to recalibrate for you. I'm going to say at Monday, the city was at a 4. Now it's at an 8. And with the opening of the Super Bowl experience right here, it's becoming even more clear that by Sunday, this place is going to be off the charts.
Let's go Niners! Super Bowl excitement is surging in Sin City. Football fans from all over the country getting in on the action at the Super Bowl experience as they test their skills and run some drills.
Do you have a touchdown dance for me? Oh, look at her go!
All week, the clash between the 49ers and the Chiefs has lit up Vegas. Now, with just 3 days until kickoff, ticket sales are spiking. The price for a single seat at Allegiant Stadium averaging nearly $9,000.
Are you going to the game?
We can't afford it.
Neither can I.
And no one does luxury like Las Vegas.
Welcome to one of our luxury suites.
There they are, ladies. This is the seat I would like to have.
This is how high rollers will watch Super Bowl 58 in style. 146 private suites, some going for more than $1 million. That hefty price tag even giving fan favorite Mama Kelsey some sticker shock when she joined the Today team.
I have a feeling I'm not in the box. I have a feeling I'm in the stands.
For those who can score a box seat, you'll have prime views of the action, unlimited drinks, and a menu fit for a Super Bowl champion.
What can ticket holders get here that you can't get anywhere else?
So you're getting lobster, you're getting steak, you're getting sushi. It's just over the top.
Because that's what Vegas does best.
Of course.
But even those who won't be one of the lucky 60,000 inside Allegiant Stadium on game day are getting ready for it.
Baby, let that
Swifties gearing up for themed Super Bowl parties, and prop bets inspired by the pop star. The sports betting website BetOnline has 89 Swift-related wagers, including how many seconds will Swift be shown on TV, and will boyfriend Travis Kelce propose post-game? A question the tight ends skillfully dodged on Wednesday.
Who's getting a ring first, the Niners or Taylor?
I'm hoping I get this ring on Sunday, I know that.
In all, a record $23 billion in gambling wagers is expected this year. And fans are going all in.
What do you think the final score of this game is going to be?
Chiefs 50 and 49ers 0.
That is a true fan right there. Now, keeping with this theme of everything in Las Vegas being more extravagant, Joe, brace yourself. Usher has revealed that his halftime show is going to be 2 minutes longer than previous shows. And he's confirmed there will be special guests. We don't know who yet, but get ready for it. He's also gotten some advice from past performers, including Katy Perry. So yes, 15 minutes of hits and some surprises, Joe.
Oh my gosh, that's always one of the best parts of the halftime shows. Who is going to show up? Looking forward to that. Kaylee, thank you, appreciate it. Coming up from the Grammy stage to a Brooklyn museum, singer Alicia Keys is sharing her love for art by putting her private collection on display. We're going to show you the new exhibit after the break. You're watching Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. It is safe. Everybody good? Women, children,
Welcome back. You might know Lil Jon from his hit song, Turned Down for What? Well, now the rapper is turning it down for something unexpected. Meditation. Yeah, the king of crunk, known for his party jams, is releasing a new guided meditation album. He says the new project is a result of his recent focus on fitness and wellness. This comes just after another rapper, Andre 3000, released an album of ambient instrumental music last year. Lil Jon's 10-track album, Total Meditation, is set to drop a week from Friday. Do you know what other singer loves meditation? Alicia Keys, and she has a lot to celebrate these days. On Sunday night, she won her 16th Grammy. Now she's launching another major project here in New York with her husband, music producer Swizz Beatz. They've been collecting hundreds of pieces of art together for years. Now they're letting the public in on their collection. Today, anchor Hoda Kotb sat down with them at the Brooklyn Museum.
Grammy Award-winning singer Alicia Keys and her husband, Kasim Dean, better known as music producer Swizz Beatz, are unveiling something big.
You've never seen anything like this, period.
Something giant.
When you walk in the room,
what happens?
I don't know. Either just the culmination of like the vision of the Dean Collection and being able to see all of the beautiful works.
For the first time, more than 100 works from the couple's private art collection called the Dean Collection are on display at the Brooklyn Museum.
This is a portion of our collection that we've been collecting for the past 20 years.
The exhibition, titled Giants, features works of nearly 40 black artists from all over the world, much of it not only colossal in size, but also in meaning.
It's very rare you see artists of color displaying 30-foot work. So when people walk into the show, we want them to feel, you know, like we can be as giant as we want to be.
It's meant to also remind you that you belong in these spaces. You belong here. We deserve to be on all the walls of all the giant spaces. And that, I think, is maybe what just hit me in the gut just now.
There's something about this collection that is special and different. It's more than what you would see when you go to a museum and see beautiful art.
I think, one, we collect from our heart. You know, it's not transactional for us. All of the artists that's living, that's in the show, are actual friends. They come to our house, some stay at our house.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
So they're friends. They're not just an artist who you admired from afar.
That's right.
I like that.
It's more of a welcome to the family.
One of those artists the Deans count as a close friend is Kehinde Wiley. In 2018, with his iconic portrait of President Barack Obama, Wiley became the first African-American artist to paint an official U.S. presidential portrait for the Smithsonian.
You've been to the White House. You've been all over the world. Tell me what this meant, being asked to commission these pieces for Alicia Keys and Swizz.
You know, this was a much more personal experience. Swizz and Alicia are friends, and they believe in art deeply. Well, what they're doing is they're normalizing a love affair with art.
The Deans are also spotlighting emerging artists like Qualisha Wood.
This piece, Genesis, is a jacquard weaving.
Just a few years ago, Wood got a life-changing phone call.
So you were in Cheesecake Factory.
Yes.
You heard that Swizz Beatz liked your art.
I screamed.
So you screamed.
I think it just felt like the I arrived moment, you know?
At the heart of the Deans collection is the couple's shared passion for collecting, supporting, and building community among artists, especially artists of color.
This just looks like fun.
I know.
Can we just have fun over here?
I'm not gonna lie, we missed this. This one was in the house.
And it's something they hope to pass on to their two boys, Egypt and Genesis.
I was just thinking, most kids on the wall have like either posters or pictures of themselves. You're like, no, we're gonna put up art for our kids to admire. What were you hoping to teach your children through putting art on the walls?
I don't think our kids know who's on the wall. Right? You know, because it's not a forced thing. Like, them seeing this show, they're gonna naturally wanna dig deeper.
Now, with some of their most treasured pieces on display, the couple hopes to make a lasting impact on the art world for their own kids and for future generations to come.
Look what you've created, what you've built, what you've done. We get one ride around the sun. That's it.
I agree with that.
And look how you're spending yours.
Wow.
This is something.
When you're a little kid and you have all these dreams in your head, you don't even know what's even possible. And hopefully this being a way for all of us to discover what's possible, that we can build and create at the largest scales is a reminder, because there's times in your life where you don't feel that's possible. And so to see it happen, you know it can happen for anybody.
Our thanks to Hoda for that report. Giants, art from the Dean collection of Swizz Beatz and Alicia Keys, is open to the public starting Saturday at the Brooklyn Museum. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but stay with us. The news continues right now. Good Thursday morning. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, Supreme Court showdown. This morning, former President Trump's efforts to get his name back in White House contention in Colorado, it heads to the Supreme Court. The landmark legal back and forth over Mr. Trump and January 6th that could shake up November's election. In the Middle East, America's retaliatory strikes against Iran-backed militants continues. The top commander linked to attacks on U.S. troops is killed in a drone strike in Baghdad. It comes as Secretary of State Antony Blinken pushes forward with ceasefire talks, meeting with both Israel's prime minister and the Palestinian president. We're on the ground with the latest as Hamas proposes its own post-war plans. Also this hour, we're digging into a landmark new study on being transgender in the U.S., how the overwhelming majority of trans Americans say they feel after transitioning. Plus, it was a communication craze that revolutionized the way we talk to each other. But now in 2024, it seems as though the humble old-school landline is singing its swan song, but some die-hard dial-tone nostalgics aren't ready to drop the call just yet. Good to have you with us. We begin this hour with a landmark case making its way to the Supreme Court today. The justices will hear arguments about a Colorado ruling that excludes former President Trump from the state's March primary ballot, citing the 14th Amendment, a decision Trump has now appealed to the High Court. The Colorado Supreme Court said his role in the January 6th insurrection makes him ineligible to hold office. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has a preview of today's hearing.
Good morning. For a long time, this case was viewed as something of a legal long shot, really just an academic exercise, all until the Colorado decision changed everything. And now that the High Court has agreed to hear this case, the ultimate decision is far from certain.
This morning, a legal case that could rock the race for the White House, now in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. Former President Donald Trump hoping to reverse an unprecedented decision. Colorado going where no state had gone before, disqualifying the Republican frontrunner from the primary ballot this year, all because of his actions in the last election.
We fight like hell.
In a 4-3 decision, the Colorado Supreme Court finding Mr. Trump ineligible to run for president under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which disqualifies any officer of the United States who takes an oath to support the Constitution and then engages in insurrection from holding public office again. Krista Kafer is a conservative columnist who voted for Mr. Trump in 2020, but now one of the 6 voters serving as plaintiffs in Colorado.
For someone who might look at this and say, Krista, why don't I just let the voters decide? What do you say to that?
Former President Trump didn't want to let the voters decide, right? He tried to disenfranchise 80 million Americans that had voted for Biden.
Mr. Trump's lawyers argue the 14th Amendment's disqualification clause shouldn't apply to him at all, predicting, quote, chaos and bedlam if the High Court doesn't rule in his favor.
I really believe they're going to leave the people to vote.
Colorado and Maine, outliers among the majority of states that rejected or dodged the wave of lawsuits to kick Mr. Trump off the ballot in recent months. A new poll finding Americans divided on the issue, with 41% supporting the efforts to disqualify the former president, 36% opposed to it.
While on paper this case is just about Colorado, the ultimate end result from the U.S. Supreme Court likely to apply to all 50 states. Back to you.
All right, Laura, thank you so much. For more on today's hearing, we're joined by NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Senadella. Good to have you with us. So a couple arguments we're dissecting here. Let's start with this insurrection clause, which says basically it applies to people who served as, quote, officers of the United States. Trump's lawyers are arguing that doesn't even include the president. Talk about the arguments here.
Yes, so that is a very specific textual argument. And in that clause, it labels certain other offices, and then it says, and any other office, and it doesn't explicitly include the presidency. So we have Trump's team here saying if the founding fathers, when they made this amendment, wanted to, it's not the founding fathers, sorry, this happened around Civil War. If those people wanted to include this, the presidency, they would have explicitly labeled it. And the fact that it doesn't include it means that he should be qualified to run for president. Then on the other side, though, we have Colorado saying, saying, obviously, any public office includes the presidency.
The other question here is whether Trump even engaged in an insurrection, and that's going to be one of the arguments here, whether he did or didn't, right?
Yes, exactly. So that, I think, is going to be the heart of it. We have these Colorado justices who decided quite obviously he engaged in insurrection, and they outlined the steps he took, and they believe it qualifies. But then we have Trump's team saying that in spite of all of these legal troubles that he is embroiled in, not one prosecutor has dared to charge him with insurrection, which means that it's a high bar to clear. So how dare the Supreme Court then kick him off the ballot without anybody, any jury of his peers, determining that he had committed insurrection?
So there are a lot of possibilities here for the Supreme Court. Lay out what they could choose to do here.
Yes, so I actually think big picture, though, they're going to look at voter disenfranchisement, which is what Trump's team is going to hammer down. And then on the other side, states' right. If Colorado should have the right to do this themselves, if the Supreme Court cannot definitively say that the Constitution is being violated here. So the options are it goes back to the states, and each state can decide themselves whether or not he's going to be kicked off the ballot. Or the Supreme Court says under no circumstance may President Trump be kicked off the ballot. Or then, of course, they can always have wiggle room and say, maybe not now, maybe it's about holding office, running for office. So it remains to be seen.
All right, lots of possibilities. Quite the year we're having here. Angela Sinadella, thanks for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. This morning, Iraq is condemning the United States, saying America violated its sovereignty. This after the U.S. carried out a drone strike in Baghdad yesterday. The U.S. military says that it killed a senior commander of the Iran-aligned group that it blames for the drone attack that killed 3 U.S. soldiers in Jordan more than a week ago. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from northern Iraq with the latest. Keir, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. This is the first precision strike against a high-value target here in Iraq since those U.S. service members were killed. A U.S. government official telling NBC News that Iraq was only informed of the strike after it had happened. It comes as the U.S., frankly, battles to try to reach a diplomatic solution to the war between Hamas and Israel. This morning, new details emerging of a deadly U.S. strike inside Baghdad. A precision drone incinerating a vehicle, killing 3. An assassination so targeted, cars close by appear undamaged. Among those killed, Abu Bakr al-Sa'adi, one of the leaders of an Iranian-backed militia accused of a drone attack on a U.S. base that left 3 servicemen and women dead. President Biden ordering the strike early last week, a U.S. official telling NBC News. Last night, the official says the opportunity presented itself. U.S. Central Command saying in a statement, U.S. forces conducted a unilateral strike in Iraq in response to the attacks on U.S. service members. But in the aftermath, a furious crowd chanting no to America, no to Israel. While the militia targeted last night, vowing revenge and promising more missile attacks. Kurdistan's prime minister in Iraq, a U.S. partner who helped fight ISIS, says there are still threats in the region and America must not walk away.
We have always been in the forefront of fighting terrorism. As friends, as allies, that we need to be capable enough.
You need American support for that?
We do need American support for that.
The ongoing war in Gaza escalating tensions in the region with no signs of a ceasefire. A Hamas proposal that included the release of large numbers of Palestinian prisoners, firmly rejected by Israel's prime minister, even with U.S. Secretary of State Blinken in the country.
While there are some clear non-starters in Hamas's response, we do think it creates space for agreement to be reached.
And Joe, those numbers from Gaza and Israel now, 27,708 dead in Gaza, according to the health ministry in Gaza, which Gaza, of course, is ruled by Hamas. More than 1,200 dead in Israel, 136 hostages in Gaza still, including as many as 6 U.S. citizens, Joe. Just heartbreaking.
Definitely. All right, Keir Simmons, thank you so much. Let's continue this conversation with the former editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post, Avi Meir. We're on What's Next in the More. Avi, thanks for joining us. So Netanyahu says there is no end to this war without a victory for Israel, went so far as to call this counter-proposal introduced by Hamas delusional. Secretary Blinken seems to find some parts of it workable. So despite Netanyahu's comments, is there a feeling that something can still be negotiated here?
Well, Joe, I think there are many Israelis, the majority even, who want there to be some kind of a hostage deal in order to bring those 136 Israelis home. There seems to be a significant difference of opinion on what would be an acceptable deal. But there actually is an agreement between Israel and the United States that there are elements of Hamas's proposal that are simply unacceptable. We understand that those negotiations are going to continue today in Cairo with the goal of reaching some kind of an agreement. But we understand that one of the particular sticking points in Hamas's proposal is the release of 500 terrorists with what we call blood on their hands. That is, people who were convicted of actively murdering Israelis. That is something that is igniting a great deal of controversy in Israel and something the prime minister himself has said that he will not allow. We'll have to see what the days in ahead store. Yeah.
So is Netanyahu running the risk of losing some degree of support from the U.S. and from other nations in the region trying to broker some sort of deal? What's his capital right now?
Look, right now, again, he's under tremendous pressure domestically to bring about the release of those hostages. There were two press conferences last night that got a lot of attention, his and the secretaries, but there was a third one as well. 5 of the former hostages, these women who were released by Hamas as part of one of the previous deals, spoke about the imperative of reaching an agreement as soon as possible in order to bring those hostages home. So there's a great deal, a groundswell, I would say, of support in Israel for such a deal. And he finds himself pushing back against it in order to ensure that the IDF is able to complete its mission of decimating Hamas's capability of ever carrying out a massacre like October 7th ever again. I think ultimately there will be an agreement. I don't know how long it'll take. We understand these negotiations are ongoing. We'll see what the coming days hold.
You mentioned this groundswell. We've been talking about that news conference with the former hostages. Is there a feeling that Netanyahu is impacted or listening to that groundswell right now?
I think he certainly is. I mean, the fact that he was compelled to speak about this publicly, the fact that he held up one of those iconic dog tags that many Israelis have been wearing in solidarity with the hostages and their families is an indication that he is hearing the support of so many Israelis for some kind of a hostage deal. I don't think that we'll be able to go much longer without such a deal being effectuated. Ultimately, however, much of the ball really is in Hamas's court. We have to understand these are, again, terrorists who've been convicted of heinous crimes. If they insist on their release, that will be a significant impediment for any kind of potential deal.
All right, Avi Meir, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate your time. Turn now to Pennsylvania, where officials say at least 6 people, including children, are unaccounted for after a house fire and shooting near Philadelphia that injured 2 police officers. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from East Lansdowne, Pennsylvania, with more on this. George, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Authorities able to knock down the fire. Keep in mind they were unable to do so for several hours after there was some concerns. There may have been an active shooter inside. You might be able to see behind me that authorities now here on the ground beginning to mobilize to go inside of that home to find the shooter or shooters and those unaccounted family members. This morning, at least 6 people missing and 2 police officers shot after a tragic scene in a Philadelphia suburb.
There's an 11-year-old shot inside.
Authorities say 2 officers were responding to a 911 call around 4 p.m. reporting an 11-year-old girl was shot at this house. A gunman inside then opened fire on officers.
Shots are coming from inside the house. 2 officers shot.
Shortly before, the house caught on fire, leaving at least 6 members of the family inside unaccounted for.
And then all of a sudden, I heard 6 or 7 gunshots. Cop down on the ground, I ran and took off.
2 officers were struck and were dragged out of danger, sustaining non-life-threatening injuries.
Second officer is out. Second officer is out.
During the chaotic exchange of gunfire, a fire erupted inside the home. Officials say firefighters were unable to put out the blaze because of the active shooter situation.
The police officers and the fire department who were out there were still shots coming out at the beginning of this fire scene.
Authorities say they are unable to identify the shooter or the missing residents, but say they include children.
We are aware that there are at least 6 to 8 people who are unaccounted for from that family. It is our terrible fear that they may be inside that house when it was burned. We are hopeful that that is not true.
The investigation and search for survivors continuing. And Joe, officials are expected to provide us with another update this morning once the investigators are actually able to safely get inside of that home. And those 2 officers that were wounded, we're told they were veterans of the force and are fortunately expected to make full recoveries. Joe?
That at least is good to hear. George, thank you so much. Now for a check on our morning News Now weather. Unseasonably warm conditions continue for much of the country. Angie Lastman joins us now with the forecast. Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Spring has sprung, kind of. We've got temperatures that at least feel like it, running 10 to 30 degrees above normal for most of the country, really. We've got temperatures, potential records on deck here as we get into the afternoon hours. Saginaw, Michigan coming in at 58 for the afternoon high, blowing past a record of 55 degrees probably this afternoon. We've got Minneapolis set to break a record. Temperatures in Des Moines expected to head to the low 60s. That would break a record. And Kansas City close to it. And that's going to be kind of the story across this region, not just today, but into tomorrow, too. A look at your forecast afternoon highs for tomorrow in Toledo, 62 degrees. We've got Indianapolis set to head to 63 degrees. And even as far east as Harrisburg, we're going to be into the upper 50s. These temperatures, of course, not where we should be for this time of year, but we're going to stick around that kind of same range here for at least the next couple of days. Looking ahead to the weekend in Washington, D.C., 65 degrees on Saturday. That is the day that you're going to want to be outdoors. It'll feel really nice, more like April than February. We do drop back into those low 60s by the time Sunday rolls around, and then we kind of moderate out to where we should be by the time we get back into our next work week. And we could potentially be talking about some rain and some snow across this region by early next week. We've got 30s on tap for Sunday in Cleveland, but notice where we are on Saturday, into the mid-50s. So a bit of a temperature roller coaster ride from anywhere from Nashville to Raleigh and up through Boston over the next couple of days and into our weekend. The big picture look today, it looks like we could see some rain, some snow across portions of the upper Midwest. We've got that mountain snow happening out west. Finally, we're starting to see a little bit of a break when it comes to the rain impacting folks in Southern California. But otherwise, if you're in the southeast today, even in the middle of the country, things are quiet. You're going to see some dry skies. You'll see plenty of sunshine across that region as well. Looking ahead to your Friday, we'll keep the record heat going, as I mentioned. The showers, though, will start to peek into portions of the southeast, and this is just a taste of what's to come by the time Saturday rolls around. No surprise out west. We're still going to be dealing with that snow for your Friday as we wrap up our work week. But check out Saturday. We still have the snow happening, and as I mentioned, skiers delight. It'll be great across the Rockies. Some fresh snow for folks there. We finally see some sunshine across parts of Southern California. That's going to be really important for folks getting that cleanup underway. But it's the rain, the showers, the thunderstorms that are all on tap here for the southeast for your Saturday plans. The umbrella will be needed. We'll see some of these isolated showers too, stretching up into portions of the interior northeast. And we keep it that way really as we wrap up Sunday across that region. Severe storms possible even as this system kind of gains a little bit of strength and starts to lift to the north by the time we get into our next work week. The snow will still be happening across parts of the middle of the country, specifically the southern plains and central plains, and we keep it quiet even through the weekend out west. Here's what's going on right now. We've got some of that snow that I mentioned and some of the rain across the upper Midwest. A few of those showers have finally started to taper off out into California, but we're still dealing with a little rain in the southwest and that snow across those western mountain regions. Here's some of the winter alerts that we still have in effect at this hour, and here's how that system plays out. We're going to start to see it move a little farther to the east. It takes that rain into the Midwest and into the southeast over the next couple of days. There's some of it that I mentioned that will be impactful for any Saturday plans that you may have across the lower Mississippi Valley. By the way, we need the rain there, so can't complain too much about that. Just adjust those plans as needed. You notice the snowfall forecast, anywhere from another 4 inches to 8 inches possible. We'll, of course, see some higher amounts in those higher elevations. And then when it comes to the rainfall, from Friday to Sunday, a good batch of rain working into the southeast. They need it, like I said. So from Texas all the way into the Carolinas, we could see anywhere from 1 inch to 3 inches of rain. It'll be a little bit of a soaker for you to finish out your weekend. And of course, the Super Bowl, any Super Bowl plans you may have on Sunday, that could be impacted by that. As we get through Sunday and into Monday, that's when the system starts to lift to the north, and it'll encounter a little bit of cooler air on the backside of it. And that means that we could see the potential for some light to moderate snow happening across portions of New England. It'll be more of a rain event for folks anywhere along the I-95 corridor, closer to the coast, I think, is where we'll see that better chance for the rain versus the snow. But of course, people are not going to give up winter just yet.
How exciting! Snow someplace?
Yeah, you know, I don't know if it'll be a whole lot, but the interior Northeast could get a good batch.
Hopefully they enjoy that. All right, Angie, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We've got much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the latest from Capitol Hill on that now stalled border bill that's now got lawmakers searching for answers after some Republicans tanked a bipartisan package. Plus, some breaking news this morning. Those 5 Marines who were reported missing after their helicopter crash in Southern California are now confirmed dead. We've got the latest on that in a live report up next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Senate Republicans have now officially blocked that bipartisan bill that was supposed to beef up security at the southern border. The shocking reversal put an end to 4 months of negotiations across the aisle. Now Democrats are pushing forward with a supplemental package that would include aid to Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan. The Senate set to go on a 2-week recess. It's safe to say the Capitol is in a bit of disarray right now. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with the latest on all that. Ryan, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. I think disarray is the correct word, and there is a long to-do list on Capitol Hill, and Congress really isn't making much progress. The dysfunction is a byproduct of Republicans unwilling to bend on key issues. It led to the breakdown in negotiations around the border, and right now, there is no end in sight.
The chaos on Capitol Hill is showing no signs of slowing down.
We've struggled. People know.
Less than 24 hours after Republicans effectively killed a bipartisan deal to address the border crisis and provide aid to Ukraine and Israel, the Senate's attempt at a new push to provide the aid without the controversial border provisions is stalled. leaving Congress searching for answers as to what could break the impasse.
You think House Republicans are as interested in bipartisanship at this point?
Well, what they're going to have to do is show their ability to govern, right?
Republicans were under massive outside pressure, including from former President Trump to kill the border deal. Lead negotiator and staunch conservative James Lankford speaking out yesterday.
I had a popular commentator that told me flat out, if you try to move a bill that solves the border crisis during this presidential year, I will do whatever I can to destroy you. Because I do not want you to solve this during the presidential election.
Some in the GOP saying now is the time to focus.
And no, we're not going to just pass the buck and say that, oh, any president could walk in and secure the border. I saw former President Trump make that allegation earlier today. Well, with all due respect, that didn't happen in 2017, 18, 19, and 20.
House Republicans remain entrenched in their all-or-nothing position.
Most of my voters would love to see this place shut down because they don't think it works for them.
The Speaker promising things will get better.
We're governing here. Sometimes it's messy.
As the crisis in places like Eagle Pass, Texas, continues.
I'm hoping that the federal government will cut a deal and completely stop this madness.
But for now, there's no path toward providing assistance. And the hope of Capitol Hill being the source of relief is dwindling.
Now, the Senate does plan to take another crack at moving that foreign aid package without the border provisions forward this morning. But even if it passes the Senate, there are no guarantees in the House, where Speaker Johnson has already warned he may not be willing to even bring the package to the floor for a vote. Joe.
All right, Ryan, thank you so much. Now to new developments this morning out of California. Military officials have just confirmed that 5 missing Marines were killed in a helicopter crash outside of San Diego. The helicopter went missing Tuesday night during a routine training flight. It was found in a remote area covered in snow, making it hard to access. Joining us now is NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin. Dana, good morning. I know this is a breaking situation. Just tell us what we're learning right now about this crash.
Yeah, Joe, just obviously the worst news that has just come out. The military, the Marines here, confirming via email that all 5 members of that CH-53 helicopter have been found dead. They have not said when they found them. We know that they found that aircraft yesterday morning, and we were told that they had been searching all night. In this email, there's a statement from Major General Michael Borgschult, the commanding general of the Marine Air Station Wing here in Miramar. He says these pilots and crew members were serving a calling greater than self, and we're proud to do so. We will forever be grateful for their call to duty and selfless service. To the families of our fallen Marines, we send our deepest condolences and commit to ensuring your support and care during this incredibly difficult time. So obviously a lot of questions. What went wrong? That will likely be the focus, the investigation. But right now, the military is trying to inform next of kin, and their policy is to wait at least 24 hours until all family members, or at least a member next to kin, has been notified for all 5 deceased members. So just very tragic news hitting us this morning. Joe?
Certainly, Dana. This was, of course, a bit of a mystery for the past day when we heard that this helicopter first went missing. Take us back in time into what happened and anything we're learning, perhaps, about how it crashed or what that investigation will hold.
Yeah, so this helicopter left Creech Air Force Base in Nevada, north of Las Vegas, heading here to San Diego, where all 5 members are based. Sometime after 11:30, the helicopter disappeared from radar, and that's when the crew started searching. They got the coordinates. They couldn't see anything just because it was dark. There was still that winter weather that was rolling through, so it made the search difficult. They started searching at first light, and around 9 o'clock yesterday morning, they found that airplane. They had not confirmed whether they found the Marines, but as we've learned, they have found them, and unfortunately, they are deceased. It's unclear what caused this crash, but they will likely look into weather as a potential factor because there was rain, wind, and snow in the area during that time. Joe?
Of course, the weather is something you've been covering and we've been covering for the last several days there on the West Coast. All right, Dana Griffin, thank you so much. Let's get to some international headlines now. Polls are now closed in Pakistan after a controversial and violent election day that also shut down mobile internet service across the country. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman joins us with that and other world news. Josh, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. That internet shutdown came a day after 2 bombs ripped through southwestern Pakistan, killing at least 30 people at campaign offices. Pakistan's Interior Ministry saying today that with the terror threat so high, they had to take security measures to maintain law and order on Election Day. But voting rights groups are calling it censorship, especially given that Pakistan's military is accused of trying to meddle in this election. Now, let's go to Haiti, where protests against Prime Minister Ariel Henry have turned deadly. A law enforcement union says a shootout erupted in Haiti's capital, with police killing 5 armed environmental protection agents who also work for the government. Now, this is not the first clash between police and environmental officers, some of whom have joined protesters who are demanding that the prime minister step down. And finally to France, where one man's hopes of setting a new Guinness World Record for the tallest Eiffel Tower replica made of matchsticks has just gone up in flames. It took Richard Plaud 8 years, more than 700,000 matchsticks, and 50 pounds of glue to build the 23.5-foot tall model. But the Guinness Book of World Records disqualified his entry because he didn't use commercially available matchsticks. The good news for him is Guinness says it is now reviewing that decision.
All right.
Joe?
Read the fine print, I guess, if you're going to endeavor such a project. All right, Josh, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, we've got a major new study on transgender Americans. After the break, how a majority of those surveyed say they feel after transitioning. But first, Prince William making his first public comments about his father, King Charles' cancer diagnosis. Those stories and much more coming up next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, part of our continued reporting. Think we're all safe? Everybody good? Women, children,
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine, part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Think we're all safe? Everybody good? That's the threat it took for all this damage to occur. Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned. Welcome back. Prince William is speaking publicly for the first time since his father, King Charles' cancer diagnosis and his wife, Princess Kate's recent medical procedure. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has the latest from London.
It is a rainy day here at Buckingham Palace, but Kensington Palace tells NBC News that Prince William is really doing that balancing act between supporting his wife, Kate, the Princess of Wales, of course, as she continues to recover, and their 3 kids, but also these stepped-up royal duties. We saw him last night decked out for a big event right here in London, and by his side, Tom Cruise. Take a look.
For the first time since his father's cancer diagnosis, Prince William is back to work and addressing his family's health scares.
Really appreciate everyone's kind messages. Thank you.
I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you also for the kind messages of support for Catherine and for my father, especially in recent days.
Kensington Palace saying that Kate, the Princess of Wales, is still recuperating at home while William balances his return to public duties, attending a gala for London's air ambulance charity, even cracking a joke.
The past few weeks have had a rather medical focus, so I thought I'd come to an air ambulance function to get away from it all.
The event bringing in the stars, including Tom Cruise, a longtime supporter and sometimes pilot.
And Tom, if you wouldn't mind not borrowing either of the new helicopters for the next Mission Impossible, it would be appreciated.
William started out the day performing investitures at Windsor Castle, as brother Harry was spotted back at Heathrow Airport 24 hours after racing to his father's side.
The relationship between Charles and Harry is on the mend. Although the meeting was short, it was on medical grounds that meeting was short.
And King Charles still out in the countryside today, speaking with Prime Minister Rishi Sunak on the phone yesterday, and plans to continue his state duties, including his weekly audience with Sunak, at least for now.
Now, we're pretty used to seeing the Prince of Wales and the Princess of Wales, of course, when she's feeling better at these star-studded, glamorous events. We will start to see the Prince of Wales, though, pick up more of these day-to-day mundane events that his father does later today. Queen Camilla, who's also, of course, doing that balancing act between supporting her husband and a full program of royal duties. We will see her tonight at an event just outside of London. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Molly, thank you so much. A new survey is taking a closer look at the quality of life of transgender people living in the U.S. The National Center for Transgender Equality, one of the country's largest trans rights organizations, just released its 2022 U.S. Transgender Survey. It's the largest survey of trans people in U.S. history. More than 90,000 people found that trans people are still experiencing workplace and medical discrimination. Despite all this, the majority of those who were polled still report an improvement in life satisfaction after transitioning. NBC Out reporter Joe Yerkeba joins us now with a closer look at the survey. Joe, good to have you with us. So first of all, let's just look at the big picture. What are the main takeaways here?
Good morning, Joe. So yeah, one of the key data points found that out of these about 90,000 trans adults, the overwhelming majority of them, about 94% total, were at least a little or a lot more satisfied with life after transition. And those rates were similarly high if they received hormone treatment or gender-affirming surgery. At least 98% of trans adults said they were a little or a lot more satisfied after hormone treatment, and 97% said they were a little or a lot more satisfied after surgery. So those are really, really high rates.
So this comes with the Human Rights Campaign saying already more than 130 bills targeting transgender rights have been introduced and filed in states around the country. Talk about the impact these bills, not just this year, but in the last few years, how they're impacting the community.
Right. Well, what we've been hearing for the last few years is that it's swaying people to consider moving out of their states, and a lot of them have already left. And that's what this data shows. It found that 45% of trans respondents, nearly half, have considered moving due to bills targeting trans people, and 5%, or about 4,600 people, have actually moved to another state.
The survey also touches on something that's really important here, what the trans community is experiencing at home with their families, because ultimately that probably has the biggest impact on just how they are feeling. What was the overall response, especially when it comes to trans youth? Are they feeling accepted and supported by their families?
Well, the survey found that what's happening in state houses might not actually reflect what's happening to trans people at home, because the majority of trans adults reported that their families were supportive at 67%, and 22% said they were neither supportive nor unsupportive, and just 12 said their families were unsupportive. 16 and 17-year-olds, trans youth, were a little lower. 44% said their families were supportive, and it's unclear exactly why that rate is lower. It could be because of the rhetoric we're hearing in legislatures across the country, or it could just be that their families have had less time to kind of sit with the fact that they've come out.
So the information from this survey about how people are feeling, whether they're feeling supported, it can actually be useful in the discussions we're seeing play out in state houses when it comes to transgender rights and advocacy. Talk about how that information can be useful in these discussions.
Right. So the executive director of the National Center for Transgender Equality said during a press conference that he hopes this data, with the large sample size, will be helpful to combat some of the misinformation we're hearing coming out of state legislatures. And that's specifically this persistent idea that trans people are really likely to regret their transition. And this data shows pretty overwhelmingly that that just isn't true.
All right, Jo Yerkeba, good to have you with us. Thanks for joining us today. After her Northern California hometown was devastated by wildfires, a 75-year-old grandmother decided she wanted to serve the community that meant everything to her. So she joined the ranks of her local volunteer fire department. NBC's Kathy Park has that story.
Out of the ashes of the 2018 Camp Fire, one of the deadliest and most destructive natural disasters in California's history, emerged the newest volunteer firefighter. 75-year-old Mary Jarsky.
Sometimes people will say something like, oh, I'm old. And I'm like, well, yeah, that's going to happen to all of us. But that doesn't mean that we have to quit doing the things that we enjoy doing, or, quit being challenged.
According to the Butte County Fire Department, anyone over the age of 18 who wants to help their community can join its volunteer firefighter squad. And Jarsky fit the bill. But she knew the training wasn't going to be easy.
I keep thinking, man, if I'd started when I was 30, I'd be so, just excuse the expression, badass. I mean, I'm still pretty badass at 75, but really, I wish I'd done it sooner. Every day I'd show up and say, I'm just going to try. And at the end of the day, I feel pretty proud of myself, actually.
She was one of 19 cadets in the program, some of them nearly 6 decades her junior, all of them training for more than 200 hours.
How demanding is the training program?
It's fairly physical. They have to drag charged hose lines, wear heavy packs. We have our self-contained breathing apparatus that they have to wear. We do a live fire training.
But Jarsky is no stranger to pressure, spending 30 years on the front lines caring for others as a registered nurse. And she's hoping all that experience can be put to use in her new role.
It takes time, I think, to develop and to be able to look at someone and assess them and kind of know what to do. And that's where I feel pretty confident.
Jarsky plans to volunteer at the fire station in her hometown of Concow after graduating from the program this weekend. And this grandmother is set to make history as the oldest cadet ever to complete the academy.
I want people to see me out there and think to themselves, hey, maybe I could do that too, because it's a great opportunity to, to serve your community, and we need it. It doesn't bother me that I'm 75. I'm happy to be here.
Proof that it's never too late to start something new. Kathy Park, NBC News.
All right, coming up, hanging up after the break, the shaky future of the humble and nostalgic landline, and the old school purists who aren't quite ready to drop that call just yet. I've got that story next on Morning News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine.
Part of our continued reporting.
This is what a country at war looks like.
Women, children.
What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good?
It took for all this damage to
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina. Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Back now with some financial headlines. And OpenAI is now hiring for a child safety team. CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and other money news. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Yeah, OpenAI has formed a new team to study ways to prevent its tools like ChatGPT from being misused or abused by kids. In a new job listing on its current career page, OpenAI has revealed the existence of a child safety team. It's working with platform policy, legal, and investigation groups to try to manage processes, incidents, and reviews related to underage users. Kids and teens are increasingly turning to AI tools for help, not just with schoolwork, but actually with personal problems. A recent poll found 29% of kids report having used ChatGPT to deal with anxiety or mental health issues. Apple, meantime, has made an AI image tool that lets you make edits by describing them in text prompts without the need for knowledge of how to use photo editing software. The tool can crop, resize, flip, and add filters to images. Users just have to type out what they want in order to change the picture. Apple, which has not been a big player in generative AI technology so far, has made this new tool available to download on GitHub. And Beyonce has officially announced her long-awaited hair care line, Sacred. It's spelled C-E-C-R-E-D, but pronounced Sacred. The superstar posting a clip to Instagram this week in collaboration with the brand's new account. The video appears to feature a young Beyonce inside her mom's hair salon in Houston. The brand launches on February 20th, and reports say the business will sell items such as cosmetic preparations for hair care, hair growth stimulants, styling tools, cosmetic bags, cases, and sleep masks. It's amazing how these performers are creating these brands. Rihanna's Fenty, according to Forbes, is valued now at about $2.8 billion, and her cosmetics lines has more than $500 million in annual sales. So these are incredible businesswomen, along with being amazing artists.
No kidding, Bertha. Quick question for you. Do you still have an old school landline, Bertha?
I do, although, you know, it's not a landline anymore. It's not the old twisted pairs we used to call it. It's now VoIP. But I remember that when there was a blackout like 20 years ago here in New York, I had a landline, and I was one of the few people who could actually make calls, because if your phone wasn't charged, or your phone lost a charge, or even your wireless phone doesn't necessarily work.
Exactly. So. All right. Well, then this next story might be for you, Bertha. We have some bad news for lovers of the old school landline phone service before the VoIP. About a quarter of adults in the U.S. still have that traditional landline. That number, though, is likely going to drop as phone companies look to phase out the old school service. But some landline users just aren't ready to say goodbye to the old tech just yet.
Like the curly Q cord immortalized in Sleepless in Seattle, the landline connects us to the past.
Oh my God, she's so annoying. Who is? Who's this? Gretchen?
The drama of Mean Girls.
You like scary movies?
Uh-huh.
Horror of Scream.
I'm looking for a Mrs. O problem, first name B.
Come on, guys, do I have a B.O. problem here?
And the humor of a prank call by Bart Simpson. Even today, it's hard to hang up.
And this is for when the power goes out.
With the landline becoming a punchline on social media.
Guess what I'm calling you from? A rotisserie phone.
We actually still have a landline phone here in this house.
Jay Zagorski is an associate professor at Boston University's Questrom School of Business and is part of the 26% of American adults who still have a landline. He just can't always rely on his cell.
I do a fair number of interviews, and the internet isn't always working. You don't always get good sound quality.
But he knows landlines are fading away. As recently as last week, phone service providers have made moves to stop servicing traditional landlines. It comes as they replace the copper wires used for those landlines with faster technologies like fiber optic and wireless. But that worries those who feel the old school landline is a lifeline. More reliable if the power goes out during a storm or hurricane.
Can you hear me now?
More trusted than spotty cell phone service in rural areas.
So there's going to be some problems, especially in rural areas, if landline phones completely disappear.
Experts say landlines will eventually totally transition to wireless and fiber technology, something Van Agens already uses.
What is that?
That is a rotary phone. It was pretty inexpensive to get, and it's more of like a novelty.
We spoke with Robert Frieden, a telecommunications professor at Penn State. He says in the big cities, the top 100 urban markets, we could see traditional landline service end in the next 2 to 3 years, with other smaller places taking longer. Coming up, Beatlemania at 60. After the break, a look back at the decade since the Fab Four first touchdown right here in New York, and the social movement that almost never was. Stay with us.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they
are you? Nice to see you. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
Superstar Taylor Swift is in Japan this week for the international leg of her Eras Tour. There are a lot of questions about whether she'll make it to Las Vegas in time this weekend to watch her boyfriend Travis Kelce compete in the Super Bowl. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer has the latest on Taylor Mania.
Well, few topics can get people talking quite like Taylor Swift. The singer is kicking off her Asia tour with 4 sold-out shows in Tokyo, but all the buzz is about what comes after. Can music's biggest star make it to football's biggest game in time? Now, Swift has not publicly confirmed she will even attend the Super Bowl to cheer on her boyfriend, Travis Kelce, as the Kansas City Chiefs take on the San Francisco 49ers for the championship. The burning question, is it even possible to make it from Tokyo to Las Vegas before kickoff if the last concert is on Saturday night? Now, the internet has been on fire with flight trackers and time zone calculators. Even Japan's embassy in Washington has been trying to assure Swifties that it will all be okay. They issued a tongue-in-cheek statement saying they should, quote, shake it off and be, quote, fearless. Meanwhile, fans in Tokyo are caught up in Taylor Mania. There are long lines for merchandise, fans wearing glitter, tassels, sharing homemade bracelets, all the hallmarks of the Eras Tour that blazed across the U.S. last year. Every show in Asia for the next month is sold out. There are no dates planned for here in China. Taylor Swift, of course, fresh off making music history with her 4th Album of the Year win at the Grammys. As for the Super Bowl, time is on Taylor and Travis's side. Japan is one of the first countries west of the international dateline, so there is a full 17 hours ahead of Vegas. So it's more than feasible for Taylor Swift to land there before dawn on game day, though private jet parking these days is apparently tricky.
All right, Janice, thank you so much. From Taylor Mania to Beatle Mania, this week marks 60 years since the Beatles famously touched down at JFK Airport and sparked all that mania with their performance on The Ed Sullivan Show. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith looks back on a piece of pop history.
60 years ago, it was a dark time in American history. President Kennedy had been assassinated just the prior November. Yet in February of 1964, it was as if suddenly the sun was shining. The Beatles were in town.
Some thousands of fans and even hundreds of press were there at the newly renamed John F. Kennedy Airport. Emotions ran high. Some fans seemed, let's be honest, delirious.
I was there. That was wild. The kids were really on top of a roof of a hangar, and they were all over the place on the tarmac, too.
Bruce Morrow, WABC radio disc jockey, Cousin Brucey, was witness.
When they landed at JFK, we had a press conference, so to speak.
The press had an attitude, adversarial, snarky.
Does all that hair help you sing?
Definitely, yeah.
The Beatles were cheeky and charming.
How many are bald that you have to wear those wigs?
All of us.
I'm bald. You're bald?
Oh, we're all bald, yeah.
Their talents honed in the caverns and taverns of hometown Liverpool, the band had become a sensation in Britain and Europe. News reported here at NBC.
One reason for the Beatles' popularity may be that it's almost impossible to hear them.
But as their songs first landed in the U.S., crickets.
Very honestly, we used to have music meetings. And at these music meetings, we turned these records down.
Say what?
We didn't like it at all. It didn't hit home. And I wish I could say I was the genius that understood. But you know something, honestly? I voted no.
Back then, the average American teen listened to the radio at least 3 hours a day. And late in 1963, when the Beatles finally got airplay, their songs shot up the charts.
And all those DJs, they were like my personal friends because their voices were in my ears all the livelong day.
Jamie Bernstein was 11. Her dad was the conductor of the New York Philharmonic.
And I remember hearing I Want to Hold Your Hand on the radio for the first time. I remember it.
Played by Cousin Brucey.
I get a call that afternoon from the record company, and they said they're sending up an armed guard with a promotion man that night to give me a new record by the Beatles. Well, I didn't have to tell you. All heck broke loose. I played it 8 times that night.
Even before setting foot in the United States, the Beatles were well on their way to conquering America.
Did you have a crush on any of them?
So, in the very, very beginning, I had a crush on George. He was so pretty. And then pretty soon thereafter, I switched to John Lennon and stayed permanently with John Lennon for the rest of time. He was my favorite Beatle.
Beatlemania. For adults, a confounding frenzy. For kids, a welcome contagion, especially after the Beatles' explosive performance on The Ed Sullivan Show.
Oh, yeah, tell you something.
For an audience of more than 70 million.
So by then we were all in a tizzy. The Beatles are coming, the Beatles are coming. And then they went on The Ed Sullivan Show, and that was that.
And, as some say, the 60s began. Back to you.
All right, love it, Harry. Thank you so much. That'll do it for this hour of Morning News Now. News continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. We are following breaking news right now out of the Supreme Court. Justices are now considering a case out of Colorado that will decide whether former President Donald Trump can be kicked off the primary ballot there. That state Supreme Court said he should be disqualified because he engaged in an insurrection. That's, of course, referring to the former president's actions leading up to the attack on the Capitol on January 6. Oral arguments in the case are happening right now. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor is outside of the Supreme Court. NBC News legal analyst Angela Senadella joins us as well. So, Yamiche, arguments started about 50 minutes ago. Trump's lawyer, Jonathan Mitchell, last I checked, still fielding questions from the justices. What are the headlines so far?
Well, good morning from a chilly Supreme Court on this historic day. This is really what we've been hearing so far. Trump attorneys really arguing, as you said, Jonathan Mitchell, arguing that at the end of the day, former President Trump should be allowed on this Colorado Republican primary ballot. He's making a number of arguments, but chief among them basically saying Trump should be allowed to run for office, that this is wrong with the Colorado State Supreme Court did, which is block him from the primary ballot. Take a listen to what some of the back and forth that we've heard from, this is going to be Chief Justice John Roberts questioning the Trump attorney.
What if somebody came into a state Secretary of State's office and said, I took the oath specified in Section 3, I participated in an insurrection, and I want to be on the ballot? Does the Secretary of State have the authority in that situation to say, no, you're disqualified?
No, the Secretary of State could not do that consistent with term limits, because even if the candidate is an admitted insurrectionist, Section 3 still allows the candidate to run for office and even win election to office, and then see whether Congress lifts that disability after the election.
So really putting forth a robust debate here as oral arguments have been underway for about an hour. Joe?
So, Angela, let's bring you in here. If you love case law dating back to the 1860s, then boy, this last hour has been for you. We know Colorado's decision to remove Trump from the ballot in the first place. It has to do with Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. I've been listening. They're spending a lot of time discussing who should enforce Section 3. Break down what we're hearing so far, and if we can pick up anything from the justices' questions.
Right. So as of yet, we've really only heard them questioning Jonathan Mitchell, who is Trump's attorney. And that's the way this works. First, the person who has petitioned, or the party that's petitioned the Supreme Court, has all of their arguments questioned before it really moves to Colorado. So in terms of what we've heard so far, we've heard so much textual debate over these words. So if we can bring up the actual Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, let's take a look. They've really focused here on the question of office and officer. Does the presidency qualify as an office or an officer? We have Jonathan Mitchell here for the presidency arguing that the presidency is indeed clearly not an office. It is not an officer based on other clauses that we have seen, based on things like the commissions clause, where the president has to separately commission all offices for the U.S. So it's a question of, in this textual consideration, were they intending to include the presidency in this office? We haven't really fully engaged yet in the question of insurrection. Did the president here, the former president, qualify as someone who engaged in insurrection? We really still are on this question of office and officer. We've also gone back to the 1800s to look at this Griffin's case, which the parties are focusing on, and whether or not it's really up to Congress to determine whether or not Trump or anyone could qualify as an insurrectionist or as someone who can run for office. Joe.
And Angela, you mentioned because the justices haven't really asked about insurrection specifically, it's possible they may or may not take up the issue of whether they feel Trump committed an insurrection or participated in insurrection, right?
That's right. I mean, the justices, this is more like a conversation, and the justices can really ask and zero in on whatever they want. And you've seen them here also bringing up additional questions, saying, well, you didn't really bring up this argument. Why not? Isn't this your strongest argument if you're focusing on office or officer here? And they're also looking back to the original briefs and saying, you know, we heard Kagan saying, well, this was not originally brought in your briefs. You kind of can't really argue it now. And you hear Mitchell very tenuously taking steps to make sure that he safeguards all territory. You know, if he's concerned that if he gives an inch here on the definition of office or on what Congress can or cannot do, that it'll be debunked by the other side in the future. So this is very cautious territory.
Yamiche, who else will the justices hear from and be questioning as this hearing continues?
Where we're going to, of course, be hearing from the attorneys for the Colorado State Attorney General. We're also going to be hearing from a lawyer from the Colorado residents who brought this case. They include Republicans. And what's interesting here is, as you've been hearing these arguments go forward, we've already in some ways been hearing what you can see is the skeptical take that you see from the liberal justices on the court. We heard from Allegra Kagan, from Justice Sotomayor, and from Ketanji Brown Jackson. And all of them are really questioning, what do you mean that the president of the United States can't be on the list of offices that would be barred from insurrections being holding? You also heard really, I think, a number of cases where the justices were just sounding very, very skeptical of what the Trump attorney was doing. Of course, this is a 6-3 majority conservative court. Of course, former President Trump put 3 of the justices on the court that are now going to be looking into this. So in some ways, while we don't know what's going to actually happen here, there are a lot of legal scholars that are looking at this and saying, well, Trump already has the upper hand here, even if the questions and the arguments that they're making seem like they might be shaky.
And the big question here, how quickly will the justices turn around their decision? Because that primary in Colorado taking place on Super Tuesday, which is quickly approaching in early March. We'll have to see what happens. We're going to continue to follow this story, of course, throughout the morning. Our thanks to NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor and our legal analyst Angela Senadella. Thank you both. Appreciate your time. This morning, Iraq is condemning the United States, saying America violated its sovereignty. This after the U.S. carried out a drone strike in Baghdad yesterday. The U.S. military says that it killed a senior commander of the Iran-aligned group that it blames for the drone attack that killed 3 U.S. soldiers in Jordan more than a week ago. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from northern Iraq with the latest. Keir, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. This is the first precision strike against a high-value target here in Iraq since those U.S. service members were killed. A U.S. government official telling NBC News that Iraq was only informed of the strike after it had happened. It comes as the U.S., frankly, battles to try to reach a diplomatic solution to the war between Hamas and Israel. This morning, new details emerging of a deadly U.S. strike inside Baghdad. A precision drone incinerating a vehicle, killing 3. An assassination so targeted, cars close by appear undamaged. Among those killed, Abu Bakr al-Sa'adi, one of the leaders of an Iranian-backed militia accused of a drone attack on a U.S. base that left 3 servicemen and women dead. President Biden ordering the strike early last week, a U.S. official telling NBC News. Last night, the official says the opportunity presented itself. U.S. Central Command saying in a statement, U.S. forces conducted a unilateral strike in Iraq in response to the attacks on U.S. service members. But in the aftermath, a furious crowd chanting no to America, no to Israel. while the militia targeted last night, vowing revenge and promising more missile attacks. Kurdistan's prime minister in Iraq, a US partner who helped fight ISIS, says there are still threats in the region and America must not walk away.
We have always been in the forefront of fighting terrorism as friends, as allies, that we need to be capable enough.
You need American support for that?
We do need American support for that.
The ongoing war in Gaza escalating tensions in the region with no signs of a ceasefire. A Hamas proposal that included the release of large numbers of Palestinian prisoners firmly rejected by Israel's prime minister, even with US Secretary of State Blinken in the country.
While there are some clear non-starters in Hamas's response, we do think it creates space for agreement to be reached.
And Joe, those numbers from Gaza and Israel now, 27,708 dead in Gaza, according to the health ministry in Gaza, which Gaza, of course, is ruled by Hamas. More than 1,200 dead in Israel, 136 hostages in Gaza still, including as many as 6 US citizens, Joe. Just heartbreaking.
Definitely. All right, Keir Simmons, thank you so much. Let's continue this conversation with the former editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post, Avi Meir. More on what's next in the more. Avi, thanks for joining us. So Netanyahu says there is no end to this war without a victory for Israel, went so far as to call this counter-proposal introduced by Hamas delusional. Secretary Blinken seems to find some parts of it workable. So despite Netanyahu's comments, is there a feeling that something can still be negotiated here?
Well, Joe, I think there are many Israelis, the majority even, who want there to be some kind of a hostage deal in order to bring those 136 Israelis home. There seems to be a significant difference of opinion on what would be an acceptable deal. But there actually is an agreement between Israel and the United States that there are elements of Hamas's proposal that are simply unacceptable. We understand that those negotiations are going to continue today in Cairo with the goal of reaching some kind of an agreement. But we understand that one of the particular sticking points in Hamas's proposal is the release of 500 terrorists with what we call blood on their hands. That is, people who were convicted of actively murdering Israelis. That is something that is igniting a great deal of controversy in Israel and something the prime minister himself has said that he will not allow. We'll have to see what the days in ahead store. Yeah.
So is Netanyahu running the risk of losing some degree of support from the U.S. and from other nations in the region trying to broker some sort of deal? What's his capital right now?
Look, right now, again, he's under tremendous pressure domestically to bring about the release of those hostages. There were 2 press conferences last night that got a lot of attention, his and the secretaries, but there was a third one as well. 5 of the former hostages, these women who were released by Hamas as part of one of the previous deals, spoke about the imperative of reaching an agreement as soon as possible in order to bring those hostages home. So there's a great deal, a groundswell, I would say, of support in Israel for such a deal. And he finds himself pushing back against it in order to ensure that the IDF is able to complete its mission of decimating Hamas's capability of ever carrying out a massacre like October 7th ever again. I think ultimately there will be an agreement. I don't know how long it'll take. We understand these negotiations are ongoing. We'll see what the coming days hold.
You mentioned this groundswell. We've been talking about that news conference with the former hostages. Is there a feeling that Netanyahu is impacted or listening to that groundswell right now?
I think he certainly is. I mean, the fact that he was compelled to speak about this publicly, the fact that he held up one of those iconic dog tags that many Israelis have been wearing in solidarity with the hostages and their families is an indication that he is hearing the support of so many Israelis for some kind of a hostage deal. I don't think that we'll be able to go much longer without such a deal being effectuated. Ultimately, however, much of the ball really is in Hamas's court. We have to understand these are, again, terrorists who've been convicted of heinous crimes. If they insist on their release, that will be a significant impediment for any kind of potential deal.
All right, Avi Meir, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate your time. Turn now to Pennsylvania, where officials say at least 6 people, including children, are unaccounted for after a house fire and shooting near Philadelphia that injured 2 police officers. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from East Lansdowne, Pennsylvania, with more on this. George, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Authorities able to knock down the fire. Keep in mind they were unable to do so for several hours after there was some concerns. There may have been an active shooter inside. You might be able to see behind me that authorities now here on the ground beginning to mobilize to go inside of that home to find the shooter or shooters and those unaccounted family members. This morning, at least 6 people missing and 2 police officers shot after a tragic scene in a Philadelphia suburb.
There's an 11-year-old shot inside.
Authorities say 2 officers were responding to a 911 call around 4 p.m. reporting an 11-year-old girl was shot at this house. A gunman inside then opened fire on officers.
Shots are coming from inside the house. 2 officers shot.
Shortly before, the house caught on fire, leaving at least 6 members of the family inside unaccounted for.
And then all of a sudden, I heard 6 or 7 gunshots. Cop got down on the ground, I ran and took off.
2 officers were struck and were dragged out of danger, sustaining non-life-threatening injuries.
Second officer is out. Second officer is out.
During the chaotic exchange of gunfire, a fire erupted inside the home. Officials say firefighters were unable to put out the blaze because of the active shooter situation.
The police officers and the fire department who were out there were still shots coming out at the beginning of this fire scene.
Authorities say they are unable to identify the shooter or the missing residents, but say they include children.
We are aware that there are at least 6 to 8 people who are unaccounted for from that family. It is our terrible fear that they may be inside that house when it was burned. We are hopeful that that is not true.
The investigation and search for survivors continuing. And Joe, officials are expected to provide us with another update this morning once the investigators are actually able to safely get inside of that home. And those 2 officers that were wounded, we're told they were veterans of the force and are fortunately expected to make full recoveries. Joe?
That at least is good to hear, George. Thank you so much. Now for a check on our morning News Now weather. Unseasonably warm conditions continue for much of the country. Angie Lastman joins us now with the forecast. Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Spring has sprung, kind of. We've got temperatures that at least feel like it, running 10 to 30 degrees above normal for most of the country, really. We've got temperatures, potential records on deck here as we get into the afternoon hours. Saginaw, Michigan coming in at 58 for the afternoon high, blowing past a record of 55 degrees probably this afternoon. We've got Minneapolis set to break a record. Temperatures in Des Moines expected to head to the low 60s. That would break a record. And Kansas City close to it. And that's going to be kind of the story across this region, not just today, but into tomorrow, too. A look at your forecast afternoon highs for tomorrow in Toledo, 62 degrees. We've got Indianapolis set to head to 63 degrees. And even as far east as Harrisburg, we're going to be into the upper 50s. These temperatures, of course, not where we should be for this time of year, but we're going to stick around that kind of same range here for at least the next couple of days. Looking ahead to the weekend in Washington, D.C., 65 degrees on Saturday. That is the day that you're going to want to be outdoors. It'll feel really nice, more like April than February. We do drop back into those low 60s by the time Sunday rolls around, and then we kind of moderate out to where we should be by the time we get back into our next work week. And we could potentially be talking about some rain and some snow across this region by early next week. We've got 30s on tap for Sunday in Cleveland, but notice where we are on Saturday, into the mid-50s. So a bit of a temperature roller coaster ride from anywhere from Nashville to Raleigh and up through Boston over the next couple of days and into our weekend. The big picture look today, it looks like we could see some rain, some snow across portions of the upper Midwest. We've got that mountain snow happening out west. Finally, we're starting to see a little bit of a break when it comes to the rain impacting folks in Southern California. But otherwise, if you're in the southeast today, even in the middle of the country, things are quiet. You're going to see some dry skies. You'll see plenty of sunshine across that region as well. Looking ahead to your Friday, we'll keep the record heat going, as I mentioned. The showers, though, will start to peek into portions of the southeast. And this is just a taste of what's to come by the time Saturday rolls around. No surprise out west. We're still going to be dealing with that snow for your Friday as we wrap up our work week. But check out Saturday. We still have the snow happening. And as I mentioned, skiers delight. It'll be great across the Rockies. Some fresh snow for folks there. We finally see some sunshine across parts of Southern California. That's going to be really important for folks getting that cleanup underway. But it's the rain, the showers, the thunderstorms that are all on tap here for the southeast for your Saturday plans. The umbrella will be needed. We'll see some of these isolated showers, too, stretching up into portions of the interior northeast. And we keep it that way really as we wrap up Sunday across that region. Severe storms possible even as this system kind of gains a little bit of strength and starts to lift to the north by the time we get into our next work week. The snow will still be happening across parts of the middle of the country, specifically the southern plains and central plains, and we keep it quiet even through the weekend out west. Here's what's going on right now. We've got some of that snow that I mentioned and some of the rain across the upper Midwest. A few of those showers have finally started to taper off out into California, but we're still dealing with a little rain in the Southwest and that snow across those western mountain regions. Here's some of the winter alerts that we still have in effect at this hour, and here's how that system plays out. We're going to start to see it move a little farther to the east. It takes that rain into the Midwest and into the Southeast over the next couple of days. There's some of it that I mentioned that will be impactful for any Saturday plans that you may have across the lower Mississippi Valley. By the way, we need the rain there, so can't complain too much about that. Just adjust those plans as needed. You notice the snowfall forecast, anywhere from another 4 inches to 8 inches possible. We'll, of course, see some higher amounts in those higher elevations. And then when it comes to the rainfall, from Friday to Sunday, a good batch of rain working into the Southeast. They need it, like I said. So from Texas all the way into the Carolinas, we could see anywhere from 1 inch to 3 inches of rain. It'll be a little bit of a soaker for you to finish out your weekend. And of course, the Super Bowl, any Super Bowl plans you may have on Sunday, that could be impacted by that. As we get through Sunday and into Monday, that's when the system starts to lift to the north, and it'll encounter a little bit of cooler air on the backside of it. And that means that we could see the potential for some light to moderate snow happening across portions of New England. It'll be more of a rain event for folks anywhere along the I-95 corridor. Closer to the coast, I think, is where we'll see that better chance for the rain versus the snow. But of course, people are not going to give up winter just yet.
How exciting. Snow someplace?
Yeah, you know, I don't know if it'll be a whole lot, but the interior Northeast could get a good batch.
Hopefully they enjoy that. All right, Angie, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We've got much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the latest from Capitol Hill on that now stalled border bill that's now got lawmakers searching for answers after some Republicans tanked a bipartisan package. Plus, some breaking news this morning. Those 5 Marines who were reported missing after their helicopter crash in Southern California are now confirmed dead. We've got the latest on that in a live.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Do you need to win your home state in order to stay in this race? Is it do or die? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about?
The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon?
Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Welcome back. Senate Republicans have now officially blocked that bipartisan bill that was supposed to beef up security at the southern border. The shocking reversal put an end to 4 months of negotiations across the aisle. Now Democrats are pushing forward with a supplemental package that would include aid to Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan. With the Senate set to go on a 2-week recess, it's safe to say the Capitol is in a bit of disarray right now. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with the latest on all that. Ryan, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. I think disarray is the correct word, and there is a long to-do list on Capitol Hill, and Congress really isn't making much progress. The dysfunction is a byproduct of Republicans unwilling to bend on key issues. It led to the breakdown in negotiations around the border, and right now, there is no end in sight. The chaos on Capitol Hill is showing no signs of slowing down.
We've struggled. People know.
Less than 24 hours after Republicans effectively killed a bipartisan deal to address the border crisis and provide aid to Ukraine and Israel, the Senate's attempt at a new push to provide the aid without the controversial border provisions is stalled, leaving Congress searching for answers as to what could break the impasse.
You think House Republicans are as interested in bipartisanship at this point?
Well, what they're going to have to do is show their ability to govern, right?
Republicans were under massive outside pressure, including from former President Trump to kill the border deal. Lead negotiator and staunch conservative James Lankford speaking out yesterday.
I had a popular commentator that told me flat out, if you try to move a bill that solves the border crisis during this presidential year, I will do whatever I can to destroy you. Because I do not want you to solve this during the presidential election.
Some in the GOP saying now is the time to focus.
And no, we're not going to just pass the buck and say that, oh, any president could walk in and secure the border. I saw former President Trump make that allegation earlier today. Well, with all due respect, that didn't happen in 2017, 18, 19, and 20.
House Republicans remain entrenched in their all-or-nothing position.
Most of my voters would love to see this place shut down because they don't think it works for them.
The Speaker promising things will get better.
We're governing here. Sometimes it's messy.
As the crisis in places like Eagle Pass, Texas, continues.
I'm hoping that the federal government will cut a deal and completely stop this madness.
But for now, there's no path toward providing assistance. And the hope of Capitol Hill being the source of relief is dwindling. Now, the Senate does plan to take another crack at moving that foreign aid package without the border provisions forward this morning. But even if it passes the Senate, there are no guarantees in the House, where Speaker Johnson has already warned he may not be willing to even bring the package to the floor for a vote. Joe.
All right, Ryan, thank you so much. Now to new developments this morning out of California. Military officials have just confirmed that 5 missing Marines were killed in a helicopter crash outside of San Diego. The helicopter went missing Tuesday night during a routine training flight. It was found in a remote area covered in snow, making it hard to access. Joining us now is NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin. Dana, good morning. I know this is a breaking situation. Just tell us what we're learning right now about this crash.
Yeah, Joe, just obviously the worst news that has just come out. The military, the Marines here, confirming via email that all 5 members of that CH-53 helicopter have been found dead. They have not said when they found them. We know that they found that aircraft yesterday morning, and we were told that they had been searching all night. In this email, there's a statement from Major General Michael Borgschult, the commanding general of the Marine Air Station Wing here in Miramar. He says these pilots and crew members were serving a calling greater than self, and we're proud to do so. We will forever be grateful for their call to duty and selfless service. To the families of our fallen Marines, we send our deepest condolences and commit to ensuring your support and care during this incredibly difficult time. So obviously a lot of questions. What went wrong? That will likely be the focus, the investigation. But right now, the military is trying to inform next of kin, and their policy is to wait at least 24 hours until all family members, or at least a member next to kin, has been notified for all 5 deceased members. So just very tragic news hitting us this morning. Joe?
Certainly, Dana. This was, of course, a bit of a mystery for the past day when we heard that this helicopter first went missing. Take us back in time into what happened and anything we're learning, perhaps, about how it crashed or what that investigation will hold.
Yeah, so this helicopter left Creech Air Force Base in Nevada, north of Las Vegas, heading here to San Diego, where all 5 members are based. Sometime after 11:30, the helicopter disappeared from radar, and that's when the crew started searching. They got the coordinates. They couldn't see anything just because it was dark. There was still that winter weather that was rolling through, so it made the search difficult. They started searching at first light, and around 9 o'clock yesterday morning, they found that airplane. They had not confirmed whether they found the Marines, but as we've learned, they have found them, and unfortunately, they are deceased. It's unclear what caused this crash, but they will likely look into weather as a potential factor because there was rain, wind, and snow in the area during that time. Joe?
Of course, the weather is something you've been covering and we've been covering for the last several days there on the West Coast. All right, Dana Griffin, thank you so much. Let's get to some international headlines now. Polls are now closed in Pakistan after a controversial and violent election day that also shut down mobile internet service across the country. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman joins us with that and other world news. Josh, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. That internet shutdown came a day after 2 bombs ripped through southwestern Pakistan, killing at least 30 people at campaign offices. Pakistan's Interior Ministry saying today that with the terror threat so high, they had to take security measures to maintain law and order on Election Day. But voting rights groups are calling it censorship, especially given that Pakistan's military is accused of trying to meddle in this election. Now, let's go to Haiti, where protests against Prime Minister Ariel Henry have turned deadly. A law enforcement union says a shootout erupted in Haiti's capital, with police killing 5 armed environmental protection agents who also work for the government. Now, this is not the first clash between police and environmental officers, some of whom have joined protesters who are demanding that the Prime Minister step down. And finally to France, where one man's hopes of setting a new Guinness World Record for the tallest Eiffel Tower replica made of matchsticks has just gone up in flames. It took Richard Plaud 8 years, more than 700,000 matchsticks, and 50 pounds of glue to build the 23.5-foot tall model. But the Guinness Book of World Records disqualified his entry because he didn't use commercially available matchsticks. The good news for him is Guinness says it is now reviewing that decision.
All right.
Joe?
Read the fine print, I guess, if you're going to endeavor such a project. All right, Josh, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, we've got a major new study on transgender Americans. After the break, how a majority of those surveyed say they feel after transitioning. But first, Prince William making his first public comments about his father, King Charles' cancer diagnosis. Those stories and much more coming up next.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Welcome back. Prince William is speaking publicly for the first time since his father, King Charles' cancer diagnosis and his wife, Princess Kate's recent medical procedure. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has the latest from London.
It is a rainy day here at Buckingham Palace, but Kensington Palace tells NBC News that Prince William is really doing that balancing act between supporting his wife, Kate, the Princess of Wales, of course, as she continues to recover, and their 3 kids, but also these stepped-up royal duties. We saw him last night decked out for a big event right here in London, and by his side, Tom Cruise. Take a look.
For the first time since his father's cancer diagnosis, Prince William is back to work and addressing his family's health scares.
Really appreciate everyone's kind messages. Thank you.
I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you also for the kind messages of support for Catherine and for my father, especially in recent days.
Kensington Palace saying that Kate, the Princess of Wales, is still recuperating at home while William balances his return to public duties, attending a gala for London's air ambulance charity, even cracking a joke.
The past few weeks have had a rather medical focus, so I thought I'd come to an air ambulance function to get away from it all.
The event bringing in the stars, including Tom Cruise, a longtime supporter and sometimes pilot.
And Tom, if you wouldn't mind not borrowing either of the new helicopters for the next Mission Impossible, it would be appreciated.
William started out the day performing investitures at Windsor Castle, as brother Harry was spotted back at Heathrow Airport 24 hours after racing to his father's side.
The relationship between Charles and Harry is on the mend. Although the meeting was short, it was on medical grounds that meeting was short.
And King Charles still out in the countryside today, speaking with Prime Minister Rishi Sunak on the phone yesterday, and plans to continue his state duties, including his weekly audience with Sunak, at least for now.
Now, we're pretty used to seeing the Prince of Wales and the Princess of Wales, of course, when she's feeling better at these star-studded, glamorous events. We will start to see the Prince of Wales, though, pick up more of these day-to-day mundane events that his father does later today. Queen Camilla, who's also, of course, doing that balancing act between supporting her husband and a full program of royal duties. We will see her tonight at an event just outside of London. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Molly, thank you so much. A new survey is taking a closer look at the quality of life of transgender people living in the U.S. The National Center for Transgender Equality, one of the country's largest trans rights organizations, just released its 2022 U.S. Transgender Survey. It's the largest survey of trans people in U.S. history. More than 90,000 people found that trans people are still experiencing workplace and medical discrimination. Despite all this, the majority of those who are polled still report an improvement in life satisfaction after transitioning. NBC Out reporter Joe Yerkeba joins us now with a closer look at the survey. Joe, good to have you with us. So first of all, let's just look at the big picture. What are the main takeaways here?
Good morning, Joe. So yeah, one of the key data points found that out of these about 90,000 trans adults, the overwhelming majority of them, about 94% total, were at least a little or a lot more satisfied with life after transition. And those rates were similarly high if they received hormone treatment or gender-affirming surgery. at least 98% of trans adults said they were a little or a lot more satisfied after hormone treatment, and 97% said they were a little or a lot more satisfied after surgery. So those are really, really high rates.
So this comes with the Human Rights Campaign saying already more than 130 bills targeting transgender rights have been introduced and filed in states around the country. Talk about the impact these bills, not just this year, but in the last few years, how they're impacting the community.
Right. Well, what we've been hearing for the last few years is that it's getting people to consider moving out of their states, and a lot of them have already left. And that's what this data shows. It found that 45% of trans respondents, nearly half, have considered moving due to bills targeting trans people, and 5%, or about 4,600 people, have actually moved to another state.
The survey also touches on something that's really important here, what the trans community is experiencing at home with their families, because ultimately that probably has the biggest impact on just how they are feeling. What was the overall response, especially when it comes to trans youth? Are they feeling accepted and supported by their families?
Well, the survey found that what's happening in state houses might not actually reflect what's happening to trans people at home, because the majority of trans adults reported that their families were supportive at 67%, and 22% said they were neither supportive nor unsupportive, and just 12 said their families were unsupportive. 16 and 17-year-olds, trans youth, were a little lower. 44% said their families were supportive, and it's unclear exactly why that rate is lower. It could be because of the rhetoric we're hearing in legislatures across the country, or it could just be that their families have had less time to kind of sit with the fact that they've come out.
So the information from this survey about how people are feeling, whether they're feeling supported, it can actually be useful in the discussions we're seeing play out in state houses when it comes to transgender rights and advocacy. Talk about how that information can be useful in these discussions.
Right. So the executive director of the National Center for Transgender Equality said during a press conference that he hopes this data, with the large sample size, will be helpful to combat some of the misinformation we're hearing coming out of state legislatures. And that's specifically this persistent idea that trans people are really likely to regret their transition. And this data shows pretty overwhelmingly that that just isn't true.
All right, Jo Yerkeba, good to have you with us. Thanks for joining us today. After her Northern California hometown was devastated by wildfires, a 75-year-old grandmother decided she wanted to serve the community that meant everything to her. So she joined the ranks of her local volunteer fire department. NBC's Kathy Park has that story.
Out of the ashes of the 2018 Camp Fire, one of the deadliest and most destructive natural disasters in California's history, emerged the newest volunteer firefighter. 75-year-old Mary Jarsky.
Sometimes people will say something like, oh, I'm old. And I'm like, well, yeah, that's going to happen to all of us. But that doesn't mean that we have to quit doing the things that we enjoy doing, or, quit being challenged.
According to the Butte County Fire Department, anyone over the age of 18 who wants to help their community can join its volunteer firefighter squad. And Jarsky fit the bill. But she knew the training wasn't going to be easy.
I keep thinking, man, if I'd started when I was 30, I'd be so, just excuse the expression, badass. I mean, I'm still pretty badass at 75, but really, I wish I'd done it sooner. Every day I'd show up and say, I'm just going to try. And at the end of the day, I feel pretty proud of myself, actually.
She was one of 19 cadets in the program, some of them nearly 6 decades her junior, all of them training for more than 200 hours.
How demanding is the training program?
It's fairly physical. They have to drag charged hose lines, wear heavy packs. We have our self-contained breathing apparatus that they have to wear. We do a live fire training.
But Jarsky is no stranger to pressure, spending 30 years on the front lines caring for others as a registered nurse. And she's hoping all that experience can be put to use in her new role.
It takes time, I think, to develop and to be able to look at someone and assess them and kind of know what to do. And that's where I feel pretty confident.
Jarsky plans to volunteer at the fire station in her hometown of Concow after graduating from the program this weekend. And this grandmother is set to make history as the oldest cadet ever to complete the academy.
I want people to see me out there and think to themselves, hey, maybe I could do that too, because it's a great opportunity to, to serve your community, and just, we need it. It doesn't bother me that I'm 75. I'm happy to be here.
Proof that it's never too late to start something new. Kathy Park, NBC News.
All right, coming up, hanging up after the break, the shaky future of the humble and nostalgic landline, and the old school purists who aren't quite ready to drop that call just yet. I've got that story next on Morning News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting.
People all safe? Everybody good?
Women, children.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting.
People all safe? Everybody good?
Women, children.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Back now with some financial headlines. And OpenAI is now hiring for a child safety team. CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and other money news. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Yeah, OpenAI has formed a new team to study ways to prevent its tools like ChatGPT from being misused or abused by kids. In a new job listing on its current career page, OpenAI has revealed the existence of a child safety team. It's working with platform policy, legal, and investigation groups to try to manage processes, incidents, and reviews related to underage users. kids and teens are increasingly turning to AI tools for help, not just with schoolwork, but actually with personal problems. A recent poll found 29% of kids report having used ChatGPT to deal with anxiety or mental health issues. Apple, meantime, has made an AI image tool that lets you make edits by describing them in text prompts without the need for knowledge of how to use photo editing software. The tool can crop, resize, flip, and add filters to images, and users just have to type out what they want in order to change the picture. Apple, which has not been a big player in generative AI technology so far, has made this new tool available to download on GitHub. And Beyonce has officially announced her long-awaited hair care line, Sacred. It's spelled C-E-C-R-E-D, but pronounced Sacred. The superstar posting a clip to Instagram this week in collaboration with the brand's new account. The video appears to feature a young Beyonce inside her mom's hair salon in Houston. The brand launches on February 20th, and reports say the business will sell items such as cosmetic preparations for hair care, hair growth stimulants, styling tools, cosmetic bags, cases, and sleep masks. It's amazing how these performers are creating these brands. Rihanna's Fenty, according to Forbes, is valued now at about $2.8 billion, and her cosmetics lines has more than $500 million in annual sales. So these are incredible businesswomen, along with being amazing artists.
No kidding, Bertha. Quick question for you. Do you still have an old school landline, Bertha?
I do, although, you know, it's not a landline anymore. It's not the old twisted pairs we used to call it. It's now VoIP. But I remember that when there was a blackout like 20 years ago here in New York, I had a landline, and I was one of the few people who could actually make calls, because if your phone wasn't charged, or your phone lost a charge, or even your wireless phone, doesn't necessarily work.
Exactly. So. All right. Well, then this next story might be for you, Bertha. We have some bad news for lovers of the old school landline phone service before the VoIP. About a quarter of adults in the U.S. still have that traditional landline. That number, though, is likely going to drop as phone companies look to phase out the old school service. But some landline users just aren't ready to say goodbye to the old tech just yet.
Like the curly Q cord immortalized in Sleepless in Seattle, the landline connects us to the past.
Oh my God, she's so annoying. Who's this? Gretchen?
The drama of Mean Girls.
You like scary movies?
Uh-huh.
Horror of Scream.
I'm looking for a Mrs. O problem, first name B.
Come on, guys, do I have a B.O. problem here?
And the humor of a prank call by Bart Simpson. Even today, it's hard to hang up.
And this is for when the power goes out.
With the landline becoming a punchline on social media.
Guess what I'm calling you from? A rotisserie phone.
We actually still have a landline phone here in this house.
Jay Zagorski is an associate professor at Boston University's Questrom School of Business and is part of the 26% of American adults who still have a landline. He just can't always rely on his cell.
I do a fair number of interviews, and the internet isn't always working. You don't always get good sound quality.
But he knows landlines are fading away. As recently as last week, phone service providers have made moves to stop servicing traditional landlines. It comes as they replace the copper wires used for those landlines with faster technologies like fiber optic and wireless. But that worries those who feel the old school landline is a lifeline. More reliable if the power goes out during a storm or hurricane.
Can you hear me now?
More trusted than spotty cell phone service in rural areas.
So there's going to be some problems, especially in rural areas, if landline phones completely disappear.
Experts say landlines will eventually totally transition to wireless and fiber technology, something Van Agens already uses.
What is that?
That is a rotary phone. It was pretty inexpensive to get, and it's more of like a novelty.
We spoke with Robert Frieden, a telecommunications professor at Penn State. He says in the big cities, the top 100 urban markets, we could see traditional landline service end in the next 2 to 3 years, with other smaller places taking longer. Coming up, Beatlemania at 60. After the break, a look back at the decade since the Fab Four first touched down right here in New York. and the social movement that almost never was. Stay with us.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hammer of everything.
All right, it just made it too.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. What if you do have points or you have miles? Is now a good time to use them?
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. Is it safe? Everybody good? Women, children.
Superstar Taylor Swift is in Japan this week for the international leg of her Eras Tour. There are a lot of questions about whether she'll make it to Las Vegas in time this weekend to watch her boyfriend Travis Kelce compete in the Super Bowl. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has the latest on Taylor Mania.
Well, few topics can get people talking quite like Taylor Swift. The singer is kicking off her Asia tour with 4 sold-out shows in Tokyo, but all the buzz is about what comes after. Can music's biggest star make it to football's biggest game in time? Now, Swift has not publicly confirmed she will even attend the Super Bowl to cheer on her boyfriend, Travis Kelce, as the Kansas City Chiefs take on the San Francisco 49ers for the championship. The burning question, is it even possible to make it from Tokyo to Las Vegas before kickoff if the last concert is on Saturday night? Now, the internet has been on fire with flight trackers and time zone calculators. Even Japan's embassy in Washington has been trying to assure Swifties that it will all be okay. They issued a tongue-in-cheek statement saying they should, quote, shake it off and be, quote, fearless. Meanwhile, fans in Tokyo are caught up in Taylor Mania. There are long lines for merchandise, fans wearing glitter, tassels, sharing homemade bracelets, all the hallmarks of the Eras Tour that blazed across the U.S. last year. Every show in Asia for the next month is sold out. There are no dates planned for here in China. Taylor Swift, of course, fresh off making music history with her 4th Album of the Year win at the Grammys. As for the Super Bowl, time is on Taylor and Travis's side. Japan is one of the first countries west of the international dateline, so there is a full 17 hours ahead of Vegas. So it's more than feasible for Taylor Swift to land there before dawn on game day, though private jet parking these days is apparently tricky.
All right, Janice, thank you so much. From Taylor Mania to Beatle Mania, this week marks 60 years since the Beatles famously touched down at JFK Airport and sparked all that mania with their performance on The Ed Sullivan Show. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith looks back on a piece of pop history.
60 years ago, it was a dark time in American history. President Kennedy had been assassinated just the prior November. Yet in February of 1964, it was as if suddenly the sun was shining. The Beatles were in town.
Some thousands of fans and even hundreds of press were there at the newly renamed John F. Kennedy Airport. Emotions ran high. Some fans seemed, let's be honest, delirious.
I was the
That was wild. The kids were really on top of a roof of a hangar, and they were all over the place on the tarmac, too.
Bruce Morrow, WABC radio disc jockey, cousin Brucey, was witness.
When they landed at JFK, we had a press conference, so to speak.
The press had an attitude, adversarial, snarky.
Does all that hair help you sing?
Definitely, yeah.
The Beatles were cheeky and charming.
How many are bald that you have to wear those wigs?
All of us. I'm bald.
You bald? Oh, we're all bald, yeah.
Their talents honed in the caverns and taverns of hometown Liverpool. The band had become a sensation in Britain and Europe. News reported here at NBC.
One reason for the Beatles' popularity may be that it's almost impossible to hear them.
But as their songs first landed in the U.S., crickets.
Very honestly, we used to have music meetings. And at these music meetings, we turned these records down.
Say what?
We didn't like it at all. It didn't hit home. And I wish I could say I was the genius that understood. But you know something, honestly? I voted no.
Back then, the average American teen listened to the radio at least 3 hours a day. And late in 1963, when the Beatles finally got airplay, their songs shot up the charts.
And all those DJs, they were like my personal friends because their voices were in my ears all the livelong day.
Jamie Bernstein was 11. Her dad was the conductor of the New York Philharmonic.
And I remember hearing I Want to Hold Your Hand on the radio for the first time. I remember it.
Played by cousin Brucey.
I get a call that afternoon from the record company, and they said they're sending up an armed guard with a promotion man that night to give me a new record by the Beatles. Well, I didn't have to tell you. All heck broke loose. I played it 8 times that night.
Even before setting foot in the United States, the Beatles were well on their way to conquering America.
Did you have a crush on any of them?
So, in the very, very beginning, I had a crush on George. He was so pretty. And then pretty soon thereafter, I switched to John Lennon and stayed permanently with John Lennon for the rest of time. He was my favorite Beatle.
Beatlemania. For adults, a confounding frenzy. For kids, a welcome contagion, especially after the Beatles' explosive performance on The Ed Sullivan Show.
Oh, yeah, I'll tell you something.
For an audience of more than 70 million.
So by then we were all in a tizzy. The Beatles are coming, the Beatles are coming. And then they went on The Ed Sullivan Show, and that was that.
And as some say, the 60s began. Back to you.
All right, love it, Harry. Thank you so much. That'll do it for this hour of Morning News Now. News continues right now.
Hi, everyone. Good Thursday. We're so happy to have you with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, February 8th, ballot battle. The Supreme Court weighing in on the high-stakes legal fight over whether former President Trump is eligible to run for president in Colorado. More on the landmark case that could have a major impact on the 2024 election.
And chopper crash. The 5 Marines who went missing on a helicopter near San Diego just yesterday have now been confirmed dead. The latest on that investigation into the routine training flight that turned fatal.
Crisis mode. 97% of emergency room doctors report waiting times of more than 24 hours. How hospitals are using home care programs to reduce overcrowding and free up beds.
Fashion Fix. Rental clothing companies are struggling to claw back customers that they lost during the pandemic. So we are going to take a look at the efforts to reinvent the market by making it easier to connect customers to renters.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with breaking news at the Supreme Court at this hour. The justices are hearing oral arguments right now in the Trump Colorado ballot case. They're deciding whether the former president can be off of the Republican primary ballot because of his efforts to overturn the 2020 election.
Now, the Colorado case could have broad implications if, in fact, Trump loses, because other states could follow suit and then they could ban Trump from that ballot. Now, obviously, that would place major hurdles in the way of the former president's attempt to regain the White House. House. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor joins us now from outside the Supreme Court. Yamiche, our understanding of this particular case is whether or not what happened on January 6th actually qualifies as an insurrection, but who gets to determine that qualification? What are we learning in terms of both of those points from the oral arguments today?
Well, good afternoon on this historic day at the Supreme Court. We really have been hearing arguments from lawyers on both sides of this issue of whether or not former President Trump should and can appear on the ballot, the Republican primary ballot in Colorado. First up was a lawyer for former President Trump. He was arguing very clearly that Section 3 of the 14th Amendment in the Constitution should not apply to the former president. Take a listen to him talking to Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson.
For an insurrection, there needs to be an organized, concerted effort to overthrow the government of the United States through violence. And this
So
riot
the point is that a
occurred,
chaotic effort to overthrow the government is not an insurrection?
No, we didn't concede that it's an effort to overthrow the government either, Justice Jackson, right? None of these criteria were met. This was a riot. It was not an insurrection. The events were shameful, criminal, violent, all of those things, but it did not qualify as insurrection as that term is used in Section 3.
So there you heard the lawyer for former President Trump arguing that what happened was not an insurrection, also arguing that he's also not an officer of the United States, which again is part of that section of the Constitution. Now, we've also heard from a lawyer who is representing the Colorado residents who brought this legal challenge, and he said very clearly that he believes that former President Trump is an insurrectionist, that he should be barred from holding office, and that the founders of this country were focused on people like former President Trump, who he believes tried to disenfranchise millions of Americans. Morgan, Vicky.
Yamiche, for now, Trump remains on the Colorado primary ballot. The state's primary is coming up March 5th. What's the timeline for how quickly the Supreme Court could issue a ruling on this and what it might mean for other states?
Well, that date, Colorado's primary election, is going to be critical here. March 5th, Super Tuesday. Legal experts believe that this is going to end up being a case that's going to move pretty quickly, they believe, through the Supreme Court because we have such a hard timeline going up against. So it could be that we hear about the answer to this question of whether or not he will be on the ballot in a matter of weeks here, Vicky.
All right, NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor, thank you so much.
Well, Vicky, 5 Marines on board a helicopter that crashed Tuesday night. They have been declared dead. Search teams are now recovering their remains as investigators begin to figure out exactly what happened. The Marines are part of an elite group called the Flying Tigers, and they were conducting a training flight through pretty dangerous weather to a base near San Diego where they were reported missing. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce joins us now. Dan, do we have any more details about how this crash happened? How did we get here?
That crash now, Morgan, is still under investigation. But what is true is that that Sea Stallion took off in the middle of that historic storm in Southern California that saw record rainfall. There was snow, there was rain. They were flying over rugged terrain there in Southern California on the way to San Diego from the Las Vegas area. And that has to be a question that has to be answered. Was weather a factor? And of course, tragic now, 5 crew members confirmed dead. And you had President Biden issuing his condolences in a statement saying that he honors their selfless sacrifice. And he said the U.S. and American people are indebted to all service members for the risks they take and that the U.S. has a sacred obligation to those in uniform. But clearly, there are questions about why this happened, and there are questions about the model of helicopter involved.
Can we stay there for a minute, Dan? Because I know back in 2018, another Marine helicopter of that same model crashed in that same area. So what do we know about this particular area, and what are the dangers of flying in terrain that is that rugged?
You know, I think the bigger issue is less the terrain overall, and this Sea Stallion heavy lift cargo helicopter. There have been problems over the years with the engines, mechanical problems. And the last time there was a crash 6 years ago in Southern California, it was an investigation showed there was not pilot error that was to blame, and that it was mechanical issues, and the families sued the manufacturers of this helicopter. So I think the Marine Corps and the Sikorsky, the defense firm that makes this helicopter, now have to answer questions. Is this a mechanical failure again? Have they failed to resolve this technical issue with those engines?
And hopefully this investigation will shed some light into that very question. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce. Dan, thank you.
Well, Morgan, the Iraqi government is criticizing the U.S. today after American forces launched a drone strike in Baghdad that killed a top commander of an Iran-backed militia. U.S. officials say he was directly involved and responsible for recent attacks on American troops in the Middle East. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley following it all for us from Tel Aviv today. Matt, so first let's lay out what we know about this commander, how important he was, and how was the strike carried out, and then does this really escalate tensions and, frankly, the battle there in that area?
Well, that's a lot to unpack in one question, Vicki. But yes, this was a precision strike on a moving target launched by a drone in the middle of eastern Baghdad. So this was a really pinpoint operation. It killed just this commander, the commander of the Kataib Hezbollah group, which is one of these Iran-backed groups that forms part of a coalition of Iran-backed groups and political parties in Iraq that had been taking shots at Americans. And it was the Americans who believed that Kataib Hezbollah was responsible for the deaths of those 3 U.S. servicemen in northeastern Jordan just about 10 days ago. And if you see that on your screen, it hit the car. It didn't hit much else. And that just goes to show how advanced this strike was. But this is something that could have a ripple effect politically in Iraq. We heard from the Iraqi government and actually the spokesman for the Iraqi military. He came out and said that this might cause the Iraqi government to rethink the American coalition forces' presence in the country. And remember, the Americans are there not because of the 2003 invasion. They're there because they're fighting Islamic State, which had branched out from Syria all the way back during the early days of the Arab Spring back in about 2014. So this could really make a shift in terms of Iraq's allegiances. A lot of that country, it's not just groups like Kataib Hezbollah, is controlled or backed by Iran, politically and militarily. So Iraq is kind of the playground, kind of the sandpit between Iran and the United States. We could see, if there's enough anger among the government and politicians, we could see Iraq swinging more into Tehran's orbit.
Yeah, right. And that, I think, is a big concern for a lot of people. Matt, let's talk about Israel. They just rejected the latest proposal from Hamas for a new ceasefire and hostage deal. Talks are continuing in Egypt today, but are we back to square one? What's the hope here?
Yeah, well, it looks like both sides are kind of holding out hope that negotiations could continue. We could have just seen posturing up until now. This could have just been one shot fired by each side trying to stake out a negotiating position. This is how negotiations work, especially in this part of the world. But at the same time, there really is quite a lot of pessimism around this deal. We have to remember, Benjamin Netanyahu came out last night and called it delusional. Hamas, when I spoke with the top official of Hamas, yes, last night after the announcement was made, he was saying that he didn't expect Israel to have even made their initial request, their initial offer, in good faith. He almost basically said that Hamas's counter offer was made knowing that Israel would reject it. So there is a determination on both sides to continue the fighting. The Israelis do believe that they have the better of Hamas right now in the Gaza Strip, despite the killing of more than 27,000 Palestinians there over the past more than 4 months. But there is a lot of reason to be pessimistic, despite the fact that there might be a glimmer of hope for new negotiations. If you talk to some of the family members and former hostages, they say that as long as these negotiations continue, there might not be enough hostages left alive to rescue. Vicki?
I know 4 months is a very long time. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley. Matt, thank you.
Well, it's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Google is announcing a major rebrand of its AI chatbot Bard. Now, the assistant will be called Gemini and will feature a fresh new app, with additional subscription options.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, Google says consumers will also have new ways to access this AI tool. How else is Gemini going to revolutionize artificial intelligence?
Yeah, so Vicki and Morgan, this is a big rebrand. Consumers will be able to use Gemini on both Android and iPhones through either a dedicated app or within the Google app. Google also said the rebranding reflects its effort to create a true AI assistant where it will be able to complete more contextual tasks than the simple ones it currently does, such as creating to-do lists and summaries. And Disney is investing $1.5 billion in Fortnite maker Epic Games. In an interview with CNBC, CEO Bob Iger said it's the media giant's largest bet yet on gaming after finding success in licensing figures from Marvel and Star Wars to Fortnite. And finally, Apple is reportedly developing iPhones that will fold like a clamshell. Tech publication The Information reports that prototypes for 2 different sizes were in early development and won't be ready for sale this year or the next. Guys, I feel like we've talked about folding phones before, and still the only person I know who uses one is my father-in-law.
Wow. Okay, I was going to ask,
Maybe
do you
that'll
even
change.
know anybody IRL who uses these and feels like it's necessary? What's his
I love
rationale?
it.
I've just got one.
I'm telling you, what's old is new.
Okay.
We like that. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, thanks as always.
Coming up, inside the crisis at hospitals nationwide, what is driving overcrowding in emergency rooms and the potential solution that is already seeing some success. You are watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Well, an overwhelmed healthcare industry has created an overcrowding issue in hospitals, especially in emergency rooms.
NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson shows us a new program that's growing in popularity and keeping the patient inside the comforts of their own home.
A new heart gave Marissa Long new life 8 years ago and plenty of experience in the ER, but stays in hospital hallways for 48 and then 72 hours for rejection issues last winter were frightening.
I'm immunocompromised, so I could catch something in there and make things worse.
Disturbing for the 30-year-old and her dad, Michael.
We go in thinking that we're moving to a room or some level of standard of care for a transplant patient in trouble, and literally we get stuck in the ER.
It's not just in Los Angeles where they live. In a recent national survey, 97% of emergency room doctors reported waiting times of more than 24 hours for a hospital bed. Now a potential solution, hospital at home programs.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, ma'am?
I'm doing well, Manny.
Like this one run by Atrium Health in North Carolina.
Let me listen to your lungs here really quick. Sit up for me. Again. Excellent.
Typically, 80-year-old Florence Sparks would be hospitalized for congestive heart failure, but instead, she's at home.
I'm getting better care here.
How is it better?
Well, I think they're more attentive. They're not rushed to see another patient. They give you their undivided attention like Manny just did.
Manny Mills, a community paramedic, visits twice a day. Sparks sees a doctor over a provided iPad once a day.
I think it's going up on the LASIK.
The LASIK, okay.
Going to twice a day on it.
And a nurse twice. They can also provide ready-made meals. Care that's more comfortable for patients and more informative for caregivers, says Mills.
You really get a 360 view of a patient's life.
Absolutely. We get to see their environment. We get to see what they eat, what they drink.
And that enables you to deliver better care?
1,000%. Mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and of course, medically.
In the garage where hospital at home paramedics load up, Colleen Hole, who heads the program, says it's treating as many as 60 people a day at home, reducing costs up to 25% and resulting in fewer readmissions for some 150 diagnoses.
We've got cancer, post-op surgical, women's health.
Is this the future of healthcare?
Absolutely is. We will always need hospitals. This provides, I believe, ultimately at a lower cost, a place for patients to heal in their own space.
Achieving better outcomes, she says.
I'm going to come see you this afternoon, okay?
I look forward to it.
For everyone involved.
And Ann Thompson joins us now. Ann, that was fantastic. It's a no-brainer that you would be more comfortable in your own home. We heard her saying ultimately maybe there would be a lower cost here. What does this look like out of pocket for people or for people with insurance?
So insurance, if you are on Medicaid or Medicare, this program is covered if your hospital has it. And that's a big issue because this was spun up during the pandemic, and it was spun up because there were federal funds to fund it. Now those federal funds will expire at the end of the year, and the hospitals have gone back to Congress saying, please extend it for 2 more years. That is also why this is not a nationwide program, because some hospitals look at this and think, this is a really big investment up front, because you have to invest in the technology, you have to invest in the vehicles. And we don't know how long the federal funding is going to last. If there was some certainty, it's believed more hospitals would do this thing.
I see. And I can't help but notice, I mean, I'm from Carolina, and you think about how long it takes a lot of people in more rural places to get to an emergency room. Do we know if this is in the works in other places, especially those rural parts?
They think this could be a solution to the issue of healthcare in rural areas, where it takes you so much longer to get to a hospital, and the overcrowding, it can be even greater. So if you could be treated in your home, you would save that travel time. The other thing, it cuts down on infections. You're going to be infected by your own germs, not somebody else's, and you're happier. I mean, think, who wants to go spend the night in the hospital? Not anybody. Right now at Atrium Health, they're treating 60 patients a day. They think by the time they get this really going, they can treat 200 patients a day. That's 10% of the hospital beds they have that could be freed up.
Yeah, it's a huge chunk. Makes so much sense. All right, NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson. Ann, thank you so much.
That was wonderful. And still ahead, a house fire, a violent standoff, and several people feared dead. The mounting questions in one Pennsylvania community. Next, you're watching NBC News Daily.
inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to occur.
When an American doctor working in Belize realized he didn't have the resources to save a newborn baby, he jumped into action. Tim Furlong from NBC Philadelphia shows us how the World Pediatric Project and the baby's mother work to get proper care thousands of miles away.
Good smile.
JD will have one heck of a story to tell her baby girl Tijana when she gets older. It began back in their small town in Belize just a few weeks ago. While nursing, Tijana spit up a massive polyp and then sucked it back down her airway.
I called my mom. I'm like, Mom, Tijana is not okay. You need to come.
And when they rushed to their local doctor,
and the first thing she said, she was like, I can't help you. You need to pray. We can't do anything for her. So we were super sad. I started crying. I don't know, what am I going to do with my baby now?
But JD's family did know the World Pediatric Project was about to come to Belize City. She sent videos to them begging for help, and she took this 6-hour bus ride to Belize City with her baby. With polyps in her esophagus and airway, the trip was her only hope.
She would not be able to eat or breathe normally, and she would then be considered failure to thrive and would not have been able to survive.
In Belize City, Philadelphia doctor and longtime WPP trip veteran Howard Krein, who also happens to be President Biden's son-in-law, he tried to operate but realized he didn't have the resources or the right tools in Belize or a safe backup plan.
It was a complicated problem. She was malnourished, weak. She was stridorous, meaning that she couldn't breathe very well. She was a sick kid.
Dr. Krein called a buddy at Nemours Children's Hospital in Wilmington and said they needed to get Tijana there right away. The Nemours doctors in Belize flew north with mom and baby and had Tijana in surgery hours after they landed. I met the surgeon who removed the massive polyps.
And so we've never seen one quite in this spot before, but the treatment for epididymis is take out the part that's obstructing and they go on to live a normal life. So I think she's going to be fine.
Almost instantly, Tijana began breathing better, and she's getting stronger and stronger.
She's doing such a good job. She's super good, healthy, and getting fat.
JD's new Delaware-based baby-saving besties won't be able to convince her to stay full-time in Delaware, but they're excited that she will very soon return to Belize with a perfectly healthy little girl who is now expected to live a normal, healthy life, thanks to lots of smart medical world folks who didn't shy away from a very tricky situation.
Her mother's going to tell her this story. And, you know, in my mind, my hope is, and she'll almost won't believe it. Like, me? Are you kidding?
For NBC News Daily, I'm Tim Furlong.
A beautiful, healthy baby girl. Our congratulations to that family. Meanwhile, breakdancing will make its Olympic debut this summer in Paris. And the sport started back in the 70s as a street dancing in the Bronx, and then it grew to be a pop culture staple. Jasmine Youngblood from our NBC affiliate WPSD spoke with one dancer who has her sights on Olympic gold.
She goes by Pep C for all the energy she brings to breaking. Kamari Hall says her love for dancing got her into the sport, but the story of the young black kids creating it in the 1970s made her commit to it.
These kids didn't have much. They didn't have a lot of nothing, and they really created a multi-billion-dollar industry, and they did it just because they wanted to be creative.
Now she's taking her passion to the Olympic stage, but first, the stage at Watkins Auditorium for the UT Martin's Civil Rights Conference, with excited student dancers looking on.
I'm an African-American young woman, and these African-American kids did this, and I'm a dancer, and I want to value and own my culture and our traditions and carry this mantle.
Machuku Oshishiema, one of many dancers in attendance, describes breaking in the Olympics as a breakthrough.
Whenever I'm having a bad day, I just try to dance it out. And so watching that be honored by such an institution with so much history.
And when it's all said and done, Hall wants just one thing: to inspire the next generation of young black children to know they can do anything they put their minds to.
I would encourage them to keep on tracking and not to question themselves or their passions, not to question their abilities.
Oshishiyama will be tuning in to see Pepsi in Paris this summer. In the meantime, she's taking her advice.
I'm gonna go home and start small and think about some of my values and how I can redirect my college career to fit those values.
Wow, well, our good wishes to Pepsi, and thanks to Jasmine Youngblood from our NBC affiliate WPSD for that story.
Just ahead, D.C. lawmakers pressing Big Pharma for answers. The bipartisan push to find out why Americans pay so much for our prescription drugs. You're watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Welcome back at the half hour, and thanks again for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. Here's what's making news right now. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is replacing his top military general in a major shakeup of Kyiv's war strategy. The news comes after months of speculation of reported tension between the two as the country's counteroffensive against Russia began losing momentum. Zelensky says he's appointing the commander of Ukraine's ground forces as the country's new top general.
A special counsel has wrapped up a probe into President Biden's alleged mishandling of classified documents. Now, this is all related to materials found in Biden's Delaware home and D.C. office back in 2022. Just earlier today, the White House said that President Biden has declined to redact any portion of the special counsel report, clearing the way for its public release. Sources tell NBC News that no criminal charges are expected to be filed against President Biden.
And authorities are investigating a collision between two JetBlue planes at Boston's Logan International Airport. Officials say the two planes hit each other this morning, causing damage to the plane's tail and wing. JetBlue says they're looking into how this incident occurred. No injuries were reported.
Meanwhile, the CEOs of some of the world's largest pharmaceutical companies are on Capitol Hill today. They're testifying before the Senate to explain why the U.S. pays some of the highest prices in the entire world for medication.
Yeah, the leaders of Johnson & Johnson, Merck, and Bristol-Myers Squibb are facing scrutiny from both sides of the aisle. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now from Capitol Hill. Julie, it's good to see you. So we know drug prices in the U.S. are more than 2.5 times higher than other high-income nations. This is according to federal data widely available. What are we hearing from these CEOs? Why are their prices here so much higher?
Well, it just seems like a broken record, Morgan and Vicky, from these CEOs saying that the reason they're higher is because we have more innovation in the U.S. That leads those prices to go up. In Europe, there are more stringent regulations and restrictions, leaving consumers, in the CEO's words, leaving them to wait days, weeks, if not months to get the critical medications that they need, certainly defending the cost of these drugs, saying there's nothing they can do about it. Unfortunately for them, the person who's chairing this hearing, Senator Bernie Sanders, doesn't buy it. Here's what he said.
The United States government does not regulate drug companies. With very few exceptions, the drug companies regulate the United States government. The outrageous cost of prescription drugs in America means that 1 out of 4 of our people go to the doctor, get a prescription, and they cannot afford to fill that prescription. How many die as a result of that? How many suffer unnecessarily?
Now, of course, there are really practical implications of the high cost of drug prices here. The CEOs say it's because of the middlemen that come in between. They say there's nothing they can do to lower them. But the people on the other line of this who rely on these life-saving drugs have to pay thousands of dollars, money they don't always have because insurance doesn't always cover them.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because, you know, a Senate report alleges these 3 companies are intentionally blocking cheaper competitors from actually even entering the market. So explain that for us. I mean, and if that is happening, do they face consequences?
Well, that's a really good question. Consequences from who? It's very clear, according to Senator Bernie Sanders, who himself acknowledged they can't really do anything about this. Congress can't get to an agreement in a bipartisan way. In one part, of course, there's a heavy lobbying effort from these pharmaceutical companies on Capitol Hill. I'm old enough to remember various efforts that came down the pike throughout the years to try and get this issue under control. So that's one piece of it. Congress is just unlikely to act and regulate the industries themselves. But the other piece of this, again, is that the CEOs continue to say, even minutes ago, that they are doing all they can, that it is not on them, that it is once again the middlemen that are leading to these rising costs of drug prices. And so really they're just going back and forth, the CEOs, the members on the committee, with no conclusion or solution to the problem in sight.
Well, millions of lives hang in the balance there. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin. As always, Julie, thank you.
At least 6 people are feared dead after a house fire broke out following a shooting in southeastern Pennsylvania last night. 2 police officers were also injured. The local district attorney says officials are worried that several people were inside that house, including children. They believe someone inside may have intentionally set the fire. NBC News correspondent George Solis is live in east of Lansdowne, Pennsylvania, where this all happened. It is a town just west of Philadelphia. George, we know police officers were responding to a call about an 11-year-old girl being shot when this tragedy unfolded. Walk us through what happened, and have investigators been able to get into the house to search it yet?
Yeah, good afternoon, Vicki. It is certainly a bizarre story that has this neighborhood talking. This morning, the district attorney, Jack Stolzheimer for Delaware County, arriving here to the scene after a news conference last night, alerting the public that there was about 6 to 8 people that were unaccounted for. Now, last night, the DA telling us that he expected investigators to be able to go into that home to check on the whereabouts of those reports of an 11-year-old that may have been shot, as well as the shooter or shooters. This morning, the DA telling us that investigators aren't actually able to go into the home because they are worried about the structural integrity of the property. So he's now telling us this process may take several hours, if not days, to recover the bodies that are in there. And at this point, the DA telling me they don't believe this is a rescue mission. They do believe this is going to be a full-on recovery effort, but the whereabouts of these family members still remain unknown. And so that is the big question. Right now, you see the police presence here. They are working very, very meticulously. The residents here, of course, wanting answers, many of them telling us they didn't even know that many people were living at this home. Some of them saying the family kept to themselves. So it's a very bizarre story that obviously has a lot of layers, and this investigation clearly just unfolding.
Yeah, really tragic if the children were involved there. George, what else can you tell us about the police officers who were shot?
Yeah, and the DA's office actually just releasing the names of those 2 heroic officers that ran towards the danger. Because keep in mind, they responded to those calls of an 11-year-old that was shot here before this ensued into that fiery standoff where the home was set on fire. The DA's office identifying one officer as Officer David Shiaza, 54 years old, a 22-year veteran of the Lansdowne Police Department, and then Officer John Meehan, who's 44 years old, a 22-year veteran of the East Lansdowne Police Department. We're actually expecting that Officer Shiaza will be released from the hospital today, so we're going to try and make it there to see that, as again, officials are celebrating that officers were not seriously hurt in this shooting aftermath, guys.
And we're glad to hear that, at least. NBC News correspondent George Solis live in Pennsylvania for us. George, thank you so much.
Now to an NBC News exclusive. After Senate Republicans killed a border funding bill, 2 U.S. officials now say President Biden is turning to Plan B, considering executive action to stem the flow of migrants entering the U.S. Now, those numbers, they reached record levels late last year, with Customs and Border Patrol reporting more than 10,000 crossings a day in December. That was a record high. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now with more. Julia, what would this executive action actually look like? Would it fundamentally change things?
Well, in short, probably not. We're still hearing a lot of different things that they might be exploring and not ready to report those details yet. But basically, anything that they might be considering and might be on their plate of possibilities won't come near the effects that that border security bill would have. And so that's why I think there's a big reluctance inside the Biden administration to even admit they're looking at executive actions. But we've also been told by people within DHS and the White House that really they can't sit by and do nothing. These numbers could start rising again in early spring, and with absolutely nothing being done, they feel like that could be a real political loss for them, not to mention a humanitarian crisis. But the bill would have given them the funding, the manpower, the detention beds, the authorities to shut down the border, things that they say that they need to really make the biggest impact that's needed here.
So the bill would have had basically more brawn behind it, but the American Immigration Council is blaming the border crisis in general on decades of decay, saying that these sort of temporary crackdowns are really just a short-term fix. So then what sort of long-term solutions are advocates looking for at this point?
Well, advocates are still saying that there needs to be a concentration on those root causes of poverty, violence, and political instability in Central America. But a lot of people inside DHS says there needs to be more funding to hire more people, to have more technology, more detention beds. And basically, the thing I keep reminding folks about is that if this border bill doesn't pass, it's not a return to status quo. Things are actually going to start getting much worse because the funding that they were asking for in this bill is something they've been asking for repeatedly, and Republicans have been unwilling to give it.
You know, it's interesting because we just mentioned sort of the record that we saw back in December. But since December, we've actually seen a decrease in border crossings. What changed?
Yeah, that's true. I think that's something we have to talk about. There's actually a 50% drop between December, which is a record high, and January. And as people I've spoken to, those numbers still remain under 5,000 per day. In December, they saw sometimes over 10,000 per day crossing the U.S. border illegally. But what's happening, there are two factors. One is seasonal. The other is Mexico is interdicting more people.
Yeah, really good distinction and just deep reporting there. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. As always, Julia, thanks.
The rental clothing industry struggling to bounce back after taking a big hit during the pandemic. Rent the Runway announced it is cutting 10% of its corporate workforce after losing roughly 500,000 active clients in just the last year.
But get this, some new companies are popping up in hopes of reinventing the entire concept. NBC News Daily co-anchor Zincle Asamoah has more.
Let's explain rental clothing.
I started a business where I rent my fancy clothes to teens, so if you see a 14-year-old kid wearing a Louis Vuitton cravat, you know who to thank. Me.
It's the process of purchasing clothes for a fixed amount of time, then returning them. Put simply, it's like borrowing clothes from a friend for a price. Economists predict the rental market will grow from $1.77 billion to $2.47 billion by 2029. The sell? Customers can rent luxury clothing for a fraction of the price. Today, there are a variety of rental companies customers can choose from, like Rent the Runway or Nuuly. Some have apps, and others also have brick-and-mortar stores, like Pickle, right here in downtown Manhattan.
We're a peer-to-peer rental marketplace, so we don't own any of the inventory.
Pickle, attempting to reinvent the rental clothing market faced with negative growth during the pandemic. Pickle connects customers to each other, picking up in store, getting items delivered, or meeting in person.
Thank you.
The process of renting clothes is not new. Quick history lesson. References to rental evening wear popped up in U.S. newspapers as early as the 1800s, with 17th century references to customers renting elaborate aristocratic garb. In modern times, rental clothing goes far beyond tuxedos for men.
Rent the Runway was the first company to really come out and make this a thing.
It's fun to think about all of the places these clothes are going to go.
And then they started moving into everyday wear, office wear, all of these different things.
But many customers left the practice behind after the pandemic.
You can tell that people either aren't washing things correctly. The materials are just so worn down.
Sustainability experts also raising concerns about high carbon emissions from shipping and harmful chemicals used in dry cleaning for rentals.
I do think it's headed in the same direction as fast fashion, more about just churning through this new stuff all the time.
Rental companies committing to measures like energy-efficient washing machines, use of gentle cleaning solutions, upcycling landfill waste, reusable bags, carbon offsets, local pickup options, and more. And today, demand for rentals continues to grow. Urban Outfitters Newly reporting a 149% increase in subscribers in 2023, with newcomer Pickle planning to open new storefronts this year.
Rental is, I believe, the future of fashion. These items don't have to always live in your own closet.
And that's rental clothing simply explained. Zincle Asamoah, NBC News.
Very cool and very well explained. Our thanks to Zincle Asamoah. Well, coming up next, how loving yourself could be key to opening up other relationships. We're going to explain in just a moment. Stay with us. More NBC News Daily just after this quick break.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private hand delivered.
All right, it just made too.
All right, Valentine's Day coming up next week, and for many Americans, it is a time to celebrate their love for their partner, their family, or their closest friends.
That's right, but some experts say it's also a good time to focus on loving yourself. Kelly Kitley joins us now. She's a psychotherapist and licensed clinical social worker, also the author of Myself, which touches on the importance of learning how to love yourself. Thank you so much for joining us again, Kelly. This is a timely topic, and we hear a lot about self-love, but what does it actually mean?
I love this topic so much because we're sometimes seeking external validation, and that internal self-love is about knowing what our boundaries are and knowing what we need to thrive and survive, and to be able to look inward and say, you know what, these are my values and they might not align with yours, and that's okay, but I'm staying true to myself.
It is so important, and yet it can be really tough to exercise that self-love. Talk to us about why people struggle with it, and then what are some practices that we can put into our everyday life to exercise that self-love muscle?
Practical tools is so important. You know, I teach my clients, how do we talk to ourselves? And do we say kind things to ourselves? Do we nourish our body? It's internal and external. And there's so much buzz about self-care and, you know, taking time for yourself, but it is a daily practice. Our brains aren't wired to think positively. Oftentimes, we are looking for risk and looking to protect ourselves. So I say we are not responsible for our first thought. If we're being critical of ourselves, then turn that around. And it's the preceding thoughts. We can reframe that and say, oh, maybe that wasn't the most gentle thing to say.
And speaking of being gentle, I mean, our hope is that if someone loves themselves, they're also a little bit more compassionate and empathetic with others. What are some signs that someone may be lacking a little bit of self-love?
Absolutely. So it is a ripple effect. And some signs that somebody might be struggling is substance use, or having eating issues, or having conflict in relationships, and constantly seeking that external validation. And really it is about, what is my overall perception of self, and what is my narrative about what my needs and my wants are. And I make this joke often, the Saturday Night Live skit of Stuart Smalley, I love myself, you know, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough. Yeah. And there's truth in that. Yeah. Write it down on a Post-it note, put it in the mirror, and make it a daily practice. It is so wonderful to get external validation. It kind of gives us a pep in our step, but it has to start inward.
You know, we talk about external validation, and a lot of us are fortunate to have friends or family who provide some of that support, that scaffolding around us, but maybe your chosen family isn't there for you in that way. Where are other places we can find those supportive communities?
So for a lot of people, the families we're born into aren't the ones that are nourishing us. So it is okay to seek that elsewhere, whether that's through a program or a church or a class, somewhere where you are surrounded by like-minded people that are lifting and building you up. And if you're in situations that isn't the case, it's hard to break away from that, but there is hope that if you keep at it, you can change.
I love that.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
And if I was going to ask you one more thing about social media, just that idea that, you know, that can be a place you find your support network too.
Yes, and we're constantly comparing ourselves, but there are ways to unfollow people if you're feeling overwhelmed or like you aren't good enough. Follow the people who inspire you.
Yes, such good
Please
advice.
follow mantras, follow positive affirmations, because it's contagious and we need to surround ourselves with that.
I love it. Hashtag self-love. Psychotherapist Kelly Kitley, we appreciate you. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. And stay with us because you're watching NBC News Daily.
now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. Safe. Everybody good? Women, children,
All right, you already know the Super Bowl just 3 days away, and no matter if you're rooting for the Chiefs or the Niners, Chiefs or the Niners, Chiefs or the Niners, everyone will be tuned into the ads, which stars such as Jennifer Aniston, Post Malone, Aubrey Plaza, all joining.
Yeah, so exciting. While we wait for the kickoff, Disney is also announcing some new movies and TV projects that you can look forward to in the near future. And with us to talk about all of it, entertainment journalist and CEO of Pop Viewers, Chris Witherspoon.
What's poppin', ladies?
How y'all doing? You're like our Super Bowl.
I mean, I'm
our entertainment Super Bowl.
Yes.
So let's talk about these
I only watch the commercials, by the way. I don't watch the actual game. I watch the commercials and the halftime show.
Snacks and ads. That's what
some great ads we have coming up. So Bud Light commercial is called Easy Night Out. It's three friends that get their best night ever with like a genie who grants their wishes. One wants to become like an 80s pop star. One wants to be filthy rich. You have Post Malone in this, Peyton Manning and Dana White. Also a Mountain Dew commercial. It's for Mountain Dew Baja Blast. It stars Aubrey Plaza. Me and Aubrey were pages together back in the day. She's amazing.
Oh, really?
We used to do tours in the studio together back in the day. Yes, me and Aubrey. 2006.
When's your Super Bowl ad coming out?
I mean, come on, I'm ready for it. But she has an ad coming out. Then Uber Eats also, this is a reunion for David Schwimmer and Jennifer Aniston. And basically, in order to remember something new, you have to forget something old. So they forget that they're friends. And they were in the show Friends. You also had the Beckhams forgetting that they're, or who the Spice Girls are. Right. And Usher forgetting he's doing the halftime show. Then a Paramount Plus ad. So it's airing, the game's airing on Paramount Plus and CBS. Yeah. So you have a Paramount Plus ad, all the big stars, Patrick Stewart, Drew Barrymore, Peppa Pig, who your daughter probably loves, from Paramount Plus. But it's just a great little way to promote the brand while they're having the halftime show on.
And a lot more ads also focused on women's products, which I think is really cool.
Women on the road right now.
Elf Cosmetics, Cosmetics. Yeah,
I'm glad they're catching up. It's about time.
I agree.
Yeah, you mentioned Paramount Plus. I know that Disney Plus actually has a few things. The Eras Tour, a lot of things coming.
The CEO, Bob Iger, did a big call yesterday, a quarter's earnings call, and revealed all these great new things coming to Disney Plus. The Eras Tour. So Taylor Swift, her concert tour will be on Disney Plus. It's coming March 15th, and it's going to be her year again, you guys. She has a new album coming out in April. She kind of stole the Grammys last Sunday. Then Moana Part 2. I'm still stuck on Moana Part 1. I love that movie.
I love that movie.
But it's going to be coming out in theaters November 27th, so in time for Thanksgiving.
Wow.
But Lin-Manuel Miranda is going to come back with new songs, and then Ali Carvalho, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, and then they give an update. Toy Story 5, Frozen 3, and Zootopia 2 will come out in 2025.
Zootopia 2, okay.
Yeah, and Toy Story 5, you guys, it'll be 30 years.
Toy Story 5?
It'll be the 30-year anniversary. The first one came out in 95.
Way to make me feel old.
They're taking the franchise to infinity and beyond. For real.
Take off,
take it all the way.
I love it. Okay, let's talk about some movie trailers that came out, and we got our first look at the Quiet Place prequel.
So good, you guys. It stars Lupita Nyong'o and Jaimin Hansu. She's kind of giving you the kind of crazy look she gave you in Us. You know? But it's basically how the world turned quiet, like the whole story behind how we got in the crazy quiet place. Then also a film coming out called Long Legs, directed by Oz Perkins. He's the son of Anthony Perkins, so the guy in Psycho, Norman Bates, his son. It's a psychological thriller. And the headline here is Nicolas Cage, who's always the hero. He's a serial killer. I can't, Nicolas Cage. You gotta do better. And then Drive Away Dolls is an action comedy from Ethan Coen, one of the Coen brothers. Stars Pedro Pascal, Margaret Qualley, Beanie Feldstein, then also Miley Cyrus is in this. And Matt Damon. Yeah, it's gonna be a great film.
And Matt Damon?
Yes, two girlfriends on a road trip that goes wrong.
I'm in.
Okay, so the big screen. What about the little screen? What should we be watching this weekend?
So you can watch this weekend. Also on the big screen, Lisa Frankenstein, written by Diablo Cody from Juno. It's going to be great. Set in '89 about this woman who's in love with this guy who's dead. It's very Frankenstein-y. It's a comedy. It's quirky. And also The Daily Show on the small screen. It's coming back with Jon Stewart.
That's right. Mondays, right?
Only hosting on Mondays. It starts this Monday. So make sure you tune in.
Gosh, that happened quickly.
For 9 years, you guys.
I'm excited to see him, though.
I'm going to watch
you and everybody.
Yeah, I gotta stop watching. I'm going to watch for him.
Yeah,
so
I think it's going to be great.
And we need help unpacking what's going on right now in this country. So he'll stay the election.
Through the election.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that's great. I know a lot of viewers are going to be tuning in for
I
that.
know, they do a great job on The Daily Show, I think, bringing sort of politics and what's happening to the
Making it
masses.
digestible.
Right.
And so many great guest hosts so far.
Here we go.
Yeah,
All right,
I'm
maybe
ready
you'll
for
be
him to come
next.
back. Hey, I think all three of you guys.
Super Bowl
all
ad,
three of
I'm
us.
telling you, if Aubrey Plaza can do it, why not?
Aubrey, call me, girl.
Entertainment journalist and CEO of Pop Viewers, Chris Witherspoon. Chris, as always, thank you so much. And stay with us because you're watching NBC News Daily.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, Hi there, everyone. Thanks again for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, February 8th. Deadly crash. The U.S. military confirming that 5 Marines are confirmed dead after their helicopter went down in California. The latest on that investigation as safety concerns grow.
Historic case. The Supreme Court hearing arguments today over whether former President Donald Trump can be removed from Colorado's primary ballot. What the justices are saying and how their decision could impact the 2024 race.
Positive results. Some doctors say the future of breast cancer prevention could lie with a new vaccine. But we're learning about the experimental shot that is decades in the making.
Building your brand. A growing number of Americans are ditching their old jobs for freelance work in this gig economy. What you can do to stand out from the crowd.
We are so glad you can be with us this Thursday, and welcome to NBC News Daily, where we begin with the 5 Marines that went missing in California, now declared dead. They were on a training flight traveling from Las Vegas to a base near San Diego when their helicopter disappeared on Tuesday night.
The Marines were part of an elite group called the Flying Tigers, known for aggressive tactics. Investigators are now looking into what could have taken the chopper down, but the accident is sparking new concerns about the military and its training methods. This incident is the latest in a string of fatal training exercises, including 2 deadly crashes involving the same kind of helicopter. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce joins us now. Dan, it's good to have you. So we know search teams have been climbing through that rough and snowy terrain since the soldiers' bodies were not found at the crash site. What can you tell us about the search and recovery efforts right now, and what else might have played a factor in this crash?
That's right. The search for the victims of this helicopter crash continues in that rugged rural area in Southern California where there is now snow after that massive storm that swept through the whole region. And of course, that helicopter went missing at night, and it was flying through that storm. Very heavy winds, rain, and snow. We don't know if weather played any factor in the crash. An investigation is underway, but there are questions about not only how this happened, but whether it's related at all to the Sea Stallion's engine problems that have been an issue for years now.
Yeah, I want to stay on that point for a minute, Dan. I mean, you mentioned how this helicopter has faced problems in the past. We're talking a fatal crash back in 2018, which actually happened in that same area. So if you can, just expound upon some of those issues and the growing concerns right now, specifically around military training as well.
So there's 2 issues here, right? There's the Sea Stallion helicopter itself that's involved in this crash. That's a heavy lift cargo helicopter that's heavily used by the Marine Corps, but it has had mechanical problems consistently over the years that have been blamed for previous crashes. Then there is a broader issue about military aviation safety more generally, and that is involving other types of aircraft, including Ospreys. And there are questions not only about the engines and the mechanics of those aircraft, but training for both pilots and the maintenance crews, and whether there's sufficient training in place, or whether perhaps these pilots and these air crews, too much is being asked of them, and they don't have enough time to learn how to fly these planes and helicopters.
Yeah, really important. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce there in D.C. Dan, thanks.
Morgan, now we head over to the breaking news that we have out of the Supreme Court. Oral arguments just wrapped up in a case that could have major implications for the 2024 election. The justices are deciding whether former President Donald Trump can be banned from the ballot in Colorado on the grounds that he allegedly engaged in an insurrection. This is, of course, referring to his actions linked to the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Moments ago, Mr. Trump spoke about the case from his Florida residence. Take a listen.
I just finished watching the Supreme Court. It was a beautiful thing to watch in many respects. It's unfortunate that we have to go through a thing like that. I consider it to be more election interference by the Democrats.
NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor joins us now from just outside the Supreme Court. So, Yamiche, as we know, the court has a 6-3 conservative majority. What were the big takeaways from oral arguments today? Can we glean which way the justices seem to be leaning?
Well, the big takeaway from this historic day at the Supreme Court is that the majority of the Supreme Court justices sounded skeptical of the argument that Colorado is making, which is that former President Trump is an insurrectionist who does not deserve to be on the ballot, the Republican primary ballot in that state. That being said, that we heard robust arguments from both sides. I want to play some sound from you from a lawyer for Colorado making the case that Trump should not be on the ballot. Take a listen.
The framers of Section 3 knew from painful experience that those who had violently broken their oaths to the Constitution couldn't be trusted to hold power again because they could dismantle our constitutional democracy from within. The reason we're here is that President Trump tried to disenfranchise 80 million Americans who voted against him, and the Constitution doesn't require that he be given another chance.
Now, this issue of disenfranchisement came up in particular because Justice Brett Kavanaugh, who was appointed by former President Trump, was asking whether or not Colorado was going to be disenfranchising its voters by not putting Trump on the ballot. We also, though, heard from a liberal justice, Alega Kagan, who was saying, well, why should one state decide who's the president of the United States? So while we don't know exactly what the court is going to do, they did seem to be leaning against Colorado. Vicki, Morgan?
Yamiche, what happens with the case at this point, and where does it go from here? Because we know Super Tuesday is coming up March 5th, a very important date.
It's a very important date, March 5th. That's going to be when Colorado would be voting in this Republican primary. And the Colorado Secretary of State just told NBC News that ballots are already going out to members and residents overseas in Colorado. There are also going to be ballots going out to residents of the state in the next few weeks. So former President Trump's name likely is going to be on those ballots. That being said, because of the urgency of this question, because of the urgency of the timeline, we expect that the Supreme Court will deliver a decision in this case. And it's going to, of course, have large implications, not only for Colorado, but for a number of other states that are dealing with the same and similar issues on whether or not former President Trump should be on the ballot. So definitely something to watch closely and something that will likely be moving fast. Vicki, Morgan.
All right. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Thank you, Yamiche.
Well, let's go overseas because in the Middle East, Hamas officials traveled to Egypt today for more talks on a possible ceasefire. Now, all of this comes after Israel rejected the group's latest proposal. There's also growing fallout in Iraq, where U.S. forces say they carried out a drone strike that killed a top commander of an Iran-backed militia. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons is live for us in northern Iraq. Keir, frankly, there's so much happening right now in that part of the world. We've just mentioned, in a single sentence, Jordan, Syria, Iraq, Iran. Let's just start with the ceasefire negotiations, though, if we can. We know that Secretary of State Antony Blinken just left Israel today without getting a deal done ultimately. So are there any signs of progress, or frankly, are we back to square one?
It's a good question, Morgan. It's like a three-dimensional chessboard, isn't it? That's right. The Secretary of State leaving the region, frankly, not getting what he wanted. But then, of course, what he wanted was very, very hard to achieve. As you mentioned now, that Hamas delegation heading to Cairo. But the proposal that they made, which, by the way, includes the release of large numbers of Palestinian prisoners, doesn't seem to be playing in Israel. And, of course, as you mentioned, the Prime Minister Netanyahu, calling those demands from Hamas delusional. So all of these attempts to bring these two sides together do seem to be not working so well, of course. And then in Gaza, you have these terrible numbers now, 27,700, almost 28,000 dead in Gaza, more than 1,200 dead in Israel, and still 136 hostages held inside Gaza, including 6 U.S. citizens. So the humanitarian crisis, it continues. The diplomacy is really struggling once again, Morgan.
Keir, let's go, though, now to where you are. Let's talk the U.S. attack on this militia commander here. I know that you just spoke to the prime minister of the Kurdish region there in northern Iraq. What was his reaction to this strike?
Well, it's important to listen to what he has to say, because there was this strike, you're right, on this commander connected to the group that is accused of killing those 3 U.S. service members. But here in Kurdistan, which is a place, remember, that is a partner of the U.S., helped fight the U.S., helped fight ISIS with the U.S., and is now holding out really against Iranian pressure. They are seeing a wave of drone strikes, and yet they are struggling. Take a listen.
We need more military support, we need more economic support, we need more political support, because the challenges that we face today are different than the ones we faced together against ISIS. So I think for this period of time, we expect more support from the United States.
Morgan, this is a complex region. President Biden is trying to balance pushing back on Iran without escalating the situation. Frankly, it does seem to be continuing to escalate. But there are many who also criticize the U.S. approach. Just for example, with the Kurds, as I say, who are partners and who are saying, support us more.
It's such a delicate time and such a tense region at this moment. NBC News chief international correspondent, they're live. Keir, thank you. We really appreciate it.
It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. The Federal Communications Commission is cracking down on scam robocalls outline artificially created voices in an effort to expand the 1991 Telephone Consumer Protection Act.
Yeah, this is a pretty big deal. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us to explain exactly what this means. Dom, look, these authorities, they're currently investigating a series of AI-generated calls that mimicked President Joe Biden's voice. We heard them in New Hampshire, and that particular recording, it told New Hampshire voters not to vote. How will the FCC punish robocalls like this following the ban, especially heading into an election year, Absolutely.
So Morgan, Vicki, to that point, The FCC and its regulators can now actually fine companies or even outright block service providers that carry those AI-generated robocalls. The fines also could be pretty steep. They max out at $23,000 per call, and think of how many calls could be made. It also allows people to file lawsuits and give states' attorneys general a new mechanism to crack down on some of those violators. Meanwhile, credit card debt is climbing. According to the New York Federal Reserve, Americans now owe $1.08 trillion on their credit cards. And according to TransUnion, balances jumped 10% from a year ago, with the average hitting an all-time high of almost $6,400 per customer. And Beyonce has officially announced and launched her long-awaited hair care line called Sacred. The superstar posting a clip to Instagram this week in collaboration with the brand's new account. Reports say the business will sell items like cosmetic preparations for hair care, also hair growth stimulants, styling tools, cosmetic bags, and sleep masks as well. It, by the way, launches February 20th, so a very big deal there for a very big personality, ladies.
I think that thing is going to be sold out.
I was just going to say,
just like
what are the odds? How many minutes do we think people are going to have a crack at it before everything's gone?
Listen, I think hair, it's all about the hair, is all I can say about it.
Yeah, quote of the day, thank you. CNBC Senior Markets Correspondent Dominic, it's all about the hair, too. We appreciate you.
All right, so switching gears here, could a vaccine be the key to protecting breast cancer survivors from getting the disease again? The possible good news coming out of a new medical trial next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
So some good news. Doctors are seeing positive trial results with breast cancer vaccines that they say could completely revolutionize the way that we treat that disease.
Yeah, it's really exciting. The shots would protect those who've already fought cancer from getting it again. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar explains how this breakthrough could give patients a new sense of hope.
Vaccines, hailed by doctors and public health officials for unequivocally saving millions of lives. But in the wave of the COVID pandemic, as controversial as ever, with vaccine exemptions in American schools at all-time highs as hesitancy soars.
Now they want us to inject experimental gene therapy.
In this environment, the future of cancer prevention emerging. Yes, vaccines for cancer. After multiple rounds of chemo, radiation, and a double mastectomy, doctors said Jennifer Davis was cancer-free. But she still couldn't shake the fear.
The thought that it could come back, was very terrifying.
Now she's living with a sense of hope, all thanks to an experimental cancer vaccine.
Every time that I have a headache or an ache or a pain, that I don't think that it's cancer now. And to have that weight lifted has just been amazing.
In 2021, Davis became the first person in the world to receive the Cleveland Clinic's breast cancer vaccine targeting triple-negative breast cancer, or TNBC. It's currently in phase 1 clinical trials tested on TNBC survivors trying to prevent recurrence.
When that recurrence occurs, it tends to be much more aggressive, and then it becomes a battle to try and keep the patient alive.
Dr. Kumar says 42% of women who are treated for triple-negative breast cancer have a recurrence within 5 years. And doctors say before, there wasn't too much they could do. But this new vaccine, 2 decades in the works, hopes to change that. Here's how it works. Women produce a special lactation protein called alpha-lactalbumin that only occurs when they are breastfeeding. But it can pop up again in many triple-negative breast cancer cases. So the vaccine teaches the woman's immune system to recognize that protein, kill it, and kill the cancer cells in the process too.
It tricks the vaccinated person's immune system.
Phase 1 trials show early signs of a good immune response and minimal side effects, such as lumps or irritation at the injection site. Phase 2 intends to test just how effective it is at stopping recurrence of the cancer. It's part of a growing medical movement. Instead of searching for a cure for cancer, use vaccines to try to eradicate different types. And several show promising early data.
A holy grail idea is really thinking of a vaccine in a preventive measure. Will they work as great as the promise? Because if they do, the potential really would be limitless.
It may be years until these vaccines become mainstream, going beyond just cancer survivors to everyone, if people take them. For Davis, it was simple.
It wasn't something that I was scared of or nervous about. I really was a lot more fearful that the cancer would return. And I can't thank Cleveland Clinic and Anixa enough for the outlook on life that they've given me.
So much hope.
Well, Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now. Dr. Azar, this was a great piece, a hopeful piece. Are researchers also conducting vaccine trials for other types of cancer?
They really are, you guys. Honestly, using the alphabet from A to Z, there's at least 11 or 12 different types of cancer that are being studied in terms of a vaccine that could be therapeutic. Right now, there are 3 that are actually approved: prostate, bladder, and melanoma, with as I said, numerous other ones with, promising early data.
And promising data, especially for non-cancer patients, also in the future. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. Thanks so much, Dr. Azar.
You bet.
Well, later this hour, $1 Million Listing star Ryan Serhant will show us the secret to building your own personal brand. You are watching NBC News Daily.
morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
When an American doctor working in Belize realized he didn't have the resources to save a newborn baby, he jumped into action. Tim Furlong from NBC Philadelphia shows us how the World Pediatric Project and the baby's mother work to get proper care thousands of miles away.
Good smile.
JD will have one heck of a story to tell her baby girl Tijana when she gets older. It began back in their small town in Belize just a few weeks ago. While nursing, Tijana spit up a massive polyp and then sucked it back down her airway.
I called my mom. I'm like, Mom, Tijana is not okay. You need to come.
And when they rushed to their local doctor,
and the first thing she said, she was like, I can't help you. You need to pray. We can't do anything for her. So we were super sad. I started crying. I don't know, what am I going to do with my baby now?
But JD's family did know the World Pediatric Project was about to come to Belize City. She sent videos to them begging for help, and she took this 6-hour bus ride to Belize City with her baby. With polyps in her esophagus and airway, the trip was her only hope.
She would not be able to eat or breathe normally, and she would then be considered failure to thrive and would not have been able to survive.
In Belize City, Philadelphia doctor and longtime WPP trip veteran Howard Krein, who also happens to be President Biden's son-in-law, he tried to operate but realized he didn't have the resources or the right tools in Belize or a safe backup plan.
It was a complicated problem. She was malnourished, weak. She was stridorous, meaning that she couldn't breathe very well. She was a sick kid.
Dr. Krein called a buddy at Nemours Children's Hospital in Wilmington and said they needed to get Tijana there right away. The Nemours doctors in Belize flew north with mom and baby and had Tijana in surgery hours after they landed. I met the surgeon who removed the massive polyps.
And so we've never seen one quite in this spot before, but the treatment for epididymis is take out the part that's obstructing and they go on to live a normal life. So I think she's going to be fine.
Almost instantly, Tijana began breathing better, and she's getting stronger and stronger.
She's doing such a good job. She's super good, healthy, and getting fat.
JD's new Delaware-based baby-saving besties won't be able to convince her to stay full-time in Delaware, but they're excited that she will very soon return to Belize with a perfectly healthy little girl who is now expected to live a normal, healthy life, thanks to lots of smart medical world folks who didn't shy away from a very tricky situation.
Her mother's going to tell her this story. And, you know, in my mind, my hope is, and she'll almost won't believe it. Like, me? Are you kidding?
For NBC News Daily, I'm Tim Furlong.
A beautiful, healthy baby girl. Our congratulations to that family. Meanwhile, breakdancing will make its Olympic debut this summer in Paris. And the sport started back in the 70s as a street dancing in the Bronx, and then it grew to be a pop culture staple. Jasmine Youngblood from our NBC affiliate WPSD spoke with one dancer who has her sights on Olympic gold.
She goes by Pep C for all the energy she brings to breaking. Kamari Hall says her love for dancing got her into the sport, but the story of the young black kids creating it in the 1970s made her commit to it.
These kids didn't have much. They didn't have a lot of nothing, and they really created a multi-billion-dollar industry, and they did it just because they wanted to be creative.
Now she's taking her passion to the Olympic stage, but first, the stage at Watkins Auditorium for the UT Martin's Civil Rights Conference, with excited student dancers looking on.
I'm an African-American young woman, and these African-American kids did this, and I'm a dancer, and I want to value and own my culture and our traditions and carry this mantle.
Machuku Oshishiema, one of many dancers in attendance, describes breaking in the Olympics as a breakthrough.
Whenever I'm having a bad day, I just try to dance it out, and so watching that be honored by such an institution with so much history, and when it's all said and done, Hall wants just one thing: to inspire the next generation of young black children to know they can do anything they put their minds to.
I would encourage them to keep on tracking and not to question themselves or their passions, not to question their abilities.
Oshishiyama will be tuning in to see Pepsi in Paris this summer. In the meantime, she's taking her advice.
I'm gonna go home and start small and think about some of my values and how I can redirect my college career to fit those values.
Wow. Well, our good wishes to Pepsi. And thanks to Jasmine Youngblood from our NBC affiliate WPSD for that story.
Just ahead, D.C. lawmakers pressing Big Pharma for answers. The bipartisan push to find out why Americans pay so much for our prescription drugs. You're watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us.
Lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
Welcome back on this Thursday. We're so happy you are with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks so much for joining us here at the half hour. I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. The Senate has just voted to advance a $95 billion bill that would provide aid to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. Now, the stripped-down bill passed with a 67-32 vote one day after GOP senators blocked a separate version of that very bill that included funding for border security. Senators will now consider amendments to the bill before putting it all up for a full vote.
Republican voters will have another chance to cast their ballots for their preferred presidential candidate in today's Nevada caucuses. Former President Donald Trump is essentially running unopposed after former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley opted to participate in Nevada's new primary earlier this week. Trump is expected to win all 26 delegates that are up for grabs in the Silver State. He will host a watch party in Las Vegas later today.
And we're getting our first look at the medals for the Paris Olympic Games. This year, each medal will include a piece of the Eiffel Tower. That's pretty cool. Winners will not only take home gold, but they'll also be literally taking home a piece of Paris. Those games begin in just under 6 months.
We begin this half hour in Pennsylvania, where officials fear that at least 6 people are dead after a house fire broke out during an officer-involved shooting.
Now, 2 police officers, they were injured, and the local DA says they believe there might have been multiple children inside that house. Now, investigators are trying to determine why all of this happened. NBC News correspondent George Solis is on the scene there live in East Lansdowne, Pennsylvania, where this happened. It's a town that's just outside of Philadelphia. George, local officials said they think fire may have been started actually intentionally. Where does that investigation stand?
Yeah, this is moving. It's moving slower than someone in this community would like, but sort of recap and sort of set the stage here. Keep in mind, 2 officers came to this community in East Lansdowne yesterday afternoon after receiving reports that an 11-year-old had been shot. They get here, they encounter an exchange of gunfire with a shooter who retreats inside the home. The home is then set on fire. Authorities unable to knock down this fire because there was that concern of that active shooter. Fast forward to yesterday evening when the DA, Jack Stolzheimer, tells people that 8 to 6 people are unaccounted for, some of them children inside of that home. This morning, the DA arriving again to the scene this morning saying the situation looks bleak, and it is believed that nobody inside of that home may be alive. And so what you're seeing right now are those slow recovery efforts. The DA telling us no one is rushing inside of that home at this moment as they methodically and very meticulously begin to look into this home because they are afraid that the structural integrity of this property is just not there anymore after that fire raged for several hours. And so that is where the investigation stands at this hour, guys.
George, tell us more about the 2 heroic officers who ran into the fire and also were hurt.
Yeah, so those 2 officers, again, running into the hail of gunfire there. We are told by the DA's office that one of those officers now expected to be released from the hospital this afternoon. Officials saying, fortunately, they did not receive life-threatening injuries. If I can for 1 second here, the officers were identified as David Chiazza and Officer John Meehan. They were respectively from the East Lansdowne and Lansdowne Police Department. So we're expecting to learn a little bit more about those 2 veteran officers a little later this afternoon at another press conference. Guys.
All right, we hope that they make full recoveries and quickly. NBC News correspondent George Solis live in Pennsylvania. George, thank you.
Well, let's talk about the border right now, because just one day after Senate Republicans blocked a border security bill, there's word that the White House is preparing for a plan B. 2 U.S. officials tell NBC News that President Biden may take executive action to address the border crisis, including efforts to stem the flow of migrants. Now, that number hit a record high back in December, with Customs and Border Patrol reporting more than 10,000 crossings per day. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us with more. Julia, look, you are so well sourced on this topic. How much of an impact could an executive action have? And is that sort of an admission that we can't solve this problem without legislative help?
Well, that's exactly why the White House sent out the statement on our reporting, I think, Morgan, that they did last night, where they're saying, look, there's nothing that the White House can do that will get anywhere near the impact of that border bill. And they just continue to say that the bill should be passed. But as you just pointed out in your previous reporting, that has now been stripped from what just got passed through the Senate. So it's a question of could it be added in or passed in a different way? But basically, without funding, without new authorities, they're basically just trying to put a Band-Aid on a much bigger problem here. But sources that I've spoken to and my colleague Monica Alba has spoken to say they've got to do something. These numbers are expected to start going up again in March. Going into an election year, this is becoming a really big issue. Some people who didn't care a whole lot about immigration or indifferent about people coming into our country, it's now starting to be an issue they care about. And the White House wants to act, but it probably won't go as far.
You know, you describe sort of the system and the back and forth here, but I know that you mentioned there was a 50% drop in crossings between the record high that we saw in December and just as January hit. I mean, what changed? How did you see a drastic drop to that degree?
Well, one of the reasons the numbers were so high in December is because Mexico had run out of a lot of funding to interdict the migrants who were coming from Central and South America through Mexico on their way to the United States. They simply weren't able to stop nearly as many as they usually could. Then they got more funding at the start of the year when their funding calendar starts back up. So they're stepping in. The other thing is seasonal. They usually drop in January and go back up in March.
So a little bit of that we're seeing is somewhat typical there. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley with the latest and breaking news there. Julia, thanks.
Well, leaders from some of the biggest pharmaceutical companies in the world are testifying on Capitol Hill today. Senators are pressing the CEOs of Johnson & Johnson, Merck, and Bristol-Myers Squibb about the soaring costs of prescription medications. A federal survey shows about 9 million adults skipped their prescriptions in 2021 because they were simply too expensive. NBC News health and medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace Jr. joins us now from Capitol Hill. So, Berkeley, what are we hearing from the big pharma leaders today, and what's it going to take to bring these prices down?
Yeah, that's right. So Senator Bernie Sanders, the head of the committee, started the meeting by asking the drug makers why they're charging Americans so much more than other countries. So the CEO started off by saying that they're charging patients because of the value that the drugs give the patients. They also said they can't lower the prices of the drugs because it might allow them not to be able to invest in developing new medications as well. And so at one point during the meeting, Bristol-Myers Squibb CEO also noted that, medications are important to patients. He understands the importance of access. He says he's lost a loved one to cancer as well, and I believe we have a clip of that.
I expect many of us in this room have lost a loved one to cancer or another devastating disease. In my case, it was one of my best friends, and it happened as he awaited a medicine that I believe could have saved his life. This is an almost daily reminder to me that making patients wait for weeks, months, or years can be the difference between life and death.
To note, so each of these companies is filing a lawsuit against the federal government to halt a provision in the Inflation Reduction Act, which would allow the federal government to negotiate drug prices on behalf of consumers. To note, for the drug companies, they've mostly focused on policies that would target insurance companies and PBMs as a way to lower the out-of-pocket costs for consumers.
All right, NBC News health and medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace Jr., thank you so much.
Thank you.
A record number of Americans took up contract jobs last year, and according to a new study by Upwork, a third of the U.S. workforce freelanced back in 2023, with a lot of people looking for more flexibility and a little bit of autonomy.
Yeah, so how can you create a brand for yourself to stand out in this growing gig economy? We have real estate broker Ryan Serhant here sharing his tips for success in his new book, Brand It Like Serhant. That's out this week. He also starred on the Bravo hit TV show $1 Million Listing New York. You might remember him from there. I certainly do. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
So, Ryan, let's talk about this. We hear a lot about personal brands. Just break it down for us. Explain what it is and why it is so important in this economy.
Well, your brand is your reputation, and it's your ability to build business. I came to New York City in 2006 with a liberal arts degree and just trying to figure out how I was going to make money. How do I pay rent here? What's my next step if I don't want to be a W-2 employee, 9 to 5, or have a survival job? What do? I need to build an awareness, right? How do people know what I'm good at, and how do I do that? And to do that today, you build a brand. And it's not something that you fall into accidentally, and it's not something that you have to have millions of dollars to create anymore. And so I put together a brand strategy system and really kind of created that blueprint for the entrepreneur and for that gig worker that you just mentioned, who is really going to make up over 50% of the economy in just the next 2 years.
Wow. Which is interesting because you talk about how intentional this process sort of has to be, right? By design, and you have a 3-phase system. What does it look like?
So it is a core identity, first and foremost. You have to understand both as a person or as a product what that core identity is. What's the and that you're doing? So you're a news anchor and what? Like, what is that thing that people are going to attach themselves to as a human?
Let's go.
So news anchor and professional salsa, right? So like I am luxury real estate and media. That's how I build business. That's how I generate leads. From there, once you have that, then you create consistent content. Yeah. It's a whole part of the book just because I couldn't find it. It's like, what am I supposed to do on TikTok on a Tuesday? What do I do on YouTube Shorts? What do I do on LinkedIn? Do I use Reddit? What's Discord? How do I do all this stuff? So much noise. Yes. And then how do I use the power of PR to pull people into my message so that success begets success over and over and over? Whether I'm trying to do a side hustle brand selling T-shirts on Sundays, or I want to go start my own app and raise money, the tools and the system is the exact same.
Okay, so you start there. Can you do it by yourself, and how important is it to be online and on social media?
I think it's important to be out there. I think the world is more connected now than ever before. But it's also lonelier now than ever before. I mean, even Apple, last week is trying to separate our faces with glass. So people talked about content to commerce for years and years and years. One of the big things that we unlocked in kind of my interview process and talking to major brand experts all over the world and putting the book together is that there's a middle C, which is community. So creating content that builds community, you then earn the right to have commerce, to do business, to generate leads in your sleep. And that's what building a brand really is all about. And anybody can do it. You don't need to have a video production crew or a social media team. You just need yourself and the willingness to put in the work.
Which is interesting because you mentioned the interviews that you did. I mean, you didn't just do this alone. You talked to people who were on the sort of cutting edge of their own respected businesses. What did they tell you?
Oh man, I've talked to so many people. Everyone from Gary Vaynerchuk to Rebecca Minkoff, you know, like New York staples, to Mike Evans, who created Grubhub, Tommy Bilyeu, who created, you know, Quest Nutrition, Kenneth Cole. Like, wait, there's so many really, really cool people. They all had their own individual pieces of advice. I would say one big takeaway, especially for people looking to build a product brand, not necessarily a brand for themselves, is that product, like this cup, is a character. So you want to go and create your own coffee cups, let's say, your own teacups. What is his, her, their name? What do they look like? Who are they following? What would they read? And write out that whole brief. That's your target market initially. That's who you're selling your cups to. So many people try to create something and then throw it against the wall, and then it doesn't work.
They have an audience that they've targeted.
Exactly. Exactly. How do you cut through that attention? And so I took everything they said and I put it in the book to the benefit of everybody else.
We love this. I'm excited to read it. Thank you.
It's also, I love what you said about community. I think that's a really good point as everyone thinks about it. Real estate broker Ryan Serhant. Ryan, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Ryan. Stay with us. We're going to get a first look at the new Moana movie. That's next.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All right, you already know the Super Bowl just 3 days away, and no matter if you're rooting for the Chiefs or the Niners, Chiefs or the Niners, Chiefs or the Niners, everyone will be tuned into the ads, which stars such as Jennifer Aniston, Post Malone, Aubrey Plaza, all joining.
Yeah, so exciting. While we wait for the kickoff, Disney is also announcing some new movies and TV projects that you can look forward to in the near future. And with us to talk about all of it, entertainment journalist and CEO of Pop Viewers, Chris Witherspoon.
What's poppin', ladies?
Yeah,
How y'all doing?
You're like like our Super Bowl.
I mean, I'm
our
trying.
entertainment Super Bowl.
Yes.
So let's talk about these ads.
I only watch the commercials, by the way. I don't watch the actual game. I watch the commercials and the halftime show.
Snacks and ads. Snacks and ads. That's what it's
great
about.
ads we have coming up. So Bud Light commercial is called Easy Night Out. It's three friends that get their best night ever with like a genie who grants their wishes. One wants to become like an 80s pop star. One wants to be filthy rich. You have Post Malone in this, Peyton Manning, and Dana White. Also a Mountain Dew commercial. It's for Mountain Dew Baja Blast. It stars Aubrey Plaza. Me and Aubrey were pages together back in the day. She's amazing.
Oh, really?
We did tours in the studio together back in the day. Yes, me and Aubrey. 2006.
When's your Super Bowl ad coming out?
I mean, come on, I'm ready for it. But she has an ad coming out. Then Uber Eats also, this is a reunion for David Schwimmer and Jennifer Aniston. And basically, in order to remember something new, you have to forget something old. So they forget that they're friends. And they were in the show Friends. You also had the Beckhams forgetting that they're, or who the Spice Girls are. Right. And Usher forgetting he's doing the halftime show. Then a Paramount Plus ad. So it's airing, the game's airing on Paramount Plus and CBS. Yeah. So you have a Paramount Plus ad, all the big stars, Patrick Stewart, Drew Barrymore, Peppa Pig, who your daughter probably loves, from Paramount Plus. But it's just a great little way to promote the brand while they're having the halftime show on.
And a lot more ads also focused on women's products, which I think is really cool.
Women on the road right now.
Elf Cosmetics, Cosmetics. Yeah.
I'm glad they're catching up on what's about time.
I agree.
Yeah. You mentioned Paramount Plus. I know that Disney Plus actually has a few things. The Eras Tour, a lot of things coming.
The CEO, Bob Iger, did a big call yesterday, a quarter's earnings call, and revealed all these great new things coming to Disney Plus. The Eras Tour. So Taylor Swift, her concert tour will be on Disney Plus. It's coming March 15th, and it's going to be her year again, you guys. She has a new album coming out in April. She kind of stole the Grammys last Sunday. Then Moana Part 2. I'm still stuck on Moana Part 1. I love that movie.
I love that movie.
But it's going to be coming out in theaters November 27th, so in time for Thanksgiving.
Wow.
But Lin-Manuel Miranda is going to come back with new songs, and then Ali Carvalho, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, and then they give an update. Toy Story 5, Frozen 3, and Zootopia 2 will come out in 2025.
Zootopia 2, okay.
Yeah, and Toy Story 5, you guys, it'll be 30 years.
Toy Story 5?
It'll be the 30-year anniversary. Their first one came out in 95.
Way to make me feel old.
They're taking the franchise to infinity and beyond. For real.
Take off,
Take it all the way.
I love it. Okay, let's talk about some movie trailers that came out, and we got our first look at the Quiet Place prequel.
So good, you guys. It stars Lupita Nyong'o and Jaimin Hansu. She's kind of giving you the kind of crazy look she gave you in Us. You know? But it's basically how the world turned quiet, like the whole story behind how we got in the crazy quiet place. Then also is a film coming out called Long Legs, directed by Oz Perkins. He's the son of Anthony Perkins, so the guy in Psycho, Norman Bates, his son. It's a psychological thriller. And the headline here is Nicolas Cage, who's always the hero. He's a serial killer. I can't, Nicolas Cage. You gotta do better. And then Drive Away Dolls is an action comedy from Ethan Coen, one of the Coen brothers. Stars Pedro Pascal, Margaret Qualley, Beanie Feldstein, then also Miley Cyrus is in this. And Matt Damon. Yeah, it's gonna be a great film.
And Matt Damon?
Yes, two girlfriends on a road trip that goes wrong.
I'm in.
Okay, so the big screen. What about the little screen? What should we be watching this weekend?
So you can watch this weekend. Also on the big screen, Lisa Frankenstein, written by Diablo Cody from Juno. It's going to be great. Set in '89 about this woman who's in love with this guy who's dead. It's very Frankenstein-y. It's a comedy. It's quirky. And also The Daily Show on the small screen. It's coming back with Jon Stewart.
That's right. Mondays, right?
We're hosting on Mondays. It starts this Monday. So make sure you tune in.
Gosh, that happened quickly.
He's gone for 9 years, you guys.
I'm excited to see him, though.
I'm going to watch
you and everybody.
Yeah, for sure. I stop watching. I'm going to watch for him.
Yeah, I think it's going to be great.
And we need help unpacking what's going on right now in this country. So he'll stay through the election.
Through the election, okay, that's great. I know a lot of viewers will be tuning in for that.
I know, they do a great job on The Daily Show, I think, bringing sort of politics and what's happening to
making it digestible.
Right.
And so many great guest hosts so far.
Here we go. All right, maybe you'll be next.
Hey, I think all three of you guys.
I'm telling you, if Aubrey Plaza can do it, why not?
Aubrey, call me, girl. Entertainment journalist and CEO of Pop Viewers, Chris Witherspoon. Chris, as always, thank you so much. And stay with us because you're watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
20 out. I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Well, these days, surveys show only a quarter of American adults have a traditional landline. NBC's Joe Fryer takes a look at how that number will likely drop even more.
Like the curly Q cord immortalized in Sleepless in Seattle, the landline connects us to the past.
Oh my God, she's so annoying. Who's this? Gretchen?
The drama of Mean Girls.
Like scary movies?
Uh-huh.
Horror of Scream.
I'm looking for a Mrs. O problem, first name B.
Come on, guys, do I have a B.O. problem here?
And the humor of a prank call by Bart Simpson. Even today, it's hard to hang up.
And this is for when the power goes out.
With the landline becoming a punchline on social media.
Guess what I'm calling you from? A rotisserie phone.
We actually still have a landline phone here in this house.
Jay Zagorski is an associate professor at Boston University's Questrom School of Business and is part of the 26% of American adults who still have a landline. He just can't always rely on his cell.
I do a fair number of interviews, and the internet isn't always working. You don't always get good sound quality.
But he knows landlines are fading away. As recently as last week, phone service providers have made moves to stop servicing traditional landlines. Comes as they replace the copper wires used for those landlines with faster technologies like fiber optic and wireless. But that worries those who feel the old school landline is a lifeline. More reliable if the power goes out during a storm or hurricane.
Can you hear me now?
More trusted than spotty cell phone service in rural areas.
So there's going to be some problems, especially in rural areas, if landline phones completely disappear.
Experts say landlines will eventually totally transition to wireless and fiber technology, something Van Agens already uses.
What is that?
That is a rotary phone. It was pretty inexpensive to get, and it's more of like a novelty.
At age 27, he just got a home phone, but knows it's different from a traditional landline.
It's all like Fios or fiber optics. If the power goes out, I have no landline. So it truly is just like I don't want to call it a luxury, but it's not really practical.
Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Now, this is a pretty cool story. Dozens of giants in the art world, they're being shown together in one place. Today, co-anchor Hoda Kotb spoke with music power couple Alicia Keys and Swizz Beatz about why they're now inviting the public inside their private collection.
Grammy Award-winning singer Alicia Keys and her husband Kasim Dean, better known as music producer Swizz Beatz, are unveiling something big.
We've been collecting for the past 20 years.
For the first time, more than 100 works from the couple's private art collection, called the Dean Collection, are on display at the Brooklyn Museum. The exhibition, titled Giants, features works of nearly 40 black artists from all over the world.
I'm just imagining little kids walking through here. Can you picture it?
On these walls of these
in this
museums.
beautiful way.
Yeah, it's very rare you see artists of color displaying 30-foot works. So when people walk into the show, we want them to feel like we can be as giant as we want to be.
It's meant to also remind you that you belong in these spaces. We deserve to be on all the walls of all the giant spaces.
Themes range from the modern-day protest to celebrations, like this painting from Derek Adams.
We never really see photos of people of color in pools. I mean, it's just like pretty cool.
How beautiful is that? Just
having
chilling.
a ball.
Giants features emerging artists and trailblazers, including photographer Gordon Parks.
You realize we couldn't do this without all the people that came before us.
We collect from our heart. All of the artists that's living, that's in the show, are actual friends.
One artist the Deans count as a close friend is Kehinde Wiley, known for his iconic 2018 portrait of President Barack Obama.
What we do as artists is we
zoom in on the everyday, the things that we take for granted, and we say this too is graceful.
Now, the couple hopes to make a lasting impact.
When you're a little kid and you have all these dreams in your head, you don't even know what's even possible. And so to see it happen, you know it can happen for anybody.
Hoda Kotb, NBC News, Brooklyn, New York.
That will be a cool exhibit to see in person.
Very much.
I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Do you need to win your home state in order to stay in this race? Is it do or die? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Thursday, February 8th, 2024, Supreme Showdown. The road to the White House now runs straight through the nation's highest court. The justices hearing arguments over whether former President Trump should be on the ballot in Colorado, what it could mean for other states. Chopper tragedy. 5 Marines are now confirmed dead after a helicopter crash in Southern California. What we're learning about the investigation. The price of health. The heads of some of America's biggest drug companies facing a tough question on Capitol Hill. Why do Americans pay some of the highest prices in the world for medicine? Plus, something borrowed. Why buy your clothes when you can rent them? We'll simply explain the growing trend and why it may just work for you. I cannot wait to see that story simply explained by Zinklea. That's right. Appreciate it. We have a lot going on this hour. We're going to begin in the nation's capital, where the Supreme Court is poised to make a monumental decision. Yeah, justices heard arguments today in a case that could have dramatic implications for the 2024 election and well beyond. It centers around a Colorado lawsuit. That state's Supreme Court ruled to disqualify former President Donald Trump from the primary ballot over his role in the January 6th insurrection. Here's what's at issue. This particular paragraph of the U.S. Constitution, which was added right after the Civil War, it was designed to prevent former members of the Confederacy from ever holding office again. It reads, "No person who has previously taken an oath as an officer of the United States shall hold any office if they engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the Constitution." Joining us now, NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor outside the Supreme Court. Also with us, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savallo. So, Yamiche, let's start with you. Tell us what's been happening inside
inside and outside SCOTUS today.
Well, on this historic day at the Supreme Court, we really heard 2 hours of oral arguments, both sides arguing their cases before all 9 justices. We heard from former President Trump's lawyer. He said in theory and in fact that he believes that former President Trump is not subject to being taken off the Republican primary ballot in Colorado. He said he's not an insurrectionist, but also that this section of the Constitution does not apply to him. We also heard from lawyers from the Colorado residents, as well as someone who is representing the Colorado Secretary of State, the Colorado Solicitor General. They said, and were really arguing the idea that former President Trump was in fact an insurrectionist, that he tried to disenfranchise millions of Americans, and as a result, he should not be allowed to be on the Colorado primary ballot. Now, the interesting thing here is that all of the justices sounded skeptical of the idea that Colorado, just as one state, could take this action. I want to also say that after these oral arguments, we heard from people who are plaintiffs in this. One of them was Norma Anderson. She's 91 years old and feels very passionately about this. Take a listen to her.
This is very personal to me. I've lived a hell of a long time, and I've gone through a lot of presidents, and this is the first one that is trying to destroy the Constitution.
We expect to hear a decision in this case within a few weeks because Colorado will be voting on March 5th, which is, of course, Super Tuesday. Cinque, Kate?
All right, Yamiche, thank you. Danny, let me go to you. One of the key elements of this case is whether or not Trump actually engaged in an insurrection. I want to play an exchange. This is between Trump's lawyer and Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. And we should note that no cameras are allowed in court, so it's just audio.
For an insurrection, there needs to be an organized, concerted effort to overthrow the government of the United States through violence. And this
So the point is that a chaotic effort to overthrow the government is not an insurrection?
No, we didn't concede that it's an effort to overthrow the government either, Justice Jackson. Right? None of these criteria were met. This was a riot. It was not an insurrection. The events were shameful, criminal, violent, all of those things, but it did not qualify as insurrection, as that term is used in Section 3.
So what do you make of that exchange, the argument from Trump's lawyers, and overall, you listened to the whole oral argument this morning. What do you think? Where do you think we're headed?
Number one, the factual determination of whether or not Trump engaged in insurrection is actually, strangely, a minor point here compared to all the other major points that are being discussed. Because arguably, even if the one Colorado court determines that Trump engaged in insurrection, it doesn't tell us a whole lot more about what another court or another administration in another state may conclude. So instead, as expected, they focused Trump's team more on the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment and the text itself. A big win for them, for example, is really finding that Donald Trump was not an officer within the meaning of Section 3. Why? Because it would be global. If the Supreme Court says he's not an officer within the meaning of the Constitution, that applies nationwide, as opposed to an issue that is cabined just within Colorado.
So, Danny, big picture here, what are the possible outcomes for this case?
There are so many possible issues that the Supreme Court could seize upon. I think the most likely outcome is that when the smoke clears, Trump remains on the ballot. I believe the Colorado Supreme Court will be overturned by the United States Supreme Court. There are simply too many opportunities to do so. And I have to say, even Justice Jackson Brown, at points, seemed to ask questions, and you can never read too much into questions, but she pointed out some interesting things, like, for example, in the list of offices that are covered by Section 3, the president is not on that list. It's very significant.
Interesting. Danny Savalos, Yamiche Alcindor, thank you both so much. And we're following some breaking news this hour. President Biden is declining to assert executive privilege over the report investigating his handling of classified documents. That would have allowed him to redact certain types of information from both Congress and the public. Now, the news comes a day after Attorney General Merrick Garland told lawmakers that special counsel Robert Hur had concluded his investigation and that the report would be released to the public. It's not exactly clear when that's set to happen, but when it does, we will bring you an NBC News special report.
A tragic update now to a story that we've been following out of California. 5 Marines are now confirmed dead after the military helicopter they were traveling in crashed during a training mission. The crew was traveling from Creech Air Force Base in Nevada, going south to Air Station Miramar on Tuesday night. The wreckage was found in Pine Valley, just east of San Diego. Here's NBC's Dan DeLuz.
The U.S. military saying 5 U.S. Marines aboard a Sea Stallion helicopter have been declared dead. The Sea Stallion took off Tuesday night from a base near Las Vegas on a routine flight and went missing. The last time it was heard from was about 11:30 p.m. at about 5,000 feet. The helicopter was traveling through historically bad weather in Southern California with snow, rain, and heavy winds. It's still not clear what caused the helicopter to crash and whether the weather was a factor in that accident. But it's the latest incident involving the Sea Stallion cargo helicopter. Over the past 20 years, there's been several fatal accidents, and there have been continuous problems with the engine on that Sea Stallion. This accident is also raising questions more broadly about military aviation safety. Other aircraft, other helicopters have also encountered mechanical problems that have been blamed for fatal accidents. It's not clear whether the Sea Stallion will be grounded as a result of this.
Dan DeLuz, thank you. Outrage is building in Iraq after a U.S. airstrike killed 3 people in the capital city of Baghdad. A U.S. drone targeted a vehicle that was carrying a top commander of an Iran-backed militia. He was involved in an attack almost 2 weeks ago, which killed 3 U.S. service members in Jordan. Huge protests erupted last night in Iraq. After the U.S. strike, protesters were shouting chants against both Israel and America. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez is live for us in Tel Aviv. So, Raf, what more do we know about this U.S. strike in Baghdad so far?
So, Zinkley, this drone strike took place in the eastern half of the Iraqi capital yesterday, about 9:30 p.m. local time, 1:30 p.m. New York. And as you said, this drone strike targeting a car carrying a senior commander from Kateb Hezbollah. It's one of the Iranian-backed militias that has been responsible for this wave of attacks against American forces across the Middle East since the start of the Gaza war on October 7th, the major Hamas attack that triggered it. We are learning from a U.S. official that this commander was a target as soon as President Biden gave the order to U.S. forces to retaliate for that deadly drone strike in Jordan, which killed 3 U.S. service personnel. The military says they carried out this strike at the first possible opportunity. What they did not do, Zinkley, was inform the Iraqi government ahead of time. And it is one thing to carry out strikes in the desert in western Iraq, as we saw last week as part of the initial wave of American retaliatory strikes. But this strike was in the very heart of the Iraqi capital, and that is part of the reason you are seeing so much anger on the streets of Baghdad now.
Yeah, Raf, that's an important point. And of course, this is happening as there are ongoing tensions and negotiations for a possible ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Where do those talks stand?
Right. So Hamas sent a senior delegation of leaders to Cairo today to continue those negotiations. That comes after a pretty bumpy night here in Tel Aviv last night. We had Secretary of State Antony Blinken here. He says he is hopeful there is a path forward on negotiations, but Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying Hamas's demands at this point are delusional. Zinkley.
Raf Sanchez with the latest in Tel Aviv. Thank you.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Apple has a new artificial intelligence tool.
And America's most expensive home is up for sale. CNBC's Steve Kovac joins us now. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Kate and Zinkley. Yeah, Apple has made an AI image tool that lets you make edits by describing them in text prompts without the need or knowledge of how to use photo editing software. It can crop, resize, flip, and add filter to your images. Users just have to type out what they want to change about the picture. Also, new data released this week shows for the first time in 20 years, Mexico surpassed China to become the top source of U.S. imports. It's a significant shift that highlights how tensions between D.C. and Beijing are affecting trade. And for just $295 million, you could own this home in Naples, Florida. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. The 9-acre compound in the Port Royal neighborhood has 3 houses and, of course, a private yacht basin. If it sells close to the list price, it would be the most expensive home ever sold in the United States. Kate, Zinkley,
Did you
get
say
your bids in now.
9 acres? That's not very big.
Oh.
No.
Oh, that's fair, actually.
The
for
yacht
that,
basin,
$295 million? Oh, well, that's fair. Okay,
right.
okay.
Steve Kovac, thank you.
Thanks.
We can all dream. Coming up, the airline that is now asking some passengers to step on a scale before boarding the plane.
Plus, outrage over a video showing police officers beating a woman and calling her an animal. What police are now saying about it. You're watching NBC News Daily.
news lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
There is outrage in Kansas City after police officers were captured on a video beating a woman to the ground and calling her an animal. We want to warn you, the video you're about to see is very hard to watch.
Yep. Just turn her over, animal. Turn her over.
This all happened outside a bar in downtown Kansas City. The police department says it is investigating, but community activists there are demanding that the officers be held accountable. NBC's Valerie Castro following this story for us. So, Valerie, what do we know about what happened and how is that woman doing?
Well, Kate, we spoke to Molly Pons, and her niece is the woman that you see in that video, 25-year-old Daishion Pons. She says this started over a disputed bar tab between business staff and her niece. It was totaling less than $50. According to Kansas City police, they got involved after bar security detained Daishion, and what happened next is what you see in that disturbing cell phone video. This is her aunt's reaction to seeing that video. Take a listen to what she said.
Disbelief that in 2024, our community police officers are calling a young Black woman an animal and saying that we're going to treat you like one, loudly and boldly amongst everyone. The excessiveness that was used, the brutalization that was encompassed in that situation is just utterly disbelieving.
Molly told us that right now, physically, her niece is recovering from a concussion and a swollen eye. You can see that in that picture. Psychologically, she says she is still dealing with the trauma of what happened to her. Kate?
How is the Kansas City Police Department responding to all of this?
Okay, police say Pons was arrested. She was given a summons for assault on a law enforcement officer, disorderly conduct, and theft. The department did issue a statement saying anytime an officer is assaulted, injured, or responds to resistance, the entirety of the events get reviewed by supervisors. We've asked the status of the officers involved, but haven't heard back. Black community leaders say this kind of behavior is part of a systemic pattern within the Kansas City Police Department. They're calling for the officers and department to be held accountable. Kate?
Valerie Castro on that. I'm sure we'll stay on it. Thank you, Valerie.
There's growing outrage following the stabbing of a Palestinian American over the weekend. The incident happened after a demonstration calling for a ceasefire in Gaza outside of the Texas state capitol in Austin. Now, the nation's largest Muslim advocacy group is calling for hate crime charges to be filed.
This hate that's going around needs to stop.
A Texas community outraged after 23-year-old Palestinian American Zachariah Doar was stabbed outside the University of Texas Austin Sunday night following a demonstration calling for a ceasefire in Gaza.
His friends called me saying, "Uncle, you need to come back." I said, "What happened?" He goes, "Somebody stabbed your son."
Austin police arresting 36-year-old Bert James Baker, now charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
File hate crime charges.
But there are mounting calls for him to be charged with a hate crime.
The attacker targeted the men because they had a kufiya, like the one I have, and a sign that read "Free Palestine" on their car.
Doar's father, Nizar, says his son was in a car with 3 friends when Baker allegedly approached that car at a stop sign, pulled out a keffiyeh scarf on the door handle, and tried to force open the door.
My son sitting in the passenger side, he get dragged out of his feet to the ground.
According to Nizar, his son and his friends tried to de-escalate the situation, but alleged Baker ran at one of them with a knife when Zachariah stepped in.
My son charged and tried to protect his friend, tried to take the knife away. In the scuffle, he gets stabbed.
We reached out to Baker's attorney. He has no comment at this time. In a statement, the Austin Police Department says it believes the incident is, quote, bias motivated, and says its hate crime committee determined the case meets the definition of a hate crime. The Travis County District Attorney's Office will now decide if hate crime charges will be filed. Zachariah, a father to a 5-month-old, is now recovering at home from a broken rib and a stab wound that narrowly missed his heart, according to his father.
He want to be around his son, you know.
Nizar's hopes going far beyond justice for his son, hoping for an end to the violence at home that he believes is fueled by the Israel-Hamas war.
It's hunting us back here in our homeland.
This is taking an effect on everybody around us right now.
And the suspect, James Baker's next hearing is February 23rd. We asked the Travis County District DA for a timeline on their decision on whether or not to prosecute this as a hate crime, but they could not share any information on timing.
Cinkley, thank you. Coming up, if you still have a landline, it might soon become a thing of the past. Why phone companies are trying to hang them up for good.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Drum roll, please. This year's People's Choice Award for the Wildlife Photograph of the Year was this picture of a polar bear catching a quick snooze on an iceberg off the coast of Norway. Wow, that looks like a good nap. The photographer said she searched for polar bears for 3 days before finding this young bear carving a bed and catching a quick nap. The Wildlife Photographer of the Year is developed and produced by the National History Museum in London. But don't you take a nap, because there's more Daily coming up right after this.
Live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Prince William is speaking out about his family's recent health problems. He spoke at a charity gala Wednesday night. William had been away from public duty since King Charles' cancer diagnosis and Princess Catherine's abdominal surgery. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter brings us up to date.
For the first time since his father's cancer diagnosis, Prince William is back to work and addressing his family's health scares.
We really appreciate everyone's kind messages. Thank you.
I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you also for the kind messages of support for Catherine and for my father, especially in recent days.
Kensington Palace saying that Kate, the Princess of Wales, is still recuperating at home while William balances his return to public duties, attending a gala for London's air ambulance charity, even cracking a joke.
The past few weeks have had a rather medical focus, so I thought I'd come to an air ambulance function to get away from it all.
The event bringing in the stars, including Tom Cruise, a longtime supporter and sometimes pilot.
And Tom, if you wouldn't mind not borrowing either of the new helicopters for the next Mission Impossible, it would be appreciated.
William started out the day performing investitures at Windsor Castle. as brother Harry was spotted back at Heathrow Airport 24 hours after racing to his father's side.
The relationship between Charles and Harry is on the mend. Although the meeting was short, it was on medical grounds that meeting was short.
And King Charles still out in the countryside today, speaking with Prime Minister Rishi Sunak on the phone yesterday, and plans to continue his state duties, including his weekly audience with Sunak, at least for now. Molly Hunter, NBC News.
Well, King Charles's cancer diagnosis is putting the disease and how we treat it into the spotlight right now. And part of the answer may be vaccines aimed at preventing those who have fought cancer from having a relapse. Here's NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar.
Vaccines, hailed by doctors and public health officials for unequivocally saving millions of lives. But in the wave of the COVID pandemic, as controversial as ever, with vaccine exemptions in American schools at all-time highs as hesitancy soars. In this environment, the future of cancer prevention emerging. Yes, vaccines for cancer. After multiple rounds of chemo, radiation, and a double mastectomy, doctors said Jennifer Davis was cancer-free. But she still couldn't shake the fear.
The thought that it could come back, was very terrifying.
Now she's living with a sense of hope, all thanks to an experimental cancer vaccine.
Every time that I have a headache or an ache or a pain, that I don't think that it's cancer now. And to have that weight lifted has just been amazing.
In 2021, Davis became the first person in the world to receive the Cleveland Clinic's breast cancer vaccine targeting triple-negative breast cancer, or TNBC. It's currently in phase 1 clinical trials tested on TNBC survivors trying to prevent recurrence.
When that recurrence occurs, it tends to be much more aggressive, and then it becomes a battle to try and keep the patient alive.
Dr. Kumar says 42% of women who are treated for triple-negative breast cancer have a recurrence within 5 years. Here's how it works. Women produce a special lactation protein called alpha-lactalbumin that only occurs when they are breastfeeding. But it can pop up again in many triple-negative breast cancer cases. So the vaccine teaches the woman's immune system to recognize that protein, kill it, and kill the cancer cells in the process too. Phase 1 trials show early signs of a good immune response and minimal side effects. Phase 2 intends to test just how effective it is at stopping recurrence of the cancer. It's part of a growing medical movement. Instead of searching for a cure for cancer, use vaccines to try to eradicate different types.
A holy grail idea is really thinking of a vaccine in a preventive measure. Will they work as great as the promise? Because if they do, the potential really would be limitless.
For Davis, it was simple.
It wasn't something that I was scared of or nervous about. I really was a lot more fearful that the cancer would return. And I can't thank Cleveland Clinic and Anixa enough for the outlook on life that they've given me.
Coming up, the Vegas high life meets the gridiron. How this Sunday's Super Bowl is going down as one of the most expensive ever. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live or watch us on your local NBC channel. The news continues.
think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Bottom of the hour now, we have some breaking news on a story we told you about at the top of the hour.
The Justice Department report on the special counsel investigation into President Biden's handling of classified documents has just been delivered to members of Congress. Special counsel Robert Hur has been investigating after multiple classified documents were found in his Delaware home and in an office in Pennsylvania. The full report expected to be released later today. When it is released, we will bring you coverage here in an NBC News special report.
And here are some of the other stories making headlines today. Several king penguins in the Antarctic are believed to have died from a virus strain called H5N1, more commonly known as bird flu. If confirmed, this would be the first of the species to be killed by the highly contagious virus in the wild. Researchers are worried the disease could rip through entire colonies of the birds as they begin to cluster together for breeding season.
Finnish airline Finnair has announced a controversial new practice. They're going to start weighing passengers along with their carry-on luggage. The airline says it's all to help ensure that each plane stays below the maximum weight for a safe takeoff, but it will not be a requirement for everyone. Finnair says weighing will be voluntary and anonymous.
Mystery today surrounding a house fire in a Philadelphia suburb. The blaze broke out yesterday amid a gunfight with police. 2 police officers were injured, and at least 6 people are unaccounted for. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin joins us now. Erin, good to see you. So what do we know about how this all unfolded?
Well, Clay, we just had an update from the local district attorney who says that 6 individuals are unaccounted for. That would include 3 adults as well as, tragically, 3 children. The district attorney identifying this family as the Lee family. He said that investigators are continuing to comb what remains of the family's home, looking for clues, so far having found the remains of a human torso as well as a rifle. Now, in terms of what exactly happened, investigators are still piecing it together. But in terms of what we know that at around 4 p.m. yesterday afternoon, according to police officials, they received a call from an individual inside the house saying that an 11-year-old girl had been shot. It's unclear, according to officials, if that report is in fact true. But police, nevertheless, responding to that call, when they arrived at the scene, that's when there were shots fired. 2 police officers were shot and wounded and pulled to safety by other officers responding to the scene. Then at some point, according to officials, a fire broke out, and that fire was unable to be extinguished by the fire department given the active shooter situation. The entire scene was over, according to officials, at 6 p.m. And now, tragically, we are learning that 6 individuals are unaccounted for, presumed to be dead, including 3 children.
Wow, and those images are just so striking. Erin, what do we know about the condition of the 2 officers who were injured?
And we know that both officers, veterans of the police force, are in the hospital getting treatment. One of them, David Sciazza, 54 years old, suffered a gunshot wound to his leg. He's expected to be released from the hospital today. The other officer, 44-year-old John Meehan, he suffered a gunshot wound to his left arm, and he was receiving surgery. It's unclear when he'll be released from the hospital. Clay.
All right, we wish them well. Erin McLaughlin, thank you.
Top executives from some of the world's biggest pharmaceutical companies in the hot seat on Capitol Hill today.
The Senate Health Committee questioning the CEOs of Johnson & Johnson, Merck, and Bristol-Myers Squibb on U.S. drug prices in a hearing as lawmakers on both sides of the aisle work to rein in the high cost of prescriptions in America. NBC News health and medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace is following this hearing for us, and he joins us live now. Berkeley, Americans pay more for medications here in the United States than in any other country. So what are we hearing from these big pharma CEOs? What's their explanation for why our prices are so much higher?
Yeah, so the CEOs did acknowledge that we do pay higher than any other country in the world. They said those high prices are based on the value that the medications bring patients. They also said that if they didn't charge higher prices, that they would not be able to develop in new drugs or new innovations. And I believe we have the CEOs of Johnson & Johnson and Bristol Myers Squibb with their explanation.
Our first responsibility is to the patients. Our drug pricing decisions reflect our commitment to bringing forward innovative medicines for patients today and for patients tomorrow.
Patients bear the brunt of a complex U.S. system that results in increasing healthcare costs and a lack of affordability. We have to make the system work better for them.
Yeah. So the CEOs mostly focused on policies that would target insurance companies and PBMs in Clay.
In Berkeley, hearings don't necessarily equate to action. So is there going to be any impact for people who cannot currently afford their medications?
Yeah, so, well, Senator Bernie Sanders, the head of the committee, did try to get the CEOs to commit to lowering drug prices, which they did not. But the drug makers did say during the meeting that they would commit to working with lawmakers in other ways in Clay.
Jeez. Berkeley Lovelace, thanks so much for your reporting. We really appreciate it out of Washington, D.C. for us.
Well, landlines may soon be a thing of the past. Only about a quarter of adults in the U.S. even have a traditional landline anymore, but that number will likely drop as phone companies look to phase out the old school service. Here's Joe Fryer.
Like the curly Q cord immortalized in Sleepless in Seattle, the landline connects us to the past.
Oh my God, she's so annoying. Who is? Who's this? Gretchen?
The drama of Mean Girls.
You like scary movies?
Uh-huh.
Horror of Scream.
I'm looking for a Mrs. O problem. First name B.
Come on, guys. Do I have a B.O. problem here?
And the humor of a prank call by Bart Simpson. Even today, it's hard to hang up.
And this is for when the power goes out.
With the landline becoming a punchline on social media.
Guess what I'm calling you from? A rotisserie phone.
We actually still have a landline phone here in this house.
Jay Zagorski is an associate professor at Boston University's Questrom School of Business and is part of the 26% of American adults who still have a landline. He just can't always rely on his cell.
I do a fair number of interviews, and the internet isn't always working. You don't always get good sound quality.
But he knows landlines are fading away. As recently as last week, phone service providers have made moves to stop servicing traditional landlines. Comes as they replace the copper wires used for those landlines with faster technologies like fiber optic and wireless. But that worries those who feel the old school landline is a lifeline. More reliable if the power goes out during a storm or hurricane.
Can you hear me now?
More trusted than spotty cell phone service in rural areas.
So there's going to be some problems, especially in rural areas, if landline phones completely disappear.
Experts say landlines will eventually totally transition to wireless and fiber technology, something Van Agens already uses.
What is that?
That is a rotary phone. It was pretty inexpensive to get, and it's more of like a novelty.
At age 27, he just got a home phone, but knows it's different from a traditional landline.
It's all like Fios or fiber optics. If the power goes out, I have no landline. So it truly is just like I don't want to call it a luxury, but it's not really practical.
We spoke with Robert Frieden, a telecommunications professor at Penn State. He says in the big cities, the top 100 urban markets, we could see that traditional landline service end in the next 2 to 3 years, with other smaller places taking longer. Back to you.
Pretty cool. Joe Fryer, thank you. Well, you know that one piece of clothing in the back of your closet that you bought, wore once, and have not touched since? Well, there's a way to fix that problem, renting clothes. And it's a not so new idea, but today companies are popping up online and in person around the country so you can reserve and return pieces that match your style. Here's rental clothing simply explained. Let's explain rental clothing.
I started a business where I rent my fancy clothes to teens, so if you see a 14-year-old kid wearing a Louis Vuitton cravat,
you know who to thank. Me.
It's the process of purchasing clothes for a fixed amount of time, then returning them. Put simply, it's like borrowing clothes from a friend for a price. Economists predict the rental market will grow from $1.77 billion to $2.47 billion by 2029. The sell? Customers can rent luxury clothing for a fraction of the price. Today, there are a variety of rental companies customers can choose from, like Rent the Runway or Nuuly. Some have apps, and others also have brick-and-mortar stores, like Pickle, right here in downtown Manhattan.
We're a peer-to-peer rental marketplace, so we don't own any of the inventory.
Pickle, attempting to reinvent the rental clothing market faced with negative growth during the pandemic. Pickle connects customers to each other, picking up in store, getting items delivered, or meeting in person.
Thank you.
The process of renting clothes is not new. Quick history lesson. References to rental evening wear popped up in U.S. newspapers as early as the 1800s, with 17th century references to customers renting elaborate aristocratic garb. In modern times, rental clothing goes far beyond tuxedos for men.
Rent the Runway was the first company to really come out and make this a thing.
It's fun to think about all of the places these clothes are going to go.
And then they started moving into everyday wear, office wear, all of these different things.
But many customers left the practice behind after the pandemic.
You can tell that people either aren't washing things correctly. The materials are just so worn down.
Sustainability experts also raising concerns about high carbon emissions from shipping and harmful chemicals used in dry cleaning for rentals.
I do think it's headed in the same direction as fast fashion, more about just churning through this new stuff all the time.
Rental companies committing to measures like energy-efficient washing machines, use of gentle cleaning solutions, upcycling landfill waste, reusable bags, carbon offsets, local pickup options, and more. And today, demand for rentals continues to grow. Urban Outfitters Nuuly reporting a 149% increase in subscribers in 2023, with newcomer Pickle planning to open new storefronts this year.
Rental is, I believe, the future of fashion. These items don't have to always live in your own closet.
And that's rental clothing simply explained. And it's important to add, one of the companies we mentioned, Rent the Runway, announced last month it's cutting 10% of its corporate jobs and that it's down roughly 500,000 active clients compared to last year. So some companies are still attempting to bounce back post-pandemic, but a lot of people are using it. And I have to disclose, folks, this here is a rental.
Oh, and I love it. I am renting also. So those astute viewers out there will start keeping track.
I know.
When they see us in something.
You know, it can be useful at times. I've
as a news anchor?
Right. It comes in handy, though I've also just invested in pieces as well. So there's a lot of pros and cons. And now, folks, we do want to hear from you. Tell us what other stories you want simply explained. Let me know by connecting with me on your favorite social media platform at Simply Zinkley.
Coming up, Sunday's Super Bowl could be a major trigger for people battling a gambling addiction. The signs to watch out for. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
In today's mental health check, we're counting down to Sunday's Super Bowl in Vegas, where many Americans hope to win it big.
According to the American Gaming Association, more than 68 million Americans will place bets on the Super Bowl, with wagers expected to total up to $23 billion. Joining us now is Mark Potenza. He's the director of the Yale Center of Excellence in Gambling Research. Mark, this could be Sunday's game, maybe a trigger for people who are trying to avoid gambling. What do they do?
Yes, it is certainly a challenging time for people with gambling problems, particularly those who engage in sports betting and who have had problems on sports betting.
Today's gamblers may not be what people typically think of. According to a Siena College poll, the majority of online bettors are now actually young men. So what are the signs for someone that betting has maybe gone beyond something casual on game day to an actual addiction?
That is very true about young men, particularly those who are sports involved or very sports interested, being at particular risk. And the gambling helplines in the United States have seen considerable increases in calls for help, particularly from young adult men, in the setting of the legalization of sports gambling.
Yeah, it seems to be everywhere now. Let's talk numbers about the Super Bowl. Last year, Americans wagered $16 billion on the big game. This year, expected to increase by $7 billion. Does that massive amount concern you, or should we be more worried about the day-to-day betting that's happening?
I think both warrant attention. So it's important for us to be mindful that there are these big events like the Super Bowl where many people are going to gamble, but people may experience gambling problems throughout the course of the year. I think it's great that you're covering this topic in the setting of the Super Bowl, but people can develop gambling problems at any time. Many people are vulnerable, and it's estimated that about 7 million people in the United States have problems with gambling. So getting them the appropriate help and identifying the early signs of gambling problems is really important.
And Mark, this is not just individual. What about these sportsbook companies? There has been a lot of complaints about their advertising, the constant push notifications that they often send to gamblers. Can anything be done to rein that part in?
Yeah, so I think that this environment right now with the internet allowing for people to place wagers virtually at any time, the way in which the sports gambling and other forms of gambling are being promoted via advertisements, and how sports is such an important part of our culture for many individuals, and the ways in which gambling lines and gambling shows are being incorporated into sports media. I think this creates a perfect storm of sorts where vulnerable individuals may develop gambling problems.
Mark, a minute ago you mentioned warning signs. So can you kind of fill us in on what to look for if you think somebody may have a problem with gambling? And if so, what resources are out there?
Yes, I think you have a number of signs on screen, which I think are very relevant. So when people are spending more time and money than they can afford to gamble, that is important. People may experience psychological distress relating to anxiety and also depressed mood in the setting of gambling losses. They may ask others for money to gamble. They may conceal the extent of their gambling, and they may go back to places of gambling to try to re-win money through gambling that they have lost gambling, so-called chasing. in these settings, it's important to know that there are resources to help people, and gambling helplines exist in states as well as throughout the country. And the number 1-800-GAMBLER is the number for the national helpline. So if people have concerns, this is the number to call.
1-800-GAMBLER.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Really helpful resources, especially ahead of game day.
Yeah. And there's much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, we are now just 3 days away from seeing the Kansas City Chiefs and the San Francisco 49ers take the field in Las Vegas, and the excitement for the big game lighting up Sin City.
And Las Vegas is not known for being subtle in their celebrations. Our own Kaylee Hartung has an inside look at what is quickly becoming one of the most expensive and lavish Super Bowls in history.
Let's go Niners! Super Bowl excitement is surging in Sin City. Football fans from all over the country getting in on the action at the Super Bowl experience as they test their skills and run some drills.
Do you have a touchdown dance for me? Oh, look at her go!
All week, the clash between the 49ers and the Chiefs has lit up Vegas. Now, with just 3 days until kickoff, ticket sales are spiking. Touchdown! The price for a single seat at Allegiant Stadium averaging nearly $9,000.
Are you going to the game?
We can't afford it.
Neither can I.
And no one does luxury like Las Vegas.
Welcome to one of our luxury suites.
There they are, ladies. This is the seat I would like to have.
This is how high rollers will watch Super Bowl 58 in style. 146 private suites, some going for more than $1 million. That hefty price tag even giving fan favorite Mama Kelsey some sticker shock when she joined the Today team.
I have a feeling I'm not in the box. I have a feeling I'm in the stands.
For those who can score a box seat, you'll have prime views of the action, unlimited drinks, and a menu fit for a Super Bowl champion. What can ticket holders get here that you can't get anywhere else?
So you're getting lobster, you're getting steak, you're getting sushi. It's just over the top.
Because that's what Vegas does best.
Of course.
But even those who won't be one of the lucky 60,000 inside Allegiant Stadium on game day are getting ready for it. Swifties gearing up for themed Super Bowl parties and prop bets inspired by the pop star. The sports betting website BetOnline has 89 Swift-related wagers, including how many seconds will Swift be shown on TV, and will boyfriend Travis Kelce propose post-game? A question the tight ends skillfully dodged on Wednesday.
Who's getting a ring first, the Niners or Taylor?
I'm hoping I get this ring on Sunday, I know that.
In all, a record $23 billion in gambling wagers is expected this year. And fans are going all in.
What do you think the final score of this game is going to be?
Chiefs 50 and 49ers 0.
Oh, okay. Kaylee Hartung, NBC News.
Adorable.
Oh, that's so adorable.
Let's take a look at some other stories trending right now, starting with Disney saying, "You're welcome." Yep, the company announced that the sequel to its 2016 hit Moana will be released in November. In an interview with CNBC, Disney CEO Bob Iger said it was originally developed as a show, but that he liked the footage so much, he transformed it into a movie. All the main cast is returning except for Lin-Manuel Miranda. Remember, he wrote several songs in the first one?
Yeah.
Well, he won't be coming back, but the original film is still a hit, being the most streamed family movie of last year. And that's not all, folks. A live-action version of the original Moana is slated to hit theaters 2025.
Calling kids everywhere.
Hey, Disney loves its live
I
actions.
mean, all right, tattoos sometimes can be a permanent reminder of maybe a bad decision. But Tinder, the app, is trying to help in its new campaign. This is for real. Ink Twice.
Okay.
Tinder is footing the bill for people who want to cover up tattoos of their ex's name. More than half of tattooed singles polled by Tinder said that they have a tattoo from a previous relationship that they want to get rid of. Wait, more than half of them?
Wow.
Starting this week, singles in New York, Los Angeles, Miami, and Austin, Texas can apply for a cover-up tattoo in the app or online.
New York. I mean, you're not single, but maybe we could get matching tattoos, Kate. You want to get tatted?
I get a Zinkley, you get a Kate.
Hey, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Okay, so imagine spending 8 years trying to break a Guinness World Record, and then you got disqualified. Well, a man was building the world's tallest matchstick model of the Eiffel Tower made of matches. But then he was told he was disqualified for using the wrong matchsticks. Richard Plod built a nearly 24-foot-high model with more than 700,000 matchsticks, beating the current tower record by 2 feet. But his dreams, folks, remain alive. Yeah, Guinness now telling NBC News that it may have been, quote, heavy-handed in judging this record attempt, and they're going to review it.
8 years?
Yeah, that's...
Building that for 8 years, and then they say, no, sorry, wrong matchsticks.
Oops.
I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinkley Asamoah. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here on Now.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good day, everyone. We're coming on the air with breaking news. A long-awaited report has just been released about President Biden's handling of classified documents that were found at his home and office. This follows a year-long investigation by special counsel Robert Hur into just how those documents, many of which appear to be from Mr. Biden's time in the Obama administration, got stored there and why. This investigation separate from the case against former President Trump, who has been charged for allegedly mishandling classified documents. The White House says President Biden voluntarily returned the documents and cooperated with the investigation. Ken Delaney is NBC's Justice and Intelligence correspondent. Ken, what does the report find?
Lester, special counsel Robert Hur found that President Biden did willfully retain and disclose classified information, which is a crime, but ultimately decided that criminal charges are not warranted in this case. And he said that that would be true despite the Justice Department's policy that a sitting president can't be charged. In other words, even if that policy wasn't in place, Mr. Hur would have recommended no criminal charges against the former president. Nonetheless, there are some significant findings in here, the most alarming of which is that the special counsel found that then Vice President Biden discussed finding classified documents at a home he was using in Virginia in 2017 in a recording with a ghostwriter who was working on his memoir. And the special counsel concluded that those were likely the same documents that the FBI found in Mr. Biden's home in Delaware in 2022. And that was a significant fact, an incriminating fact. But the special counsel also found that Mr. Biden may well have forgotten about that incident and that it would be, in any case, very difficult to prove a criminal case. And I just want to read you a very telling passage. Mr. Hur's team wrote, "We've also considered that at trial, Mr. Biden would likely present himself to a jury, as he did during our interview with him, as a sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory." And he said that based on our direct interactions and observations of him, he is someone for whom many jurors will want to identify reasonable doubt. So in other words, they found that while Mr. Biden did willfully retain this classified information, it's unlikely they could win a conviction, and it wouldn't even be in the interest of justice. And I should say, Lester, that this report makes a point of distinguishing this Biden case from the Trump case. It says that, its role is not to evaluate the prosecution of Mr. Trump, but based on the plain facts, there are several distinguishing features, namely that Mr. Trump refused to hand over classified documents that were requested, and he's accused of obstructing justice by ordering subordinates to destroy evidence and then lie about it. So Rob Hur, a special counsel who is a longtime Republican appointed by Attorney General Merrick Garland, saying there's a clear distinction between the conduct of President Biden and the conduct of Mr. Trump. The other significant thing I want to communicate to you is that the main classified documents that Mr. Biden apparently withheld and kept at his home had to do with his role in the debate over surging troops to Afghanistan during the Obama administration back in 2009. If you recall, Mr. Biden was one of the few voices arguing against sending more troops to Afghanistan. And the report says he wanted to preserve the record of his arguments, except that those were highly classified at some of the highest levels of the government. And so he kept those documents. The report says he also kept a series of notebooks that mingled personal, everyday, diary-like observations with highly classified material. And the report makes clear that these actions, in the view of the special counsel, presented a serious risk to national security. But, Lester, ultimately, they said it did not rise to the level of a criminal prosecution.
All right, Ken Delaney, and thanks. And by the way, we were showing you some of the photos provided in this report of the areas where these documents were found in the then Vice President's home, the President's home in Delaware. Also, some were found in offices. I want to bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas. Danny, it seems like special counsel tried to rebut criticism that this should be handled in the same way that the charges against Donald Trump were.
What's surprising is that the report appears to conclude that there may have been a crime, but instead of concluding that there was or was no crime, that the crime might not be prosecutable or that they were not likely to win. It's a very surprising conclusion, and probably the most surprising part of it can be boiled down to one word, and that word is willfulness. That is key here, because when it comes to document retention, classified document retention, the key word is willfulness. Was it done inadvertently, or was it done willfully, intentionally? And shockingly, the report appears to conclude that President Biden did retain those documents willfully, and then goes on to conclude that a prosecution would not be successful for other reasons. And you talk about the distinction between the Trump case and the Biden case made in the report. And what's very interesting is that Her points out what we've all known for some time, is that the difference is that Biden came clean right away. Go look at whatever you want. I'm not objecting. Take a look in anywhere you want. And that's exactly what the government did. Trump, on the other hand, allegedly did the exact opposite. So in this case, what is normally in a criminal prosecution a mitigating factor, in this case appears to have exonerated Biden, whereas normally prosecutors might consider someone coming clean as a piece of mitigation. Here, it's a major factor in not bringing a prosecution. And the reason appears to be, at this point, not because they didn't believe there was a crime, but because they don't believe they would be successful.
All right, Danny, thank you. I'll ask you to stand by. Let me bring in Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander. Peter, the administration has been bracing for this. They've got to be happy there's no criminal charges here, but some of the language that Ken Delaney had walked through in that report has got to be troubling for them.
Lester, I think you're exactly right. There are two ways to view this 379-page report that concludes what has been a more than year-long investigation by the special counsel, Robert Hur. Again, he is a former U.S. attorney from the state of Maryland who worked under the Trump administration. That was done strategically, in effect, by the attorney general in a way to sort of make sure that this was isolated from any claims of politicization, the accusation that it would have been a Biden Justice Department that was responsible for it. We've already heard some of that criticism coming from former President Donald Trump and from some Republicans here. We do have the first opportunity perhaps to hear from the president. He's going to be departing the White House to meet with congressional Republicans in just a couple of moments. If he speaks, we will share that with you. We do know the White House earlier this week was given the opportunity, the White House counsel's office, the attorneys here at the White House and the president's personal lawyers, the chance to review these documents, the 379 pages of this report. We learned only a few hours ago that the White House would not be asserting any executive privilege claims. That basically means, in an effort to be transparent here, they said they were open to all of the report in its entirety being shared. But Lester, as you noted, is some of the details within that report that I think you can anticipate some of the real criticism coming of this president. Importantly for the White House, he is not being accused or effectively accused of any crimes here. As they say, it does not establish Mr. Biden's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. But there's one phrase I think you're going to hear often going forward, and these are the words used by the special counsel, Robert Hur, in this report. He said, among other things, that the President Biden, cast himself, in effect, as an elderly man with a poor memory, who Hur said would be sympathetic to a jury. Obviously, in the realm of politics right now, as we look ahead to what's more and more likely to be a rematch between former President Trump and Joe Biden, the issue of the president's mental capabilities and his age has clearly come up repeatedly. It's been a point of criticism, of attack for Republicans, including the former president, from the very start here. And I think that's something that they're certain to sort of try to hone in on. It is important also to note, Lester, that within this document, within this 379-page report, Robert Hur does the work for some Americans, differentiating between the circumstances in Joe Biden's handling of classified documents, noting that just a day after his personal lawyers first found some of those documents in an office, the Biden Penn Center here in Washington, D.C., an office he used between his time as vice president and president. It was only a day that passed before that evidence was handed over to the National Archives, those who are in charge of any classified documents. Compare that to the circumstances with the former President Donald Trump, who repeatedly, as you know, did very much the opposite. He didn't immediately turn over all the documents. Finally, when he turned over some documents, he only turned over some of those documents, having repeatedly resisted requests from the National Archives. And of course, he failed to fully respond to a subpoena before the FBI ultimately executed a search warrant at his Mar-a-Lago property. Similarly, President Biden allowed the FBI onto his property to do the searches for themselves. One of the key differences in the way these two circumstances were handled. Lester.
All right, Peter, thank you. Let me bring in Kristen Welker, moderator of Meet the Press. She joins me now. Kristen, we've talked with Danny a moment ago about the legal distinctions between this document case and the Trump document case. But will those distinctions matter in the wild, wild world of presidential politics?
Well, Lester, it's a great question, and it may just be that this issue of handling classified documents gets neutralized. What we are seeing today is that President Biden has been legally cleared of any crime, but politically speaking, he's not cleared. And that is going to be a challenge. Republicans are going to capitalize on the language in this report. As Peter just mentioned, calling him an elderly man with a poor memory, that is incredibly harsh language. That is something that could stick. Will this be neutralized? That's one of the questions we will be watching for. But Lester, I'm having flashbacks to 2016 when Hillary Clinton, then FBI Director James Comey, essentially cleared her legally of mishandling classified documents, but again, politically didn't let her off the hook. That became a political firestorm in her campaign. You could argue it's one of the reasons why she did not win the 2016 election. So how will this play out now? Again, you could see a neutralizing effect, even though there are massive differences between how President Biden and former President Trump handled classified documents. Could this all just neutralize in the minds of voters? We'll have to see. One of the things I'm watching for, Lester, how does President Biden decide to respond? Does he get ahead of the narrative? Does he decide to define how the public views this? If he does, that could potentially be a powerful way of dealing with it if you talk to Democrats. If he doesn't, it could compound his challenges. We'll have to see, Lester. A lot unknown as we continue to
All right, thank you. Just a few seconds here. Danny, very quickly, the trial for the Trump trial for classified document issues, that's been pushed down the road.
It is. Like many of these criminal cases, it has been pushed down the road, and it will continue to be, as will the others, simply because with the complexity involved, it was totally expected that these would be cases that would be pushed down, and we can expect it might even happen again.
All right, Danny Savalas, thank you. That concludes the NBC News Special Report. We have more coverage ahead on our streaming channel, NBC News Now, and online at NBCNews.com. I'll see you with more on NBC Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt in New York. Good day.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with the Supreme Court. It's poised to make a monumental decision today.
This could have dramatic implications for the 2024 election and well beyond. Justices today heard arguments on a case which centers around a Colorado lawsuit. That state's Supreme Court ruled to disqualify former President Donald Trump from the primary ballot in Colorado over his role in the January 6th insurrection.
This particular paragraph of the Constitution, added right after the Civil War, is at the heart of this case. It was designed to prevent former members of the Confederacy from ever holding office again. It reads, "No person shall hold any office if they have previously taken an oath as an officer of the United States if they engaged in insurrection."
NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor is outside the Supreme Court for us. Also with us, NBC News legal analyst Andrew Weissman. Yamiche, let me start with you. Talk about what's been happening inside and outside. I know oral arguments are over at this point, but what did we hear?
Well, the big headline out of this historic oral arguments that we just happened here at the Supreme Court are that the majority of Supreme Court justices sounded skeptical of Colorado's argument that former President Trump could be kicked off the Republican primary ballot. We had both justices who are considered liberal and conservative questioning specifically whether or not Colorado as one state could make the case that they can take him off of the ballot. We also heard, though, robust arguments from both sides. On the Trump side, you had the lawyer for him really arguing that all of this, the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, does not apply to him for a number of reasons, chief among them that he's not an insurrectionist. We also heard from lawyers for the state of Colorado. They were arguing that Trump was trying to disenfranchise millions of Americans and did, in fact, partake in an insurrection. Now, afterwards, we heard from a number of people, including plaintiffs. Take a listen to one of them now.
As a Republican, I believe in rule of law. I believe in our Constitution. I believe in its very plain words that said, you cannot take an oath of office and then subvert that oath and foment violence, foment insurrection.
Now, Colorado's Secretary of State told NBC News just after these oral arguments wrapped that ballots are already being mailed out. So they want a very quick decision here. So legal experts believe that the Supreme Court will likely make a decision in the next couple of weeks. Zinkley, Kate?
Yamiche, thanks. Andrew, let's bring you in because Yamiche skillfully just laid out that one of the key arguments in this whole case is whether or not Trump engaged in insurrection. So I want us to play an exchange between Team Trump, Trump's lawyer, and SCOTUS Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. We should note there were no cameras in the courtroom, so we only have audio.
For an insurrection, there needs to be an organized, concerted effort to overthrow the government of the United States through violence. And this
So
riot
the point is that a
occurred,
chaotic effort to overthrow the government is not an insurrection?
No, we didn't concede that it's an effort to overthrow the government either, Justice Jackson. Right? None of these criteria were met. This was a riot. It was not an insurrection. The events were shameful, criminal, violent, all of those things, but it did not qualify as insurrection, as that term is used in Section 3.
So to be clear, the former president has not been convicted of insurrection. What do you make of the lawyer's arguments here?
So one thing that's really interesting is the clip that you played is basically the only time that sort of factual issue came up in the argument. Basically, everyone was steering clear of that because there's a very clear record. Also, even Donald Trump's lawyer, I'm not sure how his client, Donald Trump, would feel about the fact that his lawyer in court was saying it's wrong, it's shameful, because Donald Trump has actually been embracing what happened on January 6th. The basic thrust of the argument today, and this is the one area where I would say Yamiche has been kind, is whether there's even a single justice who will actually agree with the Colorado position. It seemed absolutely clear it's going to get reversed. And it really is, but it's about federalism. Most of the discussion was about, do you really let each and every state do this, or should it be decided by Congress with a national scope when you're dealing with a national election for president?
Yamiche, let me go back to you. Justice Clarence Thomas recused himself from a case back in October that had to do with January 6th. But despite some calls to do that on this case, he did not recuse himself. Can you remind us of where that stands, and what did he have to say today?
Well, this is a really interesting complication here. Justice Clarence Thomas's wife, Ginny Thomas, she is someone who's a conservative activist. She was also very much involved in, people would say, efforts to try to overturn the election. She was at the January 6th rally. She did not break into the Capitol, to be clear, but she was texting White House officials, including the chief of staff for former President Trump, saying that they should continue to fight even after it had been made very clear that Donald Trump had lost the election. So she is now someone who Democrats have said makes this very much that Clarence Thomas should recuse himself. Of course, the justice did not do that. He was in the oral argument today. He was asking questions, so definitely not recusing himself out of this case.
All right, Yamiche Alcindor outside the Supreme Court, Andrew Weissman, thank you both so much. And coming up, some patients in need of care are spending hours, even days, waiting in emergency rooms. The new solution that could help many get treatment at home. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live, including all the places on your screen. The news continues right after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
There's a fake video of Taylor Swift going viral online.
It's fueling a lot of questions about how social media platforms will monitor and control this type of content. The video was posted on X. It appears to show the singer, Taylor Swift, holding a Donald Trump sign at the Grammys. Again, not true. NBC's tech and culture reporter, Kat Tenbarge, joins us now. Kat, this kind of altered content, people call it deep fakes. How is something like a picture like that or a video like that created, and what are people doing about it?
So there are a couple different ways that you can create this type of manipulated media, and it's been possible for a long time, but with the rise of artificial intelligence tools that consumers can use, it's become a lot easier and a lot faster. So material like this can be taken, authentic material can be taken from the red carpet at the Grammys, and they can superimpose what appears to look like Taylor Swift holding this sign, but in the real video, she wasn't holding anything at all.
And Kat, as you just explained, this is also not the first time Taylor Swift has been the target of fake and altered content. So what are social media platforms doing to control these types of posts, especially if they're sort of perpetrating messages that the people in them may not support?
So we've seen this type of material, sometimes sexually explicit fake material of Taylor Swift, go viral on platforms like X, which was formerly Twitter. In the case of sexually explicit fake material, they've taken steps to remove those posts and even block people from searching Taylor Swift's name for temporary periods of time. In this case, after NBC News reached out, they put labels on many of these posts that said it was a manipulated image to sort of discount people's trust in the photos.
But Kat, you really wonder whether they can keep up, right? I just covered the social media CEOs hearing last week where it was all about content that's inappropriate, and there's so much out there.
Exactly. Whenever we go searching on any of these social media platforms for this type of content, we're always able to find examples because no matter how much proactive searching and monitoring they do, it's out.
Kat Tenbarge, thank you. Appreciate it.
There's growing outrage following the stabbing of a Palestinian American over the weekend. The incident happened after a demonstration outside the Texas state capitol in Austin. Now, the nation's largest Muslim advocacy group is calling for hate crime charges to be filed.
This hate that's going around needs to stop.
A Texas community outraged after 23-year-old Palestinian American Zachariah Doar was stabbed outside the University of Texas Austin Sunday night following a demonstration calling for a ceasefire in Gaza.
His friends called me saying, "Uncle, you need to come back." I said, "What happened?" He goes, "Somebody stabbed your son."
Austin police arresting 36-year-old Burt James Baker, now charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
File hate crime charges.
But there are mounting calls for him to be charged with a hate crime.
The attacker targeted the men because they had a kufiya, like the one I have, and a sign that read "Free Palestine" on their car.
Doar's father, Nizar, says his son was in a car with 3 friends when Baker allegedly approached that car at a stop sign, pulled out a keffiyeh scarf on the door handle, and tried to force open the door.
My son sitting in the passenger side, he get dragged out of his feet to the ground.
According to Nizar, his son and his friends tried to de-escalate the situation, but alleged Baker ran at one of them with a knife when Zachariah stepped in.
My son charged and tried to protect his friend, tried to take the knife away. In the scuffle, he gets stabbed.
We reached out to Baker's attorney. He has no comment at this time. In a statement, the Austin Police Department says it believes the incident is, quote, bias motivated, and says its hate crime committee determined the case meets the definition of a hate crime. The Travis County District Attorney's Office will now decide if hate crime charges will be filed. Zachariah, a father to a 5-month-old, is now recovering at home from a broken rib and a stab wound that narrowly missed his heart, according to his father.
He want to be around his son, you know.
Nizar's hopes going far beyond justice for his son, hoping for an end to the violence at home that he believes is fueled by the Israel-Hamas war.
It's hunting us back here in our homeland. This is taking an effect on everybody around us right now.
And it's important to add the suspect, James Baker's next hearing is February 23rd. We asked the Travis County District DA for a timeline on their decision on whether or not to prosecute this as a hate crime, but they could not share any information on timing. Kate.
Thank you for that report, Zinkley. Coming up, a black woman thrown to the ground by police called an animal, demands for accountability.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
In Pennsylvania, at least 6 members of the same family are believed to be dead after a house fire that broke out during a gunfight. 2 police officers were wounded in that gunfight. They were responding to a report that an 11-year-old girl had been shot when someone inside the house opened fire at them. During the exchanges, the house caught fire and is now almost entirely destroyed.
SpaceX launched an environmental satellite for NASA earlier today. The PACE satellite will spend at least 3 years studying the world's oceans and atmosphere. The $948 million mission will help scientists improve severe weather forecasts, detail the Earth's changes as temperatures rise, and better predict harmful algae blooms. Scientists predict to start gathering data in the next month or 2.
We're getting our first look at the 2024 Paris Olympic medals, and they have a surprise inside. Olympic organizers say the medals are inlaid with a piece of the Eiffel Tower. How cool is that? The monumental prize has a small polished piece of iron from the landmark that has Paris 2024 stamped on it. The pieces will be embedded in all gold, silver, and bronze medals this summer.
Pretty cool. Republican voters in Nevada are getting ready to have their voices heard again. You'll remember that the Silver State held primaries on Tuesday. Well, today, the Republican Party is holding a caucus, and whoever wins today will take home all the delegates for the state. But with President Trump the only major candidate on the ballot, he has essentially already secured victory. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hillary joins us now from Las Vegas. So, Vaughn, turnout was, shall we say, sparse for Tuesday's primary. Are we expecting more Republicans to come out tonight?
Hayes and Clay, look, we're expecting there to be a decent turnout, but the reality is that Donald Trump is the only viable candidate who is participating in this caucus. Nikki Haley took part in the state-run primary on Tuesday. Donald Trump is taking part in the party-run caucus here today. And the delegates out of Nevada, the 26 delegates, they are only going to come from the results here from the caucus today. It's a weird system, but so we already know that Donald Trump is actually going to walk away from Nevada with all 26 delegates. And that is why he is going to be en route here soon from Mar-a-Lago to hold a victory speech here, a victory rally in Las Vegas tonight. So for Donald Trump, this continues on his path toward the GOP nomination. Nikki Haley says that she's not going anywhere. On February 24th, her home state of South Carolina will vote in their primary. 3 days after that, the state of Michigan. And then on March 5th, Super Tuesday, more than a dozen states will be voting. So after tonight, still just 3.8% of the delegates will have been allocated. Yet this is a big uphill battle for Nikki Haley, and Clay, because the polling does not show that she is in a good position any state beyond Nevada, even in South Carolina, her home state. So she's got a lot of ground to make up here.
We'll see how it all goes. Vaughn Hillier, thank you.
Well, they are some of the most important people in the aviation industry, and you've probably never even seen them. We're talking about air traffic controllers. They're the ones who keep your flight on time, make sure you land safely, but there has been a shortage of these critical workers, and now NBC News is getting an inside look at the increased effort to train air traffic controllers. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello covers aviation for us, joins me now. Hi, Tom. I know you visited an air traffic control academy in Oklahoma, right? Tell us about that.
That's right. So the Air Traffic Control Academy is in Oklahoma City, and they push through about 1,500 candidates, new students every single year. But listen, this is a tough academy. The washout rate is 30%, 30%. And then people go from the academy and they go on to on-the-job training, and another 30% quit because of the stress, because of the long days, working weekends, working holidays. So really, it is, in fact, the most devoted that end up staying on this job. And boy, does the country need them, because right now we are short, depending on who you ask. The FAA says it's short 1,300 controllers nationwide. The union says no, 3,500 controllers. And that shortage is one of the many reasons we had so many delays and cancellations last year. The mandatory retirement age for controllers is 56. So the FAA is struggling just to keep up with the retirements out there. So we went behind the scenes there at the Academy, some very realistic simulators, training the next generation of these air traffic controllers. It's about 3 to 6 months of training there at the Academy, and then up to 3 years of on-the-job training. And yeah, it's a stressful job. But, you know, I was having a conversation with one of these young students who is, by the way, the average age is about 26. You've got to have about 3 years of college experience or military experience. And I said, you know, there are two groups of people in this country who are universally loved: firefighters and air traffic controllers. And this person said, yeah, I think I like this job. So it'll be a fun, interesting story for us to present to you.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. Tom Costello, and you can see much more of this, as you said, on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
There's outrage in Kansas City after police officers were captured on video beating a black woman to the ground and calling her an animal. We want to warn you, the video you're about to watch is disturbing.
Yep. Just turn her over, Animal. Turn her over.
This all happened outside a bar in downtown Kansas City. The police department says it's investigating, but community activists are demanding the officers be held accountable. NBC's Valerie Castro is following this story for us. So, Valerie, what do we know about just what happened here and how that woman is doing now?
Zinkley, we spoke to Molly Pons, and her niece is the woman that you see in the video, 25-year-old Daishion Pons. She says this started over a disputed bar tab between business staff and her niece. It was a total of less than $50. According to Kansas City police, they got involved after bar security detained Daishion, and what happened next is what you see in that cell phone video. This was her aunt's reaction to seeing that video. Take a listen to what she said.
Disbelief that in 2024, our community police officers are calling a young Black woman an animal and saying that we're going to treat you like one, loudly and boldly amongst everyone. The excessiveness that was used, the brutalization that was encompassed in that situation is just utterly disbelieving.
Molly says right now, physically, her niece is recovering from a concussion and a swollen eye. You can see that there in that photo. Psychologically, she says she is still dealing with the trauma of what happened to her, Zinkley.
Yeah, I can only imagine. How is the Kansas City Police Department responding?
So police say Pons was arrested and given a summons for assault on a law enforcement officer, disorderly conduct, and theft. The department says in a statement, anytime an officer is assaulted, injured, or responds to resistance, the entirety of those events get reviewed by supervisors. The department has not released an official incident report yet, a police report. They say that could take up to 20 days. It has to be approved before it's released. Black community leaders say this kind of behavior is part of a systemic pattern within the Kansas City Police Department. They say they are calling for both the officers and the department to be held accountable. Zinkley.
Valerie Castro, we know you'll stay on this one. Thank you.
An NBC News investigation is giving us a closer look at the nationwide problem of boarding. That's when a patient is admitted to the hospital but kept in the emergency room because of overcrowding. But NBC's Ann Thompson has a look now at a new program that could be a part of the solution.
A new heart gave Marissa Long new life 8 years ago and plenty of experience in the ER, but stays in hospital hallways for 48 and then 72 hours for rejection issues last winter were frightening.
I'm immunocompromised, so I could catch something in there and make things worse.
Disturbing for the 30-year-old and her dad, Michael.
We go in thinking that we're moving to a room or some level of standard of care for a transplant patient in trouble, and literally we get stuck in the ER.
It's not just in Los Angeles where they live. In a recent national survey, 97% of emergency room doctors reported waiting times of more than 24 hours for a hospital bed. Now a potential solution, hospital at home programs.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, ma'am?
I'm doing well, Manny.
Like this one run by Atrium Health in North Carolina.
Let me listen to your lungs here really quick. Sit up for me. Again. Excellent.
Typically, 80-year-old Florence Sparks would be hospitalized for congestive heart failure, but instead, she's at home.
I'm getting better care here.
How is it better?
Well, I think they're more attentive. They're not rushed to see another patient. They give you their undivided attention like Manny just did.
Manny Mills, a community paramedic, visits twice a day. Sparks sees a doctor over a provided iPad once a day.
I think it's going up on the LASIK.
The LASIK, okay.
Going to twice a day on it.
And a nurse twice. They can also provide ready-made meals. Care that's more comfortable for patients and more informative for caregivers, says Mills.
You really get a 360 view of a patient's life.
Absolutely. We get to see their environment. We get to see what they eat, what they drink.
And that enables you to deliver better care?
1,000%. Mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and of course, medically.
In the garage where hospital-at-home paramedics load up, Colleen Hole, who heads the program, says it's treating as many as 60 people a day at home, reducing costs up to 25% and resulting in fewer readmissions for some 150 diagnoses.
We've got cancer, post-op surgical, women's health.
Is this the future of healthcare?
Absolutely is. We will always need hospitals. This provides, I believe, ultimately at a lower cost, a place for patients to heal in their own space.
Achieving better outcomes, she says.
I'm going to come see you this afternoon, okay?
I look forward to it.
For everyone involved. Ann Thompson, NBC News, Charlotte.
Teenagers seeking help for substance abuse treatment say they most often turn to drugs and alcohol to de-stress, according to new research published today by the CDC.
The results looked at young people between 13 and 18, and the findings follow reports of rampant anxiety and depression in that age group as well. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards has been digging into this for us. Erica, it sort of seems on its face like this generation is self-medicating. Am I reading that right?
That's exactly what the experts are saying, Kate. You know, the vast majority of teens surveyed here, nearly 3/4, said that they were using drugs and alcohol to chill out, basically, to become more relaxed. But I really want to point out that 44% used so they could sleep better and stop worrying or forget bad memories. And 40% said that they thought it would help with their depression or anxiety. Now, most of the time they were using some form of marijuana. Almost half reported drinking alcohol, and about 20% said that they had used over-the-counter drugs like cough syrup or prescription strength pain relievers or sedatives. Kate, Sinclair?
And Erica, briefly, it seems that the substance abuse is not happening in a silo. An expert you spoke with said that 75% of young people with a substance use disorder also have a mental health condition. So what do those results tell us about interventions needed?
Yeah, that's right. Experts say that substance abuse generally goes hand in hand with mental health problems. And here's really the takeaway for parents. If a child says, gosh, I'm using drugs or whatever to combat my anxiety, even if you don't think that they're using that much, maybe it was just a one-time thing, experts say that's actually a big red warning sign to get that child help early.
And just quickly, one more question for you. They talked about where and when in this report young people are using drugs. What did they find?
Half of these kids said that they were using alone, often in their bedrooms, using opioid pain relievers. And that's really the scary part of this, because that's when deadly overdoses occur, because no one is there to call 911 or administer Narcan. The supply that kids are getting on the street or even from their friends is often counterfeit and laced with dangerous and powerful drugs. Kate,
I'm going to say it again. Do not take a pill if you don't know where it came from. Don't do it. It's too dangerous. Erica, thank you.
Thank you. Coming up, getting the boot. The once booming business of rental clothing may be going out of style. Why and what the future of fashion could look like. You're watching NBC News Daily.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Drum roll, please. This year's People's Choice Award for the Wildlife Photograph of the Year. This guy, a polar bear catching a snooze on an iceberg off the coast of Norway. The photographer said she searched for polar bears for 3 days before finding this young bear who carved a bed and caught a quick nap. The Wildlife Photographer of the Year is developed and produced by the National History Museum in London. Don't you take a nap. There's much more NBC News Daily right after this.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because go ahead. This is it, right?
Okay, do you have that one piece of clothing in the back of your closet that you bought and you wore once and you haven't touched it since?
There's a way to fix that problem, renting clothes. It's a not-so-new idea, but today companies are popping up online and in person so you can reserve and return styles. Here's rental clothing simply explained. Let's explain rental clothing.
I started a business where I rent my fancy clothes to teens, so if you see a 14-year-old kid wearing a Louis Vuitton cravat, you know who to thank. Me.
It's the process of purchasing clothes for a fixed amount of time, then returning them. Put simply, it's like borrowing clothes from a friend for a price. Economists predict the rental market will grow from $1.77 billion to $2.47 billion by 2029. The sell? Customers can rent luxury clothing for a fraction of the price. Today, there are a variety of rental companies customers can choose from, like Rent the Runway or Nuuly. Some have apps, and others also have brick-and-mortar stores, like Pickle, right here in downtown Manhattan.
We're a peer-to-peer rental marketplace, so we don't own any of the inventory.
Pickle, attempting to reinvent the rental clothing market faced with negative growth during the pandemic. Pickle connects customers to each other, picking up in store, getting items delivered, or meeting in person.
Thank you.
The process of renting clothes is not new. Quick history lesson. References to rental evening wear popped up in U.S. newspapers as early as the 1800s, with 17th century references to customers renting elaborate aristocratic garb. In modern times, rental clothing goes far beyond tuxedos for men.
Rent the Runway was the first company to really come out and make this a thing. It's fun to think about all of the places these clothes are going to go. And then they started moving into everyday wear, office wear, all of these different things.
But many customers left the practice behind after the pandemic.
You can tell that people either aren't washing things correctly. The materials are just so worn down.
Sustainability experts also raising concerns about high carbon emissions from shipping and harmful chemicals used in dry cleaning for rentals.
I do think it's headed in the same direction as fast fashion, more about just churning through this new stuff all the time.
Rental companies committing to measures like energy-efficient washing machines, use of gentle cleaning solutions, upcycling landfill waste, reusable bags, carbon offsets, local pickup options, and more. And today, demand for rentals continues to grow. Urban Outfitters Nuuly reporting a 149% increase in subscribers in 2023, with newcomer Pickle planning to open new storefronts this year.
Rental is, I believe, the future of fashion. These items don't have to always live in your own closet.
And that's rental clothing simply explained. And it's important to note, one of the companies we mentioned, Rent the Runway, announced last month it's cutting 10% of its corporate jobs and that it's down roughly 500,000 active clients compared to last year. So some companies are still attempting to bounce back post-pandemic, but still it's pretty popular, especially online. And full disclosure, folks, this right here is a rental.
And it is very nice. Full disclosure, I also rent clothing. This isn't, but I also do that.
Yeah, so let us know what you want Simply Explained. We want to tell you at Simply Zinkley. Keep watching daily.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because go ahead. This is it, right?
Well, we are now just 3 days away from seeing the Kansas City Chiefs and the San Francisco 49ers take the field in Las Vegas, and the excitement for the big game lighting up Sin City.
And Las Vegas is not known for being subtle in their celebrations. Our own Kaylee Hartung has an inside look at what is quickly becoming one of the most expensive and lavish Super Bowls in history.
Let's go Niners! Super Bowl excitement is surging in Sin City. Football fans from all over the country getting in on the action at the Super Bowl experience as they test their skills and run some drills.
Do you have a touchdown dance for me? Oh, look at her go!
All week, the clash between the 49ers and the Chiefs has lit up Vegas. Now, with just 3 days until kickoff, ticket sales are spiking. Touchdown! The price for a single seat at Allegiant Stadium averaging nearly $9,000.
Are you going to the game?
We can't afford it.
Neither can I.
And no one does luxury like Las Vegas.
Welcome to one of our luxury suites.
There they are, ladies.
This is the seat I would like to have.
This is how high rollers will watch Super Bowl 58 in style. 146 private suites, some going for more than $1 million. That hefty price tag even giving fan favorite Mama Kelsey some sticker shock when she joined the Today team.
I have a feeling I'm not in the box. I have a feeling I'm in the stands.
For those who can score a box seat, you'll have prime views of the action, unlimited drinks, and a menu fit for a Super Bowl champion.
What can ticket holders get here that you can't get anywhere else?
So you're getting lobster, you're getting steak, you're getting sushi. It's just over the top.
Because that's what Vegas does best.
Of course.
But even those who won't be one of the lucky 60,000 inside Allegiant Stadium on game day are getting ready for it. Swifties gearing up for themed Super Bowl parties and prop bets inspired by the pop star. The sports betting website BetOnline has 89 Swift-related wagers, including how many seconds will Swift be shown on TV, and will boyfriend Travis Kelce propose post-game? A question the tight ends skillfully dodged on Wednesday.
Who's getting a ring first, the Niners or
I'm hoping I get this ring on Sunday. I know that.
In all, a record $23 billion in gambling wagers is expected this year. And fans are going all in.
What do you think the final score of this game is going to be?
Chiefs 50 and 49ers 0.
Oh, okay.
Kaylee Hartung, NBC News.
Adorable.
Oh, that's so adorable.
Let's take a look at some other stories trending right now, starting with Disney saying, "You're welcome." Yep, the company announced that the sequel to its 2016 hit Moana will be released in November. In an interview with CNBC, Disney CEO Bob Iger said it was originally developed as a show, but that he liked the footage so much, he transformed it into a movie. All the main cast is returning except for Lin-Manuel Miranda. Remember, he wrote several songs in the first one?
Yeah.
Well, he won't be coming back, but the original film is still a hit, being the most streamed family movie of last year. And that's not all, folks. A live-action version of the original Moana is slated to hit theaters 2025.
Calling kids everywhere.
Hey, Disney loves its live actions.
I mean, all right, tattoos sometimes can be a permanent reminder of maybe a bad decision. But Tinder, the app, is trying to help. In its new campaign, this is for real, Ink Twice.
Okay.
Tinder is footing the bill for people who want to cover up tattoos of their ex's name. More than half of tattooed singles polled by Tinder said that they have a tattoo from a previous relationship. that they want to get rid of. Wait, more than half of them?
Wow.
Starting this week, singles in New York, Los Angeles, Miami, and Austin, Texas can apply for a cover-up tattoo in the app or online.
New York? I mean, you're not single, but maybe we could get matching tattoos, Kate. You want to get tatted?
I get a Zinkley, you get a Kate.
Hey, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Okay, so imagine spending 8 years trying to break a Guinness World Record, and then you got disqualified. Well, a man was building the world's tallest matchstick model of the Eiffel Tower made of matches. But then he was told he was disqualified for using the wrong matchsticks. Richard Plod built a nearly 24-foot-high model with more than 700,000 matchsticks, beating the current tower record by 2 feet. But his dreams, folks, remain alive. Yeah, Guinness now telling NBC News that it may have been, quote, heavy-handed in judging this record attempt, and they're going to review it.
8 years?
Yeah, that's...
Building that for 8 years, and then they say, no, sorry, wrong matchsticks.
Oops.
I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinkley Asamoah. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here on Now.
Back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington on a major day of breaking news and legal cases tied to President Biden and his likely challenger, former President Donald Trump. Now, we will get to the developments surrounding former President Trump in just a moment, as the Supreme Court today signaled its willingness to overturn Colorado's decision to bar him from the ballot. But we begin with that bombshell report for President Biden, whose findings could have major political ramifications for his re-election campaign. This afternoon, Robert Hur, the special counsel investigating President Biden's handling of classified documents, released his final report and recommended no criminal charges against the president. But in it, he says President Biden, quote, willfully retained classified documents after his vice presidency, adding that the president's practices, quote, present serious risks to national security. The report also includes a scathing analysis of Mr. Biden's mental capacity, saying that one of the reasons they declined to bring charges was because, quote, at trial, Mr. Biden would likely present himself to a jury, as he did during our interview of him, as a sympathetic, well-meaning, elderly man with a poor memory. Now, the report goes even further, saying that in his interview with the special counsel, the president struggled to remember key details, including when he was vice president, when his son Beau died. They also note in a separate recorded conversations, his communication was painfully slow, that he struggled to remember events, straining at times to read and relay his own notebook entries. Now, the White House forcefully pushed back in a letter included in the report. Let me read part of it to you. Quote, we do not believe that the report's treatment of President Biden's memory is accurate or appropriate. The report uses highly prejudicial language to describe a commonplace occurrence among witnesses, a lack of recall of years-old events. Joining me now to break down these developments, NBC's Ken Delanian at the Justice Department, NBC's Ali Rafa at the White House. Also back with us is NBC News legal analyst Chuck Rosenberg and our chief legal analyst Chuck Todd with me on set. Thank you to all of you for being here. Ken Delanian, break down this report. What stood out to you? What were the key takeaways here?
Kristen, I was frankly stunned that the special counsel found that President Biden willfully retained and disclosed classified information. That's a felony. As you aptly described, the report went on to explain why they didn't think they could make that case and prove that case, a variety of reasons, insufficient evidence, President Biden's memory lapses. But there was a time in our history when any hint of criminal behavior by a president would be fatal. Obviously, former President Trump has really changed the calculus in that regard. But this is a very serious finding with regard to Mr. Biden. And let's get to the details. This report says that he was tape recorded speaking to a ghostwriter in 2017 saying, I found all the classified materials downstairs. He was referencing some documents that he had retained to talk to this ghostwriter about a memoir. They were related to Afghanistan. Some of them were classified TSSCI. That's the highest level of classification in the government. And the special counsel says that these are likely the same documents that were found in Mr. Biden's home in Delaware in 2022. But he knew about them in 2017. Now, the question is, and it's an open question, did he quickly forget? How cognizant was he of the fact that these were there? Because obviously, he should have reported that at the time and gotten them back. It undercuts the whole narrative of this thing all along, which has been, as soon as we learned about the documents, we notified the FBI, we turned them over. That's not true. And in another case, the report describes Mr. Biden's retention of notebooks, personal notebooks that included diary-like observations, innocuous daily observations, but also highly classified material. And the report says he knew it was classified and he took it home anyway. And again, for a variety of reasons, Rob Hur concluded that even if he could bring a charge against the sitting president, he wouldn't do so in this matter. It doesn't warrant charges. And he also, in a mitigating way, tried to put it in context. First of all, he said much different from President Trump's case. No obstruction of justice, no allegation that he withheld intentionally the documents from investigators. And also that there is a history of presidents taking home classified material. The report cites Ronald Reagan having some diaries at his residence that had classified material in them. So, those are mitigating factors. But President Biden was dealing with classified information almost his whole career in the Congress. He was senior member of the Foreign Relations Committee. He knew better. And this report says that he willfully retained classified information, and that's a crime. Kristen.
Ken, let me follow up with you on the point about the distinction between the way former President Trump handled classified documents and President Biden did. The report says most notably after being given multiple chances to return classified documents to avoid prosecution, Mr. Trump did the opposite, allegedly. According to the indictment, he not only refused to return documents for months, but he also obstructed justice by enlisting others to destroy evidence and then to lie about it. In contrast, Mr. Biden alerted authorities, turned in classified documents to the National Archives and the Department of Justice in 2022 and 2023. It goes on. It is almost like he's pre-butting any criticism that might be coming of this decision to ultimately not find Mr. Biden guilty or to indict him.
Absolutely, but he's also doing a public service. And after all, this is a Republican, a longtime Republican who served in the Trump Justice Department, Rob Hur. And he made a point in this report of distinguishing the Biden case from the much more egregious Trump case. And that, I think, is deeply significant. It's a way to educate the public. They're not even in the same universe. I mean, President Trump is accused of ordering subordinates to destroy evidence and lie about it. There's nothing in the Biden record here that even comes close to that, as serious as it is. So so this report, I think, is very even-handed and nuanced. And, you know, a lot of people are criticizing the references to Mr. Biden's memory, but Rob Hur had no choice but to include that because it was so crucial to the issue of, is this a prosecutable case? Mr. Biden's memory lapses were one of the reasons it's not. And you know, saying point blank that he would be a very sympathetic figure before the jury, an elderly, forgetful man. That's really politically damaging, but it's also really important for Rob Hur to communicate because it's a key fact for why he wasn't prosecuted. And one last thing, Kristen, you know, normally at the Justice Department, prosecutors are not allowed to comment on the conduct of people they don't charge with crimes. That's been a policy of long standing, but the special counsel law creates what is essentially a loophole by requiring a report about charging decisions, and Merrick Garland decided to make all these reports public. And so that's why we're seeing, and we don't normally see this, a prosecutor, you know, characterizing the behavior of someone they investigated but did not charge criminally.
It is just fascinating. Chuck Rosenberg, let me turn to you now. How surprised were you that the special counsel said that, yes, this was willful? How significant is that word? And then to the point that Ken Delanian is making, ultimately said, we're not going to indict him because we don't think that he would effectively be found guilty by a jury.
Yeah, so willful has a lot of import, Kristen, in my old world, right, where you have to prove intent, where you have to prove willfulness. Being able to establish that and demonstrate it to a jury by proof beyond a reasonable doubt is both hard and a big deal. Mr. Biden's conduct here, to Ken's point, deeply, deeply disappointing. I mean, I had a security clearance for decades. It's a privilege, not a right. And the rules about handling classified information, your responsibilities with respect to it, are clear. I mean, we wouldn't even have conversations in the hallway about classified information. And so, you know, this is not the type of thing that you make mistakes about. The stakes are too high. And so deeply disappointing. But to your other question, why wouldn't you charge him? So let's say, Kristen, you and I did the exact same thing in the exact same way. We both committed crimes, and you were prosecuted and I was not. That would be a double standard, right? We're being treated differently for no apparent reason. The reason for treating Mr. Biden differently from Mr. Trump, as Ken outlined, is that Mr. Trump obstructed justice. Again, to a prosecutor trying to establish willfulness, trying to prove intent, evidence of obstruction of justice is a godsend. It's music to our prosecutorial ears. And that is what distinguishes the two cases. So the behavior is disappointing. The behavior is reckless. It's sort of unfathomable. That said, I agree that it's not criminal because you don't have those same aggravating factors. Therefore, no double standard.
And very quickly, Chuck, before I turn to Chuck Todd, could this have any implications for the Trump case? Of course, just to remind everyone, he has been indicted for obstruction for mishandling classified documents.
Quickly, Kristen, politically, yes. Legally, no.
Okay, well, then that takes me to Chuck Todd then perfectly. Chuck, let's talk about the politics of this. Some of the language in this report is just damning. You can't get around it. An elderly man with a poor memory. He's in the fight of his political life.
Well, and it's also, when is it coming, right? It's coming on the heels of just like more of these. And he's accumulating. This is sort of a narrative that is the classic death by a thousand cuts, right? You know, the Kohl and the Helmut Kohl and the Francois Mitterrand. And it's these tiny little things, and every moment, of course, gets amplified by the right-wing noise machine, and it certainly does. And you're seeing with this in this report. There's an easy way, though, for the White House to basically make this report pointless about his memory.
Which is?
Put them out there.
Yeah.
Let's see
will they?
Put them out there all the time. The easiest way to get rid of this storyline is to get them out there.
Right.
But it's been discussed. He has not informed the nation about why we've struck so many military sites in the Middle East, right? We've had paper statements and occasional comment here or there. We had a daytime one so far about the border bill, but he's been not very engaged on that. He's engaged in these fundraisers.
Yeah.
Which we get
Behind closed doors.
behind where there's no cameras.
Yeah.
But I don't know how many different ways people can be yelling into the vacuum to this White House. You got to get them out there more because the public is drawing their own conclusion.
Yeah.
And then this report feeds a narrative. They may be angry about it. They may think, oh, this Trump appointee put that in there to, scare, just in the same way Clinton people were upset about the words James Comey used when he made the statement after deciding not to bring charges against her. And so, but it doesn't erase, it's sort of like you say there, well, why are you worried about it? Because there's some truth to it. You know that the voters are seeing this. You've got to fix this. Is it fixable? We're going to find out.
To your point, we're just a few days away from the Super Bowl, the traditional presidential interview. He has declined to do.
It's a layup.
And it's one more data.
That interview is a layup.
Right.
Okay, and I'm not saying that there wouldn't be tough questions. And look, in isolation, I agree. I don't know if I want to see a president during my Super Bowl pregame. Okay, so I accept that. But I don't. So on one hand, I get it, but it is a softer version of an interview than you're ever going to get because the interviewer is aware that maybe the public wants. All right, ask him a couple of tough questions, but let's not go overboard here. And you don't feel like you can handle that?
And it's a lot of eyeballs. To this point that we're discussing, and Ali Rafa, let me turn to you. About Republicans seizing on the narrative, they will argue that this is a double standard. I want to read the statement by former President Trump. He says, this has now proven to be a two-tiered system of justice and unconstitutional selective prosecution. The Biden documents case is 100 times different and more severe than mine. I did nothing wrong. And of course, we've laid out all of the reasons why their cases are very different. I did nothing wrong and I cooperated far more. What Biden did is outrageously criminal. Again, this is a quote by former President Trump. Ali Rafa, pick up on where Chuck left off, which is the way to deal with this is to get him out there, to get him in front of people, to control the narrative. Based on your conversations with your sources, do you have any indication that they are going to change strategy and make him more available for interviews, for press conferences?
Yeah, Kristen, well, it seems like that would be the knee-jerk reaction to a report as negative as this one is for the president. And we have seen this mental competency topic be a very awkward topic for White House officials to talk about, to try to spin for the American people. It actually came up in today's White House press briefing, and it was very seemingly difficult for the press secretary to be able to defend these mishaps that we have seen by the president. And as you heard Chuck mention, this is pretty much a political gift to former President Trump and his campaign. These mentions in this nearly 400-page report about these memory lapses by President Biden, how he didn't remember when his term as vice president began and when he didn't remember when it ended, details about the death of his son, Beau. And remember, advisors close to the president were worried that this report may publicly paint the president as careless or potentially sloppy in his handling of these classified documents. What I'm sure they weren't worried about, because they didn't expect it, was this just seemingly damning language by the special counsel as it relates to these memory lapses. So the big question now is, obviously we've seen immediate reaction from the president, from the White House counsel's office, saying they're pleased with this report. But the question now is long term. What are the next steps by the White House, but more importantly by the Biden campaign? What efforts are they going to make to try to spin this possibly in their favor?
Let me interrupt you. The president's, I'm so sorry, talking about this
no
case.
problem.
Let's listen.
See, they reached a conclusion. This was an exhaustive investigation going back literally more than 40 years. 40 years when I became a United States Senator when I was a kid. I was a kid, 29 years old. Special counsel acknowledged I cooperated completely. I did not throw up any roadblocks. I sought no delays. In fact, I was so determined to give special counsel what they needed, I went forward with a 5-hour in-person interview over the 2 days of October the 8th and 9th last year, even though Israel had just been attacked by Hamas on the 7th. I was in the middle of handling an international crisis, but I was especially pleased to see the special counsel make clear the stark differences between this case and Donald Trump. As the special counsel wrote, and I quote, "Several material distinctions between Mr. Trump's case and Mr. Biden's are clear." And by the way, this is a Republican counsel. Most notably, after given multiple chances, this is the continuation of the quote, he returned classified documents and avoided prosecution. Mr. Trump allegedly did the opposite. This is the continuing quote. According to the indictment, he has not only refused to return documents for many months, he also obstructed justice by enlisting others to destroy evidence and then lie about it. In contrast, Mr. Biden turned in classified documents to the National Archives, the Department of Justice, consented to a search of multiple locations, including his homes, and sat for a voluntary interview, and in other ways cooperated with the investigation. That's the distinction, among others. Bottom line is the special counsel in my case decided against moving forward with any charges, and this matter is now closed. I'll continue to do what I've always done, stay focused on my job like you do, of my job of being president. That means going to work with all of you every single day I can. Thank you for being great partners. Just this week, House Democrats showed how united you are. You defeated Mayorkas' impeachment resolution.
And we were just listening to President Biden reacting to the special counsel's decision not to indict him for his handling of classified documents and stressing he cooperated completely with the investigation. Also saying, Ali Rafa, that he spoke to investigators just as he was dealing with, of course, the horrific attack from October 7th by Hamas against Israel, effectively trying to answer, you could argue, some of the questions about his memory lapses, which are laid out in this report. But I interrupted you because we had to listen to President Biden. Please continue what you were saying and your reaction to what we just heard from the president.
Sure, Kristen. Much of what we just heard the president speak about as he is in Leesburg, Virginia, at the House Democrats Issues Conference echoes what we saw him say in his statement about an hour ago, echoing these claims that, there was no wrongdoing. He is glad that this probe is now completely over and pleased with the results, trying to shift the attention away from these mentions, as you stated earlier, by the special counsel about his memory and drawing attention to conclusively what this probe and this report found, which was that there were no criminal charges suggested for his handling of these classified documents that were found at his home as well as his personal office. And you heard him mention there drawing a contrast between his case and the case of former President Trump as it relates to the classified documents found at his Mar-a-Lago home. We've listed many times the differences between this case, but the president going over those again, that he was fully cooperative with the special counsel during this interview process. As we know that former President Trump has attempted to restrict the government's ability to get those classified documents back from Mar-a-Lago. So the president, again, drawing that contrast, trying to really talk about how much effort and work he put in to this special counsel probe, Kristen.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Ali, thank you for that. Chuck Todd, let me go back to you. This has given me flashbacks to 2016 when then FBI Director James Comey said we're not going to indict Hillary Clinton for her handling of classified documents. But that report was quite damning to her politically, and that issue hung over her campaign. Do you expect the same thing in this case, or does this feel different to you?
Not the specifics. What's hanging over everything for Joe Biden is this assessment by the public and concern by the public that he's not able to do a second term. That's what's hanging over everything. That's what will live from this report, not what he did. What he did here, this is a very long report to say the president, Vice President Biden at the time, basically was caught speeding.
Yeah.
Right? And there's two types of speeding. There's a felony if you're driving recklessly and going 50 or 60 miles an hour over the speed limit. Maybe you kill somebody. That's the type of speeding, in this case, that Donald Trump is why he's dealing with something far more serious. And then there was the fact that, Biden, like a lot of other people, thought the stuff he wrote in his own hand, was his property too. And, reasonable people could disagree. So on that score, the specifics, I think in the comparison, really actually paint Trump in a worse light. But what's going to live out of this is what the special counsel said about the president's memory. And this is, again, they have a big problem, and they're trying to ignore it away.
Yeah, and again, the question is, will the president shift strategy?
Right, easiest way to answer this, put him out there more. Yeah. Let Biden be Biden. Let everybody get used to this.
Right.
Everybody changes over time.
Right.
People get new haircuts. People gain weight. People lose weight. People get taller. People,
Right.
Let people get used to it. Yeah. Trying to hide it only makes it look like you're trying to hide something.
Chuck Rosenberg, let me turn back to you, because the White House said this of the report. I read it at the top. I want to read it one more time. We do not believe that the report's treatment of President Biden's memory is accurate or appropriate. The report uses highly prejudicial language to describe a commonplace occurrence among witnesses, a lack of recall of years-old events. You and I have actually talked about this when we've discussed complex cases and past cases. Without weighing in on this specifically, how common is it for someone to sit for an interview and to confuse facts? I mean, is this a key important point?
Well, look, it happens, Kristen. I mean, witnesses forget facts. But I don't credit the White House statement that because Mr. Biden sat for an interview after the October 7th attacks, that he was distracted and couldn't remember. If you're distracted and you can't remember, or something happened the day before or the morning of, then postpone the interview. But once you sit down with prosecutors and with FBI special agents, you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And if for some reason you're having a bad day, or you don't feel well, or you were up late the night before, then postpone it. But yes, to your point, Kristen, do people forget facts? All the time. And you'd really have to see a transcript of that interview to judge for yourself how forgetful he was. I mean, just seeing Mr. Herr's characterization of it doesn't quite cut it for me. I mean, it's interesting, but it doesn't really answer the mail. I would want to see a transcript.
All right, well, that is fascinating perspective. Ken Delaney, and let me give you the final word. Take us inside what your sources are saying. To what extent has this renewed discussion about being more vigilant about how our elected officials handle classified documents and classified materials?
Well, that's really the takeaway from all of these various cases. And let's not forget that Mike Pence also had a classified documents problem. And it's interesting when you think about the two situations. Mike Pence did not have a special counsel appointed in his case. And so we didn't hear anything about how the classified documents got to his home. All we knew is that a prosecutor looked at it and found no crime had been committed. That is the benefit of not having a special counsel. None of this dirty laundry gets aired in public to the extent it was. It may not have been. But if there was anything unflattering in the Mike Pence situation, we don't have any idea about it. In the case of a special counsel, it all gets made public. But you're absolutely right, Kristen. What this underscores is a long-standing problem with overclassification, with a failure to account for classified information, with senior officials who view this as their own documents and feel like they can take it anywhere, take it home, take it out of briefing rooms, where people like Chuck Rosenberg were absolutely meticulous and scrupulous about how they handled classified information. People who are vice president and president don't seem to adhere to the same standard, Kristen.
We would expect nothing less of our Chuck Rosenberg, and nothing less than the fantastic analysis and reporting by all of you. Thank you, Ken, Allie, Chuck Rosenberg, and Chuck Todd. Really appreciate you getting us started on this breaking news today. Coming up next, the other major legal story of the day, the Supreme Court signaling skepticism as the justices question Colorado's decision to bar former president and current Republican frontrunner Donald Trump from the ballot over his actions tied to the January 6th insurrection. Stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Now to the other major story we're following. The Supreme Court today heard arguments in a case to determine if Donald Trump's actions around the January 6th insurrection should bar him from the presidential ballot. Now, in today's hearing, nearly every justice signaled their skepticism over Colorado's Supreme Court's ruling to remove the former president from the state's Republican primary ballot. That ruling was based on a determination that the former president's actions on and around January 6th amounted to an insurrection and violated the 14th Amendment, which bars an officer of the United States from holding office if they've engaged in an insurrection or rebellion. Now, two of the justices, Trump himself appointed, Amy Coney Barrett and Brett Kavanaugh, questioned the validity of calling Mr. Trump's actions an insurrection. Take a listen.
If we review the facts essentially de novo, you want us all to just watch the video of the ellipse and then make a decision without any deference to or guidance from lower court fact-finding? That's unusual.
If the concern you have, which I understand, is that insurrectionists should not be able to hold federal office, there is a tool to ensure that that does not happen, namely federal prosecution of insurrectionists. And if convicted, Congress made clear you are automatically barred from holding a federal office.
But it wasn't just the Trump-appointed judges voicing skepticism. Justice Elena Kagan, an Obama appointee, expressed concerns that a ruling in one state could potentially decide a national election.
I think that the question that you have to confront is why a single state should decide who gets to be president of the United States. In other words, you know, this question of whether a former president is disqualified for insurrection to be president again is, you know, just say it. It sounds awfully national to me.
And Chief Justice John Roberts signaled his discomfort with the potential political fallout of removing one party's frontrunner from the ballot, echoing Trump's warning of chaos and bedlam.
If Colorado's position is upheld, surely there will be disqualification proceedings on the other side, and some of those will succeed. Some of them will have different standards of proof. Some of them will have different rules about evidence. In very quick order, I would expect, although my predictions have never been correct, I would expect that a goodly number of states will say, whoever the Democratic candidate is, you're off the ballot, and others, for the Republican candidate, you're off the ballot, and it'll come down to just a handful of states that are going to decide the presidential election. That's a pretty daunting consequence.
Well, we have got another incredible team covering all of the angles of today's historic arguments. Joining me now from the Supreme Court is NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. On set with me is NBC's Garrett Haake, who's covering the Trump campaign, and Ben Ginsberg, who served as national counsel for multiple Republican presidential campaigns, including during the contested 2000 election, which I remember well. I think I booked you for NBC News at the time. Thank you for being here. Ben, before I get to you, I do want to get to Yamiche, who's out in front of the Supreme Court. Yamiche, what were your takeaways today? And skepticism seems to be the word of the day, frankly, from all of the justices.
That's right, Kristen. The big headline out of this historic Supreme Court oral arguments really is that the majority of justices sounded very skeptical that Colorado as a single state could decide whether or not former President Trump could appear on that Republican primary ballot. It was over and over again. You heard these questions that were really tough to Colorado's lawyers. And the other thing that really stuck out to me is there was this moment where Brett Kavanaugh, who of course was appointed by former President Trump, he said, well, wouldn't this be disenfranchising voters if you took away former President Trump's name from the ballot? And the lawyer for the residents that are bringing this legal challenge said, well, actually, former President Trump was the one who was trying to disenfranchise millions of voters because of what he was doing, trying to overturn the 2020 election. The other thing that was really interesting here is that they spent a lot of time on the details of Section 3 of the Constitution of the 14th Amendment, talking specifically about whether or not an officer of the United States and whether or not that's something that President Trump could be tied to. It wasn't until an hour into this that you heard the word insurrection and you really started getting into whether or not January 6th could possibly have been an insurrection, with a number of the justices saying possibly this could have been an insurrection, but that doesn't mean that Donald Trump, by one single state in Colorado, could be taken off the ballot. So very interesting that they were talking a lot about the impact of this. One other thing, when you played that sound of Chief Justice Roberts talking about, well, what if red and blue states just decide to take people's names off? A big consequence of this could be not only for Donald Trump, but there have already been some conservative officials in red states who say if Donald Trump loses this case, they will move to have President Biden's name removed from ballots. So you already see that sort of happening, Kristen.
Yeah, to your point, and I know this is one of the things you've been drilling down on, what could the implications be for President Biden, for other candidates? Yamiche, fantastic reporting from the Supreme Court. Thank you so much for that. Garrett, let me turn to you. We heard from former President Trump. He liked what he heard at the Supreme Court today. He struck a very defiant tone. What are you hearing from inside the campaign?
Yeah, the Trump team's thrilled with how things went today. They think they will get a very powerful ruling in their favor, an 8-1 or a 9-0 ruling eventually. And for Trump, you cannot separate the political from the legal, right? He looks at this through a political lens. I want to play some of what he had to say today about this hearing and the results and why he thinks he's in this position at all. Listen.
I just finished watching the Supreme Court. It was a beautiful thing to watch in many respects. It's unfortunate that we have to go through a thing like that. I consider it to be more election interference by the Democrats. That's what they're doing. The good news is we're leading virtually every poll.
This wasn't a case brought by Democrats. This is not, the idea that of election interference here is so baked into every one of these legal cases. He wants to lump all of these things together. He was fundraising off this hearing today within minutes of it concluding. And he also, in that same news conference, started working the refs a little bit, talking about how thoughtful the judges were and what a great job the Supreme Court is doing. Remember, his lawyers are going to be potentially back in front of the Supreme Court very soon on the immunity case. So today, when they seem to be looking in his favor, best of friends.
Yeah, and I think your point is such an important one, Garrett, which is that today, and we have seen throughout this campaign, former President Trump has really capitalized on these legal battles in a way that has energized his supporters. Ben, let me turn to you, because one of the things that you were discussing that has stood out to you is the uniformity that we saw amongst the justices today. Talk a little bit about what you mean and what your takeaways were.
Well, it's really true. In many cases, you'll see some blowback and contradictions between the liberal wing and the conservative wing. You didn't see much of that at all today, which was pretty remarkable for the high-stakes political case that this is, but there was just none of that usual objection to knocking candidates off the ballot, the dysfunction that could be caused. It was quite striking, and it's why I think when Garrett says 9-0 or 8-1, it's the way it felt.
That's what your tea leaves are telling you based on what we heard today. One of the interesting questions, and Yamiche talked about this, was whether this was an insurrection and whether Trump was an officer of the country. I mean, can you talk a little bit about why those two things are significant and why there was so much focus on them?
Sure. Well, the main argument that the Trump team made in their briefs was that Donald Trump, the president of the United States, is not covered in the language of the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, so that, in fact, he could not be found to have been in the insurrection because he's not an officer of the United States. Now, that feels like a sort of a two-cube-by-half argument. How can the Constitution exempt the president, the highest office in the land, from being an officer? So it's a very textualist, originalist, word sort of argument that doesn't ring true as a matter of common sense to people.
And actually, I want to play a little bit of this exchange with Ketanji Brown Jackson in which she questions the Trump lawyer about that very question. Take a look.
The framers were concerned about charismatic rebels who might rise through the ranks up to and including the presidency of the United States.
But then why didn't they put the word president in the very enumerated list
in Section 3. The thing that really is troubling to me is I totally understand your argument, but they were listing people that were barred, and President is not there. And so I guess that just makes me worry that maybe they weren't focusing on the president. And, for example, the fact that electors of vice president and president are there suggests that really what they thought was, if we're worried about the charismatic person, we're going to bar insurrectionist electors, and therefore that person is never going to rise.
And I should just clarify, actually, that was the lawyer for Colorado. But Ben, what did you make of that exchange?
Well, I think the reason that Justice Jackson might want to concentrate on the officer argument the way she did is that it has a certain elegance, because if the court doesn't want to rule on the merits of whether Donald Trump committed an insurrection, that's an objection that could be raised in Congress on January 6th when they open up the electoral count ballots. We've already seen what can happen on January 6th. However, if the court were to rule that Donald Trump is not an officer of the United States, then insurrection, 14th Amendment, Section 3, couldn't apply to him, and that is not a well-founded objection to his election.
And Garrett, take us inside what you are watching for as the Trump campaign, as the former president awaits this final ruling strategically. Is this something we're going to be hearing about every day, or is he going to be talking about Biden and what he said today in his response to the special counsel declining to indict President Biden on his handling of classified documents, and his argument that this just feeds into his narrative that there are two systems of justice?
Why not both, right? I mean, look, I think they see these two things as working hand in hand. Now, if Donald Trump ultimately gets a favorable ruling from the Supreme Court here, I think you will hear him talk about it quite loudly. The idea that he has somehow been exonerated, and I wouldn't be surprised at all to see him conflate this issue and say, see, I've been exonerated on the question of whether there was an insurrection at all. I mean, this is the kind of thing that he loves to sort of build off of. If he gets a little bit of clearance from the Supreme Court, yes, you could be on a ballot. I think he'll take it that much further. But to the degree that he can link all of these things together that we've been talking about over the course of this hour, look how I've been treated by the justice system. I've been charged in this case. I get dragged before the Supreme Court. Joe Biden just gets a report put out. It's not the same. That message is something that his campaign has been amplifying over the course of the last year, and I think they will continue to use every available data point, no matter how blurrily it fits into the bigger picture, to try to advance that message going into the spring and summer.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. Ben, let me ask you big picture and just take us back to 2000 and then how it relates to right now. Is the court, because of what happened in the 2000 election, do you think that they are hesitant to get engaged in electoral cases at all? And does that give us any indication? Will this be very narrowly decided?
Well, the Supreme Court historically has been very reluctant to jump into the political thicket. In 2000, that was an unanticipated event. It was chaos that occurred post-election in a way none of us involved in it or anybody else saw coming. What's true today about this case is that you can see the red flashing warning lights from 10 months out. So that puts the court in a very different position. So if they can find a way to deal with the issue now, I suspect they'll do it. And that's why I think you heard a lack of disagreement among the justices in the way they were questioning today.
And so you think they are going to decide this in a matter of days?
Well, I don't know if it'll be a matter of days. The court, being very aware of its political positioning, as you mentioned, and reluctant to be labeled as a political entity, might well pair this decision with an immunity decision whenever that's due to come out, right? That's an old political trick that even a non-political entity might grasp onto.
Okay, well, we will watch for those decisions. Thank you so much. Great conversation, Garrett and Ben. Really appreciate it. And Yamiche beforehand, fantastic discussion. Coming up next, we are live on Capitol Hill. After all of the back and forth over border security, the Senate voted to consider a security aid package that does not include the border. We'll break down the status of negotiations. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Welcome back. After months of debate and negotiations on border reform demanded by Republicans in exchange for a foreign aid bill for Ukraine and Israel, the Senate just advanced a foreign aid bill without any border provisions in a 67-32 vote. It comes after the bipartisan border deal collapsed under the weight of opposition from House Republicans and former President Donald Trump. But even with the key procedural hurdle cleared, the borderless bill still faces days, if not weeks, before a final vote. Joining me now to break down what comes next is NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. So, Sahil, let's just discuss where we are right now. This is a bill that no longer has the provisions to help secure the border in it, right? What Republicans have said they wanted. So it includes aid to Israel, aid to Ukraine, aid to Taiwan. What are the next steps towards getting this to President Biden's desk?
Well, Kristen, it's got a long way to go. This bill just cleared its first hurdle in the Senate, the 67-32 vote, as you mentioned. The next step is Republicans are trying to figure out what amendments they want as part of this process in order to pass that 60-vote threshold on the back end to end debate and move to a final vote. Once they figure that out, this could go one of two ways. Either the Senate gets unanimous consent to hold all those votes on amendments quickly and then do final passage right after that, or they're going to have to jump through all these hoops and drag it out, and that vote would happen Tuesday or Wednesday. It's looking like the latter option because Senator Rand Paul has insisted he's going to block he's going to use every tool he has to block this and not grant consent. So it's likely to be just a matter of time. The other possibility is that if Republicans don't come to an agreement amongst themselves on which amendments to offer, or if Democrats don't accept that, then this process could still collapse. So there's still a ways to go before this gets to the Senate. But between yesterday and today, this is looking good. The prospects of this getting through at least the Senate. Chuck Schumer was on the floor earlier today saying that it's a good first step, that the bill is essential for U.S. national security, and that only Putin and Xi would be happy if it didn't pass.
We'll see if that pressure works. Let's talk about the House. Speaker Johnson has said that he wants to see individual bills passed. Talk about what that would look like, and could that complicate getting this broader aid package through the House?
It absolutely could. The House has been the single biggest hurdle to passing this national security and foreign aid supplemental throughout, and that continues to be the case. Now, Speaker Johnson has not explicitly ruled out supporting or allowing a vote on what the Senate does, because he said he's going to wait to see what the Senate passes before definitively making that conclusion. But he did say he wants to tackle these things individually. The House has struggled to pass a standalone Israel aid bill, and he has not allowed a vote at all on Ukraine aid bill. In fact, some of his hardliners say they will motion to overthrow him and force a vote to oust him if he allows Ukraine aid to come up in any form or fashion. So the Speaker is facing a lot of pressure not to allow the Senate package to get a vote in the House. And I just spoke a few moments ago to Senator Lindsey Graham, the South Carolina Republican, who said even if the Senate passes the foreign aid package, it's going nowhere in the House. His solution include border security measures in it. So we're stuck in this endless doom loop, Kristen, because this is exactly what Republicans demanded at the outset. Democrats agreed, they caved and said, okay, we'll strike a deal with your designated negotiator. Then Republicans said it's not good enough, and now they're back to saying maybe add border security on the front end. So it's hard to know how this resolves.
It's an endless cycle, that's for sure. Look, let's talk about the politics of this, because obviously Democrats wanted what they think would have been a political gift to President Biden if he'd gotten a deal on the border. Are they concerned that border politics will now overshadow an issue like abortion, which had helped them energize their base?
Yes, to a point. I mean, Democrats have a major advantage on the issue of abortion, obviously, and Republicans have a major advantage on the issue of immigration. And it's hard to make voters not think of these things when they are top-of-mind issues for voters. That shows up in our polls. It shows up in every poll. So obviously, Republicans want to focus on immigration. Democrats want to focus on something like abortion. What's different about this debate and what we've seen lately in the Senate, Kristen, is that Democrats finally feel like they have an argument to make on the border security front. They've been very squeamish about this issue for a long time now as the polls have turned against them. They finally feel like they can make the point that they were willing to compromise, that they struck a deal with Republicans, and that Republicans torched that deal, in their view, because Donald Trump told them to, because he wants to keep the border chaos going to run on it as an election issue. Is it going to mitigate the problem for Democrats? No, of course not. But it could help them finally talk about this issue.
All right. Sahil, thank you. It's always so great to see you. Appreciate your great reporting. After the break, D.C. discord and amped up partisanship. We're digging deeper into the state of America's polarized politics and what it all means for an election year. The panel's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
From Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico,
reporting over the skies of Lahaina. Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Joining me now to break down all of the breaking news of the day is my panel, Molly Ball, senior political correspondent for the Wall Street Journal, Naveen Nayak, president and executive director of the Center for American Progress, and Republican strategist Garrett Ventry. Thank you to all of you for being here on a really busy day. Molly, let's kick it off with you. Let's talk about the special counsel's findings, basically saying we're not going to indict President Biden for his handling of classified documents, but that he willfully mishandled them, and also saying that there were some significant memory lapses here. They call him an elderly man with a poor memory. It's kind of damning.
It's quite damning. I think it's worse than certainly the White House expected. We broadly expected this result. We've known for a while now that this report was coming out and that the president probably was not going to face any kind of prosecution or penalty. But the language that was used and the memory lapses that were documented by the special counsel, we already hear, and you know, the president's lawyer pushing back, saying that that they felt that this was unfair, that these were sort of normal memory lapses, but politically, it obviously underscores a lot of the concerns that voters already have about the president and his age and his ability to keep track of things and do his job. This is one of his biggest political liabilities. We already know this. And so to the extent that this underscores that and gives it a sort of, official stamp, that's a tough break for the White House.
It sure is, Molly. And Naveen, let me just read a little bit of this report. It says, at trial, Mr. Biden would likely present himself to a jury, as he did during our interview of him, as a sympathetic, well-meaning, elderly man with a poor memory. Chuck Todd was here, and he said the only way to combat this is for President Biden to get out there, to flood the airwaves, and to basically say, hey, I'm here. I can do this.
Yeah, on the one hand, I mean, again, I don't think anyone wanted this on the Democratic side or the White House, so there's no sugarcoating that. But I do think it's not news to the American people. I mean, the notion that Joe Biden is old or is aged is not going to be, that is baked in. And yes, I think we have a long campaign ahead of us. I give this White House a lot of credit for not being too reactionary. They have been disciplined. They know that they have the State of the Union, and the campaign is going to pick up dramatically. And obviously, President Biden will get out there a lot more and make his case. I don't think they're going to overreact to anything that happened in this report.
Interesting. Garrett, let me get your take, because former President Trump came out with this strong statement. It said what we would anticipate, that this just confirms that there are two systems of justice. We have to reiterate, these are two very different cases, because President Biden cooperated with the special counsel and cooperated with the request to turn over the documents. Former President Trump did not and is accused of obstructing justice. Having said that, how do you expect this narrative to play out on the campaign trail? How much do you expect former President Trump to focus on this?
Yeah, and I think what you're saying is it's expecting the average voter to understand the nuances in both cases, right? And I think President Trump's been very effective of pointing this out and saying it is a two-tiered system. I had documents, I was the president, I had the right to declassify documents under the Presidential Records Act, store those documents. Joe Biden as a senator and as then vice president, that didn't apply to him, and I'm here getting prosecuted in South Florida. He gets a pass from his own DOJ, so that's going to continue to play out that way. I will say that obviously there were some national security implications here that are damning for Joe Biden, but the most damning part is that factor where his own DOJ is essentially saying that he suffers memory loss. He couldn't remember, when his term started and ended, when his son passed away. So that is a deep question. With everything he's facing, the economy, immigration, your recent NBC polling, he's trailing Donald Trump by 5 there. This is a lingering question that's not going to go away.
Yeah, Molly, I guess the question is there a canceling effect of the fact that, as Garrett's saying, a lot of voters aren't going to be able to keep all of this straight? We can say there are big differences repeatedly, and yet in voters' minds, they start to tune this out. Are other issues like the border, like the economy, more front and center?
I think we've already seen that. Yeah, and I think from the time that these revelations came out, I was hearing from Trump and his advisors that they saw this as muddying the waters in a useful way. Now he actually hopes that it's not just neutralized. He sees it as a net plus, because he's making this argument about the unfairness of the system, about the system being rigged against him, and you certainly hear, at least from those who already support him, that they are powerfully galvanized by this argument. I think a normal political candidate, usually when you're getting prosecuted for something, you would prefer not to talk about that and hope voters forget about it. But he's actually amplified this. He spends 10, 20 minutes on it in every one of those rallies, because he knows that this sense of injustice and this feeling that the system is rigged against you is a powerful sense of grievance that taps into something that a lot of voters feel as well.
And another moment that he has to focus on that, Naveen, we saw today in the Supreme Court, the oral arguments. Colorado Supreme Court basically said that he cannot be on the ballot because he incited an insurrection. Today, obviously, his attorney argued that that's not the case. What did you make of what we all heard today at the Supreme Court, and how do you think it'll play politically?
I think the legal experts and the tea leaves that people have read from the questioning was really clear that the justices across the board seemed really skeptical.
Yeah.
I think from a longer-term political perspective, they weren't questioning whether necessarily an insurrection happened, whether Trump was involved in it. And this isn't the only case that touches on that. We have many more cases that we'll get into, whether Donald Trump was involved in an insurrection, which the American people already know the answer to because we watched it happen on TV and he summoned the crowd. So I think that every day that is the conversation that we're having is really a bad day. And one other quick point is that a lot of news this week, and it's hard to keep track. I would bet that when we step back a few months from now, one of the most damning things was Republicans and Trump killing an immigration security, a border security bill, right? Because it speaks to a core thing, which is they don't care about actually solving problems. They just want to rule. They don't actually want to govern.
Garrett, what's your response to that and the fact that this bill that Republicans had said they wanted border security measures to be in any funding bill for Ukraine and Israel, they wound up killing the bill?
Yeah, absolutely. I would just say, first off, the president hasn't been convicted of insurrection in any way. A lot of this has been premature, and that's why I think you're seeing the justices say this here, and you're seeing cold water across the board from Kagan, from a number of liberal justices as well. On the immigration piece, in your guys' NBC polling, gives President Trump a whopping about 30-point lead on immigration. I do think that voters just trust him more on this issue. And when you're talking about $74 billion going to foreign wars in foreign countries, $20 billion going towards border security, it's hard to convince the American people that that is a border security bill when all that money is going to other governments and not our own.
Yeah, and Molly, we were just talking to Sahil about what comes next. The Senate's trying to advance this bill that does not include provisions on the border, just aid to Israel and Ukraine. Do you think it gets to President Biden's desk?
I think that's a really big question right now because we've seen the House be not very receptive and also not very functional, right? I mean, even if the House Republican caucus were thoroughly united and had every intention of passing this, it's not clear they could because there's a lot of things that they're relatively united on and still can't get through. And we've seen some real questions about leadership in the House and their ability to just do anything.
All right. Great conversation, guys, on a very busy day. Thank you so much, Molly, Naveen, and Garrett. Really appreciate it. I am back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. The news continues with Hallie Jackson.
Breaking news, no charges against President Biden after that special counsel investigation into his mishandling of classified documents. But the bigger fallout may come politically, with this report calling into question his memory and mental state. Fierce pushback from Team Biden tonight. We're going to take you live to our team, fanned out across all of it, with more on how we got here and what comes next. The other big news tonight, major arguments in front of the Supreme Court about whether one state can kick Donald Trump off the ballot this year. Why the justices seem to be leaning toward letting him run. And at least 6 people, including kids, presumed dead after a shooting and a fire at a home outside Philadelphia. New details on where that investigation stands when we take you live to the scene. Plus, what's behind a close call, this one at Boston's airport today. Then the reboot for Bud Light after an infamously difficult year. Why it's betting on this weekend's Super Bowl to supercharge its flailing brand later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with President Biden cleared of criminal charges for mishandling classified documents. So legally, out of the woods. But politically, maybe a different story. After this scathing report described President Biden multiple times over nearly 400 pages as, in their words, an elderly man with a failing memory, suggesting no jury would convict the president for holding on to these documents. Remember, this was in the material found in the president's Delaware home and Washington office from back during his time as vice president. Special counsel Robert Hur says while the president willfully held on to some of that stuff and then told somebody else about them, his ghostwriter, saying in 2017 he had just found all this classified stuff downstairs, he's not prosecuting. Remember, the documents were found in a badly damaged box next to a bunch of random household stuff. With the House GOP leadership team tonight calling the report disturbing, if you will. And that leads us to the next piece of this, right, which is the potential political fallout here, because you are seeing several matters of distinction between former President Trump and President Biden, with these questions tonight about, if you might be asking, well, wait a second, what is the difference between Donald Trump mishandling classified docs, he was criminally charged, and President Biden? Well, the special counsel is preempting that question, pointing out some big differences between these two cases, saying when President Biden's staff discovered the documents, they were immediately turned over to investigators right away. On the flip side, remember, former President Trump's accused of refusing to return these documents, even after he was asked repeatedly to hand them over, allegedly obstructing justice by asking his staff to destroy evidence and then lie about it. So now, while President Biden's attorneys are praising the decision not to charge him, they're also slamming the special counsel for comments about his memory and mental state that they say are not only not accurate, but not appropriate. Here's the president himself in just the last 40 minutes addressing it all.
Special counsel acknowledged I cooperated completely. I did not throw up any roadblocks. I sought no delays. In fact, I was so determined to give special counsel what they needed, I went forward with a 5-hour in-person interview over the 2 days of October the 8th and 9th.
And he notes October 8th and 9th, of course, right after the October 7th attack on Israel. We're going to get to more on this in a second with our team coverage. NBC's Ken Delanian joining us. Ali Rafa posted up near the White House. Legal analyst Danny Savalos is joining us, too. So, Ken, help us understand something that is central here. The special counsel in this long-anticipated report says that President Biden did, quote, willfully hold on to classified documents and then told somebody else about him, but they don't think it rises to the level of a criminal prosecution. Why not?
It's a great question, Hallie, because by saying they believe he willfully retained,
Well, that's a crime. I mean, that is the language of the statute. And they're saying there's evidence that he did that. But then they go through a whole series of mitigating factors explaining why they don't think they could win a conviction and why it may not even be appropriate to bring a case. And one of the main things they cite is President Biden's failing memory. And that goes to the issue of why, what was it gratuitous that they included all that information about his memory lapses? They would say, no, we needed to explain that because that's one of the reasons we think he would be very sympathetic before a jury. They called him an elderly man with a failing memory. That's indisputable. And so you can argue that they went too far and they described a lot of memory failures that they didn't need to describe from their 5-hour interview with Mr. Biden. But that was central to the issue of why they couldn't prove the case. There were other issues as well. They talked about, look, they're saying that President Biden had notebooks that included classified information, but other presidents did that as well, including, the report says, Ronald Reagan. He had classified information that was stored in his home for years. Nobody did anything about that or brought any charges. So there are mitigating factors that made this case difficult to prosecute. But the memory stuff, that's what's going to stick politically. And, you know, there was a significant passage where they talk about that they say that President Biden could not remember when he was vice president. He got the dates wrong. And he couldn't remember when his son Beau died. But what really struck me, Hallie, was, because I covered this at the time, was he mischaracterized then Ambassador to Afghanistan Carl Eikenberry's position on this key fight that they were having in the Obama administration about whether to send troops. That was something that President Biden cared a lot about. He focused on. It was a passion project for him. He was arguing that they shouldn't expand the footprint in Afghanistan. He lost that argument, but he forgot. He completely mischaracterized the position of Carl Eikenberry, and the special counsel found that a notable memory lapse, not just an old man forgetting a date, but a significant, significant memory lapse, Sally.
So, Allie, that leads us directly to the Biden team, the president's attorneys, really pushing back on this hard. On the one hand, they're like, yes, it was the right decision not to criminally charge. But on the other, they are blasting these references that Ken has noted to the president's faulty memory, to his mental state, et cetera. Some of the pushback is contained in this report. Some of it comes outside this report. Walk us through it.
Yeah, Hallie, and I thought it was particularly notable that in those remarks that the president made in Leesburg, Virginia, just in the last hour, he did not mention any of these mentions in Hur's report about his age or his lapses in memory. But we are hearing from some of the president's personal attorneys reacting to this nearly 400-page report. One of them, special counsel to the president, Richard Sauber, saying that the president's inability to recall dates or details of events that happened years ago is neither surprising nor unusual, especially given that many questions asked him to recall the particulars of staff work to pack, ship, and store materials and furniture in the course of moves between residences. He continues, yet unlike your treatment of President Biden, your report accepts other witnesses' memory loss as completely understandable given the passage of time. And in another statement, he objected to what he called, quote, inaccurate and inappropriate comments, Hallie. And remember, we knew that advisors privately had been concerned that this report could publicly paint the president as perhaps being sloppy or careless in his handling of these classified documents. But these mentions of these memory lapses because of his age are seemingly even more of a trouble for the president and specifically his reelection campaign. So what's going to be extremely interesting to see now is how the Biden campaign, if at all, tries to spin this in their favor. Could we potentially see more of the president talking about this, addressing it? Because remember, this is a White House that essentially likes to err on the quote, less is more approach when it comes to the president and having these impromptu conversations with vote. Yes, Hallie.
Well, part of why, because I want to get at a point that you're making here, because part of why, and I've been chatting with sources about this in the course of the last couple of hours here, and one point that's come up, this is from a Biden ally here, is that some of this, right, some of these quotes around the memory, around the president's age, it gets at pre-existing notions that are already being discussed, that are already evident in polling that voters have concerns about, that are already very much at the tip of the spear for Republicans' attacks on President Biden. It is getting to that exact point, right? And you are seeing even tonight Republicans trying to capitalize on that. We mentioned at the top of the show that House Republican leadership, unsurprisingly, is out with a report or out with a statement calling this disturbing. We're also hearing from former President Trump, right? Talk us through that piece of it.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been a problem with the Biden campaign since really the president announced he was running for re-election. And it's a problem that the White House and the Biden campaign have tried to walk over, to try to clear up. We heard even Karine Jean-Pierre talk in today's White House press briefing, trying to clear up the gaffes that the president has made in recent days. And this is essentially a gift for former President Trump as he campaigns for re-election and tries to seize upon this lack of enthusiasm, this gap in enthusiasm that we're seeing the Biden campaign struggle with. I want to mention a statement that former President Trump released reacting to this report, in which he says, in part, quote, "This has now proven to be a two-tiered system of justice and unconstitutional selective prosecution. The Biden documents case is 100 times different and more severe than mine. I did nothing wrong, and I cooperated far more." He continues by saying, "What Biden did is outrageously criminal, Hallie." So just some initial reaction from former President Trump. You can imagine how his campaign will absolutely seize on what is mentioned in this report and try to weaponize it against President Biden, Hallie.
Ali Raff outside the White House. Ken, that brings me back to you here, right? Because while former President Trump may say that he cooperated far more objectively based on the facts that we know as laid out by the Department of Justice in both the special counsel report and the indictment against the former president, that is not the case. That he, the allegations go, repeatedly tried to prevent investigators from getting access to those documents that had been at Mar-a-Lago there. That's just one of the distinctions that the special counsel in this instance, Robert Hur, is noting, right?
That's right, Hallie. These cases are not even in the same universe. And Special Counsel Robert Hur didn't have to point that out. He really went beyond his writ. He did a public service, though, because he knew these comparisons were going to be made. Right. And so he took time. He sort of put a pause on his discussion of Mr. Biden's conduct and said, by the way, this is completely different from President Trump's case, because he was talking about the context of other presidents who had kept classified information. And it's all of a piece. And what Biden did was not much different from what, as I described before, what Ronald Reagan did in some respects. But Hur said that what Mr. Trump did was markedly different because he refused to give back documents that were requested first by the archives, then by law enforcement. And then he is accused of obstructing justice by ordering subordinates to destroy evidence and then lie about it. That's a hugely significant allegation, quite apart from the issue of classified information, not to mention the volume of classified material that Mr. Trump allegedly retained and the seriousness of it going to nuclear issues and interactions with foreign leaders appears to go beyond what Hur is saying Mr. Biden took in this case.
Ken Delanian, thank you so much. Danny Savalos, you have the patience of a saint, and I'm excited to talk with you about your perspective on this because, as Ken points out and as Ali knows, the decision not to charge here seems to be based on the idea that prosecutors didn't think they could actually get a jury to convict. Do you think that was the right conclusion?
I do, if they believe they couldn't get a conviction. Frankly, that is the proper analysis for specifically a federal prosecutor. They should consider whether or not they could get a conviction. But how they arrived at that was a surprise. And in fact, of this multi-hundred-page document, the biggest surprise for me came down to one word, and that word was willful. As we were waiting this report, I did expect that it would conclude that Biden had retained these documents, but that it hadn't been willful, because willful is the key to criminality in these classified and other national secret documents cases. So that when the report concluded that he retained them willfully, they essentially made out the elements of several different crimes that relate to keeping and retaining classified documents. More than willful, it found that he disseminated them and did so presumably willfully. So this is a scathing indictment that is everything short of an indictment. Now, you asked about the decision not to charge. This is not a report that concludes exoneration. This is a report that focuses on mitigation for its reasons not to charge. Again, that's a good thing. That's what prosecutors are supposed to do. But the mitigation is really just a thinly veiled insult against the president. I mean, it's about how doddering he is, how he can't remember things. And I just have to say, as an aside, as a criminal defense attorney, I can't think of another time that a prosecutor sat down with a potential defendant and said, well, you know what? He doesn't seem to remember the crime, so I guess we're done here. That part seems a little strange to me, but look, that's what they concluded in the report. It's not about whether they think he committed a crime. It's more about whether they think they could prove their case.
It's also interesting that we didn't hear, we sort of heard a passing reference to the complications in terms of charging a sitting president. That was something that came up with Donald Trump and Robert Mueller, just to go back down memory lane a little bit there. Did that strike you?
Yes and no. I mean, I was surprised that they even related it to Trump's case at all, because I thought they would just do a straight analysis of whether or not there was criminality in this particular set of factual circumstances. But I think the reason they did compare it to Biden's situation is the notion that Donald Trump, as we've already been talking about, resisted, may have concealed documents, may have obstructed justice, because so much of the intent behind these crimes goes to what was your intent when you had those documents. Now, what you do afterwards in letting prosecutors look at your stuff doesn't really go to the intent you had when you took the documents, but it kind of does, because then you can later argue that, hey, I had no idea, I'm as surprised as you are. And that was Biden's approach. That, again, is why I'm shocked that the report concluded that his retention was willful and not inadvertent.
Danny Savalos, thank you so much. A lot to think about, a lot to sift through today. Appreciate you being with us. And it's only the beginning, right? Because I want to take you over to the Supreme Court, where there seems to be an answer to a question the justices have never faced before. Can a state kick a president off the ballot, or a former president off the ballot? And from what we heard today, at least from the tea leaves, the signs point to, well, no. It's part of this historic case brought by voters in Colorado, saying Donald Trump cannot run this year. This is their allegation. They say he cannot run. They took him off the ballot because of his push to overturn his 2020 election loss. It's connected to this Civil War amendment that you see here, which was designed to prevent Confederate rebels from holding office ever again. Basically, you can't be an insurrectionist and also president is what it comes down to. So what seems to be persuading the justices now that Mr. Trump should be on the ballot in Colorado? First, there is this question of whether the former president or any president is an officer of the United States. That matters because of the phrasing in the Constitution and the different oaths that different officials take. Colorado's lawyers say, yeah, that Mr. Trump violated voters' rights. Listen.
The reason we're here is that President Trump tried to disenfranchise 80 million Americans who voted against him, and the Constitution doesn't require that he be given another chance.
But Mr. Trump's attorneys are going hard on another piece of this, whether Mr. Trump actually engaged in an insurrection. They don't think so.
This was a riot. It was not an insurrection. The events were shameful, criminal, violent, all of those things, but it did not qualify as insurrection, as that term is used in Section 3.
Then there's the question of whether it's actually up to Congress to pass a law that would kick Donald Trump off the ballot. Like, that's the avenue this whole thing would have to go through, the national path, just the state of Colorado versus, right? So is it national or is it state? And interestingly, it was one of the justices on the liberal side who seemed open to this argument from Mr. Trump's attorneys.
I think that the question that you have to confront is why a single state should decide who gets to be president of the United States. In other words, you know, this question of whether a former president is disqualified for insurrection to be president again is, you know, just say it. It sounds awfully national to me.
And then there's this last one. Does this whole thing apply to people running for office or just people already in office? That matters, obviously, since Donald Trump is running for president. He is not yet president. Yamiche Alcindor is outside the Supreme Court for us here in Washington. Feels like an uphill battle for Colorado's legal team, right? Because justices across the ideological spectrum seem skeptical. Talk us through it.
Certainly sounds like an uphill battle. Of course, this is the Supreme Court that is a 6-3 conservative majority, but justices on both sides, both liberal and conservative, sounded really, really skeptical that Colorado as one state could decide whether or not former President Trump could be taken off that Republican primary ballot. I want to play some sound for you of Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, as well as Justice Brett Kavanaugh, someone that was at least appointed by a Republican, and someone that was appointed by a Democrat. Take a listen.
Well, when you look at Section 3, the term insurrection jumps out. And the questions are, what does that mean? How do you define it? Who decides? Who decides whether someone engaged in it?
I guess my question is why the framers would have designed a system that could result in interim disuniformity in this way, where we have elections pending and different states suddenly saying you're eligible, you're not.
Now, despite the justices sounding skeptical, there were robust arguments on both sides. A lawyer for Donald Trump was saying that really none of this, the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, does not at all apply to him and that he should be allowed to be on the ballot. But you had lawyers for Colorado saying just the opposite, saying, in fact, he was an insurrectionist who tried to disenfranchise voters and that he should not be allowed to be on the ballot. Hallie?
So then let's get into the politics, because we heard from former President Trump today. Let me play some of that.
I think it was well received. I hope it was well received. You have millions of people that are out there wanting to vote, and they happen to want to vote for me or the Republican Party, or whatever you want to, however you want to phrase it. But I'm the one running.
As Justice Kagan said, a ruling here would not just affect Colorado, it would affect basically every state as we're getting closer and closer to the election.
Well, Hallie, what was really interesting here is that the justices spent a lot of time talking about the consequences of what this decision would mean, even more so than they did talking about insurrection, even more so than they did talking about the specific Constitution. So it really was very clear that politics were on people's minds here. And if we could put up a map for folks, you can see why they're talking about this, because there are a number of states across the country that are looking at whether or not former President Trump should be stricken from the ballot. And you see a number of them have been dismissed, but a number of them, those blue ones, are pending. So this decision will definitely have consequences. I also want to point out that there are some Republican officials in red states who are saying if, in fact, former President Trump were to lose this case in front of the Supreme Court, they might move to remove President Biden from the ballot. So that really tells you already that there's going to be this political back and forth if this case is decided one way or the other, Hallie.
Yamiche Alcindor live for us there outside the Supreme Court as the sun is setting here in Washington. Lots to get through, Yamiche. Thank you so much. Let's take you overseas now, where Iraq is publicly criticizing the U.S. after that retaliatory drone strike that killed a senior Iran-backed militia commander, calling the attack in Baghdad, in their words, a clear-cut assassination operation. The Pentagon says that commander who was killed was directly responsible for months of attacks on U.S. military bases in the region, including, of course, the attack on a base in Jordan that killed 3 U.S. service members. I want to bring in Raf Sanchez live for us in Tel Aviv. And Raf, one of the things that you and I talked about when this strike initially happened, this second retaliatory strike 24 hours ago, was the sort of Iraqi fallout component of this, because they were not notified, we understand, from a U.S. official until after the strike happened. Now we are hearing the response. They are not happy, and that is not surprising. Talk us through it.
They're not happy, Hallie. Their initial wave of American strikes inside of Iraq took place in the desert, in the west of the country, in Anbar province. What happened yesterday, very different. This was a strike in the heart of the Iraqi capital. It happened in front of large crowds of people, many of whom were immediately filming the aftermath on their cell phones. They were chanting, "America is Satan," as they stood around that burning car. And this is putting fresh strain on the relationship between Baghdad and Washington. There are still a lot of American troops inside of Iraq, Hallie, and they are there on part of the counter-ISIS mission to make sure that that jihadist group doesn't regroup, doesn't regather, and they need the cooperation of the Iraqi government. And the Iraqi government is in a very difficult situation right now, where they feel like they are being humiliated again and again by the United States, who are carrying out strikes inside of their territory, not telling them when these strikes are going to happen. And of course, they are caught to a certain degree between the U.S., a major partner for them, a major supplier of military aid, economic aid, but also Iran, their very powerful neighbor right next door, who controls, to a certain extent, a lot of these militant groups that are running around in Iraqi territory. It's this paradoxical situation, Hallie. A lot of these Iranian-backed militants are technically part of the Iraqi armed forces, and that's why you saw the Iraqi prime minister visiting some of them at their hospital beds following that initial wave of American strikes. So a very complicated situation in Iraq right now. Hallie.
Raf Sanchez live for us in the region. Raf, thank you. Back here at home, we're learning tonight that 3 bodies have been found after a family of 6, including 3 children, were involved in a shooting and a fire at their home outside of Philly. Officials are now saying that fire may have been set on purpose. 2 police officers were shot at the scene, too. Both of them are expected to recover. You're seeing some of it here. You see the fire still burning. Police have been trying to search the house all day, but they've been moving slowly because they're worried it could collapse. I want to get to George Solis, who is on the ground for us in East Lansdowne, PA. What else are we learning tonight, George? It seems like some of these late-breaking details are just coming in.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. This has been an ever-evolving story and an unusual one, and we kind of want to reset the scene here because there are so many moving parts to this. Keep in mind, about 24 hours ago, authorities got to the home here in East Lansdowne after reports of a 911 call that an 11-year-old had been shot. The authorities get here. They immediately encounter gunfire. They say the shooter retreats into the home. Shortly thereafter, a big blaze leading to those dramatic images of that fire burning for several hours because authorities could not knock down this fire. Those firefighters couldn't knock down the fire because there was concern that there was an active shooter. Eventually, all clear is given, and now there's that concern that the structural integrity of the property is gone. And so the DA earlier today saying, like, look, we're not going to send our guys in there right away until we know it is safe and sound. Initially, the DA saying, look, we've now recovered one body and a rifle. A little bit later this afternoon, we're hearing now 3 bodies recovered from the scene. We're hearing that authorities are actually pausing the rest of the recovery efforts until tomorrow. Not sure if that's more to do with the lighting starting to get darker here or if they just want to regroup into the afternoon, into the early evening hours. The other side of that, those officers that were wounded here when responding to the 911 call, one of them was actually released from the hospital today. So there was a big celebratory ceremony at the hospital, Penn Presbyterian, about 20 minutes from here, where law enforcement agencies from around the region came to see him off. The other one, maybe some time before he is released. But again, this is all sort of late breaking, and it's just one of many moving parts with this investigation. The DA, Jack Stolzheimer, revealing that the family that lived at the home was identified as the Lee family, 3 children, 3 adults, but stopping short of identifying the shooter or his connection to the family. And I believe we have a little bit of an interview we did with the DA earlier today. Here's what he had to say.
We have found the torso of one individual, and we've recovered 1 rifle at this point, but there is a lot more work to be done. I can't even begin to tell you or estimate how long it's going to take for us to continue to do that work. It's a very unsafe scene.
Yeah, and Hallie, as I mentioned, we now know that totals up to 3 bodies recovered here at the scene. And again, they're pausing the search efforts for tonight to resume tomorrow. And that is the latest here from the scene, Hallie.
George Solis live for us there just outside Philly. George, thank you very much for being with us and for handling what is just a fast-moving situation there. Appreciate it. Lots more coming up here on the show, including the plane fender bender at an airport today, raising some questions about why this kind of thing keeps happening. Plus, a volcano in Iceland, look at this, erupting yet again near one of the country's biggest tourist hotspots. We've got a live look at that in just a sec.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Want to show you here Boston's airport, Logan, today, where 2 JetBlue planes kind of collided, basically brushing each other's wings while they were on the tarmac. You can see how close they got here. Part of one wing touching another plane's tail section. So they were getting de-iced. They were in that section under the control of the airline, by the way, of JetBlue. Passengers say they didn't know what was going on. Nobody was hurt, but both flights were canceled. JetBlue says the planes were taken out of service to be fixed. All of it coming with a lot of spotlight, if you will, an intense spotlight, some concerns about flying here in the U.S. because of a serious shortage of air traffic controllers. The FAA is now racing to staff up and train a new generation of them. Our Tom Costello got a very rare behind-the-scenes look at the training academy. It's an academy, Tom, that you and I have talked about before because they're trying to get these folks trained. You don't snap your fingers and have people ready to go do air traffic controlling. It takes a minute.
It's a steep learning curve, and the reason that they need to add more controllers as fast as possible is because there's a mandatory retirement age for controllers of 56, all right, 56. And they simply don't have enough right now, and they can't train enough fast enough. In fact, take a look at the graphics here about how quickly they're trying to and what the problem is here. Right now, they say, according to the FAA, that they have a shortage of about, there are the numbers, 1,300 more controllers needed, according to the FAA. However, the union says, no, it's more than that. 3,500 are needed, in fact. But here's the deal. We will show you the video from the Air Traffic Control Academy. The washout rate, 30% at the Academy, 30%. It's not easy. And then after that, they go to control towers and another 30% drop out. This is not an easy job. Why? In part because once you do start getting on the job, it is, in fact, a long day. It is mandatory overtime. It is often 6-day weeks. On top of that, you have to work holidays. You got to work your weekends, and it's stressful. And so the focus at the Air Traffic Control Academy is getting this next generation in.
So did you hear that reflected in some of the folks you spoke with? Like, did you hear concerns about the potential for burnout, the high stress?
Absolutely.
Or were people, tell me about that.
Absolutely. And here's what's fascinating. I talked to the guy who's in charge of all air traffic control operations nationwide, and he was at the Academy. And I said, what makes a good new controller? What makes a good student? What qualities makes a good student? Here's what he said.
Who are you looking to recruit? Give me your idea of what kind of experience does somebody need?
Those people that grow up gaming, those people that have that ability to see three-dimensional, you know, and again, to think 3 to 4 to 5 steps ahead. That is the type of person that it takes to do this job.
Did you hear what he said? Video gamers.
Isn't that funny?
20-somethings who are video gamers. They're really good at this job. They think multi-dimensionally. They can anticipate, okay, if this goes wrong, I'm going to do X, Y, Z, multiple steps ahead. And they're not intimidated by massive amounts of data and computer imagery coming at you at once.
I love that. Tom Costello, what a rare and interesting inside look at how this all comes together. Thank you so much for being with us.
NBC Nightly News.
We'll see. Well, you want to read my prompter here? Because we're about to say it.
Good.
We sure are. That's right, friend.
Yes.
Look at this graphic we built for you, too. Nightly News, 6:30 Eastern with more of Tom's reporting.
Thank you.
Thank you, friend. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, over in Ukraine, the president there, Volodymyr Zelensky, says he's replacing his top general in a big shakeup now and months of reported tension over strategy. Right now, Ukraine's counteroffensive is struggling against Russia as Russia is stepping up its attacks, too. Number 2, the CDC is now investigating that mysterious GI illness we told you about on a luxury cruise ship where more than 150 people say they're sick. They're throwing up, they have diarrhea. We still don't really know why. The cruise line tells the CDC the ship is cleaning more and trying to isolate people who are not feeling well. Number 3, a volcano. Look at this. In Iceland today, erupting for the 3rd time in just the last 2 months. The pictures are incredible. You see lava there 150 feet into the sky, but on the ground, it is really inconvenient. They had to evacuate one of Iceland's biggest tourist attractions. You know, the Blue Lagoon Spa. You've probably seen it on TikTok, on your Insta. They had to cut off heat and hot water for thousands of people because of this thing. It's one that we're watching. Number 2, Zillow is now letting people search for individual rooms to rent, kind of like Airbnb, where you can look for rooms or a whole place. It seems to be symbolic of a bigger struggle right now of renters having a tough time finding a place to live that they can actually afford. Already on Zillow, there are something like 10,000 of these room listings coast to coast. Number 5, the new Paris Olympics medals have a secret, you could say, ingredient, the Eiffel Tower. Not a picture of it, it's actually in it. Olympians are going to take home little pieces of the Eiffel Tower embedded in every single medal, gold, silver, bronze, that's given out this summer. If you're like, wait a second, how's that possible? It's metal that was taken out of the tower during renovations. So that's what's going to be in these awards, if you will. Organizers called this the cherry on top of winning some kind of hardware at the games. When we come back, Muslim Americans making up a small but strong voting bloc in this coming election. And this year, it's not super clear who they will ultimately be supporting in the presidential race, who some of them will be. That could mean some big consequences for some of the candidates. Plus, charges for a Florida man, look at this, for doing this. We'll explain.
Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
In the next hour, we expect to get an update from the Marines after learning 5 Marines who died after their helicopter went missing in a forest in California. We told you about this mission on this show 24 hours ago. It is now not a search and rescue, but a recovery. In a statement, President Biden says we are mourning this profound loss and we honor their selfless service and ultimate sacrifice. Dana Griffin is live for us in Pine Valley, California. In just the last couple of hours, we've heard the Pentagon get asked some questions on some of these helicopter safety concerns with this particular type of chopper here. Walk us through what we know, and the expectation is we expect this update pretty soon.
Yeah, Hallie, and I think a lot of the reason why we're getting a lot of those questions is because there was a similar crash not too far from this location in 2018 that killed 4 Marines, and we know that the families settled with the manufacturers and suppliers that supplied parts to the military. So the question is about safety and the concerns of what went wrong. These particular helicopters are designed to fly in terrible weather. They're designed to fly at night. So there is a question of what could have gone wrong. We know that weather will likely be something that investigators look at because there was snow, there was wind in this area when that crash went down. You mentioned Major General Ryder's comments. He said this earlier today during a Pentagon press briefing. Listen.
They will, as always, continue to look at their training, maintenance, and safety programs to ensure that we learn from every incident and apply those lessons into their risk management programs and management of those fleets.
So we know right now this is an active recovery mission. So we've been to the site as far as we can go, where some of those Marines are still stepping out on foot to recover their fallen teammates, their fallen Marines. No word yet on if they've recovered the bodies of those 5 Marines, but we are standing by hoping to get an update. As you mentioned, there is a 3:30 p.m. local time press conference, and maybe they'll reveal new details. We've already learned that they won't release the names of those Marines until tomorrow. It's military protocol to do that 24 hours after next of kin have been notified. But we did receive a statement from the commanding officer of these fallen Marines, who writes in part, "To the families of our fallen Marines, we send our deepest condolences and commit to ensuring your support and care during this incredibly difficult time. Though we understand the inherent risks of military service, any loss of life is always difficult." And Holly, I just want to share just how hard this is hitting the community. We spoke to a woman who was just sitting on the side of the road. Her daughter is a military member, not involved in this particular crash, but she was so concerned and so moved. She brought pizzas here so that the crew behind us could eat. And she sat in her car and cried because knowing that her daughter does something similar and puts her life at risk, it just shows the concern for people. Even if you don't know who was on that flight, you have a love and concern for the people who risk their lives every day for our country. Hallie.
Dana Griffin hits so close to home for her, for that community, but for so many across the country. Thank you. Top aides for President Biden are heading to Michigan tonight to meet with some Arab American and Muslim leaders as President Biden, also, by the way, candidate Biden, remember, tries to shore up support from this voting bloc. He's facing more and more backlash because of his support for Israel, which has deepened its siege on Gaza. Our Yasmin Vasugian has more.
Tonight, a spotlight on one of the main issues facing voters in this election.
I will stand with Israel 100%.
Give them whatever they need, whenever they need it, no questions asked.
You don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist.
Bipartisan support for Israel, leaving some from one key voting bloc feeling abandoned by both parties. Muslim Americans.
American Muslims, Arab Americans, and many American voters who support the Palestinians are intensely angry and disillusioned with the policy of President Biden.
There are about 8 million Muslims in the United States, and the group is a small yet mighty voting force. 71% of them turned out to vote in 2020, but now many feel like they're being forced to make a tough choice.
So who would you vote for?
Well, there is a third option, no vote.
More than 2/3 of Muslim Americans voted for President Joe Biden in 2020, but that could change this year, with some making calls to, quote, abandon Biden altogether.
If Joe Biden cannot see us, you can count us out in November.
Some saying they're upset with President Biden bypassing Congress twice to deliver emergency military aid to Israel, meanwhile providing $121 million in humanitarian assistance to Gaza. But they're not favoring Republicans either, according to recent Democratic polling of Michigan by Lake Research Partners. This wouldn't be the first time we saw such a large swing for Muslim American voters. In 2000, 72% of the group voted for then-candidate George W. Bush. But just 4 years later, that's 72%, turning into less than 1%.
After September 11, George W. Bush became a different president. The surveillance of the American Muslim community, the loss of civil liberties, the Democratic Party at least promised to challenge that injustice.
And in 2024, they say they feel left behind again.
They will tip the elections, especially in the major battleground states.
In the 2020 race, Biden won in Michigan by just 150,000 votes, a swing state with one of the largest Muslim populations in the country. In the Michigan precincts with the highest concentration of Muslim and Arab Americans, 83% of the vote went to Biden. Now, only 16% say they'd vote for him in 2024. Almost all give the president's response to the Israel-Hamas war a, quote, poor rating. The Biden campaign says they'll continue to engage in conversations with the Arab American community, even if they disagree on policy decisions. And the Trump campaign says the former president had, quote, peace in the Middle East in his last term. The Haley campaign has not responded to our request for comment. As many Arab Americans and Muslim Americans face a difficult decision, experts warn if they don't show up to the polls, it could have a major impact on this year's election.
Yasmin Vasugian, NBC News.
Our thanks to Yasmin for that story. NBC News covers hundreds of other stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Western Bureau, the Justice Department arresting 5 people in connection with an international drug trafficking ring based in California. Look at this. They say almost 100 packages of meth were hidden inside these books, like scraped out, hollowed out books, and some dolls. Look at that. Ugh. Worth more than $20 million. The suspects are facing multiple charges. Out of our Southern Bureau, police in Florida have arrested a man for allegedly trying to, well, I think we're about to show you here. There it is. Look, he's trying to surf in his pickup truck, they said. Can't, bro, you need a surfboard for that one, man. He said, it's not my fault this truck don't surf. That's what he told police, according to police. There you go. What did we just show you? That was this piece of metal on the roof of a house that one family in Philly says they found. Kind of a flat metal thing with a hole cut out of it. They thought maybe it was part of a door that fell from a plane. They called the FAA. Turns out it's not from any known aircraft, but they're still looking into it. Coming up here on the show, that one-time border bill now just has money in it for aid like Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan. We'll be talking to one senator about it in our Newsmaker in just a minute.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Do you need to win your home state in order to stay in this race? Is it do or die? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Back here to Washington now, where there is perhaps, maybe, possibly the faintest of heartbeats in the Senate's now borderless border bill after they passed a key procedural vote of this really slimmed down bill, a bill that doesn't include the border stuff, right? It's got everything else you see here, money for Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, humanitarian aid to Gaza, a new plan to try to fight the spread of deadly fentanyl. But here's the thing, this bill still has a whole bunch of hurdles to jump over before a final vote that would send it over to the House. I want to bring in Democratic Senator from Colorado, Michael Bennet, who is joining us now. Senator, thanks so much for being on the show.
Thanks, Hallie, for having me back. It's
there
good to
has
see
been,
you.
of course, there's been a ton of drama where you're standing over the course of the last few days on both sides of the Capitol. Well, on the Senate side, your colleague across the aisle, Rand Paul, said earlier today he would object to anything speeding up what he described as this rotten foreign spending bill's passage. So your point, I know, is that some of these countries desperately need aid. How much longer are they going to have to wait?
Well, hopefully they're not going to have to wait longer than this weekend to get it through the Senate, Hallie. We've got now 17 Republicans joining the Democrats, so we've got, I think, 50, almost two-thirds of the Senate saying we should move forward with this bill. Ukraine is literally out of bullets, and over the last 2 years, they've achieved so much more than anybody could have imagined, pushing Putin back. And they've stood up not just for themselves, but for democracy, for NATO, for us. And this is a critical moment when our resolve is being tested, when American leadership is in the balance, and we've got to get it done this weekend. Of course, even if we get it done, then there's the whole issue of getting it through the House of Representatives.
You've pointed out that there's $60 billion in money for Ukraine hanging in the balance here. You've described how, as you say, they're basically out of bullets here. You've done things like, you know, trying to get the Senate focused on that, doing some things like holding up government funding and money for the FAA, countless lengthy floor speeches, et cetera. Do you believe your tactics moved the needle at all to get where we are tonight?
I think we have moved. You know, there were times over the last 4 months when, if you talk to people around here, they thought it was a fait accompli. that our broken politics just weren't going to let this happen. And the argument that I've been trying to make, I think others have been trying to make, is that Putin's had real trouble on the battlefield here, and that the Ukrainians taking back half of the territory, giving their lives for democracy, deserve better than our broken politics. They've set an example that's inspired the rest of the world, and I think it's beginning to inspire people here as well that don't want to leave Ukraine in the lurch. And I think Putin knows how to read our newspapers. He knows how divided we are. He knows how dysfunctional we are. He believes that democracy saw our finest hour in the 20th century. Xi Jinping thinks the same thing. This is an opportunity for us to show something very different, that democracy is alive and kicking, that we have the inspiration of the Ukrainian people who have fought this tyrant back, and that we're not going to let them down. And I think we are not going to let them down, notwithstanding all of the anguish and aggravation and insanity that it's taken us to finally get to this weekend.
To the point that you're making here, when you talk about aggravation and insanity, I think there are people who are watching this, who are watching the work that your chamber is doing, going, can Congress actually get anything done? Can they?
Yeah. Well, Putin's saying Congress can't get anything done. As I said, he's counting on that. And I think what we're going to find out is that maybe the outer edge of our failure is the Ukraine funding. In other words, that we're going to say, we're going to step back from the brink and say, that's a bridge too far. We're not going to screw that up. Our kids and our grandkids deserve better than that. We have just shown a serious breakdown when it comes to the border. We could not come. We came to a bipartisan agreement at the insistence of the Republicans who wanted this as part of Ukraine. Then they walked away from it. You know, I represent a pretty purple state, Hallie, and Republicans and Democrats and independents would like to see us have a functional immigration system. They know the one we have today is broken. My view of that is, look, let's get the Ukraine stuff done. Let's get the other funding done here, and then maybe we can go back and have a discussion about immigration without holding a gun to everybody's head and improve the system for the American people.
Do you think that conversation can happen on the border on immigration this calendar year, this election year, realistically?
Well, it's going to be really hard with a presidential candidate in the form of Donald Trump saying that his election chances are going to be hurt if Joe Biden never reaches a bipartisan deal on the border. You know, we've seen a complete collapse in the last week for that very reason. But hope springs eternal. We can continue to try. I think in the meantime, Joe Biden is going to be able to make the case that he saw that we've got some serious issues at the border because of the way transnational gangs have been smuggling people over the last five years or so to that border, making billions and billions of dollars. And he said, look, I don't want transnational gangs in charge of that. And I brought a serious proposal to the Congress, and the Republicans walked away. I can guarantee you this, Hallie, Donald Trump's not going to make our immigration system better. And I think Joe Biden's going to be able to make this case in this election, not just on immigration, but the economy as well. And hopefully, as a result, have another 4 years.
So then let's talk about that election. Let's talk about the next 4 years, because by now I'm sure you've seen the special counsel's report about President Biden and his handling of classified documents here. A report that in several instances describes him having issues with his memory, his mental state, saying that they were concerned, they have considered that the president would likely present himself as a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. You mentioned you are from a pretty purple state, Senator, as you yourself said. Do you have concerns about what you have seen and heard based on this special counsel report?
I haven't had a chance to read the report, but I'm not going to dodge what you read. I heard what you read. It's not consistent with the conversations that I've had with the president. I do wish that elected leaders in this country would learn how to treat classified material. I'm on the Intelligence Committee, and you know, the Republicans and Democrats on that committee take our responsibilities apparently a lot more seriously than others do when it comes to protecting that information. But there's nothing to compare the way President Biden responded when those documents showed up at his house, and he invited the lawyers in. He turned it all over to the Justice Department. Donald Trump still won't admit that the documents that he took, he even took. So this is another case where there's just no comparison between these two individuals.
President Biden's attorneys have argued that they believe it was not appropriate for the special counsel to reference repeatedly some of the things that came up related to the president's age, related to the president's memory. Do you think it was inappropriate for the special counsel to include that in his final report?
That's not a judgment I can make, Hallie, but I do think the president, look, the American people know that the president is not the youngest president that we've had, and we know that that's an issue of concern among the American people. And I believe the President of the United States, as he campaigns into the fall, is going to be able to stand up well against Donald Trump, who, by the way, is the same age as Joe Biden, and make the case that he's been able to not just win a political campaign against Donald Trump, which he did, but accomplish some of the most significant things that any president has in our modern lifetimes, including a bipartisan infrastructure bill, including leading the international order in this war against Putin, and a bunch of other stuff in between. He's obviously going to have to take that case to the American people and make that case to the American people, and I'm confident he'll be able to do it.
Senator Michael Bennet, we're glad to have you on tonight as our newsmaker.
Thanks for having me.